Good morning, welcome. Here we are with more Dota 2. It's the Western European TI-11 qualifier, and boy, have we got a game for you. Joined by Sheepo, of course, as we get this wonderful action underway. But Sheepo, this series, maybe one of the biggest of the year, of the past couple of years, Team Secret against Nigma Galaxy.
It's massive. I mean, you have to make the hard decision right now. Are you going to go watch T1 play Talon, or are you going to go watch Secret play Nigma? Both amazing games. I mean, Dota's really heating up right now in these qualifiers, and yeah, God. Secret, Nigma, I mean, one of these teams is just not going to TI, not even getting the chance, not getting to
Yeah.
last chance qualifier. This is pretty massive.
Yeah, like Kuroki lost his streak last year. He was an all-timer. Of course, Puppy's still an all-timer. This is going to be his chance to go to every TI. It's a long road, though. They are down in this lower bracket, as we can take a quick peek at where we've come from, where we're heading towards. Of course, here in the regional qualifiers, top 3 spots are the most important things. First place goes to TI. Second and third go to last chance qualifier. And there we can see Secret, defeating ITB, and then dropping down to Entity, while Nigma have had a longer run, having to go through Goon Squad, Brame, DGG, and now against Secret. I never thought I'd see the day where both of these teams will be lower bracket on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one, I would imagine. At least I'm hoping we're gonna get a nice close 3 games. I think the last 2 times these teams faced off against each other in a best of 3, it went to both times. So I wonder if that trend will continue. Obviously, Secret, not totally defenseless. They've taken a game. They also beat them in the tiebreakers for, I think it was tour 1 of the DPC. But yeah, it's been a while, and with new players on the rosters too, right? This is not exactly same matchup entirely.
Yeah, exactly. And Knoxville tweeted out the other day, Puppy is ahead sort of historically, going further back than just the last year. He's 76 wins over Kuro's 53. But in the last year, they're tied 4-4 in individual games. Since Nigma Galaxy was founded, Puppy is up 35-21. So like overall, Secret have had the advantage, had the upper hand, and maybe you consider that's the Puppy against Kuro factor. But we can maybe take a quick look at the schedule for today and then jump into the game. As of course, we've got Secret against Nigma Galaxy first up, then Goon Squad against ITB. And really looking forward to the rest of the matches. Liquid against Entity, and then of course the winners and losers in that lower bracket semi-final.
TBD. It's a classic matchup. It's just kind of weird that they both have the same initials. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was like the other day when we had ITB against TB. They were pretty close. Now we've got TBD against TBD. Also,
crazy!
Lots of Terrorblades in the regional qualifiers here, apparently. But yeah, game one, it's ready. Draft is coming. Secret against Nigma. This is, captain against captain, kings of Dota 2. They're the old dogs. They've been around for a long old while. And of course, a lot of people look up to them, respect them as they do head towards a potential TI spot. You can see Nigma Galaxy all prepping themselves and taking a little while for these first bans to come out.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, I think the nice thing that I'm looking for today from Secret is a little less stubbornness in their draft. If we look to yesterday and when we last saw them lose, it felt like they were being quite stubborn. They're playing into a Batrider, they're playing into an Enigma, and they didn't pick any kind of save or counter in both games, it felt like. I'm assuming that there were other plans, like, okay, we're gonna play our draft out in this way. Maybe it's too fast for Bat to deal with. Maybe we're just looking to maybe win that lane and then Bat doesn't really have a game. But it didn't play out that way, and it felt like they kind of struggled hard to deal with these sort of, these awkward, annoying, irritating heroes.
Yeah, they thought they had enough to go late game with this greedy draft, but it wasn't to be. Entity looks so incredibly strong. Pango Invoker first phase bans there from Nigma. So we're going to be leaving a lot of these cool heroes like Marcy, Death Prophet. Chen is still out there. Secret ban the Undying, and that's fair enough. But we're going to be left with even Enigma and Enchantress going to be in the pool for this first phase.
And the DP is going to be big as well. I mean, taking out the Chen here, it's up on Nigma. What did they want to do? Do they want to take the Marcy and take it away from Secret? Because every single game that Rezo gets his hand on this hero, it is just, he pops off super hard, even in their losses. Yeah, it's so good.
I was wondering if it's the time for Faceless Void, This is one of those heroes that's still out there. Nigma got burnt by it a little bit by Goon Squad and Aqua. Team Secret, they know the strength of the hero as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Do we think we'll see some Faceless Voids coming out? If people are having to ban heroes that we currently see, like the Invoker and Pango, do you think that leaves some room here for Faceless Void in the first phase before he usually gets banned out in second?
I think so, but I also feel like people only want to pick Faceless Void first phase when they can guarantee like a Chen or Enchantress. So like there, I think second pick, you can go like Void Ench or Void Chen, but if you don't have that option, probably a bit rough. And it looks like Team Secret is favoring the overwhelming team fight of Enigma and a Tusk now.
All right. Well, how will they respond to this? We've seen sometimes the Dawnbreaker comes out as an idea versus Enigma. Obviously, just in that early game, you can kind of brute force your lanes with her, and that stun from the ult
10
and save from the
seconds
ult kind of
remaining.
out. It can really ruin Enigma's save. You can snowball your lineup.
5
Going into
seconds
late game,
remaining.
it's a bit Enigma favored. But otherwise, the Dawn is not a bad idea.
Dire
Otherwise, you
team
could
ban.
go for something like a Faceless Void. You could go for Bat Rider. And
It's your boy.
it's a hero that is really annoying to deal with. Will Secret pick counters this time because Tusk, typically a hero with save, and that snowball you can get the Blink Dagger, Blink and snowball save your core. That's not really an option, like,
Yeah, guaranteed.
always.
10 seconds
Yeah, it's
remaining.
not completely guaranteed. It's nice, but it's not as easy as something like a swap.
5 seconds remaining.
And the nice thing about this, having first pick and getting a second pick Bat Rider is you get all these bans to cover him. Like, immediately they're just like, ban Queen of Pain, she's gone. So it's much harder to pick these counters into him, isn't it? So would you aim for supports? I know I'm going to bring this up every time. The Abaddon sometimes gets banned in the second phase. We've just not seen Oracle that much recently. Who else is there out there that can contend with a Bat? Or are you not looking for hero matchups more like tempo and style?
I always love to talk about tempo and style because it's more fun to explore than, oh, just pick this hero. You
Counter,
know? But
hero counter.
every single time,
Dire team
it
ban.
feels like people just go for the hero.
Secrets
So stuff
turn to
like
ban.
Shadow Demon, stuff like Nyx Assassin, these are all heroes that tend to pop up when there's a Bat Rider in the game. I will say similarly, whilst you
Dire
do have
team
that
ban.
BKB piercing lasso, I would like to see something from Nigma to deal with an Enigma as well, right? I mean, I know the Pango's banned, but Winter Wyvern is still in the pool. You have Marcy, who's a playmaking support for you, so you can go a little bit more defensive on your 5, who is happy to just sort of sit back and wait to cast their spells at the right time.
Now I'm curious where this Bat's heading. Like, do you reckon this is a Sumail Bat? Doesn't feel necessarily like a mind control hero, but might be wrong on that.
I'm not super up to date on who wants to play it.
10 seconds
I don't,
remaining.
in Tour 3 at least, I don't think Mind Control played Bat at all.
Yeah.
5
I'm trying to think back.
seconds
I'm frantically scrolling through the Dota buff. Like, have they played Bat Rider at all
remaining.
recently?
Secrets
And it looks like the last time was they did play it against Goon Squad a few days ago, so they did have it in
Okay,
their
who
hands
played
there. I'm quickly looking. It was Sumail.
Alright,
It
so
was Sumail. And
I
then,
like it more mid, to be fair.
Yeah, I do as well, absolutely. And then during DPC, Mind Control played it once and twice. So yeah, he did play it 3
Okay.
months ago or so. So it's in his repertoire, but yeah, I think the way the meta's been going and the way this hero's looked, mid lane, get your levels, get your boots of travel, much more impactful when you've got a lot more money.
And Team Secret gonna have to look for something that can lane into the Bat Rider. You have maybe an option in a Puck. You could pick Alina. She's still in the pool and has been pretty contested throughout these qualifiers, it feels like. I think we've seen the Ember picked first Bat Rider and it has not gone well.
Yeah, it was Nisha, wasn't it? Like, they picked it last into the Bat. And
Dire team pick.
I want to say his lane was fine, but then the overall game just felt like he was split pushing for 20 minutes. He wasn't really able to do anything because Bat had his number from like minute 15 onwards.
Yeah. It was quite hard, and I don't know, a lot of things kind of went wrong for him, like dying to that Shadow Fiend too. The slow on the
10
raises
seconds
is
remaining.
crazy. I don't know if either of these teams want to be playing something like an
5
SF.
seconds
I think
remaining.
looking at Nigma Galaxy, the best times I've seen this Bat Rider getting played is in synergy with the lineup that can just keep running at you and abuse the boots of travels, having set up on multiple lanes, ways to just keep fighting and keep running at you. Any ability to just keep crossing the map and getting deep wards down seems to go really hard in Bat Rider's favor.
I'd love to see a Miracle Shadow Fiend. It was definitely something he used to play a lot. I don't think we've seen it much recently, but with the rise of the hero, you could absolutely see, Miracle last night or a couple of nights ago saying, hey, I'm going to practice this, get back into it. Give me the
Right.
SF.
I very clearly remember like all those SF clips of him that got
Yes.
shared around for the
Well,
longest time.
Well, there
All
was the
those
one where he's like,
outplays.
there's the one where he's like running away top lane,
Dire team.
right? Where he's like
Yeah.
hiding in the trees,
Yes.
juking away.
That's the
Yeah.
exact one I'm thinking about.
That was one that brought it to my mind as well. But here we go. Tempo. IO, the heal, the battery to keep people going. Really nicely pairing with the Bat Rider in the mid game as well with that spell amp and a Pudge for your position 1.
And this gives me what I want to
10
when I
seconds
talk about the
remaining.
ability to run up and down the map. Well, IO, you don't need to necessarily run up and down the map. You just
5
have that
seconds
relocate.
remaining.
And anytime the Marcy or the Bat finds someone, you're able to link your Pudge into that fight pretty much instantly.
Yeah, assuming it is a pos 1 Pudge, right? I said that and realized, hang on, we've seen it 3, we've seen it 4. But
That's true.
it's looking like it's Marcy IO you support.
Dire
There's a bit of
team
flexibility between Bat and Pudge, depending on where you want to go. Or a hero that we saw Talon defeating a Pudge with just earlier on, the Slark.
Slark is definitely getting picked up way more. I've seen him a lot recently, and it feels like the hero can go very much either way.
10 seconds
He
remaining.
either loses his lane really hard because Nigma haven't, they haven't picked their off
5
lane yet. They can
seconds
pick something
remaining.
here that might just destroy the lane. But yeah, he like lose his lane, struggle to take fights early because the hero is very squishy. Even if he jumps in, right, he's then kind of committed in. If you have AoE
Team
damage,
secrets
Slark can
turn
just
to
die.
ban.
Like I watched that T1 game just now where they had it, and even 23 Savage struggled sometimes with jumping in, getting burst down. At any moment where Dark Pact isn't up, it can just spell like an instant burst.
Yeah.
And as well, like if this Pudge is getting an Ags, if he has a good lane and a
10
good game,
seconds remaining.
then that rot is really hard. I saw the
5
Slark having to
seconds
pop his
remaining.
BKB really early just to sort of be
Dire
able to stick
team
around and
ban.
deal with it because it can hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's why they're
Team
banning
secrets
Blashrak,
turn
right?
to ban.
He hits all the notes that you're saying there, that AoE damage, not something Slark wants to contend with. And it's been kind of an interesting item build from Slarks recently, hasn't it? The Echo Saber, Disassemble, and then go into Aghanim Scepter and Bloodthorn and stuff like that later on.
Yeah, I do really like the
10
hero.
seconds
Obviously, like
remaining.
bringing up points to how to counter it, but it looks
5
like an
seconds
amazing game.
remaining.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think most of the initiation from Nigma is quite like you see it coming. You should be able to react to a Marcy jumping on you, for example, with that Dark Pact. If you get hooked, I think you should have enough time to get the Dark Pact off before you're dismembered. The only real threat is just Batrider getting a lasso with a blink, which maybe you can just buy Lincoln Sphere, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and then you do have turnaround plays with Cask and Snowball, the ability for Tusk to maybe come in and save, even though, like you said, it's not consistent. There's the potential there. There's a lot of ways to buy time for Secret here, it feels like. Snowball, Cask, pouncing, getting into your Depth Shroud Shard for Slark. Enigma Black Hole is going to be a threat that keeps Enigma at bay a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like to bring it up is great. This black hole, Slark. Usually, when you're playing with a black hole, you want a hero that's able to bait heroes out of position or have to commit really hard onto you. And when you're playing into a lineup like
10
Nigma's that
seconds
really
remaining.
struggles with that quick lockdown and burst, like they don't have a Finger of Death, for example,
5
or a Lena
seconds
Laguna
remaining.
Blade. They have to kind of get in there, stand on top of the Slark with the Pudge and stuff, and your IO is naturally always going to be
Team
wanting to be
secrets
attached
turn
to
to
someone.
pick.
And this all kind of leads together to give Enigma a really good in for his black hole.
Well, that
So
sounds like
I like the synergy there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I like this Prophet pick at the end, though. It's going to give Mind Control, one of his signature heroes, early Orchid buyer against Enigma and Slark, which
10 seconds
can really ramp things up for Enigma to press forward and get early kills.
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
you were talking about Slark kind of being a feast or famine hero. Either he does well and he gets his item timings and he snowballs and looks amazing, or he kind of just falls flat and says, hey, I need a hand of Midas. Where's my gold at?
Yeah, it's looking scary into a Nature's Prophet. I think Secret need to kind of pick something that can fight now for sure. You have 2 supports that are happy to fight with you.
Oh, yes.
Choose your hero.
He's a fighter.
He's a little scary though, into Batrider.
That's true. Yeah, into Pudge, Bat, Nature's Prophet, but it's a Chrysalis special and Nisha Slark. So they've picked the Slark to match against the Bat in the mid lane. It's something we saw 3 years ago or something. We had all these kind of weird matchups. I've seen Ursa mid against Bat because he can stand and fight. Slark obviously has the Dark Pact to get off the sticky napalm, but I don't know. Usually Slark is more enjoyable in these longer lanes because he can pounce, he can chase, keep the essence shift stacks up. I guess this is just a defensive mechanism that Slark will have against the Bat in the mid.
Yeah, that makes sense. You definitely can't put
10
this Monkey
seconds
King there.
remaining.
We're looking at lanes. This Enigma Tusk lane should be really strong, and I want to say it's really hard for Pudge. In my mind, it makes complete sense. He's a melee hero. If he walks up, you can just like stun him, tag team, click him. I'm obviously gonna do a. Actually, are they running this with a Marcy in the lane? And that could be strong in return, but at the same time, you are two heroes that have to commit in at melee range to do anything to Team
Hmm.
Secret, and you're always going to have this advantage of, your Enigma, you idle on the creeps, the lane is pushed back, it's in your tower, so you're getting that regen, that extra armor just from being kind of in that area, especially since the change of moving that tower up as well. It just means you're always kind of nearer to that aura.
I see these kind of heroes, Monkey, Witch Doctor, Tusk, and
Yeah.
it took me a while, but I'm starting to think maybe like an early tri lane here from Secret could work out, or at the very least,
Okay.
try and put like Witch Doctor, Monkey against the Pudge IO. If Kuro on this Marcy is with mind control, because like having Maledict against Pudge, having Cask against IO, it feels like Witch Doctor is the hero to answer those two heroes paired together.
Yeah, Trilon could be really interesting. Uh, I want to. I feel like in my deep soul that this is fine if they do duos lanes though.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to.
It's just like
I'm trying to like.
Enigma's also there as well. He doesn't mind a
Yeah,
solo lane too, does he?
he doesn't exactly. That is a good point. I'm just thinking about this Nature's Prophet and how hard he's able to pressure the Monkey King. That's kind of my biggest like concern for him. Because if you are a Monkey King, you want to be doing well in lane and be able to play that up. Have some kill threat there as well. Like a lot of these Monkey Kings, they'll get that point in the tree dance and then jump in. You have that as a way to really get on top of this Nature's Prophet in lane. So if Puppy's able to get an angle, it could be good.
It could be. Let's find out what they do. Game 1 in this best of 3. Secret. All smoked up. Giving high fives across the river between Nisha and Sumail. Look at that. Sportsmanship from them. Get themselves ready for this series. And game 1. Incredibly important to set the pace. I kind of feel like both of these drafts very, very evenly matched. We've had a fair few games and series where there's been, outdrafts and gotcha picks at the end. But it seems like both of the captains have got everything covered. From tower push to team fight to catch and kill. There's even a couple of saves in there as well.
Going into mid to late game, obviously I love the toolkit that Secret has. I love having a Slark, Monkey King, Enigma, Tricore versus Pudge. It is so hard for him to deal with. You have a lot of ways to get on top of this Nature's Prophet. You can set up in the side lanes with someone like Tusk, and Nature's can't just TP out, with a BKB. If someone is able to connect, you have that punch to stop the TP. You have a lot of BKB Pierce and a lot of really good tools. Their lanes are definitely not weak by any means. At the same time, I think they do struggle playing into Enigma in the earlier game. I'm talking around 10-ish minutes. We've seen in the past this Nature's Prophet TPing mid at 5 minutes and pushing tower with the cart and the trees. If they do that this game, I think it's really, really difficult for Secret to defend from that. It's a mid Slark. What is mid Slark meant to do?
Pounce away.
Yeah.
Just pounce away. But yeah, do you think then, by extension, Enigma are on a timer? Do you think they have to win the game by 30 minutes or so? Or have some kind of lead by that time?
Not necessarily. It would obviously be ideal and it would make the execution of the game much easier. But at the same time, you're looking at all these little problems. Mind control, he's going to scale up into a proper core. He's going to go that Bloodthorn build, probably. Or just, any type of damage, really, as he's going to be splitting your bot lane all game long. It's just something you're constantly having to think about. And when you have to deal with that, it can give openings for Enigma to make plays, right? Someone TP's bot to go deal with the lane. Now Batrider's getting now you're smoking to top and getting a Bat Lasso or something. Finding a pick off. The team is a little bit split. I think the global prowess from the lineup on Dire here is just really, it can be really scary and hard to deal with.
Absolutely can. Relocate, TP, bats with boots of travel, the heroes everywhere swarming the map. And we've seen from Enigma, Liquid, a lot of these teams, when they win the games, it's through that macro gameplay, controlling the map, making sure you're suffocating your opponents and limiting their farm. I was peeking into this mid lane, so excited to see a mid Slark against the Batrider. And so far, he's doing okay for himself. Couple of CS, couple of denies. Bat at 0 and 2. But once he gets his levels up, should get a little easier for Sumail.
This matchup's a lot easier nowadays. It was a little change to the Dark Pact, right? Where it doesn't do as much damage to yourself. Is that what it changed? Yeah, because
I think so, yeah.
It used to be so rough back when.
Yeah, he's had a few buffs, because it's like mana cost got reduced a few patches ago as well. So he's had these little buffs tinkering with the hero, Mr. Ice Frog. And looking into these side lanes, mind control down bottom with Kuro's Marcy. Puppey and Chrysalis there. We already saw the 1v1 between Marcy and Witch Doctor, where Maledict level 1 is such a great tool to trade and chip away at people.
Indeed, there's kill threat from both of these. On the bot lane, there's kill threat from both, I would say. You know, if Witch Doctor is super out of position, you get that Marcy rebound. He can easily die. On the other side, a casket into a Maledict. I mean,
can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
And then up at top, looks like they got to pull off. So adding on to that Enigma wave drag back through the Eidolons, you get a large camp pull from Zayats, Miracle, and GH. Just gonna have to try and drag this wave around. It's always such an awkward position to be in when you've got an Io who's not really a kill hero, Pudge who just wants to farm his first few levels, get to Vanguard, and this Enigma Tusker just toying, like they're toying with you know, dragging waves, moving things around. Nothing's comfortable for Enigma in that top lane.
Yeah, I think Rezo should probably run away with the CS in this lane. Pudge has a really high base damage, which is always really nice, but yeah, trying to CS against like 6 Eidolons.
It's not fun.
Yeah, not fun, especially with the threat as well of just at any moment with these levels, you got that Malefice, you get the ice shards come out. Like GH especially needs to make sure he's keeping himself pretty safe. I mean, they're going on top already.
Yeah, tag team, Eidolons, Zayats, just behind his creep wave so he doesn't get hooked. But you see that GH takes a step forward and he takes 200 damage just from the clicks of Rezo. There's not really much you can do to fight back. Yeah, you can try and hook and rot, but it's a tanky Tusk, reasonably tanky Enigma, already has his urn as well. As we saw down at bottom, Puppey chasing Kuro into the mid lane. They're both rotating to try and help out because it looks like Sumail's making the call that Nisha Slark is getting away with a little too much. Oh, wait, up at top. The rot is there. Miracle walking into the Eidolons, though, with a Malefice and tag team, and he misses the hook. Miracle sharded up now, and Rezo, he's trying to finish him off, but this tether, GH has kept him alive, even had a Fairy Fire as a backup plan. The Stick has managed to keep Miracle in fighting shape, at least for now. And then mid lane, it looks like Nisha will just pounce away, dispose into the Firefly. He's got the napalm off him. Nisha still being dived. He pops his Fairy Fire. The Slark so close to death. He's going to drop here. Surely Sumail will finish him off and get first blood.
Oh man, first blood for the mid laner, for the Batrider, and you got full XP for that. I think Kuroki was out of range at that point, and you force a support TP too. I mean, the spot lane should be going pretty nicely for mind control in that 1v1. I think just the ability to harass him down, get those treants out.
Yeah. I lost track of Puppey there. We watched him chasing Kuro, and then we started watching top lane. I'm kind of curious where Puppey went because it felt like he was going to be ready to actually deal with that rotation. He was hiding in the trees. Thank you.
I think he cast the casket on Kuroki instead, in front of them. I don't know. It was a...
Okay. Well, not that quite in time to help. And now Kuro actually shifting up to top. The roaming Marcy. A little bit of a challenge, though, with the wave at the Radiant Tier 1.
So this leaves room for bot to die.
Yeah, jump on the Prophet. Absolutely right. Puppey holding the cask, making sure there's no TP opportunity, so they can spend the Boundless now, stun him up, and finish off mind control. Get themselves on the board, 1-1.
Yeah. Marcy rotating makes sense to me. I think it's good to pressure lanes, but only if the lane is in a really good spot bot, and Witch Doctor is also preoccupied.
They're going mid again. Yeah, Nisha. Nice by Kuroki. Waited for that Dark Pact to end. Nisha going to get chased down by the Batrider, but now Zayats is here, combating this aggression. TP forward from mind control, 5.5 minutes in. You're absolutely right. He dies, he TPs, and now they aggressively move on tier 1 with the catapult wave. Jump in from Kuro. He actually lands on Zayats here, so another dispose will drag him back into the tree, and the Sprout is there. Enigma finding a bonus kill for their troubles.
It's a 5-minute move. It happens every time. If you see the Nature's Prophet, you gotta expect this, and they're gonna do so much damage to this tower, and there is honestly no way that Secret can defend it. They don't have that wave shove. They don't have long-range ways to draw aggro or poke or threaten them at all.
Yeah.
Just have to watch the tower die.
Nothing they can do about it. AMC and Sumail going to finish it off. And there it is, mind control getting the last hit. And there's even a DD rune spawning bottom, so they can keep shifting this aggression to other lanes and pressuring this Monkey King potentially. Oh, it looks like they're just eyeing up mid again. Sumail doesn't want to give Nisha an easy time. They're just going to start getting in your head. You pick the slot to deal with the Batrider. Now you're just getting run down and lassoed up here. He's got it ready. Dispose, lasso. There's Zayats with a snowball, but Sumail dominating now out of this mid lane. He's got all their kills.
This is the problem with current Batrider. You see, like, the Slock is picked as a counter idea. Right? Okay, I can just dark pack the sticky, but it's on such a low cooldown, and it does damage now just from being applied. Right? You're just wearing him down, clicking him. I really think that this play from Nigma to just keep running at him pre-level 6 is just worked out fantastically. Really good idea from them. I think Slock is now with, going to have to max his dark packs and just see if he can recover. It is rough because your mid laner is generally the guy that can rotate and help alleviate pressure from other lanes or make these moves, and Slock is not that playmaking hero.
Yeah, and here's one of the issues that we pointed out during the draft. We've seen Slock do very well when he does snowball and he gets that echo, disassemble into Ags, go BKB or whatever. And he's got Hand of Midas queued up now, so it's going to be a recovery game from Nisha. Try and scale into that later portion of the match. And this puts a lot on the shoulders of Crystallis, it feels like. Now he's going to have to become the playmaker.
Yeah, and it's possible. If you look back at even TI 10, right? Remember how good the Atoro's Monkey King was at like playing really active and not going super greedy. Like he didn't even go for a Battle Fury. Back then it would just be having a Maelstrom, having the ability to fight, and just kind of getting himself super involved and staying on top of the net worth just via that. If Crystallis can channel that super hard energy and go fight and kill and make space for Slock, I mean, you have that late game scaling for sure. To kind of bring you through. It's like you got to invest in your Slock's future and give up a little bit of your game, maybe.
Like Crystallis, I need you to play like Yatoro.
I don't want to say that. I was saying like Yatoro, just
That's all you got to do.
I mean, I'm just referencing a playstyle, in the past, just to say that it's possible. I'm not saying he has to become Yatoro. I mean, Crystallis, he's got his own style of things.
His own hair. He's got his own hair.
He's got his own hair. I mean, but you're looking at the item build, and he is sort of like looking at that style of play. He's going for that Echo Saber. He wants the Orb of Corrosion. If they have supports that are very good at brawling, so you can enable this playstyle. I think the biggest thing you're thinking about is when you want to rotate out of bot on Crystallis, because right now, Nature's Prophet, he's got those 3 points in Nature's Call. They are going to be trying to pressure this tower. I think it's hard for you to just sit bot and be able to defend it the way that some other matchups play out. So if he wants to TP top and get a kill on Miracle at any point, if they feel like they can do that, that would be pretty damn good. Oh, they're actually doing it right now.
Yeah, like Puppey even threw Cask there onto the creep wave to shove it out, and then they move top. Wukong's onto Miracle. Pudge, reasonably tanky even inside this golden circle, and he turns to fight them. He's got the IO behind him, but the regen's going to run out soon. The black hole came. Kills off the Pudge, but in comes the rest of Nigma, fighting into Crystallis. Sumail's got to run with the Maledictorium. He's ticking lower and lower. They do kill the Monkey King, but Sumail dies in the meantime. Nisha now chasing onto GH, has free reign of this fight. No more stuns to catch him, and Puppey giving chase. Level 3 Cask is ready to come, and a snowball forward will clip onto the IO. Oh, nice rebound from Kuro. Gets GH out of danger, but does put himself in harm's way. Miracle's actually respawned already. Quick respawn, quick TP, and another quick hook. Rezo now dragged into the rot. Lots of very angry players out here coming to fight. And in the end, Secret's move feels like it worked out. They got 2 big core kills. I got a good first black hole of the match to really stick it to Nigma, as it looks like Zayats. Oh, the body block's coming. Miracle was thinking about it. I'll have to give up on the Tusk.
They got Nisha involved, which I didn't expect. I thought he would just try and use that move as space to farm. But he got there. He got a permanent Agi, just a little one. I'm not sure if I like it a lot for Secret. I mean, yeah, you get those core kills, but you also overextend a little bit. Your monkey does die. I think they wanted to kind of translate that kill on Pudge into a tower top, but instead of what's happening is Nigma just turning it around into their own tower push.
Look at Pudge go wild with this overcharged tether. Whacking away with his cleavers and his meat hooks.
You just have kind of a you know, the way that the lanes went, the way that Samel got all those kills, he got his boost of travel so early that, you know, taking that fight top, you're playing into the bad boost of travel. He was able to get there so quickly. All that move speed allowed him to get in there and just kill the Monkey King. Maybe plays out a different way.
I mean, Puppy would be very happy with the outcome of that fight. He got like 500 gold from killing Sumail.
Okay, yes, Puppy loves getting gold, for sure.
He's got his arcane boots, 600 saved up towards a shard.
You know, yeah, we'll hype that one up. Let's go,
Oh,
Puppy.
yeah. I'll just
Solo
check you
carry.
back. Yeah, because Sumail was 5-0, and Puppy got the final touch on him.
He's got his level 6, so with the
ready.
arcane boots, with the power of the arcane boots, he's gonna swing down bot maybe, and could have some good kill threat there.
He's guarding Nisha for now. We'll see what he gets up to. I'm a big fan of Nisha swapping things around, not going for the Hand of Midas. Falcon Blade, Diffusal, Echo. He's still going to go for this brawling item build, which it feels like they need to do against Nigma here in this game.
Maybe that's a result of how top went. Just because you're thinking, okay, it's fine, Chrysalis will make space, Chrysalis will be the one that goes and fights, and when he goes top and dies in that fashion, you kind of realize, oh, maybe we can't brute force this with like 4v5s while I farm. Maybe I have to get involved and itemize like this because, yeah, this Bat Rider is a big problem.
Yeah. Because when you see one Nigma hero, it's not one, it's 5. They're all here. Like Miracle hooks the Tusk top. And how many Batrider TPs, Prophet TPs, they're trying to backstab Rezo, they kill Zayats, and they can't quite chase up to the Enigma. Sumail's gonna have another try with a flame break. Lasso's coming, but he just straight up black holes him. Now Nisha's in on top of the bat, and Sumail shredded by Rezo's turnaround. Secret ready to come back in, mind control. He's gonna get pounced upon by the monkey, jumping from the canopy down onto the Prophet. The hook to save him. The fairy fire's not enough, and Pudge pounced upon. Save your buddy syndrome coming into play as Chrysalis and Nisha strike back.
Wow, that was an overextension.
They're all looking for this edge. They get GH as well. Puppy and Rezo able to come back into their triangle and kill 4 members of Nigma. It's all about these reactions, responses. And Nigma come top, respond, push back. Secret doing the same thing. All of the fights around this top lane.
Yeah, we see the fruits of them bringing the Slock into things.
Well, they're going again. MC's TP'd in aggressively, but they got a lasso on the monkey to drag him out of the Wukongs. Nisha has already spent his Shadow Dance as Marcy gets the Unleash, looks to kill off Chrysalis here with Miracle and Sumail. They did lose the Nature's Prophet in the end. Mind control just a little too deep to set that fight up.
Lots of fight around this top tower. Nigma really don't want to give away their towers. They lose 4 heroes there. You think they might relax? No, they go again. They're still feeling it. They want to keep fighting. The longer they keep these towers up, the harder it is for Secret to play. They feel like. Obviously, I think the main problem with that 4-man death was just they went too far and weren't able to keep up with each other. You have a boost of travel Batrider who's getting ahead of himself, and the rest of the team just can't really keep up. Like, they're trying to kill someone, you know, back there, and Bat's chasing for someone else, and then suddenly you're just completely out of position and feeding like that. And it is something that's avoidable. You're still doing fine, right? Your Pudge and your Bat is still top of the net worth. It's not like you're super behind now and just can't fight. So nice of them to understand that they can still go.
Yeah, they've got a lot of macro maneuverability, getting across the map quickly, but it's like that micro maneuverability is just not there outside a rebound. Monkey King nearly had his Echo Saber. I'd like to have this triangle to himself, but it looks like sharing farm with Rezo. As down bottom, Nisha is trying to pounce and Shadow Dance away. Do they have anything to... Oh, yeah, Kuro. He just rebounds on the Slark. Another pounce into the trees. Mind control, he can sprout it. He can Wrath of Nature. Sumail's going to fly over them and find Nisha. It's a bit of a struggle to actually keep up with him, but yeah, they've got the Dispose there to drag him back into MC.
Okay,
And Nisha's courier died as well, so he's gone for 30, and his Diffusal Blade is down for 2 minutes.
That is pretty rough. And I was about to say at least Secret are going to go top now and try and take this tower, but I mean, Nigma already TPing. We talk about this global ability to get everywhere. Yeah, you're not committing TPs to bot, you're committing a reload, you're committing a Nature's TP. So they are just able to TP to this top tower and say, no, you cannot have anything. We will not ever give you any trades.
Yeah, like straight after that kill bot, Mind Control TP mid to push the wave hard, so Secret have to make this choice of push top, defend mid. What do we want to do? And then everybody TP top from Nigma to safeguard that tower. They're smoking down into bottom jungle now, though. Might find mind control as he is farming pretty forward.
Big killer.
His orchid's ready. Oh, did they see him? Jumping over the treants. They don't give chase. They know where he is, though.
Oh, did they not see him? Was that a guess that he was at the south side of the camp? Looked like.
Yeah, it looked like it.
I think. So you're playing with the Slark on Secret. This is a big thing, vision-wise, right? If Secret can kind of get good deep walls down, so they see that Nature's playing bot, because that's where he's going to be. No matter like what the game state is like, one thing is always certain: Nature's Prophet will try to farm that bot jungle. You can put a ward on like the cliff bot, you know, the high ground one, to see if he's playing in the trees there. You could put a ward that kind of covers that hard camp, you know, near the entrance that most carries or Nature's Prophet would swing from the triangle to those camps, right? Anytime you can see him, you know that there's just sort of a semi-reliable kill that you can get there as a team. But, you know, lacking that vision, we see that it doesn't quite pan out. They'll put that one on the cliff there instead now.
And keep that vision up. Chrysalis, even scared to show in the mid lane, just boundless strike and get that primal spring over the trees. It looks like Puppy's trying to bait with illusions. He's got the two, one hero plus one illusion together, faking it out. One illusion in the Roche pit, scouting inside there in case Nigma want to make a surprise sweep into the pit.
Yeah. There's a really nice ward here in the lane top by Nigma, because they're so adamant about defending this top tower. They just putting that ward down just lets them see the amount of heroes that Secret is always committing to try and push.
Miracle shows, missed his hook, but kills off Eidolons. And the backstab from Mind Control, going to get countered by a snowball, and the pounce in from Chrysalis. Oh, Nigma, they've got to back up now. They've lost MC, over eager to play aggressively. Miracle also in trouble. Nisha pounces in, but they've got the reload save. GH takes him all the way back. Not to base, but behind tier 3. Sumail pounced upon under tier 1 tower, though, and Nisha and Chrysalis. The gap close they have, just jumping Nigma heroes, finding them isolated. They can probably go look for more as Kuro getting snowballed on. Marcy trapped in the forest, punched into oblivion. Secret fighting back and getting these stacks up on Nisha's Slark.
Nice. What a save from Tusk there against the Orchid. I think, you know, it's hard to commit like that when you have that save, because it gave Secret so much time to just connect all 5 of their heroes top, bring in those numbers.
And finally get the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's about
At long
time.
last. Oh, they're aiming mind control bottom. Already 4 deaths on this Prophet. He's so eager to get involved. Tries to push that bottom lane, but it looks like Secret have found their groove. Now they're the ones able to move from lane to lane, utilize the Wraith Pact, still hold the black hole for the next team fight, and probably pivot towards mid and look for tier 1 there.
It's a little riskier for them to push towers, but if getting kills like this opens up the map for them, or it opens up the opportunity for them to poke at towers or try and take objectives or just kind of reclaim map space. I'm glad they could finally get top tower for themselves. You know, that is just a big relief there, since Nigma have been using that tower so like religiously as a TP point to keep fights and bringing them to Secret. And yeah, utilizing that ward. And that ward bot on that cliff is big for them. They just always want to be able to see who's playing in this bot jungle. If you can get any kill off it, I mean, it's so value. Because Nigma are focusing all their vision to top, so they don't see these movements to bot at all.
And it's pretty much always mind control down in that bottom part of the map. You spot him, you kill him. It looks like they are pinging out that there's some kind of vision over there. Marcy wants to head down. Puts the obs and sentries in the inventory from the backpack. Try and scout things out here to give a bit more room to MC. And there it is. We'll find the obs in the end.
Look at those 2 sentries. It actually has to be the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. Just misses the ward on both of them.
Oh, up at top, yeah. That's unfortunate. Oh, some tier 2 items. Get us that nice little bullwhip for Rezo.
So there is no way for them to really cancel the black hole other than getting a lasso off somehow, but it's a bit difficult, you know? Otherwise, maybe they'll just rely on Pudge hooking to save people from black hole. But other than that, right, you can get this black hole off. There is a definite win condition there. There's no Venge or Wyvern threatening you if you don't have a Lincoln Sphere. So he's going to go for that Blink Dagger now on Rezo. We're going for these BKBs on Chrysalis, and Niche are going for that Ags. When they hit these items, they're going to be really, really powerful. And I think that's when they feel most comfortable to start actually smoking up and looking for those big team fights. They're not pushing the issue with this mid tower. They don't care enough to throw away their lives on this. They know that they have actual timings coming up, and for now they've just been skirmishing and bringing numbers to try and kind of stave off the aggression from Nigma and not let this bat lineup sort of run over them.
Yeah, and knowing how quickly that Nigma could head into the Roche pit, they don't want to lose a team fight right on his doorstep. I mean, there, Nigma were even scanning Roche, trying to figure out where Secret are, because they've been off map for quite some time. Zayat's holding out top, 4 heroes sitting in mid, and they will group up by their mid tier 2.
Yep.
Smoking with Rezo, Zayats, and Puppy.
Chrysalis hit his BKB timing before... Oh no, Miracle was about to get his as well. They're actually matching the timings. So we might see a smoke into smoke.
Definitely a possibility. Secret might be the ones that just come in with a strike first. Well, they don't head up to Triangle. They're looking for MC lurking down in this bottom right-hand corner. Won't find him. He's farming Ancients. They've realized now. Zayats are just charging forward, get a bit of vision down. Might have spotted him on his way out. It does look like with this GH smoke from the mid lane. We'll connect in. Miracle leading. Sumail very speedy with his smoke on him. 550 move speed. And he's got the gap close to get onto Chrysalis. BKB up, but the lasso's there to drag him to high ground. Doesn't get quite on top of the cliff. And Miracle, a little isolated inside his Wukong's command, is just going to be turned on and focused by the monkey, but the reload save gets him out of there. Off to the right-hand side, right now fights with Nisha, while Kuro shreds through Rezo. The Unleash makes sure there is no black hole play, and Nigma get 2 double kills.
My god, that went so well for them. I thought it was going to be a rough one after Sumail lassoed the BKB. But I suppose he's used, that's his 9-second BKB on Chrysalis. You're having most of it go down just to a lasso. And you're not killing the bat in response, right? So I guess you're kind of losing out instantly there on Secret. They found it really hard to get into that fight. Nigma had this really nice deep ward down just on the staircase, like bottom left as well. So they're just seeing a lot of where Secret is, which helps that fight go well. They're getting that hook off instantly as well.
Yeah, and the fact that GH reloads Miracle to the right, he doesn't go back to base, he goes on top of Nisha, so he can continue doing damage. Oh, it's the Orchid on the Enigma that also helped out. Make sure there was no black hole, as Kuroki's Marcy has so much damage with his Unleash.
Yeah, definitely big there that Enigma doesn't have that blink, but he'll have it soon. Obviously, okay, Enigma have Aegis now. This is big for them. It's going to give them a lot of opportunity to keep fighting and try and like push the boundaries a little bit. They feel good after that fight. They know that they're stronger. At the same time, you took that fight in a good way where you didn't let them have black hole, but now in about like 1 to 2 minutes, Enigma's going to have his blink, and they have that element of surprise. Even if you have an Aegis, a 4-man black hole or something like that could absolutely win a fight for Team Secret.
They've even got blink on Puppy as well. So Witch Doctor can blink on the black hole, maledict a few people. Has his shard too, so Voodoo Switcheroo, a little safety mechanism for the Witch Doctor. And yeah, absolutely a fight that Secret couldn't afford to lose, giving this Aegis over to Nigma. But they are hunting, wanting to try and break out of this rut, get a kill on Kuro. Important now for them to try and de-ward this bottom jungle though, because there's 2 dire observer wards here that see everything they're doing. It looks like they'll miss out on both of them. Oh, that second sentry.
It's just missing these wards. This is repeatedly. I mean, great warding coming out then from Nigma, having that bot one that stayed, that top ward, sorry, in the lane that stayed up for so long, and these 2 right now in the bot jungle as well. Poor Puppy.
It's a difficult task.
Yeah.
This is only the beginning of the War of the Wards.
I think it's just you're trying to cover like multiple spots at once, because you're looking for, sometimes a ward is planted at the top of those stairs to the left of that sentry, and then also the top of the stairs to the right of that sentry. I think that might, or I know some people really like to ward the actual camp that sentry's in front of as well.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe a bit more communication with Zayats there. They could have separated these two sentry wards a little better to get some more coverage, but you know, what's done is done. Enigma will keep their vision up.
indeed. I mean, if Nisha ever just swings down there, he'll find them.
That's true. Yeah, that's always the bonus of having a Slark on your team. Shadow Dance passive. A Secret, they're sticking it bot. But again, Enigma, they know what's coming around this corner.
I think if they click Puppy there, they know that he just placed his ward. Oh, because they saw him on the ward walk down.
Yeah, so they're very likely going to get dewarded.
This is such a scary fight to take. You're just under Enigma's vision.
A Miracle,
Running.
pretty aggressive, blinks into the Eidolons and the creep wave. Yeah, Secret, very afraid though. They'll try and go on Sumail, but he's got a BKB. Bat Rider with the ability now to just lasso the Zayat's Tusk. Kuro's jumped in, and they've got the backup. Nisha aiming for GH, trying to find the IO as Pudge gets a member of the Monkey King. Crystallis hooked back in, but a big heal. His Boundless Strike brings him to full. Fights Kuro and takes her down. Marcy's gone, and so is the IO. The Slark is on mind control now. The BKBs from Enigma Galaxy being wasted. Expended defensively as MC still going to get brought down mid-TP. Looks like the Pudge will escape with his life. Miracle gets to Fountain, but Secret able to hold their ground even under all that dire vision.
Oh yeah, I mean they both had the ward up, right? There's the cliff ward too. Oh my god, Nisha is hunting. Relax, my friend. You're just gonna go for that base dive.
I bought this diffusal blade and I'll damn well use it.
Hell yeah. There was that blink from both of them. And Bat has to commit his BKB. Just to live, to make sure he gets out. I mean, yeah, you're killing... Wait, did he even kill Tusk? I don't think he did. He lassoed him, but he...
Tusk did die.
He did die, yeah. Alright. Meanwhile, like, the fight becomes super split as a result. Sumail pulls back the Tusk, and Miracle goes in on Crystallis, but he gets that lifesteal off, and meanwhile, Slark is just on your IO, on your backlines, and no one's really protecting it. It's really important when you play versus heroes like that you have 4-stars, Glimmer Cape, stuff like that. Otherwise, you know, GH becomes food. He has a mech, but that's not enough to keep him alive versus this Nisha Slark who is starting to really start to scale with this Ags and going for a BKB of his own now.
Yeah, that was your Aegis fight. That was meant to be a dominant fight for Enigma. Now losing out on it. Secret and edging closer and closer to late game where they've got this black hole threat. He's got Blink. He's working on BKB for resolution. Of course, Crystallis and Nisha both looking at these BKBs as Miracle misses the hook, unfortunately for him, but they do lasso the Tusk again. Kill off Zayats, bring the numbers. But after this kill, take control of top and mid lane. Still a scary prospect playing into black hole around objectives.
It's not super imperative to play top right now just because there's no Roshan. However, you're still happy to do it. If you can take a tier 2 tower, that's always going to benefit you, being able to have access to the outpost whenever you move down there. I think we're seeing the little intricacies of Secret's draft right now, just in how they can, you know, waste these BKB timings on Enigma with, you know, Tusk Snowball, Tusk Punch. I think Rezo played that fight in the right way to not die, but he was constantly like blinking back and kind of baiting Enigma heroes in to use stuff on him. Like the threat of the black hole was very present in that last fight for them, I would say.
That's why they're all spreading so wide, right? Going on different targets, trying to find the Tusk, the Monkey at the same time.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to focus, just dogpile on a hero and maybe hope for the best. Secret now on the offensive. Lane Ward might scout out Enigma's approach. They see Sumail. Big damage from that. Boundless Strike and Punch. That was your mid-bat, who's now gone. Relocate needed, and Crystallis just opens up on Kuroki. Monkey King comes out with a double kill. Secret, they've got all the momentum they need now. Oh, they're going to find the reload back, aren't they? Wait, where's... Wait, what?
What?
Hooked? He got hooked!
Oh, he got hooked!
Oh, man, that's sick! I forgot
That
you
is
could do
cool.
that.
Yeah.
Black hole bottom though. Mind control dragged into it. Gets the BKB off and Miracle arrives in the bottom lane. Crystallis trying to save his Enigma, but it's too late. Miracle and mind control, they will have to try and disengage, but the TP out from Prophet. The IO with a tether. Miracle healed up by the mech. Now Zayat's the one stuck under tier 2. The Tusk He's going to have to be the sacrifice from Secret here. The buyback from Bat also compounding the issues for Nigma as they get run at.
Getting a little too big for your boots there. Thinking, all right, we're in these fights. Let's just try and spread ourselves a little thin. Didn't have that backup for the black hole. He got his race pack down just before he died, but yeah, not able to get any more kills there. And now they're just going to smoke up. They have this lasso. They're looking for a kill. Something like this is perfect opportunity for Nigma to kind of snowball those kills into something more.
It feels like they've got to. Bat Rider has slipped from being top 2 in the net worth down to bottom of the cores. And Prophet getting a lot more priority, like you said, during the draft. He can transition into that, or he will transition into that right-click core. Bloodthorn and working on the Assault Cuirass next.
Yeah. Feels like this game is... There's a lot of priority needed on Nigma for these team fights. Oh, what is happening? Slock is in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, he's just clearing out Dire Jungle. Double pounce, Shadow Dance. Is there anything to stop him? A hook? Oh, man, that was a little close.
Nearly got it. But yeah, it feels like these fights could go really well if Mind Control's able to get on someone like Tusk at the start of the fight with his Bloodthorn and just stick it to him, because he is so valuable, right, in all of his saves and his ability to stall out BKBs. Oh, Puppy.
Yeah, he's got Wukongs here though. Puppy through that voodoo switcheroo tries to turn and fight. They've got the reload back, and the kill on Crystallis comes. Kuro's Unleash yet again just proving how powerful this Marcy can be, even from a position 5 roll. But TPing forward towards Nisha. MC won't be able to grab him. There's another pounce, but there's no TP here for Nisha. You might have to utilize Shadow Dance to slip away from Nigma's grasp, because they are diving deep. Zayats and Puppy are in behind the slug. Sumail and MC just going straight in towards them, but here's a turnaround from Secret. Nigma, they go a step too far. Mind Control pounced upon by Crystallis. They've got the damage to kill him mid-TP. And now Marcy, tracked back by the Slark and Monkey King. The chase potential of Secret is supreme.
Just feels like people are diving into each other over and over again.
One more kill, one more kill, one more kill. Yeah, GH might be it. He's got a Ghost Scepter and a tether across, TP home. Oh, it's successful. But this is all around the timing when Roshan's about to spawn. Secret, they peek inside, but it's still another 40 seconds to go. Nigma will all be alive in time to fight.
And how do you fight? So you want to either bait things out or just have, you know, the perfect quote-unquote team fight. If, I don't know, Pudge can stick on the Slark and kind of waste his time. You have Nature's Prophet killing that backline off. And Bat Rider, if you can get that lasso onto Crystallis. These are all sort of things you want to see happening. I mean, it's really hard. You just kind of want to break them apart as a team so that they're not together. When they're together, that's when you're scared of this black hole. I think Secret do have a much easier job of covering themselves in a fight, whereas Nigma, it's scary when Slark is jumping on your backline and you're trying to focus on that forward problem.
They found the Enigma. There's going to be no black hole. Oh, there is going to be a black hole. He got his BKB off and he turns to fight with Nisha. Zayas coming in, the snowball saving up Rezo. They hook back Puppy, but he's got the voodoo switcheroo. Inside the Wukong's Kuro. He can't stand his ground, has to rebound out. But in comes Mind Control now, silencing the Monkey King inside the trees. He's life-stealing back up, and Zayas with another jump. Finding the stun punch onto MC, getting Secret, a triple kill on Crystallis, and into the Roche Pit they go. Oh, Nigma trying to brute force these fights. It's not working out for them. And GH is going to get picked off all the way back in that Radiant Triangle. 4 kills for Secret. And now looking at Aegis with the Shard. A 3,500 net worth swing there going to the Radiant as well. 7k experience with nothing for Nigma.
Got your BKB, Gary. This is it. Enigma, he's not powerless anymore. You can't just, you know, Bloodthorn him and call it a day, living on that little breath and getting that final black hole off. I mean, this is a nice thing, right? If you can get that off even for a second, they're covering each other. They're getting in there with the Monkey King, getting the Wukong's command down. They're able to just do so much damage.
It usually feels so bad when you're 100 HP and use BKB, but that has got to be one of the best low HP BKB turnarounds I've ever seen from Rezo. And it's just like you said, he knew exactly that they've got Pounce, they've got this Primal Spring, the Tusk with the Blink, the Snowball, and a 4 staff. So much maneuverability here from Secret to gap close and fight back.
Yeah, they're struggling at this point. It feels like with their damage on their forward cores, the Pudge. Obviously, he does a lot of sustained damage, but in terms of burst, I mean, for him and Batrider, it's not exactly there. A lot of your damage is coming from mind control with his Bloodthorn, and he feels bad to just TP right into the thick of it because, you know, we talk about how much mobility Secret has to really get in there and stick it on them. It's very dangerous for him. He doesn't really have anything other than a BKB to defend himself. There's no, you know, Linkins, there's no 4-stars. Like, the Io has gone for a mech and a ghost just to keep himself alive versus Slark, who's constantly going for him. And Yamasi's going for the semi-core build, the BKB rush, might see her get a basher. I mean, that could be helpful, to be honest, if Kuroki's able to get a basher. But yeah, you're really lacking these support items that help you maneuver around the fights.
Man, trying to scale and scale. But it's feeling like Secret have just got the better heroes that innately do that. Dire scanning, bottom right corner. Nobody here. Smoke comes to nothing. Well, Secret smoke. Oh, they're going to position themselves up on this high ground. Good ward from them as well. Into the Dire triangle.
And it's nighttime. You got that night vision on Slark.
They saw Rezo with a Treant, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're jumping straight in onto mind control, sniping the Prophet. As Sumail goes for the lasso onto Rezo, looking to pick off this Enigma before he gets a black hole out, and Miracle will secure it. Kuro unleashed, but now runs away from the Voodoo switcheroo, while Sumail trying to force staff and push Nisha away. It's the Psychic Headband, in fact, while Crystalis. Another fight where he comes out with a double kill. 13, 3, and 9 on this Monkey King. 16 stacks on his Deso, still holding Aegis. And Secret, another domineering move. Finding the pick off, trading the Enigma, but he didn't waste Black Hole. He'll have it in 40 seconds when he respawns.
They do trade those offlaners. Definitely a bigger blow for Secret to lose your big Black Hole, but at the same time, they're so strong without him that they don't even really seem to care.
Yeah, Enigma need every piece of the puzzle here. Secret feels like they can fight with, you know, any pairing or trio.
I'm honestly really feeling the change to Nature's Prophet with that shard, and it kind of helps me understand why teams like BetBoom aren't super prioritizing him anymore. Because it's like, he's there, you're doing damage in these team fights, but the impact of having that 15-minute shard and being able to push lanes really hard and pressure with those, yeah, I'm feeling that a lot.
Oh, Kuro, he wanted to de-ward. Not gonna work out for him.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you know, we talked about Monkey and Slark and Tusk and Enigma, but it's like Witch Doctor has Blink as well. You know, he's had this for a while. Every single hero from Secret can just immediately snap onto a target they want to.
It's also really nice that Puppy's able to defend himself with that Voodoo switcheroo. How we've seen a couple times now, Enigma initiating on him and him just pressing that spell, and they can't kill him in time. You can't just sit there waiting for him to come out of it, because that's, you know, when Secret are connecting.
Oh, MC. How many times have we seen this? Trying to hide in the trees. Rezo's going to black hole the hook across, not stopping it. The Dismember will, but they've already lost their Prophet. And Rezo, reasonably tanky, just takes all the damage from the Death Ward, while Zayat's punching back the Pudge. They've got a lasso on the Slug, dragging him back to the Dire base. The rest of Secret are backing him up, though. Crystalis clearing out that creep wave. Wraith packed on the floor. And when this relocate comes back in, Puppy's here with a cask. And will connect along with the snowball, getting another takedown. And now an 11k lead emerging for Secret. The last seconds of this Aegis going to expire, but they've utilized it so well to build themselves up here 30 plus minutes in.
Well, there is a dead Enigma with no black hole. Could be a timing here for Enigma.
Yeah, they're going for it. But Nisha so quick on his fingers, gets the Shadow Dance off, and Sumail punch into the sky, lands down, and now Miracle, maledicted, death warded, caught up in the shards, and the dispose, it makes things worse. In the igloo, he's stuck there, and the dive from Secret. They're on to Kuro. He gets off his BKB, but he's dead. Shredded by the death ward, and now Secret, they're the ones that can open up on the tier 3 in the barracks.
So you're feeling it, right? This lack of 4-stars, this lack of saves, as soon as anyone gets gone on, they just die. There's just no getting out. Even if you're a Batrider, a hero that likes to buy 4-star, he's gone for this Octarine core instead. It feels so greedy. The best fights they're getting are when they're able to kind of cause enough chaos to split up Secret in some way. You know, that bot fight, they were able to get that lasso off on Enigma on this sort of backline area, you know, while Slark and the others are kind of racing forwards. And that just seems to be the best scenario that they're getting. It just seems really hard for them in general to force this type of fight, especially when Secret are really, you know, on it, and they're even fine to lose their Enigma.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we were looking for from Secret against Entity. This balance of being able to fight early on, match the tempo of your opponents, and still have late game scaling. You know, Enigma have gone pretty hard the other way. They've gone for this tempo, trying to get early game under their belt. They did so. The first 10-15 minutes looked exceptional from them. But I think Secret have just had a very good read of the direction of this game once it goes a little later.
Yeah. Oh, Nisha's gonna spot them out here.
He says hello. Sentry ward's down. Miracle blinks away. Chrysalis was also pouncing across the treetops. Secret just reposition themselves under their own high ground observer ward, while Enigma, they're all back in their base.
I mean, not to hop on this idea, but I do think not win condition, but a condition to help Enigma win their fights, at least, with this 4-star, it could be this lasso. If he gets a 4-star, if someone else gets a 4-star, it looks like GH is actually going for one now, right? If you're able to nab someone and pull them back twice, it is, you know, into your base, especially if you're like having to do a base defense, that could be a quick kill.
Yeah, and drag the monkey out of his Wukongs, because so far that's been a big problem of Enigma. They want to get in on top of someone, and they're dealing with Black Hole, the zone control that you talked about, the Wukongs, all this stuff on the floor.
If Enigma can just use this lasso in a way to drag Secret out of position, then they could definitely win a fight off the back of that. Especially if they're getting a kill from that lasso.
Well, they try on Kuro. Looks like Rezo just gonna idle on bottom, TP up to outpost. Prepare themselves for the potential Roshan respawn in 5 seconds. By keeping all the waves shoved in. 1.5 minutes to go.
Obviously, the nice thing for them, Secret are looking for 100 different openings. They're like, yep, we can start with, you know, if Enigma finds someone, we can start with that. If Tusk finds someone, we can start with that. If anyone finds anyone, you know, we're ready to rush to them. We have ultimate map control. We have a slot. We have a gem. We're controlling the vision. We're controlling the map. They have a very, very clear idea of where Enigma is playing at all times.
Yeah, in their base.
Yeah, in their base.
Observer World sees them. Eidolon see them. Secret. You're going to have to send someone bottom in a short while to deal with mind control split pushing. That can, of course, just be the Enigma with the boots of travel. Go down there, put the Eidolons to contend with those Treants. And now 40 seconds for Roche. Secret with triple observer wards covering that top jungle and in the dire base. Looks like Sumail trying to utilize this ninja gear just to keep himself hidden.
And Rezo's going for his refresher. Gonna be really hype having that double black hole. Obviously, we saw top. There is that little risk by not having a Lincoln Sphere. If he gets hooked while black holing, that Dismember can just cancel the black hole. But I guess he's feeling pretty good. He's got an Eon disc currently disassembled in his backpack, ready at a moment's notice to, you know, assemble it together and break something like the Dismember.
Yeah, all the lassos. It looks like Nisha catching a glimpse of Kuroki. Zayas, he wanted in, but a good little rebound away there. Gets the distance Kuro needed. So Secret, they poke into enemy triangle. Get some wards down. Think about Roshan now. He is up and scouted by a Treant. Secret need to get eyes in the pit.
Well, what is the biggest and best win condition of all, Gary? Come on.
Black hole?
No, it's the rapier, which Mind Control has just purchased for himself.
Has he actually? Oh god, yeah, you're right.
What is better than
my second answer would have been? Yeah, my second answer would have been buybacks.
No,
I was not guessing that rapier coming.
We're going all in.
We are indeed. MC trying to hide it. They've given this Roche freely to Secret though. So we've got Aegis over on Chrysalis. He's got his own relic in his inventory. I don't know if that's going to be a nullifier to deal with these Ghost Scepters or a rapier of his own.
Radiant's bottom
Probably the
tower
nullifier.
is under attack.
He's got a nullifier on Chrysalis.
Oh, he's finished it, has he?
Yeah. Rezo has that refresher shard. 2 black holes.
And an arcane
this,
rune.
Yeah, this is looking a little scary.
He kind of wants to go now. Give me an opportunity, please, Nigma. Run at us. Very disciplined from Nigma, though, just keeping as hidden as they can. That deep base ward, it's seen mind control. Secret will know that there's a rapier in play.
Yes. And now I think the high priority for Enigma should be like Io sticks with Nature's Prophet. He's been playing with Miracle pretty much all game, but at this point, mind control needs to. Oh man.
Sumail? Yeah, he goes into Lasso Puppy, but Zayat is there with the punch. Now a hook not landing. Secret. They disengage, smoke themselves up, and look for the next play. Enigma do have the high ground vision. Nisha, he knows it's there. They'll come in to deward it as a team. Guard the spots on the map as the hook across. Pole, the kick back. Miracle isolated from his team, and look at how much damage he takes. So quickly dispatched with. A Secret find the immediate kill on the carry of Nigma.
No lasso, no fear. You know, that's the biggest tool that they have to punish Secret's lineup on cooldown. And I mean, positioning is everything right now for Nigma. Your Nature's Prophet has absolutely nothing to get himself out. GH with that mech, he is actually even going for Vlad's. He didn't go for his 4 stuff. I mean, you need this stuff to kind of help mind control.
Yeah.
He's playing. It's such a risk. Everything is such a risk. It feels like they're just tiptoeing a line really hard on Nigma. And for Secret, everything is so open and easy.
It's like Nigma trying to not throw the game. They don't want to straight up lose. But at some point, you're going to have to play to win. You have to match Secret's moves up to your high ground. As Secret are the ones to jump in and kick Kuro back into the waiting arms of Nisha Slark. The lasso comes. Tusk dragged back with a black hole onto the Prophet with the death ward on him. All the reload out. GH saves MC so he can turn with the rapier and try and do damage into Nisha, but he's got Shadow Dance. He's invulnerable inside. It gets his BKB off, and away he goes with that Depth Shroud as well. Good Wukong's also zoning away Nigma, who didn't want to fight into it. But at the very least, they keep the Prophet alive and rapier in their hands.
Now, how quickly can Secret reset is the question for them, because you have used Lasso, you have used Relocate, and you use buybacks on Pudge and Marcy. This is massive for Secret, giving them, like, if they're able to go take another fight now, they have the refresher shot on Enigma. They can just use it, and you have that black hole again. So this time there would be no save. You know, can they smoke up here and just run back into them?
Yeah, I'm just everyone's eyes on MC. Like, make sure you're safe. Make sure you're secretly hidden away in the trees somewhere. He's going to have GH behind him, but 30 seconds until reload comes. It's going to be timed here by Secret with a move forward. Zayat dismembered before he can punch or kick anybody, but there's Rezo. Black Hole not clipping Sumail, only catching Miracle, but look at Miracle died to this Chrysalis Nisha combo. Another kick and punch from Zayat, aiming for Kuro as MC, pummeled by the Death Ward. Rapier's about to be on the floor. He's in the Sprout, but he's found by Slark. The pounce across will get Nisha a double kill. And Chrysalis grabs the Rapier. Team Secret on the verge of victory here in game 1.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find things that Nigma can do to bring this one back.
I mean, there's no buyback on Pudge. Prophet doesn't have Rapier anymore. It might just be a case of think about game 2 here, boys. Mind Control will buy back. Try their hardest to defend this final lane of barracks. Nisha and Chrysalis making short work of them as they get the jump from Zayas, but he's immediately silenced. Can't punch or kick. They get one pick, but they've lost their buildings. The base in disarray. And Nigma really with no options left now.
Secret have played this so well, and they understand that they don't even need to look for mind control. He has a rapier, sure, but you kill the Pudge first instead. It doesn't matter anymore. You know, like a whole, you know, big set of utility for Nigma, that hook to save teammates, that, you know, he has that shot as well, like any save, that all of that disappears when this Pudge dies. So you kill the Pudge, and then you can just go for the the Nature's Prophet afterwards, you're sitting pretty. You have a Basher on Slark. You have so many ways to lock them down, even through BKB.
Yeah.
You're just not sweating.
It's like an angry swarm of bees. You're just like, okay, I've dealt with one of them. There's another one here. There's a tusk jumping me. There's a witch doctor jumping me. And then you're thinking, wait, where's the queen bee? Where's this black hole from Enigma? It's there. It's hiding. But it's absolutely watching you for the moment to come in.
Yeah, this has just been a hard one to come back into. I think it really makes it worse playing into a Slark who is able to just remove so much of your vision. You're just constantly playing with limited options to fight, limited vision to play off of. Everything just feels like it's getting smaller and smaller and further away from you. And now Secret are just going to look for any pickoff they can get to snowball that into a good fight for them, waiting for someone to show and be out of position so they can jump.
They're waiting for someone in the mid lane to show. Puppy, lassoed, dragged into the Dire base, but he's got Eon Disc and Voodoo Switcheroo, overlapping them a little bit. Silenced now and killed as Nigma retreats away from the Wukongs.
A little
Glimmer of hope for Nigma.
puppy down. I mean, that's kind of the best situation you can really hope for, right? Just they overcommit a little bit and you're able to snatch that death. They even held it off for a little while with that switcheroo. I thought they would get the Slark shot off as well to keep him safe, but not quite.
Yeah, Nisha knowing where all that vision is. D-ward one of the obs in the triangle, knows the other one exists. And 2 wards up top, very defensive from Nigma, knowing that these fights will occur on the doorstep of their base.
Yeah. I mean, so the most likely place that they're going to come from, just because of how Roshan is on the map, right? It may respawn in 1 minute. Right, that's when we're going to start to have Secret focus, play it safe. They're not going to throw this game. They know what's at stake. This is TI. You don't rush into that base and die and throw it all away. So they're going to look for any opportunity they can get. If someone is out of position, they will make the jump for it, but they're not going to overcommit.
Especially when they've got Rapier. It's one of those weird little mind games where, MC has Rapier as a last-ditch effort, then Chrysalis takes it, but he's going to have to be wary not to give it away. Oh, that's a good move, though. Zayat finds the catch. Sumail, his BKB is worthless against the physical damage of Secret. They do get a hook and an Eidolon.
But it's not. It's Monkey King.
It is a monkey. Okay, I wasn't wrong. I thought it was a monkey, but it's like, oh, it's an Eidolon. Never mind. JK, reverse Uno back on you. Nisha, he's BKB'd up and Rezo's in with the black hole, catching the GHIO, but there's Sumail with the lasso, dragging him across the tier 4s towards Fountain as MC focused down, and Miracle, the death ward's on him. They've killed Kuro. Maldic ticking him down. Miracle's done for. Another death ward from Kuro, punched into the Wukongs, and Secret, they've got it now. GG called. Game 1 goes to Secret as they dive the Fountain for good measure. A celebratory black hole from Rezo in there as well.
Very, very clean game from Secret. After that 20-25 minute mark, it felt like there was just nothing Nigma could do anymore.
That was a good solid early game from Nigma, keeping that tempo up, making sure that these 3 semi-cores, basically, the Bat, the Pudge, I mean, yes, Prophet scaled later into the game, but they just didn't have anything after 20 minutes to deal with Monkey, Slark, and Nigma, and these multiple blink daggers and maneuverability items that Secret had in the team fights.
Yeah, there was just no real way for Nigma to disengage from anything. They didn't have the burst to kind of kill someone and then get out. And just, yeah, I really felt this lack of force stuff. It's something that I value a lot. After seeing these qualifiers, it has to be one of the most bought items, it feels like. And teams that have it just seem to do so much better in just, your ability to poke, force a BKB, get out, and they didn't have that. When they committed, they committed. And Team Secret were much better at punishing that with all of this AoE control and stuns. And my God, I mean, even the threat of Black Hole was so big this game. Just, I definitely think my favorite thing of all was just Nisha and him changing up that iron build, not going for the Midas, going for the fighting build and taking part with his team early.
Yeah, because he got involved in a lot of those fights top where They continually battered their heads against the tier 1, and they finally broke through. It felt like when they broke through in that top lane, got a victory, got a tower, that's when things became a lot smoother for Secret, as they do take this game 1 victory. It's a best of 3, though, here in the lower bracket quarterfinals, though. Team Enigma up against Secret. We'll have a quick break, so make sure you stay tuned for game 2 coming right around the corner.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with our game 2 for Team Secret against Nigma Galaxy, and we're in the lower brackets, the quarterfinals, on our way towards TI here for the Western European Regional Qualifiers. And Sheepo, it's a quick recap of game 1. What did we see? What did we like? What did we dislike?
All right. Well, there was some good play from both teams at the beginning. It felt like Nigma really had a handle on how they
10
wanted to play
seconds
the
remaining.
matchup. They defended their tier 1 tower top really religiously. They
5
understood
seconds remaining.
kind of their strengths and when they could fight.
Dire
However,
team pick.
sometimes they got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They started to dive, they started to throw a little bit, some deaths here and there. Felt like Team Secret reached this timing where they suddenly just took over. They
Yeah.
really utilized their slot for vision control. They were just itemizing really well to kind of enable everyone to get on top of things, like blink daggers on your
10
supports.
seconds
That
remaining.
shard on Witch Doctor, allowing him to just live a little longer so his team could get to him.
5
All these
seconds
little
remaining.
things just let them keep
Dire
fighting and
team
fighting and
Team
fighting at every
Secrets.
opportune moment, and it was brilliant gameplay.
Yeah, the Axe Tusk kicking Pudge away to isolate him. And then later into the game, the Rapier stolen by the Monkey King helped out to close the game out. DP
100%.
Undying. Opening bans. I mean, in the previous game, we had Nigma banning Invoker
10
Pango, so a
seconds
complete
remaining.
shift here from them. And Enigma
5
left
seconds remaining.
was left in the pool previously. Chen was one of the bans that Secret opted for, but here with first pick, they can actually go for the Chen Faceless Void if they want to.
You could. It's not bad, especially when you're playing versus Io. It's like a two-way street, right? Yeah, Io can save from the chrono, but you can also chrono the Io, and you kind of always know where he's going to be. He's always going to be close to that Leshrac in this case, is the pairing they wanted to go for. So it's not bad by any means. I really rate Faceless Void super highly.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Admiral
Oh, it's a
Concar.
bit different.
Definitely an answer though. This is just another IO counter answer. The X marks is both good, to catch the IO. Like when he's trying to reload out, it doesn't matter. If you X Leshrac and he tries to
10
reload, you're gonna
seconds
bring the
remaining.
Leshrac back. That save is no longer a thing. And you're also playing into this
5
boat that can
seconds
catch both of
remaining.
them when they're stuck together. This boat also just really helps keep people
Dire
alive
team
when
back.
Nigma go for this pick-off player or whatever they have you, where they really want to just reload in,
Team Secret's
kill
turn to
you and
ban.
get out. Conquer makes that much harder alongside the Chen heal too.
Yeah, and it's been explored in recent times, this ability to use Kunkka as a death ball hero as well. You mentioned the damage mitigation out of Coco's rum, but also the fact that if you are pushing, you need someone to go back to base, collect an item to keep that snowball
10
going, or just
seconds
regen
remaining.
up in Fountain. They TP, they get X marked back, and you can continue that steamroller
5 seconds
in one of your
remaining.
lanes. It's so good when you've got a Chen already there. You can actually transfer these little pickoffs that Kunkka enables into long, endured pushes.
That's true. That's a great point. I love that ability of Conquer, actually. It's just like one of those small things that has such a massive impact, where you're just never having to give up your map control.
Dire team ban.
Also, yeah, even outside of the pick-off side of things, this Rum is going to be just so good in general versus Leshrac. He's a hero that really wants to do a lot of long, sustained damage throughout the fight with that amp from Io, and the extra mana just let him go for longer. And they're going to make that much harder on Secret, especially if they have a Wraith Pact buyer
10
as well.
seconds
I don't know if
remaining.
Chen wants to buy it, or if they want to pick a hero, another hero that can buy it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, have we seen Rezo play
Secret's
Visage?
turn
It
to
doesn't
ban.
feel like we've seen that at all. He's been playing these Enigmas, Dawnbreakers, Lycans, things like that, rather than the Visage himself.
But yeah, he might not opt for it. I mean, if he wants to go something like Beastmaster, that could work.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a good shout.
Yeah,
going into these bands: Bat, Void, Dawnbreaker, Razor. So they are aiming a little bit towards Rezo there with the Dawn and the Razor bands. Try and make sure they give Miracle a safer time. We might be seeing a bit of a shift from Nigma as well. You know, looking at the way Secret drafted, they did go for some late game carries that could scale. Pudge, okay, yeah, he can decently, but he's not that classic right clicker that we see from Miracle more often than not.
Yeah, I'd be mighty keen to see an actual proper carry. This Pudge for me is so weird. I've seen him destroy games and own, but also seen him kind of go the way of last game where he's not able to really kill anyone. It's obviously hard as well because he got really hard countered last game playing into Enigma, Monkey King, Slark. Like all three of these heroes have such a good matchup into him.
Witch Doctor as well.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I
5
don't blame him
seconds
for like
remaining.
how the game went at all.
Yeah.
This time though, you have second pick in the draft, so Enigma are the ones that are going to get their counter pick this time. So he should have a much better game and matchup. I want to see some team fight coming out from Nigma, like AoE control to allow Leshrac to dump all of the damage that he currently has. In the past, like Mars was a really big hero that people like to pair with him because the arena kept everyone right in place. Dude, Nisha just clapped so happily on seeing that Primal
did
Beast.
he?
Dude, what?
We've seen a fair amount of Primal Beast play. He's looked decent in the offlane when he
10
gets that
seconds
BKB.
remaining.
Not really the most flexible hero. Can go 4, can go 2, but it feels
5
like he's
seconds
suffered a lot in some of these other roles. They're kind of expecting this to be the MC, or hoping this is the MC hero. The ability to get into backlines, fight people. But there's the Monkey again for Secret. So they've got 2 cores already from their 1 and 2 positions that can fight early and scale with physical damage.
The Monkey was great last game. And even though the first rotation from
10
Chrysalis didn't go
seconds
so
remaining.
well, I think the fact that they even made that move shows that they really understand the hero and his
5
timings and what they
seconds
can do with him, and I liked a lot how they played with it.
Dire
This-
team
Like being able to X-Mark someone back into Wukong's
Yeah.
feels real nice. Oh, Mirana.
Okay.
What's the reason for this? Like we've seen a bit of mid Mirana, a bit of 4 Mirana from like Goon Squad and them. Well, Toby played position 3 Mirana as entity against Secret. So maybe that's a lesson they've learned. Maybe this is a
10
Rezo
seconds
Mirana.
remaining.
Maybe.
And then we go for like an Earthshaker last pick, because that was pretty
5
sick from
seconds
Entity. Like
remaining.
ES Mirana lane, then into the mid game, they've got the catch and kill potential.
I might prefer to have it be a pos 4 if I'm assuming they're saving their offlaner for last pick if that is the case then. Because Conquer can go offlane, right? But for me, if they can pick another hero with some form of stun or setup for Mirana, then you could have an amazing game with rotations there. Because X marks into Arrow is already like a super potent combo.
Yeah.
I mean, even if that's the lane, right? That is a combo in itself. And then they can just save the last pick for mid. They kind of have it open for them.
Every way.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Mirana just synergizes nicely, and it does that damage with the Starfall. They currently got quite a bit of burst with the X marks combo with the boat and that. I think Nigma maybe though could probably take advantage of the fact that Boundless Strike is the only real stun they have that could catch them by surprise.
Yeah, I
This
was
is
looking at
honestly
this.
good, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, do they go Shadow Demon or Abaddon, someone to save them from these X marks and arrows? But when you've got an IO on your team, it feels really awkward picking another save hero, having double saves with no active play. So here, adding a bit of team fight, a bit of
10
sustain.
seconds remaining.
You know, Sunray plus IO heal. It's no joke when you've got a Leshrac face tanking
5
and
seconds
charging into
remaining.
battle with all his magic damage.
But I think the important thing is he can get his egg off. Alright, when I talk about utilizing their lack of real proper stuns, it's like, yeah, if you conquer X marks Phoenix, right, and try and do that arrow combo, Phoenix can still just swoop in anyway and then press egg, and then the X marks literally doesn't do anything. Or they can try and set up that combo and he can just
10
egg, and they can get
seconds
that
remaining.
kind of turnaround with Nigma, with that reload in, with Primal Beast Onslaught in.
5
I think that
seconds
ways of
remaining.
initiation
Turn to
are
ban.
very awkward right now in Nigma. That's probably my
Yeah.
biggest criticism. And the carry generally doesn't solve that in a draft, so it does make things a little hard. I'm trying to think of what would best synergize with their.
Well, that's the
current
thing. It would be like a Sven or something for me, but then you're playing Sven into Monkey Kunka,
10
and it's just
seconds
not the greatest. Like usually these initiation heroes from carry, they are melee, they're
5
strength
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
It can be a bit difficult. But do you think this egg has enough cover
Dire
against
team
Mirana
back.
Monkey? There's ways here for Team Secret to kill it off before it lands.
that's kind of what I mean, right? Because yeah, I agree with you. I think like the cover is not there. There's no big stun that
Secrets,
keeps
turn
everyone
to
in
pick.
place and says, yeah, don't hit our egg. Because even if they do egg, what's really to stop Secret from just walking away? Like
They've got Onslaught, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, because last game we saw the problems that Nigma had, where they didn't buy 4 staffs and could never really disengage
10
from things.
seconds remaining.
Right, and in this case, let's say Secret buy a bunch of 4 stars. I mean, they can just turn it
5
around.
seconds remaining.
Doesn't matter. Like you get people out of the Leshrac stun range. I mean, there's no real setup for him. Like this is
Dire
quite an
team
awkward stun to land.
Dragon Knight.
God, what could they pick?
Well, there's your
Uh,
combo. DK Mirana.
Yeah, this just makes the Mirana so much more effective. This was my biggest problem with Mirana as a support, was that if you only have one guy with a stun, it just makes it so hard for you to ever kill anyone. Now she has the freedom
10
to move
seconds
between
remaining.
lanes and always have a way to kind of have impact.
Yeah.
5
Move into mid with
seconds
X Mark,
remaining.
even TP bottom with a Boundless or Chen creeps. This is going to be a real nice time for Zayats, assuming he is the one playing Mirana.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they could just aim to pick some Death Ball stuff with Leshrac and Io. You could go something like a Luna and just play with that aura and run it, you know, have a way to group up and push towers. That magic damage going to be a bit effective there. You can rush a BKB on her. What else is there? I mean, you could just, yeah, it's kind of rough.
TB?
It's a bit rough when you're playing illusion heroes or melee heroes into this lineup. But
Yeah. Tidebringer, Boundless Strike. I mean, Monkey King can always think about, you know, buying a Battle Fury. We've seen in the past Kunkers buy Radiance to deal with these PLs and TBs and their illusions. And then they've also got answers, like the way that these heroes can itemize. You know, you think maybe a Spectre could come here for Nigma's late game. Silver Edges can easily come out of both Monkey and Kunker as well. It's really nice having these 2 core heroes early picked in the draft, and they've got the ability to itemize whichever way this draft goes for their opponents.
yeah, you could always go some semi-carry, I guess, like a Necrophos.
You may now select your
Bloodseeker.
heroes.
All right, we get a Bloodseeker. That's fine. That's good. It's a little rough, maybe just because he is melee. He has to try and, you know, stand up to a Monkey King carry. And
It's-
I don't know if he wins that man fight. Maybe with Basher late game when he's hitting really quick.
Maybe, yeah. It's a Kuro Beast, though. Mind controls your position 3 Phoenix.
Oh, hell yeah.
There
That's
still
new.
isn't that much cover for Supernova, though, which can be a worry.
Yeah, I think I like the Bloodseeker pick, but I also dislike it in some ways. I just think it's difficult for him to stand in Wukongs and do anything. And also the Conquer Rum is going to reduce a lot of damage from Rupture. So if they do get Ruptured, they have that option of, okay, get the buff going, and then we're just going to like try and run back to a position where we can feel good, like a high ground or whatever. But at the same time, yeah, the Rupture does cause a lot of problems. That is some semi-cover for the egg, right? You don't want to, you know, if you're Ruptured, you don't ideally want to run away and take all that damage, so it could just keep you in that place for the Phoenix Egg.
Is this another draft where Nigma need to come out a laning stage ahead? It feels like Team Secret have the same kind of scaling they did in Game 1.
You probably want to have a good laning, yeah. This Phoenix especially, because I'm assuming he wants to go like Vessel and Shivas and stuff like this. All these items that are going to cut through this big tanky health pools of Secret's lineup.
That's a good point. Bloodseeker Shard as well later on. That's been one of these answers to the tankier heroes. Having that pure percentage-based damage against Kunkka, DK. Could be their undoing, but we'll get underway here. Game 2. A Secret lead 1-0 in this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Secret 1 win away from progressing, and Nigma 1 loss away from dropping out of the qualifiers. All on the line here, especially for Kuroki.
Both walls placed. A smoke though on Zayat, so they don't spot it out.
Yeah, Nigma all gathering up together, not wanting to move across the river. Wait and see what comes their way. Secret doing the exact same thing down bottom. One of those sneakier wards just up atop a cliff. Very difficult to deward that.
The smoke, not smoke, but the rotation on Nigma might be a little bit easier than Secret potentially this game. If you have Bloodseeker especially hitting level 6, you just Rupture and come in with Samael at any point. And they can kill any hero on Secret. Their turn ability gets much stronger when Puppy hits 6 and you have that heal.
Yeah, they need their 6s. Boat, Wukongs, Hand of God. That's all their team fight there from their ultis.
The battle begins.
Zayat's going to zone away GH. Miracle just going to dip back for the safer rune. 2 for 2 to start things off. And one of the things I'm most curious about, though, is this Kuroki Primal Beast. You know, I said in the draft, I've not really liked it out of the position 3 role. Is this...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's his goal here? Is just going to be team fight disruption from the Primal Beast?
Probably just trying to get on. I think the main thing is this Chen lane, I imagine, because that's when we've liked it the most as a support, right? Or in an off lane, is if the Chens have seemed to find it hard to deal with getting onslaughted on and like trampled and stuff.
Yeah.
Creeps don't really seem to matter. He gets a lot of armor out of his what's it called? The uproar. Yeah. So I think the lane matchup just seems to be really nice, and that's why people are liking it a lot. And then yeah, in this mid game, if he can get in there, trample as well. Trample destroys trees, which is going to make it quite annoying for Monkey King to play his fights.
Oh yeah, that's true. They've got like Supernova, Trample, Split Earth. Ways to bring Crystallis down to the ground. And we see there across all 3 lanes. Sumail against Nisha. Kunkka versus Leshrac. Kunkka coming out pretty hard ahead early on. Has that base attack difference going his way. But once we get into the second point in Lightning Storm, Sumail will be able to catch up. Shove these waves back against the Tidebringer spam.
Oh, it's definitely really annoying to deal with that. And it's set up, right? You're going to keep hitting him. Tidebringer, get him low. Yeah, he's going to get like runes and stuff to kind of help back up. But if you can bring Mirana for this 4-minute water rune, for example, and take away that regen, you could even potentially get a kill with the X marks into arrow. It's just always something to think about and be fearful of. And I think that's why Sumail put his ward on the north side of the lane, because he's looking for that Zayat's like rotation to try and kill him.
I see him coming in. So yeah, we might see that value point in X mark a little earlier than we usually do. Maybe go for this 1-2-1 build once you've hit 4. We'll see what Nisha does. It's down at bottom. It did get a courier snipe. Puppy removed mind controls. Courier coming into that bot lane. But they've got so much regen here for Nigma. It feels like they just want to continue scrapping and battling. Kuro with tangos, mangoes, salve. Phoenix with fairy fire and tangos. Even a stick purchased by him. It's a hard struggle though. Like Puppy's hit level 2 now. He can go for the divine favor. Has the headdress. So Crystallis going to be very happy just to continue fighting back. Uproar and a move forward, forcing Puppy away. The battle of the bosses. It looks like Chen going to get the upper hand, though.
This lane gets scarier with levels, for sure, on Nigma's side. Phoenix, I think both of the heroes on Secret's lane here, they rely on right clicks and stuff, so this Fire Spirits are going to be absolutely massive at like level 3, then level 5 especially. I think Sumail kind of has like easy pickings of I can go to either lane and probably just get like a free kill.
Very likely. And Kuro right now, the warding battle. He got his sentry dewarded in a small camp, places another, body blocks it, and dewards. It looks like Puppy did manage to deward his medium camp, but that also got blocked up. Just going to grab one of these little Satyr Banishers with the Purge. Maybe take off the Fiery Spirits if they do get chucked at you. And how about that top lane?
How about it? They get that pull off, because right now I mean Rezo's again, he's suffering a little bit in CS, but he's happy when the lane is in front of his tower, because it gives Zayat that space to rotate. Like right now, she's going for that 4-minute water rune that we talked about. You're thinking, okay, Rezo's happy, but the lane got pulled. Doesn't feel that great. I think it's gonna double up though, so that's okay. It'll push back into his tower, and he'll be completely fine with this. I don't think they should be able to kill him.
And Sumail sees this coming. Good Dire Observer border near the bounty rune. Saw the Mirana shifting into mid.
He's just behind him.
Yeah, Zayat. Where's the high five? Come on.
I mean, even if you get that X mark into arrow off at that point, you're not going to kill him.
Yeah, just maybe making sure that Sumail is forced down to the bottom rune instead of going up to the top. And Zayat's just going to farm a little bit in the jungle. Use that arrow, TP top, help out Rezo. Because Miracle and GH, they're on his tail. Dragon Blood is level 2, so he's a tanky fella. And he's under his tower now, but Miracle with a ranged hit from the Bloodseeker, like 500 range away, slices him down. Oh, Miracle unlocking some skills we didn't know Bloodseeker had. And Zayat, he doesn't have leap. He's got Starstorm Arrow, so it's a double for Miracle.
That has to be illegal. He like broke his arm off and just taped it to his other arm for that kill. Ain't no way.
Stretch Armstrong over here.
Seriously. All right. Well, you're feeling terribly sad about that. if you're DK, but at least the lane is pushing in and you didn't miss too many creeps. I think the worst part was just your Mirana dying too. And he used his TP to respond to that, so he's gonna have to walk to top lane or mid lane. It's approaching 5 minutes, so 1 minute from now, you're definitely thinking about this 6-minute power rune. I think Nisha might even be able to get his level 6 before that and have that kill threat. Sumail doesn't have like a wand or raindrops, so the damage should be pretty good. And yeah, your main issue in terms of damage is just Mirana's pretty underleveled, so she doesn't have like 2 points in Starstorm, which could be maybe that deciding difference.
Yeah.
But
And a
still,
good start for
should be good.
Miracle to get the ball rolling. His triple slippers of Agi, his all venom already paying off. Shift quickly into the phase and the maelstrom.
Yeah, triple slippers. Is that the build?
I've seen it a few times. I think I've only seen it on Bloodseeker and Lone Druid. It's what Yuragi goes for the triple slippers on LD the hero rather than the branch build. And yeah, we've seen a couple of times this Bloodseeker go triple slippers, just get that extra bit of base damage, make sure you're securing all the last hits. Now there we see it back, the long reach, the long arm of Miracle's Law. You're taking down the DK.
It's like maybe I overreacted and it's just like better in the replay, but nah, that is just not fair. Okay, Nigma's power or Ruler has gone down or something. They are all disconnected.
Yeah, it looks like they said they had lag, so probably resetting the router. We'll come back in a couple of minutes and get ourselves back into the game. So with Chen leaving that bottom lane, leaving Chrysalis alone down here, it's pretty scary for this Monkey King, isn't it?
Potentially, yeah. He has the Boundless Strike, and that's kind of it to disengage Kuroki when he tries going on him. He is level 3, and he hasn't skilled up a spell yet. I think he's just wondering, like, do I go for another point in Trample and just, if I have the opportunity to get on top of Puppy without an Onslaught, or do I need this Onslaught? We've seen a lot of these combination lanes with Primal Beast where there's a stun, right? Like a Hoodwink or something. Something to set up, and then you Onslaught into it. But Mind Control is not doing that for you. The spell's obviously still really good, but yeah, it's much less reliable, especially because it makes that sound even from fog. Chrysalis is always just going to be able to step back and get to his tower, and the equilibrium seems to really be in front of Chrysalis's tower most of this time, which means that you don't have that long lane chase if it was closer to their own tower.
That's kind of what you want with Onslaught and Dive. And it has to be said, there's a lot more tools here for Enigma to use. You know, we saw Puppy draft and execute with the rest of his squad a lot of these smaller maneuverability spells through the Monkey and that. Here we've got Dive, we've got Onslaught, the ability for Bloodseeker even to chase with his max move speed first. And of course, Io with that tether relocate can get them across the map. I guess Lesh is no slouch either. He's got pretty good base move speed. 370 with just the brown boots. So plenty of ways here for Enigma to actually fight around the egg, chase people down once we do break out of this laning stage.
Yeah, I wonder what Sumail's going to buy this game. Because if you're playing against Monkey King and Kunkka, it's definitely not a bad shout to go for a Yule Scepter. But he might instead just choose to do something like Travels, maybe that Kaya, Sanj, BKB, this type of stuff. You're playing with saves in the form of Io and Phoenix, so maybe he's not super keen on like having to go for a defensive item early.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Because we've seen some shifts out of these, SS Lenas. We might see a shift out of Leshrac. Because the Aetherlands build used to be a thing, but you might be right. Just go for the Travels, the Windlace, get max move speed. Sprint around the map as this Lesh.
So the chase ability on Nigma is pretty massive. You just highlighted it as well. And it's, when we see these Batrider lineups and their ability to just run people down, Nigma pretty much have the same. If this Leshrac, I think the last time we saw him playing it, right, he was absolutely insane. His comfort level was super high. He was getting that blink dagger, going really aggressive, trying to, this IO enabled him to have the health and the confidence to kind of go anywhere he wanted on the map. So we might see that again. I think on Secret side, though, they do have a lot of ways to punish it. Any X marks into arrow combo could result in a death. He cannot simply rely on the IO relocate to keep him out of safety as well because of that X. You have a lot of different ways to be stunned. Monkey King can come connect very easily with that tree dance. The Boundless Strike is another form of stun and control. Like, they have ways to kind of keep Sumail off of them.
Yeah, the last time he played Lesh, he went 9-3-11. It was the Yule's, the Travels, Yule's, Bloodstone. He had the Eternal Shroud as well as an Aetherlands and a Blink Dagger. So yeah, lots of ways to increase his range. Gap close on them. As we do get back into it. Game 2 here for you just joining us. Best of 3 between Nigma and Secret in the lower bracket of the TI qualifiers for Western Europe.
It's a hype one. Whoever loses this is out of the running for TI, and we're already a game down on Nigma. Secret playing phenomenally in that game 1. So if they can just channel that again for the second one, it could be a clean sweep for them.
Yeah, and I keep thinking it's like a guarantee to go to last chance qualifiers, but they've even got a series after this they need to secure to get into lower bracket final and gain top 3 spot.
Yeah, that threat of the lower bracket.
It's a long road.
This game's been very passive so far. Obviously, Zayats has been trying to make moves around the map, but these wards have been scouting him out and making it very hard. I think top lane especially, usually you want to get a lot more of these stuns off, but I think Miracle's been doing a pretty decent job of just sitting in the creeps and making it hard to get that angle off of him.
And
yeah,
GH even gets a reward up to spot Zayats.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear he's going to be going mid anyway, just for 6-minute runes.
Well, they are converging bottom here with the Primal Beast and Lash. Rune spawns top, it's a regen. Gathered up by Zayats, or denied by him, as the trample from Kuro. Closing in on Nisha. Not really the opportunity to kill him off, though. As down at bottom, they get the Boundless mid-dive onto Mind Control. They've caught out the Phoenix. He's still level 4, and he's just going to get burst down here. Jingu stacks, body blocks, a Satyr in front of him, and Puppey kills him with it.
What a great block from him. That was really nice, really keen, seeing that Kuroki had left the lane and that they had that moment to go, taking full opportunity.
Yeah, the great timing from Chrysalis to bound strike into the dive. As it looks like Nisha was thinking about TPing elsewhere, but he's got Puppey's Chen coming in to regroup with him. Nigma swarming top, though. Double ward. They see pretty much everything. Kuro spots Zayats, and he's going to onslaught on towards Rezo. Trample. Turned around and DK stunned, and it looks like Kuro has gone way too far in here. Doesn't have the team to back him up, and Secret responding with numbers of their own. And Kuroki's still growling from the grave there. I don't know if you heard that.
I heard it, yeah, I did. This was weird. What? I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the XP changes. Well, I wonder how impactful they are, like not having a rupture there on Miracle. I guess GH has been taking a lot of XP because he's level 4 as well. Because Rezo's 6 now. I feel like he's been left alone a lot. So I guess this makes sense still as well.
Yeah, Zart's doing a lot of roaming around and getting his experience from the jungle with arrows rather than leeching from lane.
Yeah.
Chrysalis, he jumped forward here, but he wasn't expecting Lesh to be there, but he's going to get the mischief and the boundless strike off and maybe survive. Oh, that damage from Sumail is far too much. Puppey wasn't near enough by. And they will TP down to aid Nisha, though, with this X-Mark drag back with a Torrent boat and the arrow all connecting on Mind Control. They'll bring the Phoenix down in the trade.
Nice big rotation. It's also really nice for Nisha that he's playing basically in the jungle and giving that mid lane to a support. I know Zayats came and connected too, but yeah, he was originally farming mid. Nisha's just farming that jungle, and it gives them that opportunity to quickly swing bot and get that gank and just make Mind Control feel threatened. Because Phoenix does not want to farm the jungle. It is not something that he is very good at. So if Nisha can pressure him a lot, it really limits the amount of gold that he can get. I mean, I'm sure he's also been thinking about how much he wants to kind of kill this Monkey King, right?
Well, there's the move, exactly as you said it. You hear the onslaught coming. Chrysalis, he sidesteps, leaps on the trees.
Yeah.
Well, they know that Sumail's invis. Arrow slides right on by.
Like, now he knows they know he's invis.
But it gives a chance for Rezo to back up. Make sure he doesn't get caught out by the rupture, which has come up here for Miracle's Bloodseeker.
This ward that Secret has put in front of the Roche Pit is a really nice one, just because usually in the early game you tend to keep those sentries sort of focused around the mid lane, looking for those high ground wards, as well you look usually around the cliffs and stuff like that. So they're going to get it now just because of that arrow being thrown, but otherwise, yeah, that is a nice ward that tends to go unnoticed a little bit in the early game.
Miracle on the run. Doesn't get clipped by the Torrent. Still an arrow to contend with here as it just ruptures up Nisha, but there's the X-Mark boat. Sumail coming in with GH to save up Miracle as they turn onto Sumail with the arrow and the damage. He's got a fairy fire, but a heal from his wand. Now the turnaround onto Nisha, but it's Coco's rum, keeping them all so tanky. Great onslaught though from Kuro with a trample onto Nisha. They should be able to finish him off. A killing spree for Miracle as he slices into Rora's Resolution. Find the takedown on him, but it's the neutral creep that finishes him off in the end. No leaps remaining for Zayas, though, and another guaranteed kill here. Maybe he can turn, but doesn't get the arrow off in time towards GH, so Miracle gets the double kill. A stellar start from him. 4-0 on this Bloodseeker now.
They brought more heroes. Felt like just had only the Phoenix farming bot. Meanwhile, Chen and Monkey King not taking part on the side of Secret. And they're just going to go right back bottom for a fight. Don't have that boat for 30 seconds. Only the X into arrow.
Oh, a dive back. Mind Control realizing he is X'd. Might just have to pop the egg here. But Zayas, he can focus it down. The burn damage from this Pulse Nova and the egg doing tremendous amounts of damage in towards Crystallis. Inside the Wukor's command, Miracle will take him down. Sumail comes out with a double kill as Nisha, always stuck down here in the trees, ruptures on him. Torrent landing nicely, but he can't slip away. Miracle wants the high five. He'll get it in the dying breath of the Kunkka.
He just tried running away anyway. I don't care if I'm ruptured. I'm gonna make you run for it.
Make them work for the kills. Well, this is Nigma now transferring their efforts into a tier 1 thanks to the catapult and its level 3 edict. And Mind Control, that first supernova, setting up for a glorious fight for them.
They got that kill onto the Phoenix, but you're definitely feeling the struggle of playing into a Leshrac early. He's just putting out so much damage constantly that you are not really able to deal with it. Even Crystallis, right? He's only got 2 points in Jingu. He's not getting that much lifesteal back.
Kuro?
So Kuroki is just going crazy right
That's
now.
a mech on Puppy. But even under tier 2 tower, Nigma, they're diving them. Can't go for the Kunkka. And he will get a nice torrent landing onto GH. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This Sumail Lash, like he's tanky with this Io Tether behind him. Now has a fairy trinket to play with as Miracle finds that in the jungle. And we saw in the top lane fight how quickly they turned. They were starting on Miracle, got him to half HP. They realized, Secret know that Sumail has to be the hero they kill off first.
Yeah. For Secret, though, they've kind of tested their ability to play into Lesh now, and I think they know that, okay, he's really strong. We can pick him off, definitely, but these big team fights are very hard for us to take. So they should just play much more around trying to get Resolution his Blink Dagger now. He went for this Falcon Blade, and it's going to really delay that timing. So he just needs to be given that space for now. They're going to let mid go as a result. Like, they just can't really fight it. They want to just get some items instead.
And yeah, they've got perfect vision in that triangle. They've seen Nisha farming there. They've spotted Rezo going top. They know that Zayas is lurking around in mid. So they just stick here with 3 heroes while Bloodseeker and Phoenix, they can get the side lanes, get the farm that's being pushed in towards them. Now we've got Spirit Vessel done on Mind Control now, and Miracle with his Maelstrom much faster at scaling and clearing through these camps. Aiming towards that BKB, so they will have that mid-game team fight ability. Looks like Sumail going for the same build he's gone for previously. You mentioned it, the Arcanes, Yules, Eternal Shroud coming up. Even though it feels like there's not that much magical damage, Eternal Shroud, such a great item there as the boat crashing onto GH. A quick pick as it might turn into a bit more. Making a meal out of this. Secret, get the Tidebringer. Cleave onto Sumail's Lesh.
And there's that pick off. It's exactly what you're searching for. Just especially getting it to kill Io first and not give him the chance to reload out. Nice there, just to bring Crystallis into the mix, get him involved as a carry, utilize that vision from the tree dance. Get those kills. I think Mind Control showed top as well on that lane, so they just kind of knew that, they can do this quick in and out and give Rezo as well all this time to just keep farming for that Blink Dagger. He's 1.4k gold into it now. Slowly getting there.
But getting on top of Nisha, throws a torrent, but he's been ruptured up and chased down by Sumail and GH. Miracle closing on him. He wants another high five. Nisha gives it to him as he dies. Secret with no answer there. Someone showed on the top ward. It was Rezo, like you say, farming that Blink Dagger. So both teams really using the information they're getting on the map, that process of elimination, knowing that they don't have the numbers there and fighting into the weaker opponents.
It's good as well. You're not wasting your spells as Secret. Like, the mech and the Hand of God were there. Oh, Rezo being forced to TP out top. Quite annoying for him, but he'll just go to the tier 1 tower. But yeah, not wasting your spells, understanding like, okay, we just give up this kill, but we're inching towards our condition to be able to take a fight. Rezo's at 1.6k gold now. What's he bought? He's got a South. I wouldn't mind seeing Zayats connect to him top just to threaten this Phoenix, because right now Phoenix is the one that's sort of threatening Rezo. He has that Vessel as well. He might even be looking for a kill here. I think that's what he's waiting for. Rezo reads it.
He knows what's up.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
for
he's
Nigma, Miracle just going for that BKB, and he feels good. I know the last time Smell played Lesh, he was pretty greedy in terms of not going a BKB for that long time. So I'm assuming it'll be the same thing this game.
Yeah, just go for that magic damage, magic stats build. Yeah. Kuro gets himself a high ground ward and sees Nisha coming top. Nigma.
They want to bring the fight.
They're on their way. Bloodseeker not nearby though. They'll snipe a courier. Miracle might have to TP outpost, but it looks like they're just going to go for this. Yule's onslaught, Split Earth lands onto Nisha, and that supernova, well placed, allows this Kuro Primal Beast to batter into Zayats. They kill Nisha first. Have they got revealed? Do they see the Mirana? She's going to leap TP. There's the Split Earth from Sumail though, finding the catch they needed. And they're even going into the back there, finding Puppy with a reload from GH as Miracle did connect. And 3 heroes down means Roshan time for Nigma.
That little ward placed by Kuroki set that up so nicely. They just saw everyone heading like top and were able to just get the exact pick that they wanted to start the fight. And then that ward also then giving vision for Miracle Bloodseeker to find another one. It's just like one to another, all off this nice one ward. A nice slick movement there from them, and getting a Roche off the back of it too. Should set them up really nicely, especially moving into this resolution, like dagger timing that he now has. Like generally you want to get this, smoke it up, and go take a fight, right? But now you're playing into an Aegis. You need to be avoiding Sumail like the plague, going for someone like Kuroki top. That's where you want to get that kill. Or Miracle TPing onto this bot tower, showing they want this.
Yeah, try and find him. Now he's isolated himself. Yeah, I was just realizing, Miracle, I thought he was too far away to join that fight. But if Nigma can start the fight, bring people low, he's got this thirst that's basically like a boots of travel. He sprints across the map. He's there, he's joining. Yeah. Radiant Ward spots Sumail. It looks like Secret not able to get the catch they needed, though. Yeah, Nigma with the read. They've signaled it out. They don't want to be down there anymore. Back up to their own high ground, hold a position of power atop the staircases. And there's the BKB for Miracle now as well.
Honestly, I think Sumail is weak enough, like in terms of health. Even though he has that boosting heal from GH, if you're able to do, find both of those heroes alone somewhere, right? If they're playing around that, we're going to relocate to you guys, we're going to go push out this lane alone, right? They could easily kill him twice, I think.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it requires them to be out of position, and they did get out from bot and not give away that type of kill. And they're just going to smoke together as a team now. Not bringing the others, though. Mind control top.
Yeah, he's not a Nature's Prophet this time. He can't just TP into the middle of the fight. Oh, Chrysalis. Primal Spring. He's ready to jump, but Kuroki, nearly had him. Chrysalis, he still finds him. Kuro, he's got the catch on the monkey. Oh, what a beautiful play to just cut down the trees and take Chrysalis with them.
That's why they picked the Primal. Wait, did they pick this before or after the monkey? I don't care. I'm going to pretend like it was Big Brain. And that's why they picked the Primal.
I really do love the fact he's going straight BKB here. We've seen the suffering of this Primal Beast from a support role, but Kuroki, an exceptional job here to get the kills, experience he needs. Heading straight into BKB, no messing around with a blink dagger or anything like that. And Zayats picked off in the top. Miracle and Mind Control straight down the throat of the Mirana. Now feels like Nigma have a firm grasp on this game now. They're taking control of enemy triangle.
They gotta make their own moves. I think they've desperately been trying to look for these side lane pickoffs when Nigma are moving. They have not many wards though on Secret, which I think is a struggle for them. All right, Kuroki, yo.
A little too far forward. Long range Dragon Tail. Secret very tentative about this though. It's a 1700 HP Primal Beast with lots of one charges. There is a bit of backup coming as well. Sumail and GH, they've relocated down here. Try and back up their captain. In comes Rezo though as they burst through GH, and now there's going to be no relo out. Sumail left stranded, but the Bloodright Miracle with his BKB, he's come in to battle Crystallis, and he's got tons of damage. Monkey King can't withstand it, tries to mischief with the Hand of God on the mech, but that's not enough. Secret have to run away. They've left Nisha down here. Still unable to kill Kuroki. The Primal Beast breaking ankles in the trees, but the remaining seconds of the Black King bar will allow him to TP.
Definitely not what you're hoping for as a Secret player using your 9-second BKB. You committed so much for that Primal Beast kill and you didn't get it. The boat and all of Dragonite's, but I guess you didn't have your Mirana. That was the big problem. Yeah, and your Wukong, sorry. I mean, I think Zayat's is quite a lot of their damage early game, right? Before Crystallis starts to really turn up in terms of damage items as a core. By needing that 4 points in Starstorm to kind of secure that kill. And they didn't have it because he died top to that Rupture. So just that little pick off, you know, made Kuroki able to live bot. And yeah, they wasted so much. They're going to take a tier 2 here. Starting to get a little bit rough.
It's pretty relentless from Nigma. Able to scale the map, get wherever they need to be very quickly. And now with tier 2 down, it means outpost, bottom jungle, all theirs. As we'll start to prepare for the next Roshan in 3.5 minutes. We might see Nigma just regen up, chill for a sec, then smoke to triangle, get some ward coverage. But yeah, I think you're right. The impetus really is on Secret here to make some moves. Find some plays with his DK Mirana, which hasn't really comboed up together yet.
No.
Kuro.
Kuro's so brave.
Oh, he's putting the fear of God into Secret, that's for damn sure. Dodges the arrow, dodges the boat, gets the uproar off. Sumail and GH here to back him up as well as they place the sentry to see inside that Moonlight Shadow. And Nigma, you see one hero, you know there's 5. Everybody here as Zayas walks forward with the help of the Wukongs. The heal from the Io keeping Kuro alive. He's got uproar, but Crystallis push back. The onslaught keeps the monkey at bay, and he stuns coming. Not enough, and not enough damage either. Inside the fountain, he nearly died to the Spirit Vessel, but a Monkey King survives. Nigma still swarming over Secret, though, in this middle lane.
Operation Kill Kuroki. We'll get him next time.
Yeah, they fail one time, best out of 3. No, fail the second time. Go again, best of 5. He's just so tanky. And the fact that, like, the best thing as a support, just quickly, is when you escape these initiations and you survive, like, dying is the downfall of you when you're trying to scale. So that means his BKB is not delayed. He's going to get this a good 25, 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And Secret going for a smoke. I mean, you just have to keep this up. Honestly, you need Monkey to get farmed. You can't really be affording to bring him to all your fights. They have been trying to make this move repeatedly for the last, like, 10, or not 10, but, like, 5-ish minutes since they got Rezo's Blink. And it's not worked out, but it can. You know, they keep trying to go on Kuroki. He's really tanky. Mind Control, he can die. But they might also just TP in if he gets that egg off.
Yeah, now the reload. Every move gets turned around on its head. They get a stun out onto GH, launching Mirana forward towards her. And kill off the IO, but now the chase is on, and you can see Nisha not comfortable to stay here. BKB TPs away. Puppy, Zayat, same story for them. The splitter barely missing. Don't cancel the TPs there. So a quick in and out from Secret, but again, they're expending cooldowns, and they're expending map space, because Nigma very free here to come back into the lanes and just keep things pushed out.
I genuinely think you're pretty happy with that. You got a bunch of TPs, bot, which means that now Crystallis can go farm top freely. He was farming that entire time as well. Oh, Miracle with the Lincolns. And
yeah.
Is he going to get out? He doesn't have a BKB right now.
There's no rupture.
Okay. He'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, you did a lot there. You got a kill. You got out without dying. You forced TPs. You gave your monkey space. It's kind of exactly why they're making those types of moves. They're not trying to make a grand, like, team wipe type move when they run 4 heroes bot like that. They're just simply trying to delay the game and get anything they can so that Chrysalis can get his BKB.
I've got a Yule's catch. Nisha the Axe Mark Shadow Blade, but mind control's here with the dust and the BKB on Phoenix. Zayats holding Lesh back with an arrow, very well placed as MC continues to try and burn Nisha. Secret, again, disengaging, expending cooldowns to just stay alive.
BKB Phoenix. He is always getting his egg off, no matter what.
Yeah. There's no way you're catching him. Rezo. Oh, he's in the bottom right corner. Breathe Fire gives away his position, and look at how quickly that comes. Blood right, and he stuns. Rezo's out of there.
Nice and cheeky. I mean, they're just pressuring and trying to get any cooldowns. Like, when they move bot, they get that reload as well. All right, now DK alone, without even having to expend a smoke and a big team move, he gets that reload again. Now Chrysalis is feeling a little nice top. Okay, they don't have reload. If they catch me, there isn't that threat. All right? They could definitely still potentially kill him. However, it just makes you feel a little bit more free and gives you more space to farm the map with less, ways to kill you. Like, you're always thinking as a carry, as a hero in the game, who threatens me? And reload is a big one in this game for everyone.
How greedy can I be without dying?
Yeah.
And he's got a good forward place ward. Zayat's behind him as well. As Nigma smoke into triangle. This is the move we expected coming into this Roche timing. Take down the tier 1. Gain control of that Roche pit. And even sweeping top here to look who's behind the Monkey King. But Zayats has repositioned down to bottom. And Chrysalis very deep up in the top half of the map.
Miracle might die here.
Oh yeah, he goes aggressive. Ruptures resolution, but that Lincoln Sphere protects him against the Dragon Tail. Dodges the arrow, and the rest of the squad is coming in. He'll just solo kill the DK, while the rest of the team, they're aiming for Nisha now. Kuroki, he's got no onslaught anymore, but he can still pulverize. No, the BKB TP. Safety again from Nisha.
Oh, my mistake, Gary. I thought they had control of their own outpost. I didn't check that. As soon as he showed on bot, going for that kill, the whole team just TP'd in. So that was, nice from them to quickly back him up, because I was a bit worried. He was in the middle of a bunch of heroes. Secret, though, they desperately need to be able to fight this Roche when it happens. I actually thought they would take that DK kill and go to the Roche pit. Secret, they have this BKB on Monkey King, right? They are strong. All they need is this one fight. If they give away this Aegis, I think things become very hard for them. And this map will just get even smaller than it already feels. I think Chrysalis is doing a great job of just split pushing these side lanes and just trying to make sure that they don't have 3 waves at their base.
But there's the move into Roche. Secret. They've got a high ground ward nearby, but it doesn't look like they're fast enough to respond. And without cooldowns, without a BKB on resolution. Gotta sit back and just let them have it. So we're gonna have Aegis on Miracle, it looks like. And the Shard as well. Aegis for Sumail, Shard for Miracle.
Oh, the ward by Nigma showed the courier going to Chrysalis. Not that they don't know he's already playing up there. They actually put a ward on the cliff now. So I'm scared for Chrysalis. He's in a spot of danger right now. They scan looking for him.
Where is he? There he is. Primal Spring, the Supernova, trying to catch him. It was quick from Mind Control, but quicker from Chrysalis.
That's huge. That's great for Secret. No egg expended, and that Roche was the second one. They got a shard, but they did not have a refresher shard. There is no play here for a second egg. If they want to smoke up and take a fight, this could very well be their timing. They just need to make sure that they start and burst. Bloodseeker, I would say, is their best bet now that there's no egg. You can't commit everything onto this Aegis, but you can still kill Miracle. It's just this Lincoln's is such an issue. You need to break it with what?
It's difficult. Lincoln's BKB. Very hard to bypass. Secret playing left side in the trees, but missing the Boundless. Not gonna get a catch on anybody.
That Boundless into an arrow could have been big there.
And now Nigma the one spreading the map. And Kuroki Gets that bottom lane to farm. He's got a BKB now, surely. And it's back on his courier. They're going to get a takedown on Nisha, though. Back in the top lane. He shows. Quickly picked off by Enigma, and he's dead for 50 seconds.
I think he believed that they had backed off on Enigma because Kuroki TP'd bot.
The bait.
Yeah, that's the only way I can rationalize that move.
I mean, they're going to try and go in Kuroki now here. His courier's coming with a BKB on it. Gets dragon-tailed and arrowed, though. And inside that, big ball of fire. They've got the mech heal, but that's not enough. Kuro still dies, but they're caught out. Monkey stunned. Dropped from the trees. Has to BKB inside this Wukong's command. Rezo does grab a double with the both supports dying from the side, and Crystal is fighting back. He's standing his ground. He's not going to win that scrap, though. Miracle too strong with the punches left and right. As Nigma, a 3-for-2 trade, all things considered.
Yeah, we talked about it in the draft right at the start of the game. This Basher on Miracle lets him stand up to Monkey King. Getting that amount of attack speed, not letting him get off the Jingu stacks and getting all that lifesteal. Because, yeah, he is a formidable boy.
He's not even in his chair in Miracle's swinging punches.
Yeah,
His player cam's just an empty chair.
what?
I don't know, it's pretty wild.
That's funny. But yeah, 18 extra armor and he wasn't able to stick it.
I just need a little more there. Nisha does get caught by that split earth. And Kuro onslaughting into the trees, spotting Mirana and the monkey. He's going to BKB up and try and trample back to the rest of his team. Sumail going to yules away from that X mark and the boat. Well timed by him to dodge from Nisha's initiation plans. He does get clipped, but they've got Io Tether, Sunray from Mind Control, and now a Bloodstone for Sumail. Makes him incredibly difficult to kill off.
You could make a play for when the Aegis expires, maybe?
I mean, the Secret have all their BKBs. Sumail going to try and force them to use them, though, as Miracle gets the Rupture in onto Nisha. Supernova in the back as well. The heals onto Sumail, keep him alive. And he's going to turn with the damage he's got. Tidebringer did a lot of damage there onto Kuro, but Zayat's the one to fall first. Now the kill on Leshrac, but his second life will re-emerge. And MC diving forward aggressively to try and keep Secret away from this. Sumail, Leshrac, another X mark from Nisha, but the follow through is lacking now. They bought back Kunkka, cannot buy back Mirana. They're holding their tier 3s for now as Nigma will retreat. Scary times for Team Secret, though.
They're doing a lot of damage, to be fair to them. They saved them off pretty well there. It was just the kind of fear of committing in super hard because your BKBs were starting to run out and because there was that Aegis, but Chrysalis also didn't have his Wukong's command during that fight, and now he has it up. Honestly, I would feel pretty confident actually off the back of that base defense.
All right, when Nigma lost their internet connection, they didn't reconnect with the cams. That's why things are a little bit stuck.
Okay.
So yeah, those are the cams from 30 odd minutes ago. It looked like GH was also stuck, freeze framed as well. Well, here we have it, Nigma. Yule's initiation. No chance to leap from Zayat. Pulverized and dead for 40 seconds again. Supernova, 30-second cooldown remaining. Relocates back up. Nigma thinking about that high ground again. Well, this is where Secret can start spreading the map a little bit. It would be nice to have Crystallis top just pushing out, but it looks like he's set his sights on defending hard in his bottom lane.
Yeah, you got to be set up for this, and also I think Nigma have shown that they're willing to run heroes up there and search for you. They got that cliff ward down. Things are a little scary for Crystallis now to go top.
Well, even a Wukong's there as Rezo blinks on Sumail. He's got backup though, saved by the tether relocate. X-Mark's not going to work out as that split earth shard really causing problems on the staircase of Secret. They can't press forward. They are hemmed back in their base.
They were nearly able to defend properly last push without the Wukongs, but losing that is a pretty big blow.
A Kuroki, onslaught in, pulverized towards this poor Kunkka of Nisha. Needs the BKB to be defensive, and the Sunray looking to burn through them, forcing Secret back into their fountain. Now they've got no BKBs, no Wukongs, and Nigma can open up on this lane of barracks.
But they
In
use
comes
theirs
Rezo.
too.
Miracle turning to defend him, blocks the arrow with a BKB. The Yule safe and sound for Sumail as he goes back in with the help of the Supernova. They'll shred through Rezo, find Puppy's Chen. Dying without buyback here on the DK. It's going to hurt for Secret.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nigma now can think about buildings. Edict's back up in 10 seconds for Sumail, so just clear the wave. Aim for barracks. And you know that Secret don't have the cooldowns they require to defend their base.
They got the boat though.
They do. And I'll try with this X-Mark arrow play. The Phoenix getting caught out. The heals from Io keeping him alive. And they turn onto the Monkey King. The Pulse Nova damage Sumail. A miracle. They make it work. 90 seconds without your Kunkka now. So that's a 3-lane bottom. Shift into mid. And Nigma looking for this game 2 victory.
It's been a good one, honestly. I mean, you've got to keep looking for how Secret can somehow make it work. But honestly, Nigma are really not giving them that option. I think Kuroki's done such a lovely job this game, just being such a tank. Honestly, just baiting so much attention, right? He's always on the back line. Even in that push, he's just in the back line, in there, making them hit him, making them use spells on him, and giving Miracle and Sumail that space to do what they want.
Yeah, look at Miracle just blinking in like that. Onslaught not going to go the distance. Secret need to mount a defense. And buildings are falling very quickly. And Miracle is aiming for Rezo. He's ruptured up the DK, so no blink initiation. Your tank, your stunner, he's going to have to BKB here by his tier 3 tower, and they are actually bringing Miracle very low. Can he be healed by the Sun Ray? No. The tether comes, but GH now in harm's way. They'll set their sights on the IO to burst him down and Secret hold. Melee Rack's mid still stands, and Crystallis with a double kill.
Can they go more? Or what can they get from this? Mid tower? There's a DD
I don't
top.
know.
They won't be able to put it onto their Bloodseeker though. Already jumping forward. Looks like they're just going to farm for now. Slowly push these waves out. Reclaim a little bit of map control. Get some D wards. Put some wards down. Anything you can really do to sort of reset the game is big for Secret right now.
Net and a half for Roche. That's a big streak to take away from Miracle as well. Like Crystallis ended up getting thousands of gold from that defense.
Oh,
2,500 damage. You got 1,600 gold.
That's a lot of friggin' gold. He's got a Deso now. I mean, we've seen the damage that he's been outputting in these defenses, even with just a Boundless Strike without Jingu stacks. It's kind of nutty. And now you're slamming a Desolator on top of that. I mean, he is scaling. He is going to be formidable. We saw last game just how much damage this Monkey King could do. Nigma just need to make sure that they're playing this next 5 minutes perfectly. They need to fight proper for this Roche, and then they need to siege. I mean, these sieges have been difficult. You know, there has been some loss, but not quite enough to dent their 20k net worth lead right now. They are in a really good spot.
They are indeed. 40 seconds for Roche. You're right, these next few minutes,
Bottom tower is under attack.
pivotal for Nigma to secure that Aegis.
Has fallen.
Team Secret. They don't really struggle that much clearing out super creeps. They've got Kunkka. They've got DK with this fireball. Even Crystallis with a Boundless Strike and just shove out these mid and bot waves. Both of them vying for control of the triangle. Secret backing up behind their observer ward, waiting to see who comes around the corner from Nigma.
Nigma know where they are, at least. Definitely not in their base. Those two good wards.
Sumail creating the battlefield of split earths, as they'll see Roshan respawn in a second. But Secret the ones to smoke across, get the element of surprise. The smoke breaks, Miracle is invis. He sees Crystallis and launches the rupture at him. Now focusing Puppy's Chen, bashed up. He gets the mech, the Hand of God out. The Supernova's a good one though. The Wukong's command, dealing with Kuroki, GH, and Laleshrak. Oh, Crystallis! He just cruises through 3 of them. Miracle now left a little bit alone. Secret, they're battling back, but they've got to run. They're too afraid. Oh, they see Crystallis, they're not afraid. They're bold and moving forward for Miracle to get a double kill. Jump in towards Nisha now, but Rezo, he's caught out Miracle with a stun of the torrent. Maybe they should have been afraid, Sheepo. They're losing so much. The back and forth, but the relocate save. Oh, GH. Mind control. What are you going to get up to here? Yeah, I mean, chain stun down, the arrow connects, and the Phoenix will fall.
And then
Dive is
GH
up,
comes
but
back.
it's not going to work, and GH is going to get dragged back by the X mark. In we go with the Tidebringer, and Secret What a comeback fight. Roshan still stands. Yes, they killed the Monkey King, but how much did he do in that team fight?
That was not the perfect 5 minutes that I imagined. You can't be doing that. God, what a start to the fight. I was sweating for Puppy. I mean, he was on the front lines when that smoke broke. Bloodseeker instantly turned on him and tried to go for the kill, but he couldn't do it in time. He got the mech off. He got the Hand of God, given this extra heal to his team to enable them to live throughout this fight. Meanwhile, there's Lesh stuck in the middle of a Wukong's command. This is so hard to fight, even with the egg on top of you. He doesn't have that Aghanim shot either on mind control, so he doesn't have the heal from the stun ray yet. I mean, maybe that could have changed it. It's super hard to say.
You rupture the monkey as well, and it feels like Chrysalis is pretty happy just to stand his ground inside Wukong, so maybe not the ideal target for Miracle to be going on, but it was their first point of contact. They see the monkey, they go for the Chen, spreading across multiple targets. And Secret, what did you say? It was a 21, 22k lead just moments ago, now down to 10k. There's a big dent in that.
And this is respawn on monkey. Thinking about Roshan, that was a massive disaster for Nigma. Now that their 10k net worth swing back towards Secret, this is going to be a much more even Roche fight than we're looking at. But end of the day, you still got tools. You got this egg. You've got your Abyssal Blade on Miracle. You got ways to lock heroes down. But
this might be the most important smoke all year. Both teams 5v5 smoked up around the third Roshan. Nigma one loss away from dropping out of TI Quals. Secret one win away from moving forward to that lower bracket final. And nobody spots anyone yet, but Secret, they might have the upper hand. They see Sumail. The jump in from Resolution. Blood Rights in the back. Miracle being focused down. Nisha can't contend with the BKB and the Lotus up on him. And this Wukong is just going to be run away from by Nigma. Nisha still charging forward, though, aiming for Sumail. But it's all reset around the Wukongs and Supernova, and DK looks like he might be just the only one to die here. Boundless back in from Chrysalis, though. Focus on the Primal Beast. BKB up now as well. GH with the Ghost Scepter, not going to survive. Zayas brings him down. A 2-for-2 with a couple of buybacks. MC chasing in with Kuro, looking for the monkey, but Chrysalis is across the trees, and Zayas has TP'd away. A back and forth between these two teams. It is sublime.
What a bold fight to take as well. On top of the enemy outpost where they have the ability to TP back into the fight instantly. Gosh, they definitely didn't overcommit. You're watching Chrysalis that whole fight and he's playing the outskirts of the fight. The Edge is waiting for his chance to jump in, but losing your DK like that, it makes it much harder because he's the one really that's starting all these fights so well with his stuns. He's got that halberd now, so the way to break the Lincolns, he's so pivotal in these fights.
They've got a jump. They've got the dust. No BKB on Nisha. Primal Beast trying to get there with his BKB. He'll just pulverize the Mirana instead. Try and find Zayat, but it comes to an end. And Nisha's even playing forward here. X-Mark drags him back to safety. He's under a blood right, and he is still ruptured, but surrounded by allies.
Okay. We expended Rupture, but he does have the double charge talent. At the very least.
Still down for 45 seconds, though.
They're just going straight back for blood.
And Secret, 8 seconds for Monkey BKB. That is the only cooldown they're waiting for. Nisha scouting the pit. Big damage onto Miracle. Pop the Lincolns, get the stun. They found the Bloodseeker now. They're in, but the heal. GH. Oh, he's going to relocate him out of there. Get a bit of safety and distance while Kuroki and Puppy having a battle of their own. Trampled down, they find the Chen. No heals anymore. And Sumail inside the Wukongs may be dangerous, but he gets himself out of there. Trying to find this opening onto Nisha, but look at the turn. Finding Miracle, no buyback for him. He's dead for 100 seconds. He's now relying on Kuro to open up on Chrysalis. The Monkey King turns, but he can't find Rezo. He needs Nisha to back him up. The buyback from Chrysalis, he'll return to the battle. As Nigma on the run now, catching mind control with the stuns they've got. Gem on the deck, Roshan open, and Secret. It feels like it's their game to lose now.
It's so hard, and a massive part of that fight was Chrysalis did not have buyback at the start of it. But I think from the kills that he got, he managed to get enough gold to bring himself back into the fight after that death. Because I was watching, it was only Mirana and it was only Lestrak that had these buybacks at the beginning of that fight.
They've got to deal with these lanes, though. 2 lanes of racks down. Poppy has to push them out, and they still can't go for the Roshan play. So Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard still there, waiting to be claimed by one of these fortunate squads.
You desperately want it on Secret right now. Like, at least Lestrak is able to play up like this with his buyback, but Crystal is fully aware now that any misstep, any death, and that could just be the end of this game instantly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna go
And
for it.
Secret in the pit.
They gotta do it before these respawns.
Yeah, looks like they've got it. No answer from Nigma here. And they'll know this is happening. Bottom lane is on tier 4s. Roshan down. Aegis goes to the hands of Crystallis, so his buyback earlier not as meaningful as it was a few moments ago.
What is the buyback status? Ooh, this is the most important part of this game. Any late game, it's all about these buybacks. You have none on Miracle, and that's just from gold. So if he's able to farm that up right now, that'll be really good. This monkey, even though he has Aegis, he does not have the buyback. So if you are able to kill him twice, find that opening, get that kill, that can be what you need to win. He is doing so much damage. I mean, Nisha as well. He is itemized for damage. He's going the Stadeless, Silver Edge. He's trying to buy a Satanic. He really wants to just be able to tank and do damage and stay in the fight. You see a lot of these other Kunkers, they go the Assault Cuirass and the Hex instead. I wouldn't mind a little bit more control though, just for this Wukong's command. It feels like a lot of heroes are able to just walk out if they don't have that Boundless Strike up.
And Nisha there, quickly Xing back, not wanting to get Yules by the lash. Wise decision.
Oh, died to that a couple times already this game.
Both teams with an Obs Ward around the bottom rune. Sumail preemptively split Earth and then quickly blinks away.
And Mind Control does have that Phoenix Shard now. That is a lot more healing that is going to be coming out in these fights. I think we saw the impact of it in a couple of those lost team fights, just not being able to save his teammates who were inside the Wukongs, because he can egg inside of it and he's fine, you know, and he will, and he should get that off with that BKB on him. Being able to aid your allies, especially Sumail, who isn't going for a BKB, isn't going for something to stop those stuns. You know, he's been relying so much on GH, but honestly, some of these fights, he's really struggling to get in there with the reload save.
It's been a challenge. And with this Aegis, Secret looking for that map control. Get D wards. Get vision over that triangle. There's still tier 2s to take. As Nigma smoke, the tier 1 down. Chrysalis ruptured. Sumail spots him. Comes down from the trees. Gets off his Wukongs. And now Sumail, he's the one being focused down. The boat will land, but the reload save gets him out of there. While Kuro, he's brought down Puppy, but will have to give his life in the exchange. Wukong still zoning Nigma away as they X-mark and torrent up that Leshrac, but Miracle's back in with his stuns. Now Chrysalis in an awkward spot, trying to jump into focus GH, but he can't get the job done. Mischief's into a tree, but that's his first life. And now with no BKB, it looks like Nigma don't want to commit for it. They're respecting the double buyback out of Chen and the Kunkka. Falling back to their base, they poked, they got what they came for. Took out that Aegis, so now they know that Chrysalis, no buyback for 4 minutes. He's the target they want to kill.
Yeah, I thought Puppy might buy it back a little bit earlier. He had the ult, he didn't manage to get it off before dying. I thought he was going to expend it just to try and save Nisha, but chose to wait a little bit instead. Not sure if that was a mistake or intended. It's so precarious. Every spell matters. Anything you can get off and use. They weren't able to kill the Shrek in time. It really feels like the one thing that they are lacking is something that disrupts and finds the IO. You know, like, using so much for him just to have it reload out is so painful to watch happen.
I'll try and gather their forces up top.
Yeah, Nigma very happy now. Now that as well that they farm this buyback on Miracle, like, he can play a lot more boldly. Both your cores are sitting pretty here. They can always get back into this fight.
It's kind of wild. Miracle, 31,000 net worth. He's right up at the top. 10k ahead of the Kunkka, miles ahead of the Monkey King. But it's felt like he's not really had the answers, not able to stand his ground inside Wukong's any longer.
Feels like net worth doesn't really even mean anything anymore. I mean, this net worth lead as well, it's pretty much evened out.
all about the initiations. All about this vision.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the idealish idea of a fight for Nigma, forcing out Wukong's command, Dragon Knight initiation, making everyone on Secret show, and then being able to just relocate that one hero out.
Yeah, back away from Wukong's, reset the fight.
Yeah, and then go back in. You got 2 ruptures. If you're able to get 2 ruptures off when there's no buybacks and there's no Aegises, you can't just shrug that off. It locks you in place. So that's how they want to take this fight.
Yeah, they are 2 lanes of racks ahead still. Secret coming back into this game, but Nigma still with this impetus to move forward, charge in towards Puppey. They see the Chen with the sentry ward down and double BKBs come in. Mind Control going to turn and try help Miracle here because he's being focused down by Crystalis and the lads. Miracle healed. The GHIO comes in clutch. Sumail, though, inside the Wukong's command, has to sell fuels. Gets off his little Stormcraft, the Cyclone, as they pulverize Puppey. He's dead for 80, while Miracle gets the Abyssal Blade stun. Zayas leaps away. The Splitters landing onto the 2 of them, Rezo and Nisha. They're still raging and Shadow Blading, trying to turn a fight with the arrow landing. They've got Miracle locked in place, but where's the damage? Oh, Crystalis, come on. No, he can't do it. Nigma, they've killed the 2 big targets. 2 minutes with no DK, no Monkey King, and there it is. GG called.
Oh, what a close game! Throws, counter throws. Everyone on the edge of these buybacks and close fights. What a game.
And everyone on the edge of their seats as we head into game 3. It's do or die, all on the line here between Secret and Nigma.
Yes. It was so hard for them to kind of reset that fight when they get this rupture off onto Crystalis there. He's just locked in place. He can't move. He can't get to do the damage. They stun Miracle, but on the side, he's kind of just getting slowed and worn down. If his BKB is off, you're playing into like a Shiva's and all this stuff. The damage from Sumail is out of control. It was definitely a hard fight for them to take without that Aegis. Just a really good play there from Nigma at the end to take that one into Aegis, to bait spells out and get rid of Secret's condition to win, right? And then go back in with that smoke. Finding Puppey at the start as well, pretty massive for them.
Going the distance.
Good try, yeah. Good try on Secret.
Yeah, almost getting it. Almost getting back into that match. But yeah, 2 lanes of racks down, and the lead that Nigma had in the end, they didn't falter in those final couple of team fights. As we'll head to game 3 and find out who's progressing and who is out. Can Puppey keep that all-timer status heading in towards TI? We'll have a quick break and return with the final match of this series.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It's only fitting that one of the hypest games and series of the year is going to a Game 3. Secret against Nigma, all tied up 1 apiece as they head towards the TI 11 last chance qualifiers as they look towards a victory here. And basically a best of 1 Sheepo now. We're down to it. Draft's going to matter so much. Vision, the play style, all coming into play here for both of these teams.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god. I'm so hyped watching these games. They are so much fun. We're seeing such high-level stuff coming from both of these teams, really bringing their A-game, not wanting to get relegated here. I think the near comeback there from Secret was amazing, but let's just... Nigma, what a great game 2 they had. I think every time I see Samael on this Leshrac, I feel so much more confident for this team. It seems like his #1, like the fact that he doesn't even feel the need to itemize for BKB, knowing like the trust that he has in GH's IO. I mean, they even ban it out here now on Team Secret. Like, you gotta respect this hero. They're making it work so well together, and just on top of that, Kuroki's Primal Beast. Oh my god, who could have? I was gonna say who could have expected this. I think a lot of people could have expected this. I think he did an amazing bang-up job on that Primal.
Yeah, he's gonna make me change my rules. I've not liked Primal Beast outside of the 3 role, but you know, if it's in Kuroki's hands, fine, or mid lane for GPK, fine. Those are my 2 exceptions so far for this Primal Beast being picked up by these squads. Yeah, everyone playing out of their minds in that Game 2 in particular. Kuro, Miracle, and GH in particular with those relocate saves. Team Secret obviously being able to fight back into a 21k net worth deficit with Chrysalis and Nisha doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's a fresh draft, a fresh game. We head into this 3rd match, trying to figure out what we're moving into. As Team Secret, they do get their hands on the Resolution DP to begin with.
That's a strong one. I like DP and I like Undying. I think I like Undying as an opener a little bit more, but maybe they're concerned about like a leaner response. They just think, you know what, DP, she's just going to be able to win and make these offlane matchups so much easier no matter what. So we want her more. Like the amount that she gives in these towers, in this Roshan, you know, maybe that's just, they rate that highly.
God, I'm so warm after Game 2. My glasses are fogging up. I'm starting to sweat.
You're sweating,
adrenaline's
alright?
pumping. I'm getting anxious.
Who's sweating harder, the teams or you?
I don't know. I'm just going to say both. Kuroki there looks like he's calm and composed, thinking about where he wants to head after this Undying pick.
Yeah, they could pick a core here if they feel like it. I know we've seen quite a few times the mid just gets taken in response. Like you have Batrider, Lina, these types of heroes open to you. Something that makes DP maybe sweat a little bit in the mid lane. Continuing on that trend, you can force her to that off lane. But if you think she's just going to go off lane, you don't necessarily have to take her mid. But I wouldn't be against it if it's just some strong laner that's going to have a good game.
I mean, what's left out there? There's like... Ench is one of those big heroes that Enigma like to pick, but when you've already grabbed your Undying, I think you're right, having a core just to go along with it, not give away your lanes, have that flexibility of Bat being 2 or 3, matching DP's flexibility as well.
Well, this is honestly a good spot to pick Faceless Void in my opinion if you want it. Playing the time dilation into Batrider is very powerful, as well like this disengage from Undying Tombstone. Not really having any low cooldown stuns right now on Nigma's side. They could take it if they want. They have damage for Chrono with Death Prophet already. You're going to be able to have a hero that can open towers for you so you're not kind of stuck like in a small map space. You can just get your Midas, get your Maelstrom and farm for that late game. Alternatively, if they want to put this DP in the offlane, they could just take a mid that lanes into Batrider before they get banned out, that Queen of Pain. Or they could just take a support that goes with the DP. Something like a Earthshaker, something like a
Tusk.
A Tusk, yeah.
Or Zayat's techies. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the Zayat's hero is going to come out here.
Yeah, there's,
And
there's
Doom-
always that Venge as well as an idea versus the Bat Rider.
True. Yeah.
People have been playing with.
Like Doom's another one that they like to pick to kind of keep things flexible as well, but I think into an Undying and Bat, you can have some struggles
Yeah,
there as the Doom.
don't do that. You know, just watch them pick it and we have to like scramble over ourselves like, oh yeah, no, it's great into Undying. He buys boots and he drags the wave.
Team secrets turn to ban.
Slog.
Oh my god, that is not what I expected it.
So they go for it again.
Okay.
I mean, if they're expecting the mid Bat Rider, Anisha had a sensational time against him. Didn't die, really?
No. What? Oh yeah.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
The Slack. Oh god, if they're putting it mid again.
He did have some struggles when supports rotated, but in the straight 1v1, he was like, I'm fine.
I don't think he was fine.
Radiant
He
team
was
I
last
think he died like
hitting.
3 times. I think he died 3 times.
That's because he got
not-
ganked by like 7 heroes.
I think he got ran down without ganks. He was definitely not having the best time of his life. But those support, but you can't pick something and be like, okay, we're never gonna get ganked. That's just not really possible unless you're able to output so much side lane pressure that the
10
enemy feel like they can't
seconds
possibly
remaining.
leave their cores alone with the supports. You know, for fear of just
5
death or
seconds
not getting any
remaining.
gold. Because then you're just suddenly losing 2 lanes. But that's kind of like, I don't know if you can think
Radiant
about that
team
too
back.
much in a draft. You got to make sure you're covering
Team
your
secrets
bases and
turn
having
to
something that
ban.
works overall. Yeah. If I talk about my favorite things about the Slark pick from game 1, it was definitely Nisha making it look more active than I thought it could be. I really felt that this hero was quite slow and wanted to farm and scale up as a core, but
10
Nisha made sure to
seconds remaining.
join his team to rotate on the side lanes and apply a little bit of pressure,
5
get kills where he
seconds
could,
remaining.
start to get up those stacks on the essence shift, and then itemizing differently, you know, going for that Echo Saber. Was it Echo
Diffusal
Saber? It was
blade.
definitely Diffusal Blade, yeah. Diffusal Blade, he had that. And fighting a lot and giving Chrysalis the space to be more of a carry.
Nice, he's still got his pick to come. A lot of targeting now from Team Secret against Miracle, though. His Sniper, his Shadow Fiend. Some of these faster tempoed heroes. There's the Faceless Void as well.
Yeah, don't want to play Slark into that too much. The matchup's definitely better nowadays, I think, since you have the depth Shroud. Is that the
Yeah.
name of it?
Yes.
Yeah, the Shard. So if your teammates get chronoed, you can just like throw that down. But still, it's it's a chrono
10 seconds
at the end of the day, and the hero's really good right now.
Enigma. Got rid of the Invoker. A hero that sometimes can contend with the Bat, just with the tornadoes and cold snaps when he's diving you. Queen of Pain is still out there as an option.
Yeah, one more ban. Are you gonna use it on supports or a
Radiant team
mid?
pick.
Looks like it'll be that Storm. You know, for how confident Stormstormer was picking Bat into Storm in the early of this patch, right? I feel like as time's gone on, everyone is just still banning Storm against the Bat.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you have that Undying as well, and you just think it's like too good to kind of give away.
I just don't want to be facing up against it. Even when you're picking this Blink Initiation from Earthshaker.
10
Good way
seconds
to
remaining.
keep Death Prophet away from objectives or stop them from chasing you. Because right now, Secret
5
have
seconds
the
remaining.
makings of an exceptional chase draft with Pounce and the speed of DP to get in on top of you.
Team
So does
secrets
Nigma.
turn to pick.
Earthshaker, even without Blink, is going to be able to use Fissure to sort of catch you and help. Like, especially Slark, who's going to usually use Dark Pact and then pounce away. Earthshaker can actually just follow up with that with Fissure if he has the option. All right, and this hit from Fog, going to be able to add that pressure. Like, for Slark, he's going to be
Radiant
playing this game
team
thinking,
pick.
okay, what threatens me? It's Earthshaker.
Oh,
Catching me
wow.
with that Fissure, because a Bat Rider running him down with Boost of Travel is not that scary. You know, like, well, it's a little scary, but at the very least, you see it coming, you have ways to deal with it, and you can maybe buy enough time for your teammates to come connect to you and
Team
help you.
secrets turn
And
to
2
ban.
counter picks against the Earthshaker, Clock and Rubik.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to steal that Fissure, get in on top of them with a hookshot battery assault. It's just, life is a living hell when you're against the Clock as an Earthshaker. It looks
It's
like
really, really hard, yeah.
looks like Nigma then gonna put the Bat 3.
10 seconds
Mind Control
remaining.
has played it several times in the past couple of months. But definitely something they can do, and
5
giving Leshrac to
seconds
Sumail, like
remaining.
you were saying at the start of the draft, they've looked incredible when he's the one leading the team, going in, starting team fights with this kind of tanky move speed build he's been going for.
Obviously, picking these 2 supports here, they wanted to leave Slark flexible.
Radiant team
But
back. Team
this-
secrets turn
I wonder
to
how much
ban.
it threatens them or pressures them in the draft on Secret, knowing, oh, we have to put this Slark as a carry now. I guess you're still matching it into Batrider, so you're happy.
And then where do you put the DP? She's still open to go mid or off lane, right?
Yeah, I wonder
Probably-
how that matchup is
10
for
seconds
Lesh.
remaining.
Can't be bad. Probably just trade farm.
Yeah, probably.
5 seconds.
And I kind of want
remaining.
DP to be with the Clockwork. That's such a strong off lane.
It is. They don't get to choose though on Team Secret because they don't have last pick overall of the draft. Like they have to decide where they're putting it. You know, if you're going into a blind carry matchup, I think DP is a lot stronger than whatever Secret could pick here. So I think Secret need to just pick a different mid laner.
They've
Like you
banned-
mentioned, Quap.
Yeah, it's true. They banned Beastmaster there because Miracle has also played Lesh. So I talked about the potential for Mind Control to play Bat, but there's also the
Yeah.
ability here for Sumail to play Bat, Lesh to go safe
10
lane, or even just pick a
seconds
third hero that goes mid now.
Oh, you're right. Alright, this is too confusing to think about. I'm just gonna think about what they need instead. So
Points
they
in.
have a lot of magical damage right now. There's not really any physical scaling damage. There's no one. They have the tower taking in Leshrac, but they don't have something that just scales up, can fight into these BKBs super hard. You have like a bit of BKB control, but not the actual damage. Something, you know, that a carry PA
10
would bring, for
seconds
example.
remaining.
Playing into this Slark, you know, Bloodseeker's gone, Faceless Void are gone. Those are
5
probably the two
seconds
biggest
remaining.
ones. Anything that does AoE damage, we've seen people enjoy picking Pudge as an option, even if it's not like
Choose your
necessarily
hero.
great into the Essence Shift. They'll take Spectre. Okay.
They keep that global presence up, right? There's that
Yeah.
common trend for Nigma throughout all of these games in the qualifiers. They've liked the Prophet, the Io, the Boots of Travel Bat Rider, Miracle Spectre. They want to dogpile on heroes and make initiations really work out for them. So yeah, it will be the MC Bat, Sumail mid Leshrac, Miracle, the carry Spectre here. As Nisha, the Pangolier, come out in that mid lane, while Resolution will grab the DP, so everything now set in stone.
I can't help but feel like both teams are really happy here because that Pango got banned out in like first phase in the first game of the series, right? You have a Samael going out on his Leshrac, you have Nisha going out on his Pango. I think both these players are going to be potentially looking like the stars of each side, and just how their games go could impact this last match so heavily. Like, a Pango with a good start with this Diffusal Blade could absolutely like be able to fight back into Batrider, make his game much harder. If Samael wanting to output all that magical damage, Pango roll doesn't really care about anything other than the whatever the W's called my brain kaput after all these great games.
On Lesh, the Edict.
Yes, Edict, thank you. And Spectre I like a lot. It just gives them what I wanted, that, you know, physical damage, the kind of scaling core that's going to give them that late game security.
Yeah, the ability to take Roche with Desolate damage as well, always handy to have.
Yeah.
There's that weird kind of back and forth between Spectre and Slark, though. You know, Slark can go Silver Edge. He's pretty good against these tanky heroes, stacking up Essence Shift. But Spectre's also got Haunt and the potential to have that Aghanim's mini Haunt as well to jump away and disengage from the Slark when needed. And here we go. Game 3, all on the line. A victory here keeps you in the running for TI Quals. Now, the winner does still have to win another series to get towards last chance qualifier. But a loss here, of course, means that your TI run ends. Super important for both of these teams and both of these captains. You know, they've been the heart and soul of Dota 2 for a decade or more now. Puppey and Kuroki. Puppey still an all-timer for TI. Kuroki lost his streak last year. Looking to reclaim glory, get back to the international.
Heartbreaking no matter who loses here, for sure. But
Yeah,
let's
it's been
get
a-
into it, man.
It's been a long road for Nigma as well, right? Dropping to Div 2, trying to get their way back up, coming into TI Quals.
Oh, you're just making me sad.
I mean, they've been showing, though, building up and proving they are still, you know, a top-tier team. A Secret, haven't been able to break them yet.
Yeah, this long road through the qualifier. One will end here, but one will go on. It's looking like, honestly, just the top tier EU-US teams right now. Seeing all these games playing out, I feel like there's been so many close matches, so many high skill plays coming out. I'm just so hyped to be watching some good Dota.
Battle begins.
All right, it's going to be exciting, though, no matter which way you're coming from. Bounty runes 2 apiece. No fighting over the runes, just going to go for the safety. And we'll have our lanes set up for us. There's Sumail on the Lesh. Heading into mid against the Nisha Pango. Blocking up their waves. And also always looking for that bottle early on. It feels like Secret have got pretty good ways of guarding runes here, with the Rubik and the Clockwork both very adept at guarding water runes and playing actively towards the mid lane.
It's going to be really important, especially because you're playing a ranged hero with a magic harass into a melee, right? You want to be able to get that sustain from the war runes to, you know, stay in the lane, be able to last hit. I think like Nisha's going to be able to fight back with this shield crash, yeah, to like secure range creep and also deal a little bit of damage. But yeah, it's hard, right? You're playing into a stun from Samel, who's going to be able to like deny your range creeps with that. You know, Niche doesn't have that same luxury.
And Nigma tri-laning up top to safeguard Miracle's early laning stage. GH and Kuroki already forcing Puppey to expend quite a bit of his regen, and they're both just hiding behind their tower. And this does leave Mind Control in a 1v2 down bottom, and Zayance is making Nigma pay for this decision. A lot of damage onto MC, but he's actually playing aggressively, waiting for the battery assault to expire, getting a lot of that Firefly and Napalm damage on the clock. And it looks like he's okay just to stay in the lane for now. As the dive up top, this is where you need your TPs to be active from Secret. Match the aggression from Nigma. Defend your Rezo DP, and now it's try versus try.
You never want to try lane into an Undying, seriously. It is just so rough. And Clockwork's a fantastic support at doing all this damage. Like he's going to get all this battery assault out now on Miracle. But when you start to skirmish and take fights, I mean, you're going to be having more opportunities for these double hero decays. You know, when the tombstone goes down, it can go two ways, right? You have more heroes that can sit there and click it down and kill it, but at the same time, you know, a good placement, a good ability to defend it, which you have with the Earthshaker Fisher, right? You could seriously get some good kills there going in. I guess the only rough thing is that you're playing with a Spectre. Usually when you have these tri-lanes, you like an aggressive carry, you know, some Sven, something with a stun, a CK, you know, Miracle maybe a little bit weaker here on that Spectre, but still with a little bit of burst from the dagger to come out. Just definitely valuing maybe the DP a little bit more there in terms of trades.
Yeah, and GH, he was stuck in behind that tower and had to make a long run back, TP home.
Yeah.
So Nigma a little exposed this next 20 seconds or so. Now they've moved things around. Chrysalis in a 1v1 against the Mind Control Bat Rider. I was just watching Zayance here, getting his battery assault damage in. Forced away by the 9 Mango Undying. Yeah, it's got to feel decent for Chrysalis. The Slark, decent against the Bat, but again, top. They get the drag back. Kuroki surrounded. Decent Fisher from GH, but Zayance is there with the Cogs trapping in the Undying, getting first blood for Secret.
That's great for them taking advantage of Undying still being level 1. Right, because that's probably the worst thing about a tri-lane is the experience deficit that you end up getting on supports, because you want to give your XP to your carry, your cores, whoever needs it. I think for someone like Spectre, it's actually a little bit better because he just wants to focus on hitting creeps, right? So he doesn't mind you kind of sitting and taking his XP. He's not super XP dependent the way some other carries are. But still, yeah. And level 1 Undying. Getting a little bit of out of position.
A little bit sad for him.
Yeah.
Chrysalis gets battered by the Bat Rider, but GH pretty far forward here. Does have Kuroki holding his hands as they go up and block the small camp.
Now he's got that tombstone. Hitting 4 minutes, getting that XP.
Yeah, it looks like down bottom things have become a little more challenging for Chrysalis without a support there. And relying on 1 charges, and of course, pre-level 6, you don't have that guaranteed regen. You're just here by the tower trying to use the tower protection to heal back up. So MC is taking a nice firm grasp on his bottom lane.
Yeah.
A few CS ahead.
He's even expending money on a salve, which he's bringing to himself.
I'm gonna try and use some of that mana up so he can wand as well later on down the line.
But I like this tri-lane idea a lot from Nigma, just because your Spectre is going to be so pivotal to you. I think the build that China was going, because they were the ones picking it the most during Tour 3 and stuff, they were going like Manta, Ags, and Basha. I think those were like the 3 biggest items. Sometimes they didn't go the Ags. But yeah, overall, those were kind of like the big ones. And it's really good and effective, and you're playing into Secret, who have 2 supports like Clockwork and Rubik, right? You want to utilize this clock to get in there and find your Shaker, but when he's being kind of having an illusion sticking on him, it can be really hard to kind of navigate around that to get the angle that you want.
Yeah, the clock is good against Earthshaker, but against zombies and Spectre illusions, there's a lot of noise there that Zayats has got to play around. And of course, giving vision with the Haunt, always useful. And Zayats on the run back, good telekinesis in, trying to aim GH, but Tombstone, it'll keep Secret at bay. Miracle continues just to chip away at Puppy. Just a poke and a prod there. There's Miracle. Gets a dagger out as well. Puppy and Zayats dropping incredibly low to these decays of Kuro. But nobody dropping. Everyone incredibly low.
Radiant are scanning.
There's a bit of
Kuroki
damage on the
started
tier
this-
1.
Yeah, he started this lane with 7 mangoes. It was 7 mangoes, and then he brought out 2 more. He actually has just gone so hard in on these mangoes, as well as being in a tri lane and getting stick charges. I don't know if he'll ever run out of mangoes.
Nisha is going on mid. Sumail has raindrops, fairy fire, and the wand to keep him alive. So the Pango trying to aim for GH, but a good little move there next to the ramp, pushed up by the Pango roll. So Nisha's first Rolling Thunder not coming to much. They're even looking for the kill back on him. And Sumail not gonna launch the Split Earth just there. Bottle refill for Nisha as well.
At least it's only an illusion rune. It's probably how Secret feel.
Chrysalis.
Straight in.
He has to Shadow Dance bottom. Yeah, Nisha escapes from mid. I'll go back on Sumail and burst him down with Zayats having those nice cogs placed in on top of him. And Chrysalis and Mind Control also were having a battle bottom with Puppy's rotation looking for a kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there. I guess a miscalculation, thinking how tanky he would be, and being able to just use that illusion rune. Maybe he thought Zayats had left. They had a ward, but maybe it didn't quite see him. Either way, unfortunate for him. And a good kill for Nisha.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And Sumail will just come back in the lane. Push it out quickly. And think about his next move. Oh, this is giving a lot of room now to Miracle and Resolution. Get some farm under their belts. The tri-lane's broken down and just overall laning phase breaking down here. As people do start to rotate and look for picks. Down at bottom, Chrysalis, he's eyeing up Mind Control. Puppy in behind the Slark, but then you've also got GH there ready with a Fisher. At a moment's notice, he can stop the aggression.
Yeah, right now they're thinking about how they can use their Pango for sure. His role is backup. It's kind of like, okay, can we bring a support mid and get that kill on Sumail with it? Can I stop a dive if someone goes? Like, where can he use his TP? I think, oh, he's used his role instead just to secure that arcane rune.
Yeah.
He's heading top with it.
He is coming up here. Zayats is going to keep vision on Kuroki. So Nisha can come in with a big swashbuckle. Stick charges the decay, a bit of tankiness for Kuro's Undying. Doesn't get the tombstone down in time. And another Fisher from GH. Will keep Miracle safe. And down at bottom, Chrysalis. Another 1v1 fight with Mind Control. Every time he expends the Firefly, though, there's a window here for Secret to play around this movement from Puppy coming in from the left-hand side. Fade Bolt, Telekinesis, dragging back into Chrysalis damage. Zayats even arriving here to help out and give a bit of moral support. Vision from the Rocket Flare and another pounce allows Chrysalis to get the takedown on MC's bat.
A little bit of relief there for Chrysalis. Now he's 6 as well. He gets all that health regen, so he can just start to farm the lane, not have to worry too much. You have that max dark pack, so he's able to farm camps as well. You should see his farm accelerate a little bit. Miracle, on the other hand, he doesn't really have that, like, ability to farm hardcore in the jungle, so he's much more reliant on this lane. Luckily, it seems like he's doing a fairly good job. He has a lot of stats that won the treads. It seems that DP isn't able to really force him out, so that tri-lane at the beginning, just giving him that decent enough start to be able to just sit here in the lane. And they're bringing Sumail top now. It is really good for them at some point to take this tower. It's already at half health. It looks like Secret are kind of keyed into this idea, and they're just going to run top themselves with that roll ready.
They've got that deep ward. Zayats breaks vision. And Nisha, he rolls in towards Sumail. A little risky, though, going under tier 1 with GH's arrival. Could cause problems here for Secret if they go too far. And they'll quickly realize that. They forced rotations. They've bought a bit of time. Get Chrysalis. A bit of farm down bottom. Puppy can try and hit 6 mid. Everyone looking for the weaknesses in the chain here.
That's one of the nice things that Nisha is doing, at least, is that every time he makes these rotations, he's very quick to kind of run back to mid for either a rune or to farm. Spot Sumail.
Yeah, getting chased by the Pango. Down at bottom, Chrysalis going to try and dip back, but Sumail, he's going to get taken down by Nisha. Just a straight-up solo kill without the roll. And that is a huge kill for Nisha to have. He's now halfway through level 9. Well on his way to Diffusal Blade. Top of the net worth on this Pango, and he's causing issues for Miracle Spectre. We might have to see Nigma swap their lanes around. You know, put Mind Control top, have the Miracle Spectre go bottom where it may be a little safer for him.
Rezo with his Exo, definitely looking to use it. Their two choices are either to just force top and take that or go for the mid, but I think it makes most sense just with him up here to rotate Nisha instead and take it. And as well, that gives you an easier access into this triangle too, and then it kind of makes it obvious where Miracle's farming.
Yeah, just use the Exo there with the catapult behind you. Nigma trying to reposition themselves. Thinking about defending this around the glyph. But you see Zayats ready with a hook shot. GH does get his Echo Slam up. Potential here, but Zayats has his number. Keeps the vision on him. Echo will catch 2 of them, but no follow through. But look at Rezo. Needed that Fairy Fire and the wand. He's gone a greedy build with the boots of travel, speeding away, but Miracle's in. Haunting towards the Death Prophet, trying to take her down. Mind Control giving chase as well. They should find Rezo here, but he's got so many heals. The ghosts come back at the perfect time. Straight to full HP as Zayats the only loss the Secret will suffer as the tower falls. Nigma trying to react to this, but not getting what they needed.
You gotta try and deal with that ward on that high ground if you're Enigma soon. And that ward is given so much information to Secret to try and keep making these plays and force these rotations. And like your cores are getting out completely alive. I mean, Miracle is being harassed so much top. At some point you have to realize he's not getting as much as he wants right now from being top. You either commit more heroes up here to get kills and give her that space, or yeah, like you said earlier, they could just try rotating him to another lane. The problem is, as soon as he commits the TP, maybe they run at him and then they force him to use his ult, and they just gonna maybe just try and keep him moving. I can see them moving though for this bot tower.
They know GH is TP down here and he is all alone. Rezo and Zayats try and track back for him. Fisher delays the inevitable death of GH and does slow down the push on the tier 1 as well. But every kill on the Earthshaker always feels good. You're delaying that blink or the shard, stopping his teamfight contributions from coming too early on.
I actually didn't check and realize that Rezo had boots of travel.
Yeah, he had it in the top fight. That's how he sped away from all of them.
Yeah, I think you even mentioned it.
Yeah.
It just didn't click in my brain until I saw him TPing onto that wave.
Well, I said it and it didn't even click for me. Hook shot from Zayats. Fine Kuroki. Enigma, they were coming down here to try to defend as a unit, but Secret, they've got 5 heroes here. You can't come in piecemeal one by one. That has to TP home. And Leshrak forced back to tier 2s by Nisha.
You can feel that the change up here. With no Io, I feel like Sumail is playing a lot more, you know, just not as fast, a little bit more scared, has to be wary. He can't just run in and rely on that heal.
It's going to be so conservative, doesn't he?
Yeah. Crystal's trying to get that farm up here, but they're just going to push him off. When is the Exo up? They have the Exo. They're taking bot without needing it. Now they can kind of sweep through this bot jungle.
They've got multiple angles of attack in towards mid now.
Yeah, you want to use the Exo for mid tower for sure. And then you can maybe wait and use the next one for Roche.
Another kill on GH. It's coming. Telekinesis into the Pango roll. Stolen Lightning Storm, and the final swashbuckle will do the trick. Hook shot from Zayats. Where's that? It's deep. Behind tier 1 in the mid lane. It does force Kuro to throw the tombstone down to try and match what Secret are bringing to this mid, and they'll lasso Nisha. A big kill if they can have it, but he's tanky. He's got the illusion into pop to get away from Sumail's split earth, and Rezo, he's got the exorcism, chasing forward with a 2-man silence. The Secret calming things down in the mid as they kill Miracle top. Chrysalis gets the solo kill on the Spectre.
I didn't see that. How did that happen?
I don't know, but they're going in for more. Sheepo Sumail getting caught out by the Nisha Pango. In comes Rezo with the Spirit Siphons bursting through the Sumail Lesh. Secret are running away with this game here. Match 3, and it's 12-1. A 6k lead for Secret. Not meant to be, says Rezo.
Jesus, it is unrelenting pressure. And they're doing such a good job of it. This ward is still up on that high ground in the triangle. Like, Secret are just seeing everything. they know where Nigma's playing. They know that Spectre just cannot really farm this jungle so easily. Like, it's so hard for him to come back in this game, and they're putting so much lane pressure on everywhere.
And Sumail completely out of mana. Like you were saying a few moments ago, without this IO, he doesn't have that battery of mana to sustain the amount of damage that comes out of Pulse Nova. Rezo being eyed up top, but he's already safely behind his tier 1, even pinging to say, hey, do we want to defend this, or do we just let it fall?
For the inner.
I think you might have to let that tower go down there. Yeah. In return, you're pressuring bot. You know, just always getting something.
Triple range creep, catapult wave, and mind control. He's TP'd here. Zayats, he's right next to him. Has hookshot ready, and he'll go straight for the bat. Nisha in with his rolling thunder. Not such a long cooldown. He's using it every time it comes up. And Batrider not having a game anymore. 0-2-1. He's got these bots, but needs Blink, needs BKB. It's across the board from Nigma. We need Blink on Earthshaker. We need BKBs up on this Batrider. Spectre needs the Manta style. Another 10 minutes. It feels like Nigma needs to actually get the items to rally around their squad and defend objectives.
It does feel like a case of where they're getting sort of picked off one by one, or just someone's dying and they're not taking the full fight that they really can, because they have a lot of things that allow them to fight. You have this Tombstone, for example. Even just having Fissure is still pretty decent, right? And how many times have we seen Batrider able to just get a little bit of a chase down, throw that flame break back, and lasso out of position? If you can drag someone from Secret out of position, you can definitely fight. And they had that idea, right? They TP the back bottom. They're kind of waiting. I think they didn't. I'm not sure how their comms were like. Maybe they didn't expect Secret to be able to dive there, or didn't know that Zayats was already in position, but I think they wanted to defend it. And it is a really good idea, especially when you have the glyph, because when you activate it, it gives the split shot, does so much damage. Like 17 minutes, you're not really strong enough to tank it if you take a full-on fight there. But yeah, they weren't quite set up to take it. I think maybe playing a little bit more around this side lane pickoffs if you can chase someone down with this bat.
Hex, they're trying to match Secret instead of looking for moves of their own. It's leading to their downfall now with almost a 10k lead for Secret and another aggressive smoke.
Yeah.
Hunting in the triangle. Get the D ward up there as well. As we start to think about Roshan, if a teamfight victory is brought, they'll pounce onto Miracle. He doesn't have Haunt, no mana for it. So Crystallis and Nisha take down the late game security Nigma were trying to build up. As Kuro Sumail, they'll spot Zayats. Flame breaking back, but he's got hookshot and cogs. This chaotic team fight presence from the Clockwork opening up for Secret here to maybe play back in towards the Lesh. DP in from the back with the Exo. Resolution chases mind control. BKB's up and finds the finish on him and Sumail. Team Secret stomping all over Nigma here in game 3.
And you got this axe now. God damn, the range, the ability to get across the map.
I mean, this DP, it's first phase banned against Rezo for a good reason. Gonna rename himself to Rexo in a second as he'll take this Roshan down quickly.
The spirit of Lacoste lives on.
You gotta do it. This is Roshan for Secret. Nigma are positioning themselves with Blink Echo at the ready. They can pull the trigger on this jump. The Haunt, the Echo. He doesn't blink forward. Trying to focus Crystallis, but this is doom and gloom as Puppey steals the Echo and they get 2 more kills. Nigma, what can you do? Zayats has a hook shot. If he can get a glimpse of vision on someone, they can reinitiate, but they're back into the pit to secure the Rosh and the Aegis for themselves. Another failed attempt. Another woeful team fight from Nigma.
Did his blink get cancelled by Zayats? I couldn't tell if it was that or if he just decided he wanted to echo there.
I'm not too sure, but Miracle's dying. Sheepo, they're just losing everything, bleeding out left and right.
It's really just spiraling out of control. It feels like I mean, they're even seeing mind control. I'm gonna miss that.
TP home.
Cancel. Yeah, all their little options are things that they have and are getting. Yeah, we're getting this item. Yeah, we're getting this level. Yeah, we're getting this spell. But it's never enough.
Yeah, you're losing your Lesh. Yeah, you've got a hookshot in from Zayats. He gets the split earth down to Sumail and tries to heal up with his wand, but it's never enough. Crystallis with 9 perma stacks of Agi up. Even diving in with his Aghanim Scepter, pouncing towards Kuro and GH. Mid tier 2 looking a little worse for wear. And with this Slark, like you've been talking about the past few games and series, the warding battle is just so impossible for Nigma. Every observer ward they have is being de-warded.
Yeah. Whenever Slark is ahead, the map just becomes so tiny. It's not just the wards as well. It's having this Axe, the double leap, the range on it. Like, even if you find a little space to farm or a little space to try and recover, right? Like, he is able to catch you and hunt you down and chase you. These boosts of travel synergizing so well with that on the DP. Right? It feels like Nigma really need some way to help disengage. Again, these 4-staffs, something in the future maybe to look towards. Like your Bat Rider, he's trying to get a blink just so they can try and get a good initiation for themselves. If they can catch that DP, for example, and burst her down.
Just look at the freedom the Crystallis has, though. He lurks, he jumps, he finds the Spectre. The stun will connect with the Fissure on top. Crystallis being chain disabled, but he's got the Shadow Dance, and now the DP with the Exo will come back in with a sick hook shot from Zayat, finding Sumail's Leshrac. Down you go into the grave, and Crystallis is hunting for more. Miracle TP's home, Spectre's out of there. They safeguard their carry, but Kuro, he's caught up in the pounce, leashed up. A good Fissure defensively will allow the Undying to escape, but it opens the tier 2 for Rezo to utilize his Exo, get the objectives they need. And the Age is still in the hands of the Slark for 2 minutes 40. Even if they killed him the once there, the fight would have fallen apart regardless.
A moment of peace for Nigma. And I say peace in that I think they're going to wait for next Exo to even attempt to take high ground. But at that point, your Aegis has expired. Alright, so if they're feeling confident enough, they might still play for it. But if they're playing to be careful and not to throw, we might see Secret wait until the next rosh. That gives Nigma a plethora of opportunities to try and make a move, make something come back. You have this Echo Blink, you have this Tombstone. You know, there's always an opportunity to take some fight around a high ground ward, which could be well in your favor. This Slark, he does not have a BKB, right? He can still die to the damage from the Leshrac. So Nigma definitely have, you know, something in this game, even though it is a 16k lead.
They've got options. They do have that overwhelming team fight if they can get the jump. But they need vision to do it. They need smoke, some kind of surprise maneuver. They are all green-lit. Everyone's got all their abilities ready. But Secret.
Yeah, it's the main problem, right? Secret are just going to come up, take you to the 2 towers. They always ready to jump you. And notice they have this long range from both Slark Leap and the hook shot. At a moment's notice.
Yeah, Nigma don't even want to show on lanes. Sumail was thinking about pushing bot, but it is too scary on the map right now.
And look at this play, right? The problem of this smoke is that they think that Nigma have tried to push out of the map because they showed top. They're like, okay, they're just going to be farming bot, right? Let's sweep through it with a smoke and get a pick off on whoever's trying to farm outside the map. But they're not doing it. They're just sitting in their base. They're actually just...
The surprise move. Zayat's in such a good position here. He could break the smoke. But Nigma, they've found their way around him. Weaseling their way into that bottom jungle. Haunt spots Rezo. They'll get the Blink Lasso. This is a huge kill for Nigma. They'll look to take him down, but the Depth Shroud, not quite enough to keep him alive. But in comes the roll and the Slark pouncing in. Oh, aim for the Spectre and the Lesh. Oh, Sumail dropping so low so quickly. He's gone. Now the pounce back into the Undying. Crystallis and Nisha open up on Miracle. Nigma Galaxy losing 3 off the back of that initiation. It looked good to start with, but Zayat is aiming for more. Mind control on the retreat. The hook shot didn't land. Try and get in on towards GH now instead. MC blinks away. Bat Rider's out there and GH TPs too.
MC's just getting what he can on this little brief escapade outside of their base for that TP back. And this is where the net worth lead really comes into play. Right, you get that DP kill. Honestly, like, fantastic start for Nigma in that fight, but you still have Nisha with an Ags, a Diffusal Blade, all these levels. Same with Crystallis. They're both so tanky, they're both so farm, they have so many levels. They don't need DP to kill your team.
Yeah, they've got Nisha and Crystallis just to roll on over. I've got to say, Zayat on his clockwork has had a spectacular time. He's contending with zombies and Spectre illusions and all this nonsense. But he's finding the lines, finding that chaos in the team fight with the cogs pushing people around or locking Sumail in place. And right now he's that smoke blocker, making sure that no one's coming through that bottom jungle and there's no one really farming down bottom wave either.
when you're lacking all this vision, you're just scared. You're terrified. You're like, we don't know where they are. We don't know where they're playing. They could be bot. They could be top. You know, and using this, Secret increased their net worth lead because they can farm 2 heroes in the triangle, 1 hero bot, and 2 behind them in their own jungle. Because Nigma don't know. They can't smoke up knowing, yeah, they're definitely split up right now. Because the threat is always there. The ability to connect is always there. You have the boost of travel. It's so risky and hard, and you're playing without the vision of seeing, like, Clockwork is pushing just from fog with the rocket flare, right? He's not even putting himself in the position to get grabbed by Nigma.
Yeah, and they got this deep ward down that's actually spotted Nigma coming to try and de-ward bottom. They kind of know that they're either in their base or smoking out top because they've pushed in bot, pushed in mid. That's what Chrysalis is looking for right now as a Slark. He's smoke hunting at the moment, trying to figure out if there's any vision placed by Nigma up here as well. And this might be their last-ditch effort. Now, one team fight here could bring them back into the game, but it could also lose them the match.
They're looking for anything. I mean, these are the moves that you have to make. You cannot just sit and wait for this slow death. As the net worth lead increases for Secret, right? This smoke up, waiting in the trees. If a single hero shows, you know, it's still... Oh, are they gonna find Miracle? Ooh, he's fine. Close, though. But, yeah, I mean, you gotta... You don't know exactly where they are, but they're probably not sitting as 5. Now, that's not how you win when you're ahead, necessarily. Alright, so if they can just get that quick grab with the lasso, then they're gonna hunt for it. They're gonna look for it. They gotta try. They gotta try, Gary.
Yeah, they've got to throw everything they've got at this. And they finally de-ward that deep observer that's been causing them so many issues the past 3 minutes. But Secret, they're all together. No one is left alone. Spreading wide across the map to keep the pressure onto Nigma Galaxy here. And Miracle, the only one who feels safe showing on a wave. And a reasonably fast Roshan respawn is going to lead to a big clash around the pit. Nigma might be running out of smokes at this point, though. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, they've got 1 on GH, so they do have the opportunity to leave their base. But we see Zayat's in position to break it. Nigma again, good angle to move around these smoke breakers. But there's Chrysalis. The Slark on the front lines, and Nisha, Swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder. Hook shot onto Mind Control. The Fisher tries to block them away, but Nisha's in with Chrysalis, finding the kill on the Bat Rider now, and they've looked towards Sumail on the left-hand side. Kuroki being ripped apart by Resolution's DP, and the tombstone's down. 2 kills for Secret again, just holding Nigma back and making sure this dominant position on the map isn't relinquished.
How annoying. The one thing you're looking for is just a hero to jump, and it's always that pesky Slark using his Dark Pact, making it impossible. You just can't jump. There's no way for you to know that he's, you know, wound it up and clicked it in time, unless you're checking like your 1 charges maybe, because then it does show that he's used it. But that's it. It's hard and it's risky, and you can't really, you know, risk it. So I don't know. Maybe Nigma can get a couple more things before the next big fight, before this fight for Roche. I mean, Roche is up right now, so it's definitely scary, but you want like your Earthshaker level 12, right? More damage on that Echo Slam. Maybe you want to see Kuroki get that Tombstone maxed out. You know, Mind Control, obviously very far away from that BKB, not really something you can rely on here. He's
behind the Clockwork in net worth. And after having a decent laning stage, it really has been a downhill slide for Mind Control's bat.
Yeah, he's very underfarmed, and it's hard. You can't take this farm, the small amount trickling into your base. You have to give it to Miracle. You have to give it to your carry. You know, as a Bat Rider, all you can really do is go for this blink, and he's not going to go for a real greedy BKB anymore. He's going for the 4-staff, and I think that is the correct play. You need these 4-staffs to try and get your team out. Come on.
Drag people into Fountain.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only thing you can go for.
Sumail steps out. Sumail's been caught. Self-fuels. Chrysalis has his BKB up, so the hook shot in from Zayat's going to lock the Lash in place. The Horn coming through, allowing Miracle to maybe get on top of some of these dire support heroes, but Chrysalis just diving into the base. Sumail's still alive. The Echo Slam from GH, but the Rolling Thunder. Nisha causes chaos, allows the Dark Pact to come out, along with a Shadow Dance, and Secret to sweep through them. Every member of Nigma demolished by Nisha's Rolling Thunder. 2 buybacks required, but I just don't see it happening.
It is very hard. I mean, Rezo is such a beast right now. Running through Chrysalis. Yeah, couldn't kill him. He's got so much regen coming out from that ult into the Depth Shroud. He's just regen. You can't target him, even with all this AoE damage. There's just not enough in the tank.
Yeah, and they've got these multiple boots of travels just jumping from lane to lane. Like Nisha now going to TP home to refill with Rezo, and then they can return to the Roche pit thinking about that Aegis. There's even a DD room spawning outside the pit for them as well. But here we can see it. Lesh just stepping out of that base a bit too far. I mean, he was tanky enough to get back to high ground with the soul rips and the heals that he had behind him. But the timing on this, as we see Chrysalis dive, he got so close to dying with that Echo Slam and Chain Stun, and then Nisha comes in, saves the day.
Actual champion. Every moment that ticks by, it gets harder and harder to take these fights for Nigma because Clockwork's finished a Lotus Orb. You just stick that on your Slark, and now it's literally impossible to ever lasso him. Maybe you don't even care about him. Maybe you think he's just absolutely fine. Put it on your DP. Let Rezo get that full damage off from Exorcism. I mean, this Lotus Orb is just a free live, it feels like, versus the Batrider, which is their main tool to try and win these fights so they can get anyone out of position. And on top of that, like, Nisha's buying an Eon Disc. When you're ahead, you might see someone get cocky. I'm just going to buy damage items. I'm just going to buy, things that let me do more, like a Shiva's Guard. I want a Shiva's Guard. But he knows the only way we lose this game is if I get lassoed and pulled into that base. So by buying this Eon Disc, he is completely just removing the ability for Nigma to pull themselves back in.
Perfect. Optimization. I'm just wondering what that pause was. We've had puppy pause, we've had Finol pause, tactical pause. This felt like a Kuroki pep talk pause. Get the morale back up in your team because they've got to be feeling down and out. 4-31 with a 33k lead over on Secret. Another Roshan going into their hands as well. You need your captain to lift your spirits. That's what Kuroki can potentially do here. Just remind them, we've got Miracle on Spectre. We've got GH on Earthshaker. We have these tools to win team fights and go late game. We've not lost a tier 3 yet. And that's a royal we from Kuroki's perspective.
Yeah, it would be nice for sure if GH could get his shard before the next fight. Just add that little bit extra way to hold your high ground and put a little bit of pressure out from range. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. There's so many items you need and so little farm trickling in. Everything really is just in your Spectre, and even she's just scared and uncomfortable. There's a lot of magic damage, a lot of control, and all he has really is a Manta style and half of a Skadi. I mean, he's nearly finished it. He's got his courier prepped and ready to grab that last bit. They're just going to funnel every little wave that comes into him that they can.
Get the Spectre big. That's all they can hope for. Chrysalis cruises up top to push out wave. The rest of them, they went down bottom as they do get a lasso haunt. Finding Puppy. That's a kill. Not going to get much off the back of it. And that was 2 ultis, right? So you've got a minute and a half now at the least where Secret, they can exploit it. Hook shot in. Good Fisher, but the Rolling Thunder looking for Sumail. Chrysalis will move in. The self-fuel from the Lesh. Gonna save him for a second or two, but he's being turned on quickly by the BKB and the Rolling Thunder with no buyback on Sumail. It's really dangerous for Nigma now to continue fighting. They'll lose the Batrider in their base. And Team Secret with this Exo can think about pushing high ground again. Tier 3 mid, just 260 HP remaining. And Slark still with Aegis in his hands. Can waltz up the ramp. Get onto tier 3s and look for this first lane of barracks against Nigma.
That Lesh kill was so big as well, just for the defense.
All the damage from Chrysalis. They kill Earthshaker. There's no Blink Echo. There's no buybacks. There's no Spectre soon. Chrysalis forces them back to Fountain. It's a 1v5 now.
Middle barracks are under attack.
He's just so farmed, Gary.
He is incredibly strong. And on they move. Tier 3 bottom. Unlock the base. Close this one out. One step closer to that lower bracket final. Team Secret looking to knock out Nigma Galaxy here. The battle of the ages. It started off with a bang. Game 2 was tight, but Game 3 has been a one-way street for Secret.
40k net worth lead up now.
Ending with a bit of a fizz for Nigma.
Yeah.
They will respawn in time to defend their top lane, though. And we are still waiting for this Blink Echo from GH to make the difference. But look at Zayat. He's on the Spectre. Chrysalis in. We'll get the pounce. They're focusing in onto Miracle, and he's down. No buyback. Oh, God, it's a disaster for Nigma now. Chrysalis does still have the Aegis, so his first life claimed, sure. But what do you do off the back of it? Undying, Flesh Golem, Tombstone still up, and Soul Rip back to full HP, but Secret, they've retreated. They got 2 lanes, Aegis used to perfection. And this 40k lead just seems insurmountable for Nigma now.
It really is. That kill on Sumail opened everything up for them. The split earth spam with that shard was probably one of the best tools they had to defend their high ground. And with that out of the way, Secret don't care. They'll go in, they'll dive. There's nothing really making them scared. All that AoE damage gone. It doesn't exist. He's in the grave. Again now. Maybe, maybe confident enough here to go in. They have that ward down. They're looking for an opening. Anyone that steps out of line, anyone that steps up to de-ward, they will die instantly. And I think Nigma know.
Yeah, that's why Kuro hasn't gone for it. Tried to get a ward of his own in that mid lane, but that's immediately de-warded by Rezo. And Team Secret, they know that both of these other lanes can naturally push in. Exo's back up, so creeps arriving at the top lane of this Radiant base will mean Rezo moves forward.
No buybacks except on Bat right now.
Rough stuff for Nigma Galaxy. Exceptional position for Team Secret. And they can just stay here. The platform to launch pad themselves up into the high ground, diving the base. Bat Rider, he tried to blink in, but he's dead. Does buy back. Forcing some spells and cooldowns. The BKB in particular from Chrysalis did get utilized. So a bit of a poke from Nigma there to give them another option, another chance to get back in this game.
We traded Bat's buyback for a D-ward on that ward. Big wins, big wins.
Gains.
We got some XP from that, yeah.
And Spec has buyback now.
Wonderful.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Secret aren't going to give up.
Deadly sweet.
They've claimed this land as their own and they want to keep it.
They're playing so nicely, just so clean on Secret. They really don't want to give anything away.
Nice being crisp.
Yeah, taking the little pickoffs that they can, threatening them, even in their own base, even when no one's really looking for a proper fight. They just applying constant pressure. Now they're gonna back it up, continue to increase that lead. They've got their wards down.
Precious bounty.
Even Puppy has an Eon Disc now. So it's going to be very difficult to kill any number of these heroes. You know, Rezo has his disassembled. Pango has his disassembled. Puppy now has one. Slark has a multitude of safety mechanisms with Shadow Dance, Depth Shroud, BKB. Incredibly challenging for Nigma to get that jump.
They're just splitting up to keep farming, and Zayas is just holding the line, sitting on this high ground. If anyone comes, he'll break that smoke. He's ready to delay. He's got that Lotus Orb, so they shouldn't be able to kill him.
And now they swarm in. The hook shot doesn't quite land, but they've got the cogs and the telekinesis. They're going to bring down Miracle quickly. He does have buyback, don't forget. So Nigma with a chance here to fight around Kuro, but he quickly falls to the DD of Chrysalis. No one dying for 30 seconds, so a swift move up top from Team Secret. Exo from Rezo. Shred through the tier 3 tower.
And the DD Crystallis. Oh, he's scary.
He's a monster. A beast from the deep.
But they give nothing away. Buy back out? Sure, no problem. We'll back off. Roche respawning. Well, we don't know when, but it starts to respawn in 40 seconds. They're even peeking their head in. They know. Comms probably telling each other, all right, guys, just force one little thing at a time. They step out, we punish it. But we don't overcommit. We don't give them the slam. We don't give them the lasso to the fountain.
And this is how bad it's got for Nigma as Zayats misses that hook shot. Telekinesis saved from Puppy, though, as Lasso going to get cancelled out. Chrysalis got himself away, weaseled himself forward now towards the MC Bat, nearly dead. Chrysalis, with the help of Puppy and Zayats, do claim the kill, while Sumail permanently controlled. And another 2 kills, no buybacks. GH, he tries his best with a Blink Echo slam in, but it's all over now. A buyback from GH will come out, but Team Secret have this game under lock and key.
It is way too hard to do anything. I mean, they're holding on. Maybe Secret runs it 5-man into the fountain. And we gotta hope for something, but it's looking worse and worse.
Yeah, Nisha with this Aghanim Scepter destroying the Spectre of Miracle. Gone for 80. Only GH stands here now, but this is a game you do not call early.
Nope. Well,
GG. It had to come eventually. They waited. 20 minutes of solid domineering by Team Secret. Finally coming to an end with a victory here in Game 3. Dropping out Nigma from TI qualifiers. Commiserations to Nigma, to Kuroki, all the boys on the team, the Nigma fans, and congratulations to Team Secret. I mean, it's not a huge victory as things go in terms of bracket placement. They've got another series to win to get to last chance qualifiers. But in terms of matchups and teams, Secret against Nigma, it's as big as they come.
of course, definitely. And I am just really impressed with how they played that game. They had the complete just patience and playing that game so slowly, so carefully, giving nothing away. They really played like they know that their TI life is on the line and Puppy's still in it to be an all-timer.
He is, yeah.
Have to see how the rest of this bracket goes. But yeah, what a fun series that was. Obviously, this last game was a stomp, but overall, I mean, I think we saw two teams really give it their best throughout these games.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 in particular, everyone was playing out of their minds. They gave it their all. And there you can see the sadness of Nigma there, having the team huddle.
Yeah.
Honestly, just brief moments of reflection, thinking how long we've had Kuroki as this captain of top teams, and now, unfortunately, not going to TI 2 years in a row. Now, Puppy, of course, going to be incredibly happy with their chances and their position now, heading through this lower bracket. But that series, it comes to an end with a 45-6 scoreline. Team Secret proving to be the better team overall.
Yeah, Secret are insane. I think we saw in their last series, Chrysalis, maybe he wasn't able to really get as involved as we hoped he would, but this series definitely, above and beyond. His Slark was fantastic. That Monkey King game 1 as well. I really enjoyed seeing how he's looking. Hopefully they can just, keep this momentum going for themselves and take it all the way to last chance. Maybe even for that TI slot.
Maybe even for that TI slot. You are correct. As we close this series out, wrap it up, and think about our next one coming up in the lower brackets. Into the Breach against Goon Squad. Going to find out who the rivals for Team Secret will be in the lower bracket final as we do move on towards that. A quick break, and we'll return with more Dota 2 action for you.
You never felt more shit, did you?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've had time to get a snack, a drink, have a few breaths of fresh air as we move on to our next series. Enigma, we just saw dropping out of the TI Qual. Secret moving on, but now we need to figure out who they play against. Into the Breach against Goon Squad is our next best of three. As you can see, Sheepo, the draft already begun.
Okay, deep breath. I mean, I had 14 minutes of break, but still. Oh, I mean, how do you recover from a series like that? It was super stressful. Obviously very sad. And yeah, moving on to Goon Squad. I mean, this is the team that knocked Enigma into that lower bracket.
Right, was incredibly strong with that Void, but not having it this game.
Yeah, the team has honestly been pretty damn impressive, and so has Into the Breach. They were knocked down by Team Secret. They are the ones they took a game off Team Secret even, and have been playing a lot of like third-party tournaments. And just in general, I think that this team can definitely catch you by surprise. And
yeah, it should be pretty evenly matched. Like when they've met each other previously, it's gone blow for blow. 2-0 victories, one apiece in Western Europe Div 2, and then the ESL Malaysia qualifiers. So it should be a very tight match here between Goon Squad and Into the Breach. As we look towards this draft, like I said, Void already gone, and Dying Band, Marcy and Lena removed as well. So it looks like they'll get their hands on the Tiny, which we've seen Ari have some success with from that position 4 role, and the Enigma to go along with it.
yeah, Into the Breach have, just on the style of their drafting, they seem to really love these strong lanes. So something like an Enigma is perfectly in tune with that. And they also really love Crystal Maiden. But like not enough to just first pick it every game, but they'll often just pick it in the second phase. But in this qualifier alone, they've picked it 6 times. Like, I don't know how many games they played, but that's, you know, most of their games they've had this Crystal Maiden at least, willing to flex it between 4 and 5. But yeah, they seem to really love it, and I can definitely see them picking it up this game too, just to, you know, help deal with the Chen creeps. Just, you know, if it's your comfort, it's your comfort, and it's a nice pairing with this Tiny. It's a little bit more magical burst too. And you know, your initiation is kind of covered by the other support, so you're not stressing that much.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice combo. And we've also seen, you know, Ari pick up these like Ricky 4s and stuff like that. And he likes his Marcy, his, like I said, his Maiden. There's been some weird and wonderful picks there. They've grabbed an AA from time to time against DPs to try and burst her down quickly. But I think here with this opening, probably Ari Tiny, probably Jibbe on the Enigma. So we're not going to have that option to go back into like a Visage or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't quite seem like they super love Visage on mid the way like Stormstormer would. Instead, we might see Supreme. I mean, Supreme's played a lot of different heroes throughout this qualifier. You know, we can see him on many things. Even the Wyvern, like he's played that mid and been happy to take that. I think I'm looking more at Goon Squad right now though to sort of deal with this black hole as an issue. You have obviously the Chen heal to kind of try and out heal it, and that has been a very effective solution in the past. However, cancel is always preferable, either in Avenge, a Wyvern, a Pango with Basher, Faceless Void obviously banned out in first phase, just any of these BKB piercing spells.
And get one of those options for yourself. I mean, they've already got a ton of push. I'm thinking about like a Beastmaster or something. If they add to that and have BKB piercing, it could be a nice little pick, but that would obviously, you know, move DP into the mid lane. Would have to shift their lanes around a little bit.
10
fit it
seconds
in.
remaining.
Yeah, I would be looking here just for something that can make use of the Chen in lane. Obviously gives a lot of healing, starts with that headdress and so on, but also just this Q, is it Penitence? That gives you all that nice extra attack speed. Just you have the ability to be quite aggressive on your lane into Enigma if you have a carry that can deal with the Eidolons. Because Chen can't, He even might see some of his creeps getting converted. But like in the past, I've seen Monkey King players, for
10
example,
seconds
using that like spring in to kind of help jump on the
5
Enigma,
seconds
harass him,
remaining.
and clear the Eidolons. And with a Tiny, you want him to ideally be rotating on mid, right? So if Enigma's ever alone, having the ability to threaten him with a good carry is pretty wild.
Yeah, we've also seen, you know, the Alchemist ban here as a solid one. We've seen Alk
Radiant team
dealing with those Eidolons decently. Also, Gyrocopter out there as well as an option.
Team pick.
We could start to see Aqua's hero pool develop a little more, you know, away from the Faceless Void, as he's picked up like a
Whoa.
Weaver and a Bloodseeker in the past. And there is the Maiden that you talked
Who
about.
could have seen it coming? No one in the history of Dota has ever looked into the Breach's match history and could have come to this conclusion. But nah,
10
jokes aside,
seconds
I
remaining.
like that they are confident in their Crystal Maiden, and I like that it fits in nicely
5
to their lineup
seconds
already.
remaining.
Clearly, they have prepared a lot of drafts around having this in it and know how they want to play it, so it's just pretty good and solid. And Goon Squad, on the other hand, I think at this point you could maybe look to something that's able to sort of feast on this squishier support, or something that is able to disrupt the game for Enigma. You could always pick up something like a Clockwork, for example, would be amazing against all three of these heroes, as well as having that BKB Pierce in the hook. I would definitely love to
Dire
see something
team
like that, which gives a bit of initiation as well, because
Ooh.
you're playing with a Chen who's not going to provide that to your team. Like DP as well, if you're committing this to your offlane, you're lacking that blink stun or whatever. She's more of a I'm running in with my BKB, so the ability to actually get in there and you need someone to stop this Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, Hook,
10 seconds
maybe the
remaining.
Shard on Pudge. Looks like a position 1 Pudge as things stand. And we've
5
seen
seconds
him do
remaining.
decently against Enigma, just with the Rot being able to chase down Eidolons.
Radiant team
That 4th pick coming out for Goon Squad. Give me the Dark Willow.
Okay.
Interesting. Then this Willow, I don't know about the pairing with DP. This makes me feel it's like an offlane Pudge with Willow, DP mid, and they're still looking for their Aqua hero last.
Maybe. Do they usually leave? It feels like they usually leave their
10
offlane for
seconds
S4, like on
remaining.
last pick. Sorry.
Okay.
But I don't know.
5 seconds
I-
remaining.
I think
That's
you're
right, it could-
right in somewhere now.
That's right. Then if it's DP mid and Pudge safe lane, then yeah, an offlane with the Willow, that makes
Yeah.
more sense. It was really just the DP Dark Willow duo that I was kind of, you know, raising my eyebrow at a little bit.
Yeah.
The way you say it makes sense. Yeah, have something at the very end there for S4, his Centaur, his DK, something like that. I can set up stun for people.
They're going pretty all in with this timing though on Goon Squad. Like right now into the breach, I want to see something that can maybe delay this game out a bit or either match the tempo for Goon Squad. Because for Goon Squad, right, we usually see DP play around her EXO as a timing. We're going to take this tower, then this tower, then we're going to take Roche, right? And Chen really enables that with his like 10-minute mech timing and
Dire
ability to
team
just get all these
back.
creeps and take over the map with her, right? And Pudge, he wants to go Vanguard into Axe. And it feels like when they have that, they kind of just want to run together. Because this is a solid solution to Enigma, especially going into late game. But for the early game, for mid game, before that BKB on Enigma, you have this Dark Willow who can fear from
10
range, who should never
seconds
really be getting
remaining.
caught in it, to always cancel it and always just kind of cover your core. So if they're able to
5 seconds
run it down
remaining.
at 20-25 minutes, it feels like this is a very strong moment for Goon Squad.
Yeah, it does. But that lane looks incredibly scary. Maiden Ursa. No matter who they're up against, they're going to be able to offer kill threat on them. And we've already talked about that Tiny Enigma, you know, dragging the wave back to your tower and allowing Tiny to have tossbacks under tier 1 with Eidolons around them. It's a very, very difficult laning stage to play for Goon Squad, even if they do have, you know, good heroes to pile the pressure on early. We've got to be careful about their positioning, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, and they can deal with this Ursa. I love the Ursa
10
pick for
seconds
starters. I
remaining.
love that it can take this Roshan underneath Goon Squad's
5
nose.
seconds
Right, you can
remaining.
beat out their timing by stealing that away from them. I like that it is a massive tank killer. So playing into this DP and Pudge is fantastic for that, right? But on the other hand, if we're looking at what Goon Squad can buy to kind of deal with it, both DP and Dark Willow could go for this Yule Scepters. We could see Chen get a 4-staff after his mech. You want ways to kite the Ursa. Also, DP could go for that Halberd. All these little items can help manage an Ursa. But yeah, if he gets items, if he goes Battle Fury and farms it up, he's gonna be a menace.
He
And
is.
I think Goon Squad need to really address that in their last pick. What are you looking for? You're looking for that
Radiant
off lane. What's gonna beat out
Dire
Ursa in
team
the
pick.
off lane?
Yeah, pairing with a Willow as well. I don't know. I always want some kind of melee, tanky, stunning hero for S4 to play with this Willow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there a way they shift things around and put DP in the off lane?
You
10
definitely
seconds
could.
remaining.
I think if who is? Let me just do a quick check. If something like a
5
Pango
seconds
could be
remaining.
really good because it does offer you that way to cancel Black Hole. It kind of sucks to lane it into Ursa, but you can do like wave dragging with your Willow. If you do get like a corrosion or something in the lane, you have kill threat on Crystal Maiden even.
Yes.
You and Dark Willow, you can do quite a fair amount. So I wouldn't be opposed to something like that.
Well, only 10 seconds remain for them to pull this last pick out of the hat.
Pick.
That's what you
Mars.
play Pango.
I don't think so, no. It
don't
looks
think
like
I've
Mars is
seen
going to
it.
be the standard pick for him. And Mars Willow, you know, that classic pairing. And as ITB, they need their mid laner now, it looks like. But what is it for Supreme? There's no Puck, Invoker, Quap, Bat, Lena. All of these mids have been
10
banned out.
seconds remaining.
Can we fall back on a Spirit, like an Ember or something?
Just pick your Morphling
5
wall.
seconds remaining.
Mid
But
morph, yeah.
I mean, they're gonna fight a lot on Goon Squad, and when it's S4, I usually might see him get that Blink Dagger. So I think if they're playing in that style, I don't think you can get away with a Morphling mid. If they do go for it, then I will think they will be very pressured this game.
Yeah, I'm feeling the Ember Spirit for maneuverability and able to catch people, or a Zeus just for that raw damage.
That could work. I really want something that can rotate to side lanes though, in case Goon Squad want to start diving towers. I want something that can punish that.
Well,
You may
there you
now
go for the
select
Pango.
your heroes.
Yep,
That's exactly
perfect.
what his job role is.
Yeah, nice. Wave clear with your Pango Swash. Ways to counter these dives if they happen. Ways to TP to lanes and make moves. Way to rotate with your runes as well. Just overall solid last pick, I think, for Supreme there. I'm very happy to see that Pango come out. I think this Mars was my second choice for offlane for Goon Squad after the Pango themselves. Because, you know, it's like you're laning into Ursa, you got the spear back to keep him off you. You have that combo, like you said, with Dark Willow. And as well, it's just, I don't know, it just feels like the control that they really need to output all this damage that they have. You know, DP having everyone contained in an arena is, you know, it's their condition to win the fight.
Yeah.
They really want to play super hard. I'd like to see him go Blink and just kind of run it.
Charge at his opponents. Spear people back, hook them around, get them into that DP's range so she can do the damage she needs. I mean, coming into this series, do you think either of these teams really have the upper hand? Because we kind of looked at this thinking they're both very evenly balanced. And then second question, add on, drafting wise, you know, do you lean one way or the other?
Ooh, I love Into the Breach's lineup more late game, and if Supreme's able to kind of squash these early moves and have a really good start, then I probably favor their draft. In terms of team skill, I think they're both great.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that one is going to definitely win this or crush it. We could easily see it go to 3 games, I think. This first game will show a lot just in terms of like how their playstyles match up into each other. But even when it came to the secret match for Into the Breach, right? They lost, then they won a game, and then Secret figured them out and won the third game. That could potentially happen for both of these teams. You know, if they have that click in their head, oh, this is how they're playing. You know, they might get the upper hand there. Kind of saw it last series too, right? Nigma sort of just got figured out a bit, and Secret really turned
Just
it on.
exploited it, yeah.
Yeah.
So a slight lean towards Into the Breach. But of course,
No,
we're looking at
I'm not leaning. It's 50-50. I did not lean.
Mild 1% lean.
No, not even 1%. 50-50.
Just a small slouch.
Gareth, you sound
little-
very biased right now.
Dead even between these two squads as we head into game 1 here. Into the Breach. Looking pretty solid with this mid-game timing around the Enigma. Ursa and Pango aiming for Roshans. That's going to be a key element to their game plan. Ursa lineups with Aegis always look 1,000 times better than the Ursa lineup without an Aegis. So potential here for Goon Squad to try and sneak that with an Exo, or if they win a team fight off the back of this laning stage pressure, an early game team fight they've got with Mars, Willow, Chen, Hand of God, and Pudge, who's, I don't know, a pretty early game hero as well himself from the position 1 role, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's kind of still killable, of course, pre-BKB, but the Ags outputs a lot of damage, and if their idea is just to time everything around his Ags, then I do think there's a chance that Into the Breach can struggle with that. Just being able to cover yourself with this Willow Fear is going to be pretty big, but that's why I like the Pango pick so much. Because now it's not just, okay, we're relying on hitting a black hole. You have that role that can disrupt the fight. You know, Goon Squad, it feels like their heroes. I mean, they might just start a fight here before I get into it. You know, playing around
Yeah.
this ward.
Yeah, Aqua has a hook. Sees the Maiden, lands it on her, reels Kidaro in towards the Brambles. And Crystal Maiden, the first one to die here in game 1. First blood for S4.
Yes, sir. Well, back to my point. I was going to say, I think that Goon Squad, their timings for kind of early are not super reliant on BKBs. Like, the
30
DP will
seconds
get
to
one,
battle.
but Mars, he'll probably want to go for that Blink, I imagine, and the Pudge will have his Vanguard Ags, so that's where I think Into the Breach can really exploit that with their spells. That being said, maybe Goon Squad just slow it down. I mean, it's not like their team has to win super hard early. They have a lot of ways to play this game, so S4 might just go for that BKB too, and they just play it like that. There's always that ability to catch Into the Breach by surprise with all this team fight.
Absolutely is. Another hook for Aqua, grabs the bounty rune. So Hanske and Aqua getting one apiece. Third one for Peksu.
No.
And a slight lead for Goon Squad there. Getting first blood, getting the 3 bounties. And trying to guard this observer ward, which will absolutely be known about. ITB, Ari's going to bring sentries up here, and he's a little scared. Hasn't seen anyone show.
They know about that ward? How? There's no way. How would they know about that ward?
Well, Pudge launched a hook at a Crystal Maiden.
Oh, unfortunate.
That's how we do it. I'm a little surprised Peksu didn't deny it himself, but we'll see what happens. He'll maybe track back and deal with Ari's Tiny there. So take a peek into the mid lane. DP against Pango. Supreme already taking quite a bit of damage, even through a shield crash. The strength of having a ranged hero against a melee.
Yeah, I was about to say, hear me out, Big Brain. If he dewards this, he wastes a sentry/ward on the deward. Wait, he sees the ward, right? Oh, he has to block the camp. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think Peksu might be okay with him using a ward to get that deward because it means that it's one less sentry to block the camps for him,
Okay.
potentially.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because usually you commit like the sentry to the small camp and the ward to the medium camp.
Well, it's also like there's an observer ward there as the Dire as well, so you can go and deward that yourself. I'm kind of
Yeah, now he
curious
must
why.
though, yeah.
I guess Ari, like you said, wanted to block the camp, so he couldn't just go and sentry it and kill it.
Oh, all the little things. DP should have a pretty good time mid though, especially with the change to Siphon, much stronger against heroes like Pango who have that smaller hero health pool.
Yeah, a lot more just raw flat damage, but look at Peksu top, stuck in the Eidolons and killed off. I was wondering here with the creep wave pushing into Dire Tower, Enigma hasn't really dragged the wave back as we usually see. It will start to occur now as the double wave amasses on the Dire side. But yeah, just being able to catch that Chen there. It feels incredibly good because now you've got level 2 Tiny, you've got level 2 Enigma, you can get toss-back plays potentially. And Peksu hasn't really had any access to his jungle yet.
Yeah, he's brought out sentries now. It's very much a lot of sentry gaming. Just gonna be that war on those.
Yeah, I guess
Camps.
the D-ward.
Yeah. The only sad thing for him though is, whilst he does get that D-ward there, which feels really nice, he put one over the small camp thinking it was blocked and it wasn't. Zippy's... I mean, Aqua's alone, sorry, I was gonna say. Peksu went super deep for that creep, but they're not really punishing him. I think maybe they just want a little bit more levels, want that level 2 demonic conversion for the Eidolon damage.
Yeah, they've got a big wave coming in as well. Drag it back to your tier 1, hold it there, freeze the lane for Jibbe. As Ari he moves across to try and contest the Chen. But against a hook and a rot, he's slowed down to a crawl. No boots or windlace. And he's just going to get dropped here with the Purge Creep slowing him enough. They'll finish the Tiny.
That little creep man has so many slows on him.
That's a
Could
lot of
connect as
slows.
well.
So we
And
looked
when
at all
the-
this top.
hold
What's
on.
exactly you finish your sentence.
I was
Go
just gonna say, it was nice of them, right, to just take advantage of the fact that the wave is pushing in so hard to just go get that kill, because it's not like you can really contest that well under
Yeah.
that tower. But yeah, yeah, so bot,
Bot lane.
taking our travels,
There are 3 lanes
there are.
and a pause to talk about it as
What
well.
a
Good
great
timing.
pause, nice, yeah, let's just catch up.
I mean, it kind of naturally happens, right? First blood happens top, Chen's up top, Enigma's top. You look at that for a bit. But yeah, 3.5 minutes in. Ursa 14-2, Mars 17-1. Goon Squad coming out on top so far.
Mm-hmm. Everyone checking with each other if they have each other muted. Oh, well. Yeah, this bot lane seems to be going pretty even-ish. I'm trying to see if Ursa has anything aggressive coming out. No, he's just going quite defensive. Rush that ring of health. He's going to try and just sustain in lane and last it as he can. Prioritizing getting that Battle Fury going to just start farming. I think they recognize it is a bit hard to kind of go aggro, even though you have that CM who has a lot of kill threat. It's like the ability to just throw down the brambles and speed through it. You're going to take so much damage. It's like a lot of harass, and I think this ring of health is meant to just help kind of mitigate that.
And this is one of the classic kill lanes, right? We didn't really talk about the kill threat from the off lane much until we saw this Mars, the Snapfire, the Willow, these heroes coming out into play. Definitely one of the better pairings for S4 and Hansken to go together with.
I miss Snapfire. This qualifier has hated Snapfire.
Yeah, I think Hansken's like the only one that's really played it, isn't he? I think just thinking back on it, he's this position 4 that likes his Snap, likes his Willow. Loves to play with S4 and be that aggressive force on the map. But yeah, Kadaro really can't step up here through fear of being speared, rebuked.
It's actually so hard. Like, you can die so quickly. He needs like raindrops and stuff to sustain. I don't even know. Ursa, like, if they're not able to whittle down the Goon Squad off lane, I think even Otaka might struggle with his Ring of Health. If you're able to just do little pokes and prods and stuff, like, click, click, click together, get a God's Rebuke off. If he tries to aggress back, you get the spear off through the brambles, all this damage, and then it takes a while to heal back up. We might see some Sal's come out, or just Kadaro just maybe ferrying him some tangos as a result.
Yeah, even there, S4 kind of chipping away at them, just a 2-man spear through the Ursa onto the Megden. Trying to bring them lower and lower, so the next time they go around, they've brought them low enough to actually get the finishing blow.
Yeah. I mean, they cut in trees. They are trying to give S4 the least amount of targets possible to spear him into.
That's a good point, yeah. Don't give him that latch target. Limp and Supreme. Oh, just a back and forth there. Shield crash against Spirit Siphon, heals against tankiness. But Water Rune's going to be guarded by Hansken and Limp. So no bottle refill for Supreme as he spends the majority of his regen. But at the very least, Kadaro will force Hansken away. A little more challenging for the Dark Willow there to go rejoin the lane. And they're actually just going to play straight back into mid. Limp saw this Crystal Maiden. He knew she was there. Hansken made the call for it, but still drops.
Overestimated his tankiness, maybe? There was a big wave coming in as well, like double wave because he dragged it just to go get the rune. God, I was feeling so good for Limp there for a moment. I thought that rotation from the supports was like, he gets the rune, Pango doesn't. Okay, now I can finally be aggro on him. But yeah, I mean, God, nice kill. And then he can just swing back to bot. I think Ursa's doing okay, but the wave is kind of not in a good position for him. So it looks like he just had a little bit of a, can't walk up to lane. It's fine. My CM will come back. Then we'll be okay again.
That's the strength of the Maiden, though, isn't it? She's pretty slow, susceptible to dying, but she offers so much nuke damage.
Yeah.
You come into a lane, you burst them down, and that's going to allow Supreme to actually refill his bottle with the bounty rune that's still there in the dire jungle.
No.
Yeah, looking good across the board for Into the Breach. Enigma 20 and 11. Pango and Ursa are now starting to rack up serious CS levels there. Pudge 17-5. Aqua having some problems against this Enigma, as you always do, as a position 1.
Yeah, across the board, though, everyone is hitting creeps. Everyone's having a decent time. Obviously, Goon Squad are getting a little bit more overall. Even though the XP is going towards the way of Zibe top.
Toss back. And Peksu within the Eidolon army. Quickly brought to his knees. Aqua with a hook and the rot, fighting back into Ari, looking for the trade kill, but he's not able to get it. Lightning zap. Oh, the mana comes back up for it, but it's not quite enough damage. 15 HP remaining for the Tiny.
Oh my god, I can't believe he lived. I thought Aqua was going to commit in a little bit more there, but maybe got caught behind those creeps. Either way, every time they go like this on Into the Breach, I think Aqua's the one that just kills the Eidolons. Which is, so like, if you look at net worth, he's 100 above Zibe. So yeah, you're denying all my creeps, but I'm still getting stuff out of this lane.
Yeah. And removing some of that nuisance from the lane as well.
God, I love money.
Bottom rune is a regen, which Kadaro will try and guard for the Pango, but with Hansken's arrival, just going to have to try and take it and run. Or even TPing an additional hero in mid. Ari with this Frostbite setup. Have the Avalanche. The toss not coming yet because they have the Rolling Thunder crashing into Limp. Spirit Siphon. One hell of a spell, though. Now the toss, but DP still alive. Another Frostbite, a round of spells with a shield crash there. They'll finally bring her down. 3 heroes and every spell in the book required to kill off Limp. Well, they get the job done. That's 2 deaths on the DP. The hero that usually is setting the tempo for the rest of her team now looking pretty sad.
Yeah, but this is the thing. DP, we've seen games where DP has a rough lane and a bad time, but the thing is, as soon as she hits that 6, she suddenly has impact or ways to have impact. Like, I think right now, he's just TPing bot. I was gonna say he can just come to a side lane with his ult and try and make something happen and just give that mid XP to his Chen and let him get that towards that mech.
Yeah, especially when you know Ursa isn't level 6 yet. Doesn't have that defensive enrage. Crystal Maiden coming in from the left-hand side and a good observer ward. Sees Limp heading bottom now. Radiant even scanning in behind to make sure how many heroes are here. Dire scanning on the tower, but Otek already TPing away. Back to his tier 2, in fact, as Limp releases the ghosts. Push on to that tier 1. Well, good reactions from ITB, just not entertaining this very, very telegraphed move from Goon Squad.
Yeah. They're gonna take this tower now, and that will just give like a lot more space for S4 as well to just farm through that jungle, come mid with his arena. Because you want, you can do a couple of things with your arena, right? You can either bring heroes to your lane and get kills with it on the carry there if the laning hasn't broken down, or you can come and pressure mid with it and pressure the carry, make sure they can't just farm their jungle safely. And just kind of opens up what S4 can do now that that tower's gone.
Wait, can Ari solo? Oh my god, Aqua, no! What? The Ogre Bruiser.
How does it happen? It's so easy, bro. You look away for one moment.
That's a bit of all right.
I was not role-playing his Gork or something. Unfortunate situation for him. And it looked like Ari was going to go in and solo kill him anyway. He's got that very nice observer ward near the outpost. As Enigma now can pressure that tier 1 and bring the objective down. Well, in that bottom jungle, Hansken does escape from Kidaro. S4 not near enough to launch out the arena spear.
And we're going to see here on DP, as we talked about, this Yule's Scepter and how good it is against Ursa. Limp is buying towards one. Back in the day, you might have seen Mars buying one, but I don't quite think he's going to go for that. S4's pretty kitted out on the small items, and they're looking for a fight here. Oh.
Yeah, playing back into their vision again. Aiming for Aqua. Another kill will be huge on this Pudge. Tossing back into the Rolling Thunder, and Supreme able to connect several times, but he's a tanky fella. Aqua surviving, and they require the swashbuckle down the low ground to safety, but he's been caught out in the arena, unfortunately for S4. Misses the spear. Still going to get him with a hook back through.
Dude, it's hard to hit spears when there's like a difference. Like, he's on the high ground, like the camera angle, it's like slightly weird, so it's really hard to hit. No hate on my boy. I would have missed that too, but I'm also bad.
Spears, arrows, that Z-axis, it screws you up.
Yeah. But yeah. Really nice TP from S4 there. Secures the life of Aqua, and you want to get this level 6 on your Dark Willow because then you can combine your spells together. S4 is not going for the BKB like we talked about, that blink instead, so when he has that, they have so much kill threat on Goon Squad to just run with Handskin and this Terrorize, this Bedlam, all this stuff together.
Yeah, like Exo's ready again for Limp as well. That's why we see Chen coming in towards mid, Mars thinking about his placement as well.
Yeah.
Kind of unfortunate they missed that observer ward near the outpost though. Pexu placed a couple of sentries down to try and find it. Even placed an observer which got spotted by the Radiant. So Ari can still continue playing up in that top jungle, just swings up there. Make life a little more difficult for Goon Squad to get that safe farm. ITB aiming for mid again, but Limp feels it coming this time. Not getting caught by the frostbite of the Maiden.
It is not easy for Into the Breach to push towers.
No, it's not. I'm definitely looking for that scaling into late game. And Ari just going to hold the choke point there with his avalanche.
Yeah.
While Supreme pokes at Limp with his swashes.
They've been doing a good job of hitting the mid tower when they can and trying to use the carts, but overall, yeah, it's pretty difficult to take it. It's like for Goon Squad, they just have many more options with the Exorcism. They can just run Chen creeps at it. So many ways to just poke and prod and wear it down.
It's also one of those situations it feels like Goon Squad, you know, they're doing it, but they need to do it. You know, in another world, well, they're killing off Ari with some nice centaur stomps in the arena. But in another world, you know, where Goon Squad don't get these tower kills, they look even further behind and things are rough because, you know, even though they're not necessarily on a timer, they definitely have to utilize these early game outer laning stage timings to get objectives and create map space for yourself. Because right now, Enigma is doing that on his own for ITB. Just sitting top, pushing out wave, getting a lot of farm on the Enigma, and even thinking about the black hole onto the Mars. If you get a solo kill here, it's huge for you. The Hand of God buys a bit of time, but the Eidolons and that Spirit Vessel doing a tremendous amount of work for him.
Turn that thought into real life. And a really nice pick off for him. Got those 2 vessel charges. It's going to make him feel really good this game. Yeah, I was going to say that the lack of tower push makes, I think, Goon Squad feel very comfortable. And that's why you've seen S4 just playing top. Oh, God,
they got the hook.
What a hook!
How did that land?
I don't know.
think he was aiming for the Pango, but he gets him. Look, Willow now chasing up towards Ari, but he's got phase boots on the Tiny, so very speedy. Gets up to the high ground again. And with this Exo, Limp straight onto tier 1 mid.
Yeah. I was going to say it's quite... Oh, they're going to fight this? There's no black hole, but he does have the vessel stun.
Yeah, I mean, Kidara's going in with the freezing field. A lot of damage onto the Willow. She's dropped down to about half HP. The Avalanche back in, Limp, and Hunskin still fighting back, though, with this Spirit Siphon. Ursa is making an appearance now. Oteka, forgotten about for 10 minutes and jumps out, munches on the Chen. And now an arena from S4. Oteka got off the Enrage. And Supreme is looking to latch on to this Mars now as Ari finds his way in, angles from the right-hand side of the fight, and chain stuns S4 down. That'll give them the tier 1 unlock.
Oh, no. Yeah, getting your Ursa involved like that, very impactful for Into the Breach. He's getting real close to his Battle Fury now. And he even managed to go for the phase boots 1. Like, he didn't super hard rush it. So he's going to have a really nice timing coming up, which is exactly what Into the Breach need. They've managed to apply so much pressure top with Zibe. And I thought Goon Squad was chilling for a little while because it was like, okay, they can't push our towers. We can just farm, get this Blink Dagger on Mars, then we'll smoke up. But it's honestly, they're doing a damn good job.
Hey, even with that wild hook. I was joking about him role-playing as Gork, but we had one of those moments the other day as well. Like, Gork was aiming for the carry, and he managed to, like, slide it past and get a snap fire from super long range. Just a randy hook catching on to people. And now Goon Squad without their mid and top towers. And they just keep trying to batter heads in towards the opponent mid. They're going to wait for Exo, don't they? A bit of relaxation time for them. Get Aqua farming Ancients. S4 farming that top jungle. Well, this feels really good for Into the Breach. Battle Fury's done for the Ursa now.
Yes, this is slowly, or quickly I should say, going to become a problem very soon. Limp has finished that Yules, so again, until he has like, his BKB, his Blink on the bear, they can probably deal with it and fend them off. But yeah, you got a lot of problems suddenly coming at you at once. They did not draft to deal with the Enigma as well, so he's going for a Blink Dagger now. And they do have ways to cancel it. But again, you know, one item leads to another, one good fight. You know, they can use vision, they can get smokes and do some side lane pickoffs as well. You don't have to get this grand 5-man black hole, right?
Yeah, and there's always this fear that Goon Squad have of Roshan being taken. So a lot of emphasis has to be put on shoving bot wave with a hero that can rejoin top. With Limp Invis, though. They spot Jibe. Quick arena. Through the brambles with the spear. And Limp is there to take him down. Supreme rotating top as they're also fighting down bottom and killing off Peksu. 1-for-1 trade across the map there, but Goon Squad are going to feel like they got the upper hand. Enigma's off the map for a good 30 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they can just return to their jungle. Keep these wards protected around Roche. That's the most important thing now. And even 15 minutes in, Ursa can pop his head into the pit, take the Aegis quickly.
Yeah, Supreme doing the job that he can. He knows he just has to keep making space for his Ursa. If he can rotate and use his ult, try and draw some attention, slow down Goon Squad, he'll take it 100%. He's doing a pretty banging job this game so far. Even if he doesn't get that kill top right, it's just reacting to things and not letting Goon Squad take stuff for complete free if you can try. And they're gonna fight now for this Roach.
And he's just running around. Look at me, look at me. Limp Let's get the silence in, but the toss back. They're looking to clear through the DP, but she's got so many heals. Still has 2 Spirit Siphon charges to use. Who got the rune in the end? Regen bottled by Limp as well.
You're not rushing, but if you can bring your Ursa into things, it's pretty good. But yeah, you're definitely not rushing. I think Otaka is definitely wanting this BKB because you can, like you saw in that fight, right? He uses his enrage for Willow ult, but then if S4, you know, is ready, they can just like catch him with the when the enrage ends. Like they have multiple ways to engage on Goon Squad, and he has multiple things he needs to use enrage for. So having that BKB really important for him.
Yeah, vital. All right, this is another timing for Goon Squad. Ags up on the Pudge. Aqua just needs to refill his mana pool and come across to the outpost.
S4's waiting with his blink dagger. He's ready for the jump. Getting Enigma would be great.
I just don't see him very safely hiding in the trees. Trying to hold on to that tier 1 with Eidolons.
Oh, Aqua he just TP bot, and they see it on into the breach. They're gonna have to make use of it. It looks like they're even gonna go for smoke.
Yeah. Oh, good shout. They're running straight into that top jungle. These 3 dire wards. A full sense of security. Goon Squad. I don't know what's coming. Roshan already begun by ITB. A Radiant scan up on the high ground. There are 4 dire heroes all there. And now Aqua looking to reconnect in towards the pit with the rest of his team. Supreme. He's helping out.
Committing all in.
Freezing field. Kadaro and Otaka. There's the arena. Aegis claimed already though. The Ursa got it. Good fear though. Going to push them into the side of the arena. Turn around from the Ursa. Trying to battle into these Chen creeps, but he's not succeeding. Limp. Still half HP with his ghost going. Forcing Jibbe back. And there's no blink dagger yet for the Enigma. I think it's about to be delivered. It does come in now, but there's no opportunity for a black hole. This fight spread 3 different ways. A Yule's on Limp buys him time to survive, and now ITB the ones on the run back. A good spear catches Pango. Aqua's in to get the kill. And just no opportunity there. No chance for Jibbe to get in with a black hole. It was seconds away from Blink being delivered.
Yeah. Pushing the Roche like that, I really thought they were going to go for a fight instead of actually just walking into the pit, because there's no lifesteal on the Ursa, so he is like getting low. He is getting worried. That's why they kind of all-in committed. And I think their spells didn't align up very well for them to win that fight, because the roll came in as the Aegis went down. Like, he died, and that's when they're using most of their roll and lockdown. They need the Ursa to be alive when this roll's going off, because then the people getting locked down are actually dying. And instead, yeah, it's kind of felt like a lot like a wasted lockdown. Goon Squad just capitalizing on that really, really well. Obviously, both teams are a little put out that there's no Aegis, because they both really want it. But...
Yeah, the awkward moment of like, what are we playing for now? There's no Aegis. Let's just play for map control. Yeah, it really shows the strength of this Willow, though. That fear in the arena, the brambles catching people on the way out. Hansken utilizing the hero to the fullest, and Ari doing the same thing with his Tiny. Blink reveal there onto the Mars. Finds the kill on S4. And get a deep march into this top jungle as well. Kadaro has obs and sentries, and he wants to place down. As Goon Squad is playing the bottom half of the map right now.
S4 is probably like the main threat in this game. Whenever he's not showing, like playing in fog, I think Into the Breach are being very aware of that and making sure they don't overextend. But whenever he's dead, they can kind of go where they want and look for follow-up kills. Like, you no longer have that fear combo. So finishing that BKB now, gonna be massive for them. Like, we talked about this in draft, but I feel like every second that passes, it benefits ITB more. I do think their lineup just scales much stronger.
So when they come out of this first 20 minutes with a 3k lead and these key item timings hitting, this is their time to shine. Looks like they're backing up to smoke from the mid lane. Yep. Not going to be scouted. And it's always so great to have this Pango from the mid lane. Like, he offers damage through Swash and Diffusal Blade, but a 75-second cooldown on your team fight ulti. He's always ready, available to fight. And they'll be able to get in on top of Pexo, it looks like. Pop the drums, charge forward, find the Chen. He did have a Hurricane there to maybe try and disengage. He turns, but won't get anything done.
I think they might have spotted that smoke on the mid lane ward.
Okay, maybe they did.
I'm not sure. I can tell.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So maybe a plan, yeah, they give the Chen. tank the gank for the rest of his cores. They've all moved up towards that top part of the map.
Willow going for that second Yules. So between 2 Yuleses and all your teamfight spells, and getting this BKB on Pudge eventually too, I think they stand a pretty good chance of dealing with Ursa. I think the main problem though is they're smoked up now. We're gonna see a fight, but they might need these 4-stars too, just to disengage. Because if you have Yules, that deals with Ursa with no BKB. You need something to deal with Ursa when he does have BKB.
Well, they'll find Ari. A nice spear there across the brambles. Limp with Aqua, looking for a hook, lines it up, but misses the Maiden. And Tiny gonna get the toss back, still alive, even though he's brambled up. Gets off the wand, the turnaround Bedlam, doing a good amount of damage on the Tiny, but another avalanche, and no taker. Oh, he takes the Willow down. Supreme with some good rolls in. They stun up the Mars as well with his Malefice and Rolling Thunder, and that Ursa can shred through him. I mean, Goon Squad, they try to start that fight going into enemy triangle, but ITV have all the answers they needed.
And they don't even use all those answers. Do we still have a black hole in play? Ari's so tanky. You kind of feel the change to Siphon a little bit there. Like when you're using it on a really tanky hero with 2k health, it doesn't quite kill them the same way.
Yeah, he's got 2,000 HP. He's level 12 already on this Tiny. Phase Boots wand. Nice little bit of armor and a few little stats there.
Oh.
That was meant to be the surprise factor from Goon Squad, trying to get the jump on people, but unable to find the target they needed.
This is just kind of how the vibe of this game is gonna go. ITB, right? They wanna go for the late game. They wanna get their black hole with their BKB, with their refresher. And Goon Squad, they need to pressure that. They need to make these plays. They need to make the smokes into the triangles. They want to make something happen. And ITB are just waiting, and they kind of aware of this. Like, they will make a smoke as long as we are playing around the right heroes. You know, if CM's behind us, if, you know, what have you, and we're not feeding into any smoke ganks or being alone and dying, right? It just benefits them. It keeps them well. They just need to punish Goon Squad. Like, if they can just punish their moves, it's so good for them.
They're not in a rush. They can sit back, wait for next Roshan, hold high grounds, hold observer boards, make sure that you're in position. And yeah, you're right. Just wait for Goon Squad to come towards you. The onus is definitely on Goon Squad here. I'll bring it out. I'll bring the onus out.
Oh, not the onus. Put it away.
Okay, the onus is going away. Yeah, Goon Squad definitely have to emphasize their aggression in the coming minutes. This lead, if it keeps building for ITB, it really does signal doom and gloom for the Dire team.
Yeah, I think the lead is not that massive. Most of it comes just in the Mars, like going for that Blink Dagger, wanting to be active. So he's a little bit behind on net worth. Otherwise, like Pudge and DP are keeping up just fine.
Yeah, they are. When you invest in that aggression, though, you've got to get a return of that investment. S4 coming down bottom, smoked up, and does spot the Ursa, but the quick blink away gives ITB the chance to swing back and re-engage. Aqua getting Dismember in onto the Tiny. The Arena aiming for the Ursa, but S4 killed off quickly. And this roll, if it catches another one, like the Chen, with the Frostbite followed through, they find 2 kills, and Limp, he's kind of stuck here up on this high ground. Exo is going. Has a DD rune there as well, so it looks like ITB happy with what they've got, just trading 2 for 1. But it's not just the trade of the kills, right? It's trading spells, trading map space, and ITB, they can go back to being calm, relaxed.
Wait for that Roche. Yeah, I mean, they're just playing it exactly how they want to. The smoke breaks. I think there was a bit of hesitation, uncertainty on whether to fully commit. And when they decide to, I mean, the smoke's broken. Ursa's senior. He gets that blink away, and yeah, you're not able to translate that into a kill. And at that point, now they see you. Now they know where you are. They know where you smoke to. They're able to re-engage on into the breach with that Pango roll. He's going Ags as well. He's very disruptive in these fights with all of these swashbuckles hitting everywhere.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times now. It feels like Nisha did it when he's played Pango, and a lot of these mid-Pangos are going back into this this Shield Crash CD talent plus the Ags, rather than going for the Rolling Thunder duration and your Blinks and your Arcane Boots with a utility. They want damage. They want to be an impactful core scaling into this later game.
Scaling's much more there. And I just really want to see Goon Squad get their spells off, in the way that it's intended in this draft. Right? It feels like every time they've gone for these moves, something has been a problem. Like someone's broke the smoke early, someone's, you're not getting the right jump that you want. it feels like they haven't been able to make their spells work, but the potential is there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they've got plenty more windows here to use. A smoke from ITB, though. Like, Roshan is potentially respawning. It is the longest spawn, almost 3 minutes, in fact.
Christ.
So it's not going to be there for a while. Plenty of time to get some fights in for Goon Squad. Now, even a fight here, use your cooldowns. Wait for the Roshan to respawn. You'll have them back up for that secondary battle.
They can probably just... I mean, they're doing it right now. They're just pushing the top tower in. And getting that outpost completely just removes Goon Squad's ability to play around this top area. They're also controlling that cliff. So right now they're in the perfect position to just take Roche. I think Goon Squad's option is either just smoke into them and take that team fight, or you try and take their high ground. You often see people just like exchange high grounds in this situation.
Yeah, well, both at the same time. They smoke, they take high ground, they're thinking about the fight. It looks like ITB have the read on this, though. They know where they're coming from.
This'll come in handy.
Enigma has Eidolons up in front. Ursa here just clearing out the small camp. And Goon Squad, they are the ones that have to make the move. 1 minute remains for Roche to respawn. This fight has got to land for them.
You don't have to force the fight. All you need to be doing is making sure that you're periodically checking the Roche pit to see if it's spawned, and you just should push in the top lane, right? Push it into their base, because into the Goon Squad, right? All they can really do is push in mid, maybe tickle the tier 2 tower. They can maybe just kill that tier 1 tower since it doesn't have backdoor protection. But you're not threatening anything actually super important, whereas Into the Breach can threaten your base. So I think Goon Squad feel way more pressured right now to do something.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's tier 3 being chipped away at. Hanskin there feeling like the need to get into the Shadow Realm to hide away. And they are starting to cut wave top, cut wave mid, create a bit of a vacuum here that ITB will want to try and fill. Like, looking at the Radiant play Dire side and Dire play Radiant, my brain got a little bit confused there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Who's playing on which side?
I was a bit confused, but
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah.
Okay. It's gonna be fine now. Into the breach. No, into the breach. It's happening to me too.
Yeah,
Good
there we go.
Squad cutting that top wave. Yes, it is now. They can't really pressure this base anymore. Now that they've started doing that, Goon Squad are trying to match up their wave showing with this smoke.
Blink in. Ari got the high ground vision, but Aqua has a BKB. I don't know if he can withstand the basher and the damage from the Ursa, though. The bear, he's got a picnic lined up for him, and it's going to be Aqua's pudge to keep focusing him down while the Rolling Thunder connecting on the Chen in the back. Bursting through Peksu, even with the Hurricanes to try and save him. Didn't stand a chance, and Goon Squad going to get hunted down by Ari as well. Force the BKB out of Limp's DP. Tiny on the run will get stunned, and the arena catches in onto him and Jibbe. They do still have the potential to just black hole back into S4, but Limp is doing some serious damage here. Otake dropping low and Rage is up, but he's going to clear through 1, 2, 3, a double kill and a monster streak for him. Spear back doesn't land in the brambles, and a 5-man wipe as Into the Breach sweep through Goon Squad.
Take it to Roche.
He's got no life still on the Ursa, but yeah, it looks like with the Maiden and the Enigma, they should be able to do this.
Don't let him stomp, that's the only thing. You have that... Where's he life stealing from, even?
Is
I'm
he?
just healing up from Battle Fury, sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, he was gaining health, I was confused for a moment. But yeah, I want to just highlight the really important thing that made that fight happen so well. So they see that Goon Squad is cutting their wave, right? I sort of said it at the start of the fight, but it wasn't thoroughly explained. So because they're cutting the wave, it means that you know for certain where their heroes are going to show. So what they did was they smoked up knowing, okay, they're going to try and cut that wave. That's when we're going to jump them. And you saw them sweep through ready to jump and kill anyone that tried to cut that wave. So that movement, that timing, I loved it from Into the Breach.
Hanskin initiating on the Maiden. Hook is going to drag the Willow away, but Aqua and S4, they do get the takedown. But now you've got Otaker on top of the Pudge. A bash would secure a kill here on Aqua, and there it is. Comes straight out of the Ursa. Need the Dismember to lock him in place. They've still got this Enigma in behind him, but the Ursa seems untouchable. He's low, but he will die. First life gone, but they've got so much off the back of it. Limp spent BKB, S4 spent his arena, and Limp's even going to get chased down with a Diffuser Blade inhibit, slowing the Death Prophet. Supreme's the one that comes out with a double kill. And Into the Breach with a 15k lead now seem pretty unstoppable in game one.
There's a lot of problems that it is becoming too hard for Goon Squad to deal with. And just more problems will pile on top of each other. Zibe going for that refresher now, and
Dire's bottom tower is
Supreme
under
also getting that basher. It's, I don't know, it's just you got your BKBs, but they got BKB piercing.
attack. Dire's
You know, you got
middle tower is under attack.
all this early aggression was kind of not able to come to fruition, just sort of failing your timings, leading to the snowball. Right now, what can they really do? I mean, there's still that chance, right? Arena with the fear on top, if they're able to get it off without BKBs
Tower has
being
fallen.
popped, or if they're able to poke and force the BKBs and kind of get out, that could definitely be a way for them to take a good fight.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see the troubles with position 1 Pudge if you don't get that ball rolling. 6 Flash Heap stacks. Not the best.
Yeah.
I'm going
they
for
got-
that E-Blade next, so at least maybe a defensive mechanism against the Ursa's physical damage.
Yeah.
Difficult challenge, though, for Goon Squad, that's for sure.
It is. You've gone for a Wraith Pact on Chen, which I think is fair, but you need some glimmers, forces, stuff to kind of help, because the way into the Breach of playing these team fights is they're splitting them apart really hard. Like, the Pango is going on to one half of the fight while Ursa's eating into another person. So if Ursa's preoccupied on your Pudge, he's not going to have Dust, he's not going to have Reveal. So if you're able to save your Pudge, then Ursa might waste like an Enrage or something, and then you can sort of re-engage with your Mars. So you just need ways to not get split up like that.
Well, who's going to get gobbled up now? They walk past the Chen, they see S4 showing, and they'll find the Mars. Hanskin with a Fear, trying to send them back. Zibe, he's there with a Malefice and a Black Hole. He's in on the Willow as they backstab Pexu at the same time. 2 supports gone, but Mars will BKB TP.
Not too shabby. I mean, you get the Black Hole. You trade the Black Hole and S4 lives.
Hey, you painted
this
spells,
gives-
just wait 30 seconds to respawn and go.
Yeah, they didn't waste their arena either. Like, you definitely have an opening here to take a really good fight, where you are comfortable committing all your heroes onto like one without, you know, the threat of a Black Hole. So if they can get this Ursa.
He is the key.
This'll come in
It's
handy.
just a difficulty here in terms of map space. You know, you're hemmed back in this bottom lane, mid shoving in. Can't really get out to top because of the outpost being grabbed by the Radiant. You can see there the line being drawn by Ari. Let's go up to this top jungle, take the bounty, make sure they can't reclaim outpost, secure our next
Dire's
Now,
middle
Roshan
tower is under attack.
potentially in 4 minutes.
Yeah. And Pango does have a Basher now, which does pose a problem, because even if you are able to lock down Ursa, most of that is coming from the Dismember, which can be cancelled by this Basher Swashbuckle. You know, and you can do that from quite far range as well. He's got
Yeah.
the 400 talent at 10, so
Don't need to
No
commit.
yeah. But if you can find someone alone,
Ari. Ooh, the Ogre Seal Totem bouncing away.
and they hopefully will get the reward for themselves here. It's on the other cliff, guys. No.
Doesn't look like it. They do get their own vision down, and you know, reclaiming that outpost, a big part of defending Roche. ITB sitting in the pit and waiting, though. And still 3 minutes, boys. Is Ari. Ari, blink, force, hook across. He's being drifted around left and right. Ari being focused down, but they've got this Aqua Pudge locked up. Gets out the Ghost Scepter, so safe and sound for now from Otake. So he switches over to Hanskin and then back to Aqua. Dismember means nothing against this Supreme Pango, who gets the bash on the Mars in the back as well. Otake now can get another one. Chain disables from the bashes out of the Pango and the Ursa, but they're a little afraid here. Oh, this Aqua buyback. He comes in, but Limp is being demolished, devoured by the bear. He's a hungry one. And this Ghost Scepter, the buyback into dieback from Pudge. A 5-man, no, a 6-man wipe gives the Ultra to the Ursa. And Goon Squad completely running out of tempo. Well, this is a fight without a black hole, Sheepo.
Yeah, this was a fight without a black. But this. What does this tell Goon Squad? Okay, we cannot fight outside of our base, so we will look for fights in our base. This is where you turtle it up, bunker down, and you play for spearbacks. You play for a hook. You play for any sort of reposition or dive from into the breach where they go under your tier 4s and you kill them there. Otherwise, It's looking pretty rough. I'll be real with you. I'm not seeing a good way out of it.
Top tower is under attack.
They very quickly getting away in terms of net worth as well. We're up to a
Yeah.
30k lead in a second.
It's up there.
It's
And
up there. I mean,
your racks are falling very quickly as well. 37 seconds with no pudge.
Dire's top
I
tower.
mean, could this be a move into mid, or is this just take a lane, back up, think about Roche?
Dire's top
you got 30 seconds without pudge. That's probably what one of the 2 conditions that could kill you. I don't know. They could go for it for sure if they really want to. But there's also a chance that Goon Squad jump on you when there's like 10 seconds left and kind of delay you enough so that your pudge can respawn and maybe get some kills as you try and get away.
Yeah.
They'll just play safely.
Come across the triangle, cut across into tier 2. And Pexo has made a little home for himself down here, grabbing a new army, sending a Satyr down bottom to shockwave the Radiant creeps. So he's got a big push going. Needs to be dealt with by Supreme, it looks like. He's actually
is-
hunting.
Yeah, this is lower bracket. Everyone playing super safe.
I mean, every game is your last game. Oh, I'll take her with Ari. Where did Hanskin go? Buys back immediately. Good BKB through the hook. Aqua trying to get there with a dismember. There is no enrage and no BKB, but Otake does have a satanic, so he's got an additional life potentially. While Limp, he's found Zibe in the back of the fight, but the black hole solo onto the Death Prophet while Ari gets the 2-man Avatos. There's all sorts of noise everywhere. The fear from the Hanskin. Willow gonna catch out the Ursa. Aqua now is gonna get a kill, but Supreme is still up. The Pango swashing and crashing. Bashing onto Pudge, but he's on the run now. ITB, they get burnt. And
The
with Ursa down, they don't want
comeback.
to keep on fighting.
This is what they're looking for. Just enough stuns to keep Ursa controlled. That enrage goes down and they get the spears off, the dismembers off. I mean, they're just constantly kind of stunning him. That pretty rough slow from the Ags on Pudge as well. I think this itemization from Aqua is really nice. He got a Ghost Scepter, so even when he gets that secondary hook in the fight onto Ursa, we'll see it in a bit, because Aqua will just go north onto that high ground, and here they get the spear back, I think.
There's just so much going on. Midnight Pulse, Brambles, a black hole on the DP. Yeah, the northern part of that fight, you're right. Pudge chasing in with a great fear and rot slow.
There's so much disable and lockdown. This is the thing, if they can bait out the enrage and the BKB, or they can live long enough through it where it goes down, they have the control and the team fight to be able to kill him.
Got to be wary of Supreme though, always. Yeah, okay, his Rolling Thunder is definitely impactful, but now he's got Abyssal Blade. He's working on an overwhelming blink, and he's offering a lot of physical damage. He might not be wary of, and getting all these tier 4 items is going to help out as well. Penta-Edge Sword, Flicker. You know, Telescope on the Dire team over there.
And the bigger nuisance you can be, the better on Goon Squad, right? All those spells being able to be used on Ursa last fight was a result of someone like Limp running into things and forcing that black hole out onto him alone.
But we've got a refresher now.
Alright, jeez. What a Debbie Downer. Oh, he's got a refresher, okay.
That means there's 2 black holes. Yeah, we've not really seen Zibe choose where he wants the black hole yet, have we? It's always been reacting to Limp. So yeah, I mean, you make a good point. Limp is forcing a lot of responses here from ITV.
Yeah, they're going to play on this ward. Do not leave the ward. Stay strong, stay vigilant, don't give up.
I realized I nearly said ITV there for a second. I got
Oh,
BBC
jeez.
One, Channel 4, ITV. A smoke
are scanning.
from ITV.
They'll see everything on Goon Squad.
Is under attack.
Ari has been spectacular with his jump so far, and he sees the Death Prophet. In we go, but he misses and whiffs it. Tried to go in behind Limp, and now with the arena on to Kidaro. Black hole, though, from Zibe. He gets it on the DP and the Mars. In the back, we've got this member on Tiny, but I don't think that matters too much, because Otake opening up onto them. Buybacks from Goon Squad. DP will have it. Mars will as well, but now they've lost their Chen, and the chase is on. Supreme, the Yule Scepter from the Willow, buys a second of time for her to get some spells out. The fear, it
Second
comes
black hole.
around the Shadow Realm, but you're right. The second black hole, Zibe's there. The dieback from Limp. This will secure the game, it looks like. GG called, and ITB take game 1.
What a fight to take it with. Goon Squad, they held that high ground. They were ready for the fight. just a really nice swing to that northern side of the lane, dodging where they know Goon Squad is probably waiting. And a great initiation from them to end that game. Truly just doing such a good job in this early game to get themselves to the point where they could reach their timings, and just it became so hard for Goon Squad at that point. You know, they tried, they understood their timings. We get the blink on Mars, we go make plays, but I think Into the Breach did a really good job of sticking together and kind of ruining those timings for Goon Squad, you know, not giving away those big key kills. And it's us just farming the entire time.
Yeah, that nice little back and forth play where they swapped sides, took each other's high grounds, the smoke back in. ITB with a lot of very nifty moves to keep themselves in that game, accelerating faster and faster with that Ursa and Pango. And game one, a victory well deserved by Into the Breach. Goon Squad, and got some thinking to do. Now, what do we pick for Aqua? Because honestly, so far outside of the Faceless Void, it feels like he's been having some difficulties with these position ones they've been picking him. The Weaver, the Pudge, and these are not necessarily late game super carries.
Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling the Pudge. Not just for him, for everyone. I think this Pudge is really hit and miss and missing more. It just feels so reliant on a lot of things happening well, and he's not able to get into it. You know, look at this Ursa Bear. He just chads up, he goes in, he roars really loud, and he's killing people. And he's able to get involved early, and he's able to get involved mid-game, and he's able to do Roshan. All right, obviously, the heroes have different kits. This Pudge was pretty decent in the lane, I'd say. But yeah, I think it's just rough, mostly because of, like I said, the timings getting missed a little bit. I think the Pudge can work. If those had gone really well for them and they got the kills, then I think Pudge is a lot happier this game.
It's a completely different story if they're able to hit those marks. But there we go, game one for ITB. We will take a short break and return with game two, so see you in a little bit.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. Here we are with our second game of the series between Into the Breach and Goon Squad in the lower bracket for the Western European TI 11 Regional Qualifiers. It's a mouthful of a name, but here we are with Game 2, ready with the draft underway. And Sheepo, Game 1, ITB looked superb, didn't they?
Yes, sir. I mean,
5
in my
seconds
opinion,
remaining.
right, they just had the better draft, and they managed to get themselves to the point to execute it properly. So I would not dismiss Goon Squad in any way in this series.
Oh, absolutely.
If they are able to come out with the better draft, I have no doubt in my mind that they would be able to take a game here as well. Yeah, so here we go. I just want everyone to kind of reset and take it by the draft, take it slow.
Measure
make sure
your
you got something good.
expectations.
Yeah, whatever. Sure.
Do all those things.
Do the things. Deep breaths.
Yeah, Goon
The
Squad.
yoga.
Sip of water.
Radiant
Breath of fresh air. And Enigma being first phase banned by Goon Squad is an indication that they've learned now respecting that Enigma from Zube. I feel like that's happened a lot through these qualifiers. Like Enigma game 1, lose to it, then game 2 and game 3 you ban it first phase.
Yeah, I'm just
10 seconds
personally, I
remaining.
don't really understand why his teams are so averse to picking
5 seconds
like hardcore
remaining.
Enigma counters. Because some teams are. We're seeing a lot of like kind of. I mean, obviously,
Dire
Enigma
team
is a versatile hero. He can buy this urn. He can get the Wraith Pact. He doesn't have to go blink. It's not all about the black hole, but going the complete opposite way of not really picking anything, it just seems really scary for me. And I do like it. I have loved this Venge. I'm going to keep mentioning her because she
10
seems to be
seconds
one of the biggest problems. Like, I think Goon Squad themselves, right? They had a
5
pretty rough
seconds
Enigma
remaining.
game. It's like every time they wanted to take these team fights, it was so difficult for them because of that threat. And
Against
even
Liquid?
just, yeah, I want to say, I mean, whatever their last series was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like Insane is definitely one of those captains that's just like, give me Venge. Or against Enigma, let's do it.
Yeah.
ITB,
So-
tiny into Lena. Big fan of this Clockwork pick from Goon Squad. Just first off, DB Clock gives them so much team fight control and chaos, the ability to catch someone, kill, convert into a tower. But Lena has
10
got to be one of the
seconds remaining.
scariest heroes this patch.
For sure, but I do
5
like the
seconds
clock against it.
remaining.
Yeah, I think a lot of this hierarchy of what's getting
Radiant
picked and the
team
order it's
ban.
being picked in after this DP, it seems to be the Chen and the Ench interchangeably, right? And the Ench was let through, but they prioritized Clockwork over that, and I think that's great. Whilst Ench is really annoying hero to deal with, her pressure on both towers and heroes in the lane is great.
Dire
This
team
clock has
ban.
been so good throughout these qualifiers at enabling plays around the map. You know, you can go gank in your off lane, in your safe lane, you can go to the mid, you can contest the runes, you have that hook shot that applies pressure both to BKBs and to heroes in general. I think the hero is so disruptive that I'm very happy to see Goon Squad have
10
it. It means they're
seconds
always going to be
remaining.
able to go make those plays, not having to rely on some off lane
Yeah.
with a blink dagger.
5 seconds remaining.
Give S4 a little bit more room to farm. So often it's been him buying that blink. You know, again, just gonna talk about the investment into aggression. You buy it, you need to be playing team fights, you need to be getting the catches. But if you're relying on one hero solely, it's not going to work out for you. You need multiple options. You need to be able to branch off of that. You know, you kind of build an algorithm of, I want to get this guy, I want to be able to target and acquire this kill, find the catch on this hero in particular. But you need to be able to change things up very, very quickly on the fly. Beastmaster
it's
ban.
gonna have that threat on Lena too, right? You talk about how
10
scary she is, and I
seconds remaining.
completely agree with you. I think this hero is insane. But Clockwork, one of the supports
5
on his
seconds
level 6
remaining.
that can murder her pretty much repeatedly with the help
Yeah.
of his team. So if they can just kind of play up to get some deep wards down, sort of leading towards that 10-minute mark in the game. You'll get it in the dire jungle, get it on those high ground cliffs, just so you kind of see where she's playing and can make that wraparound. So you know Smoke's not breaking on some support and so on, so on. I really think that they have a lot of ways here to mess with her. That being said, same time you have a Tiny. You're also going to be looking at rotations on mid, controlling these runes. So there'll be a lot of scuffles happening.
Yeah, and this is assuming Lena's mid, Tiny's 4, which 99% of the time in this situation, it's going to be, you know, Ari Tiny, put Supreme on the Lena. Don't think you're going to be swapping things around like we had Lena 4, I think, for Pablo in one of the Team Bald games. My brain's scrambling there. I think just Team Gork. Team Gork.
Team Gork. That is my favorite team, to be fair.
But yeah,
rename.
less versatility for Into the Breach, whereas DP can still be in the hands of S4 or Limp. You're not quite sure where it's heading yet. And a lot of focus here from Goon Squad to ban out Zibe heroes. Yeah, they've not first phased him, so Visage, Beastmaster, Enigma, they're all in the bin.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Didn't we also see a clock work off lane?
Did we?
In a game? Did we? I
Did
feel
we?
like I've seen it. I feel like I saw it. I feel like I was like, oh no.
Radiant
I
team
thought it was gonna be clockwork off lane, but that was when the Mirana mid came out.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we get a Mirana mid. Dude, I'd be so keen for that again.
That's been one of the heroes people have, I mean, maybe from our perspective, considering the answer to Lena, right? Having the range, having that physical scaling. Maybe when SF is banned, that's the option they go for.
Yeah, like I think back to the last time I brought up the first time we saw this Mirana mid. When I saw it, it happened in C, and it was Moon playing it, and it was really cool to watch it because it also had a clockwork on its team, and it was against Selena, and that was their answer to it, and it worked really well. Like, you do a lot of burst damage, you can do this constant hook into cog pushback and get the arrow off with that. And yeah, the lane is kind of a little rough because Mirana has pretty low base attack damage against the Lena, but it's definitely playable.
Yeah, with the removal of the small counts, it also feels a little nicer as the Mirana. The fact that Lena has guaranteed safe wave shove with Dragon Slave and Light Strike Array, and Mirana needs to get like in the creep wave to deal with it. You can kind of let the Lena push and then farm under your tower with Starstorm and right clicks. So you're not as reliant on going back and farming small camp after pushing anymore.
I guess the only poor thing about it is that if Lena is sort of walking under your tower, like, you know, if she's pushing in the wave and following you and denying creeps, Mirana doesn't really have any spell that super punishes it unless you somehow angle yourself for an arrow and they stand still. I don't know.
Well, yeah, she's pushing the creep wave into you. That's a difficult task.
10 seconds
Yeah.
Goon Squad stealing the maiden here.
Yeah, they definitely would have taken that one into the
5
breach if
seconds
given.
remaining.
I mean, you gotta take this away from Kidaro. He's so good on it. He loves it so much.
What's another option for him then?
We could look at.
Like he,
Oh, his Wyvern got banned as well.
Yeah, Wyvern's
AA,
gone.
I guess. Right, you mentioned it last game, yeah? He played it into this healing, into DP. Pretty good. I guess it suffers pretty hard against Clockwork.
Yeah.
but if you can pick right now an AA with some sort of AoE control like a Mars, if they want to take it themselves, it's not a bad answer to DP.
And you also got to consider with all these offlane heroes being banned, you know, does Goon Squad continue banning more? Do you want to pick your offlaner? I guess they do want to pick it in this phase along with their 5.
Yeah.
Bristleback. Usually a 1 we've seen over the past year or two. Potential carry here or there for ITB.
They're really thinking about
Radiant
this
team picked.
support that they want.
Dazzle.
Okay, so something that can still die to clock, but is much better at protecting himself. He's much more aggressive in lane with this poison touch, and gonna allow
10
Bristle to just have a
seconds
good lane.
remaining.
Assuming that DP's in that lane, she can be quite the annoyance. So Dazzle will help a lot with
5
that, alleviate that
seconds
pressure.
remaining.
Yeah.
Just need to make sure that they're playing together on the lane. I think that's the nice thing about the Bristleback. It's sort of a hero that can stand in front of you as a Dazzle. Because if Dazzle leaves and goes to like try and do little pulls, or he wants to 1v1, this Clockwork will just like
Annihilate him, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's game over. Lane over.
Yeah, so this
Bristleback,
way it's nicer.
kind of similar to Ursa in the regard of taking Roshan, hitting like a 20-minute timing around this Vanguard Ags. Itemization on the Bristleback if he is in that position 1. And it kind of ties in decently with the leaners we've been seeing. There's Boots of Travel into BKB if they go that direction, or that Ether Lens Yules build as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Quite a decent amount of tempo for Into the Breach. And Goon Squad coming back with their S4 Dragon
5
Knight.
seconds remaining.
Not really too much for him to like set up into in terms of magic damage or follow-up stuns. It's going to be a lot of control here with Hookshot, Frostbite, Dragon Tail. I just need that additional damage from Aqua. Like Aqua's hero feels like has to bring the pain.
I'm fully with you on that. I think my biggest criticism of Goon Squad's drafts in the past have been having S4
10
have the weight
seconds
of the world on
remaining.
his shoulders. Where it's like, okay, he's playing as Centaur, he's playing as Mars, he's playing as
5
Enigma, but
seconds
if
remaining.
he doesn't hit
Team back.
his spells, the game is just over and like no one's making plays. And that feels terrible as an offlaner, especially in this patch where everyone likes to be greedier and get their items and scale themselves. I just think it's like not propping him up for the best game he can have. So if he's playing this DK and you have a Clockwork who can make plays, you have a DP who can run into
10
areas and use
seconds
Exorcism and you know, be her own problem on the map. Suddenly, you know, S4's
5
game is so much
seconds
like
remaining.
lighter and it's easier for him to sit in the lane for a while and not be forced off of it, not have to, you know, he can still rush that blink if
Radiant
he,
team ban.
you know, and do that smoke timing with that. But yeah, he's much freer.
All right, go to nasty heroes, Slark and Bloodseeker.
Wow.
And both very good against the Bristleback. Slark with Essence Shift, Bloodseeker with his Shard.
I do want damage.
10
That is my
seconds
main thing
remaining.
on Goon Squad right now. This Bristleback is a little scary. Your DP's going to be doing a lot of
5
damage.
seconds remaining.
CM as well does damage. However, it's really hard for her to stick on it in the fight just because she's so squishy. She, you know, doesn't have a BKB until like 40 minutes. So you can't rely on that. Right now, you only really have like
Dire
DK
team
Shard
pick.
and DP. So yeah, mostly from Goon Squad, I just want a Bristleback answer. And then for Into the Breach,
What's
know.
what's even left? Like Lycan is the only hero that kind of came to mind, and that's final band. Like just look at this list of offlane heroes that have gone. What is even left? Like
seconds remaining.
Night Stalker doesn't seem particularly good here.
Pango's in the
Dawnbreaker,
seconds
Pango.
remaining.
I wouldn't mind a Dawn actually. A bit more heal to put on your Bristleback. He is a hero that plays forward, and you can just launch Solar Guardian in. Or a Razor.
A Razor. Razor, total anti-carry. So I guess if you're looking at your carry for the damage, Razor's pretty great already, just as a caution sign
10
against them. It
seconds
limits the
remaining.
pool of what they can pick as well.
Well, he's the best the man can get
5
when all the other
seconds
offlanes are
remaining.
banned out.
Yeah. So they have initiation, they have tower push. Just at this point, again, like I said, I just want something, maybe a Silver Edge
That.
Fire. That is fine. That's good.
That, yes.
That is damage.
That. I love the Shard on PA as well against Bristle. That is a good answer. And a nice hero for Aqua there.
Yeah, the percentage burst with the shard and
The break, the 16% HP
Yeah.
damage you do, whatever it is. Yeah. And
Alright.
also the way like Phantom Strike to get away from Razor's Link. Like you've got, actually this hero just fills, like ticks all the boxes you needed in this game.
it's not perfect though. Just to say, it is risky because you jump in, right? Your idea is you spot a target, you jump them. For Razor, I don't think you can just spot him, jump in, and burst him unless like. I mean, Goon Squad's idea of a fight is they want to find the Razor and burst him at the start of a fight. And if that doesn't happen, then for Aqua, you know, he'll jump in, then he'll get linked. So you either want to bait Zibe into linking someone else, or you want to kill him at the start of a fight, and then that will allow him to play PA happily.
Yeah, and her damage doesn't really come naturally, right? She needs time, needs items. Is this a Battle Fury game? Do you have the space, do you think, to get towards that? Or is it more like this Deso build for the PA?
Probably depends on how the game goes. I feel like if you're having a really solid lane, then why wouldn't you go Battle Fury? You want to be able to scale into
Yeah.
these heroes. But if you're getting super pressured, I mean, maybe you could buy something else, get some stats going, maybe with an Orb of Corrosion and whatever. Maybe you can get involved. We've even seen some extremely weird builds in the past, right? With like Maelstroms and stuff, getting that Shard Maelstrom BKB build.
Yeah, especially having Maelstrom against a Razor, right? If you do get drained, you're still offering some damage there from the Maelstrom.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ideally wants to go for that.
No. I mean, I was casting a game quite a while ago. I think no, it was Charlie playing Troll, and he bought MKB first item because he was against Razor. So he's definitely one of those players that has ideas of how to contend with Static Link as a carry hero that wants to do physical damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Lacoste and I even asked him, like, got into the Twitter DMs, like, why did you rush MKB? And he's just like, Razor, I want to do damage, and he stops me from doing it.
Yeah, Razor's a big old issue. I mean, the one way many teams have dealt with Razor is just overwhelming damage, right? So you can go like the Sven. I think that was Team Spirit's idea against it. They were really keen on it. They were just like, he can't drain all of it, you know? The ult gives away too much. So PA saw the same with all these crits and stuff, and the ability to burst and just remove someone from the fight before you get linked, or even during the link.
They're going to have to get through these lanes first, though. Limp having decent time on this mid lane, and he's going to be playing the Dragon Knight this time around. So it's the S4 Death Prophet going into the off lane. Much more of a fan of this DP clock rather than the clock DK.
Same, huge fan.
And it also allows DK to scale better, right? We might even see the Aghanim Scepter come out from him. Whereas when it's in the hands of S4 in the off lane, it's like treads, bracer, stick, blink, and yeah.
I will now stun heroes for the rest of the game.
Yeah. So he buys an Ogre Axe. I'm getting BKB, guys. And then the game ends.
That's the kind of offlaner that I respect. Yeah. It's how I like to play.
Blink
I'm
stun.
sick of this farming stuff, dude. Like, why did Amar have to just come into the pro scene and start buying items on offlane? Like, that's so rude, honestly.
Yeah, offlaners, they weren't built to hit creeps.
Yeah, stay poverty, as God intended.
Stay in your lane.
Buy your blink dagger.
Blink initiate. That's what you're built for. Yeah, I don't know. I look at this ITB draft, and if I didn't see team names, player names, and stuff like that, I would be shaking in my boots. And facing up against Razor, Lina, Bristleback, the Ari Tiny.
I feel very confident about late game PA into this team, though.
Okay.
I think you have really nice ways to, like, when these smokes ganks happen, Into the Breach are going to be looking for like a tiny combo, right? They don't really have any other initiation. Whereas Goon Squad have the Dragon Knight option, they have the Clockwork option. You're playing into a Bristleback and stuff who don't want to buy a Lincoln's, ideally. So this DKA stun is going to be pretty damn effective for a long time until they start to look at stuff like Lotus Orbs, and maybe Razor buys a Lincoln's and puts it on him.
You don't even talk about the Maiden option. The walk-in, frostbite, and die option.
That's my favorite!
It's the best
oh my
form
God.
of initiation. On Pexu,
Yeah.
gonna grab himself a bounty rune down bottom. I'll take her and Kadara getting the two up top. Hanskin, where's he wandering off to? Coming into this jungle.
Oh, Hanskin attack.
Swooping in for a battery assault. And Kadaro trying to keep the poison touch on him, but battery assault ending won't lead to a kill, but that's some good damage onto the dazzle, and poison touch just wearing off before the hit comes. Nicely timed by Hanskin. Yeah, it goes back in.
What a great hide.
Yeah, we'll cut in the trees. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Right, so that's going to delay the dazzle coming to that lane. Give S4 a good early wave. As we just take a quick look into the mid lane. Supreme against Limp. DK against Lina. And Dragon Knight was often considered one of the heroes that you can play against the Queens of Pain, the Linas, the Death Prophets, because he can get so tanky. Just stand his ground and get CS. So might actually not suffer here too much, even though Lina has been the, excuse the pun, the supreme mid laner of this patch.
Yeah, typically DK is much preferred against the melee mids, like Ember Spirit and stuff, because you can just walk up and Dragon Tail, right? And then like deny creeps, and you get an advantage through that. He can't do that versus Lina, but Lina can do that versus him. But if he gets like 2 points, 1 point even in refire, it should be manageable.
Oteka taking a lot of damage from Huntskin and S4. I mean, Clock DP, such a strong lane here, really showing off what they can do.
That's DP for you, DP off lane.
Do the
fun never
Spirit
ends.
Siphon.
Yeah. And that's only going to get worse at level 3, and then you have 2 points in the Siphon. 2 charges, I meant to say.
How about that bottom lane? Tiny Razor against PA Maiden. Is this a struggle for Goon Squad early on?
I want to say that I like it for Goon Squad. Maybe gets worse later on. It's just your CM's always at threat of getting tossed back into Razor, and PA doesn't really have a good way to protect her. The other way around, though, you know, say Zibe walks up and links Aqua, he has that jump away. Pexu has the Crystal Nova. You know, all this move speed slow, it makes it very hard for Zibe to stick on him. But yeah, again, like this here, oh, he doesn't have the toss, he only has the tree throw. But yeah, that's always a threat. That is super fearful for CM.
You gotta be so wary of your positioning.
Yeah.
Ari just gonna hand over a Tango to Zibe. They've got a ward to spot the Maiden's movements as well. It looks like Aqua's still having some problems.
Ari really just has to focus on two things, which is keeping that small camp block so they don't have the pull option, and making sure CM can't walk up and threaten them in any way. Just punish them out of position, and then if they can get a hard camp pull off, has it been blocked? I think it might have been blocked by
yeah.
Goon Squad, yeah. So that's kind of rough, but if he can get that D ward off and they can get that to spawn, their lane becomes, I don't know, just really powerful if you can keep the small camp block, because you are able to just pull the wave back, keep it in a good position, and that's going to enable Ari to go leave and go for these mid runes. I want to see support rotations for these runes.
Yeah, especially when you've got Alina in your lane. You come in there, she offers a lot of damage, just a quick toss back. Even against a tanky DK. Could offer you a kill opportunity. And Goon Squad can do a similar thing with the Clockwork as well. Moving towards mid. Not necessarily kill the Alina, but definitely guard runes and protect the Dragon Knight when he's refilling his bottle.
I mean, with level 6 on DK, you absolutely can gank and try and kill the Lina. Like with the long range stun setup, and then you come in. And the only issue is, like, what is the TP response? You have a Dazzle. I don't know if he wants to go Grave, but if he does, that could be really bad. Like, that turnaround would be really, really rough for you.
I think primarily it's been 2-0-1 build on Dazzles. Go for that laning phase presence with a Poison Touch. And Grave comes at like level 4, 5 or so.
And if it comes at 4, then yeah, it should be up by the time they make for a kill threat. Because now the XP change in the game, it means you're getting your 6 way later on mid. So it's like kind of looking at this like 7 minutes-ish. Sometimes like just after 6 minutes. I feel like most mids haven't had them for the 6-minute runes, right?
Yeah, they haven't. Previously, it was like some mids getting 4.5 minute level 6 with small camps and, you know, a kill or two.
Yeah.
It was pretty spooky stuff back then. And Kadara going to drag that wave away from tower aggro. Try and make sure I'll take it and pick up these last hits as his Ring of Health is on the way across the map from the secret shop down south. It's a long journey for a little courier. It's always nice to see these players like pre-placing their courier there at the shop, buying the ring, sending it over. They don't have to do that awkward walk to the enemy secret shop, which can leave them exposed.
Yeah, and this bot lane kind of playing out as I expected. Ari de-warded the hard camp, blocked the small camp again. This next minute might be big. Either they get the hard camp spawn, or maybe Pexu fights for it.
I mean,
to try and block it himself. He has a sentry.
He's got to salve up, maybe even Mango as well. He's always just so low. Level 2 plasma field from the Razor.
We might see a first blood happen down here soon. If Zibe can connect right now.
Distinct possibility. Got 2 mangoes, 17 wand on Ari because all the dagger spam out of the PA. Large camps available to them for that pull that you were mentioning. So yeah, looking good for ITB down bot. And Supreme was also able to manage to grab the bounty rune. It was all scouted out by the Radiant Obs and returns back to lane with his clarities going. So far, so good for Limp. 21-6 against the 18-2 of Lina. While up at top, I'll take his bristle back. He turns his back, trying to deal with Hansken and S4, and even gets the first blood there. S4, these cool sprays, they do start to stack up, and he's running out of Spirit Siphons, but he does find the connection with the Crypt Swarm.
There's a lot of damage from those quills at the end there on Hansken.
Yeah, plenty of stacks built up on him. And here comes that pull bottom.
Damn, look at us. Our eyes are in sync.
I think, what does Goon Squad do now? It looks like Pexu might just be dying. Ari is holding on to Avalanche. He's level 3 as well, so he had the opportunity there to go for the combo. Now he'll play with the Razor, as they might actually catch out Aqua as well, but a good frostbite from Pexu, making sure the PA can actually slip away safely.
This is just how they play that lane. They never let CM come up to contest the hard cam. They get it unblocked and they just pull it and they keep the lane up here. And PA, even though she's not able to get linked for super long amounts of time, she's still taking so much harass from this plasma field. She needs like raindrops and all this stuff just to survive in the lane. And like so much of her net worth is going to consumables, which means that she's really not farming in a meaningful way.
Yeah, a long way away from boots. We'll deliver this Orb of Corrosion into Aqua, though.
Yeah.
Definitely investing in laning stage. Wants to get some kills with that. At least pressure the Razor back. And this is where Tiny starts to rotate, right? 6 minutes coming. Rune is about to spawn. Kadara and Hanskin also having a battle up in that top outpost area. And it looks like there is a grave point here for Kadara. 1-1-1 with 7 stick charges. Bounty Rune taken by him. Very close to death, but he's going to survive. Illusion Rune does get bottled by Limp, though, because of it.
Yeah, dude. They got 6 way fast. I don't know what is my timing wrong, or is this guy just like a god at getting XP or what?
Yeah.
5.5 minute level 6. He's already pressuring. Supreme sitting back here on level 5 still.
Yeah, Supreme, he needs a few more creeps here to actually get there. And with a wraparound from Hanskin, they've trapped her inside the cogs. Limp doesn't have Dragon Tail, though, having already spent it. And Kadaro going to be the focus now, but they can't bring anyone down. This is zoning power from Goon Squad to focus the tier 1.
Got that caught.
Dragon
This
Form
is the
comes
kind
to
of
an
rotation.
end.
It's okay. You're just gonna tank for your cart right now. You're gonna get as much damage as you can. The wave is here. You brought all your supports.
Yeah, Pexu arrives. Grave comes. Kadaro will get hounded by the Maiden.
Dude, what a kind and generous mid player. Gives the last hit to his support.
You need boots, do you? Here's a bit of money. Well, they are diving bottom lane. Aqua got left alone. Crystal Maiden TPs a response here with the Frostbite and the Nova. And Zibe under tower needs to pop his full 1 to survive. While Lip dies across in the mid lane. That's a solo kill by Supreme. As Ari, he's chasing but doesn't have Avalanche for 4 more seconds. Zibe, another plasma field is ready now. And they've kept Goon Squad low under their tower, but unable to finish anybody off.
So I think if this lane keeps being really impossible for Aqua to play in, and Into the Breach are definitely playing in that like trend. They put this ward down there as well at the bottom of the lane because they want to see everything. They want to know how aggressive they can be. If the mid TPs, you know, they want to spot it out. They just intend on being aggressive and annoying. And if it keeps going like that, then there is a chance that they could just bring DK bot or put DK top. And well, speaking of top there, actually. That's supposed being right up there.
Yeah, he's on this tower, but with Ari's rotation, Spirit siphons the damage and not taker. Oh my god, he's just going to solo kill the Bristleback and survive as well. S4 not being respected by ITB.
I was going to say, yeah, you could just send your DK top to put a little bit of pressure there, and then you can let your PA farm mid, potentially. But, I mean, S4, he needs no help. He is doing everything by himself, not even a support. 1v2 under that tower, killing the enemy carry. Power of Death Prophet.
Like 1v3 if you include the tower, isn't it? Just destroying them. I mean, this might be where Bristleback says, hey, screw it. I've got stacked Ancients back in my triangle. I'll go back there and farm. But Hanskin finding another angle on towards Ari. A toss back. I don't think that's going to save him. They've got Urn Charges, Spirit Siphon. Here from S4 comes back up again. And ITB getting run at by this Goon Squad lineup. Dragon Knight can still come top to finish off the tier 1 that S4 started. It's down to ITB to find places where they can actually farm safely.
Yeah, the Lina, despite mid lane going down and all that, she is above net worth over Dragon Knight. Limp is feeling pretty restricted to just the lane, whereas Lina's getting around with some stacks, hitting the jungle camps, going between.
Yeah, much easier for her to find the farm she needs.
Yeah, and Limp went for that Falcon Blade, so his blink will be delayed. I do like the Falcon Blade a lot. I think it's just, even though he did die that one time, it's let him be quite tanky and play enough in the face of ITV and pressure in that way. But yeah, they're gonna need that Blink Dagger before they start to make some proper like smoke moves. Otherwise, they're just waiting for level 6s on supports.
Yeah, nice little poke there from Goon Squad as well. Forcing Static Link to be used by Razor. I'm not sure if Ari was scouted by the Radiant Observer Ward in that bottom lane, but I think, yeah, they've got a pretty good idea that Tiny is around here now as they cut bottom wave. This is all about creating noise. Look at me down in this bottom lane. I'm a Tiny, I'm a Razor. Meanwhile, Lina And Bristleback, they can think about those big stacks over in that triangle area.
That's a big stack.
Looks like Lena's going to get the priority for the large camp. Outtaker can, of course, take the Ancients with his cool sprays. They're completely leaving S4 unchecked top lane, though. Spirit Vessel's nearly done on top of the phase boots. DP level 9. And with Exo ready, where does she go? Like, she's not your Beastmaster Enigma who sits in this lane pushing, right? Does she come bot for a tier 1? Do they want to fight around Roche? It's only 10 minutes in.
They're just smoking up top with Hanston's level 6.
There's the hook shot. And there's the Exo. They'll use it for a kill. And killing this Bristleback is a big one to quell the tempo of ITB.
Yeah, you don't need to specifically take any objective. You can just take map space. Like, Bristle just sitting there farming those camps. Exo's the tool that you can need to take that away from him. Very nice move, though, to utilize the hook shot timing to get that kill. And what?
Yeah, they'll find the Maiden. Simple pick off on the Maiden, but the Dazzle dying top as the dive from S4 and Hanskin paying off. Exo ends, though. So the damage to this tier 2 is going to have to be halted as Zippe does rotate up here. TP's in, but trapped in cogs, and Dragon Knight arriving with a breathe fire and a bit of damage. They get a double kill on S4. Got to be wary, though, with a toss back in under tower. Limp, he is tanky, but now has to contend with Bristle and Lena, who offer a lot of damage. Laguna Blade shows that perfectly. Trading the mid for the offlaner there, but it's still forcing ITB into these awkward fights where they're falling back, defending tier 2s, and not taking Ancients or farming up on this Bristleback.
I wasn't a massive fan at first of what they were doing. Diving tier 2 at 12 minutes is probably one of the easiest ways to throw a game, but that being said, like, you're bringing heroes far away from PA, which is like the #1 priority for you right now. Her recovery into this game. Going for that Battle Fury. Yeah, like the amount of TPs they got alone from top, while S4, the strongest hero in their team, is still alive. Oh god, they're going for Supreme as well.
They missed the hook shot, but it doesn't seem to matter that much. The cogs, the frostbite, it's enough.
Goon squad fight back, man. They're not going to give a single moment of rest. They're just running into the Breach's tower. They're pressuring their tier 2 at 12 minutes into the game. They're going after you, Lena. They're making it so hard for Into the Breach to fight. Because as well, getting that kill on Razor when he TP'd top, like, this is probably Into the Breach's, like, strongest hero. The one guy that had the best lane. You're turning around and saying, no, you can't come top and just threaten us and try and push us out. We're gonna kill you. Right? That sends a message. He's scampered back to bot.
Yeah, and then the fact that Exo is down, Dragonform is down, they're still playing to mid. Another message there saying, hey, we don't need to rely on our cooldowns. We've got Hookshot, we've got Freezing Field, the potential to just keep on fighting. And with the 2 observables they've got in this top jungle, they know what kind of response will be made if they jump on Ahri here. It looks like Hanskin, considering his options, maybe wanting a squishier target or a core hero to go on, waiting for people to walk up the staircase.
Yeah, but this is such an ideal thing for Goon Squad, because look at the map for ITB right now. They haven't taken that bot tower, they haven't taken that mid tower. Just then, while this whole thing was happening top, Lena and Bristle are just standing in like this ancient area here. Oh my god, he's gonna die again.
Yeah, Lena, caught out completely.
He has no space. There's nowhere for them all to farm. Bristle needs farm, Lena needs farm. Usually in this kind of situation, you have to just commit a lot of heroes and take like that bot tower and try to open up the map, because then you can farm your Bristle in the triangle and your Lena in like the enemy jungle. You know, these towers are so imperative for Into the Breach. It's taken them, you know, quite a bit of time here to finally force the issue and take it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting as well. We've talked a lot about this magic damage Lena build over the past couple of weeks, and I don't think we've seen really a bad performance from it, but I think the downsides of it are becoming apparent here. You don't have the boots of travel to maneuver across the map. You don't have that BKB or Dragonlance to tank yourself up. And Dazzle, yeah, just going to get picked off down the bottom lane. But here, I understand going magic damage Lena against PA and Dragon Knight. Like, you're going to be able to burst them as you progress through the game and get later and later. But this period, you know, 10 to 20 minutes in, you're just going to get jumped, chain stunned, and killed because you don't have that tankiness from the Ogre Axes or a BKB to save you. Like, a Force Staff might help a little bit. That's a rough one.
This Clockwork is just killing him. And he's not had the best start. They applied a lot of pressure. They're making him sweat. And he doesn't have the the map space to farm normal items, because I do believe he would ideally love to go a BKB. This Lina machine gun with an MKB versus PA, I mean, that could definitely be a way for them to win. But she needs armor. She needs like a Shiva's guard in this case instead. She needs to go magic.
Well, they got the stun onto the DK, and they follow through with Ari's combo. Okay.
That ether lens. Looking
Yeah, long range stun. Well, that's a DK with 18 one charges. Pretty tanky fella, 1800 HP, but couldn't blink away from that initiation. This gets Bristleback a step closer to that Aghanim Scepter and that 20-minute timing that we were looking for at the end of the draft for them. That's when they do become the strongest. The Death Ball around the Bristleback. And even the consideration of heading into Roshan as well. Goon Squad not going to give this up for free, though, it looks like. It's Hanskin and S4. They get the catch in onto Bristleback, but Lina with a turnaround. The freezing field on Kadaro, though, going to get cancelled out by Ari's toss, and Razor comes in to sweep through. 2 supports down, but the Bristleback, he's found by S4 in the end. Kadaro tried to get back in with the poison touch on the PA, while Lina TPing away. Leaves Limp a little exposed here, but S4 has the Exo to continue this fight. It's a long, extended one, and Zibe can't stand his ground. Aqua will rejoin, give the double to S4, and find the Dazzle in the tail end of the team fight. A triple kill for the DP, a godlike streak as he's 9-0.
S4 is playing so damn well this game. Like, it is night and day between game 1, S4 rushing a blink to try and be like a stun bitch for his team, and game 2, Giga Chad diving tower 1v2, getting his farm, top of the net worth all game long, godlike streak. I mean, he is owning super hard.
Dire's bottom
Well, he's got 9.5k net worth. He's miles ahead of everybody.
He is playing fantastic, and it's a lot coming from Hanskin too, right? These two together have been fighting and looking for kills, hook shot cooldown, exo cooldown, they just go, playing really well together.
This is the kind of adaptation in the draft that you look for.
Yeah.
Limp has been playing DP game after game after game. Then you give him the DK that, you know, he's made a name on for himself, of course. S4, the Death Prophet. And do get a catch on S4 bot. Toss back in. Limp gets the Dragon Tail, but under tower, S4 trunk TP home. The silence allows him to do it even through the DD. Made sure Lina couldn't stun him. What is that, level 2 silence? If that was level 1 silence, he's probably dead there.
Yeah, well, all those levels coming in handy. Mid.
Catching Dazzle again. The grave delays the inevitable demise of Kadaro. Pops his wand, but another frostbite there from Peksu.
Okay. All right. This net worth lead starting to grow, but into the breach we got an Ags coming on this Bristleback soon. He's taking a stack of Ancients right now. 1,000 gold out. Looks like Goon Squad though gonna keep up that aggression with another smoke.
Non-stop. The train keeps on rolling. Peksu in front of Hanskin here. Frostbite to start. I don't even think they need the hook shot, honestly. Razor dead, pre-BKB, still a good 1,000 gold away from it. Just easy pickings for Goon Squad's continual rotations.
They're just gonna run back to mid. You still have this hook shot. Dragon Form lasting a little bit longer. They get that Arcane Rune too, so if anyone shows in this mid lane, then you're under threat. But we don't want to throw. We don't want to rush things. We got our PA's Battle Fury. She's farming.
Yeah, don't want to start getting dizzy from all these rotations. Round and round and round they go. The carousel of aggression from Goon Squad, just jumping from lane to lane, getting D-wards with Peksu's Maiden as well.
Yeah. I think maybe Supreme could get the shard. He's going for the Ags, but if you're feeling a little bit pressured, if you want to match this timing of your Bristle, who's about to get Ags, you could definitely just get the shard first. Yeah, he's bringing the shard now. Damn, I'm
So good.
I'm so in his brain, bro. I'm in his brain.
Well, it's all these little timings, you know. Everything helps.
But yeah, I mean, this is the timing coming up for them, right? To fight back. Ari, he's quite close to his Blink Dagger, but I think they feeling like they just want to start things now. Bristle finished his Ags. It's going to come on the Courier. He's not going to be a part of this mid thing, but I think they're just looking to take the tower and kind of get out if they can.
Goon Squad on the way towards mid. There's no glyph though, so the creeps will take down the tower in the end. And looks like Goon Squad realize, hey, just get this tier 1 bot, get into enemy triangle, get our ward coverage back up again. It's 20 minutes in. We have to start thinking about Roshan for ourselves. And of course, Bristle with his Aghanim Scepter. Roshan's absolutely on the menu for him.
Yeah. Just get your Tiny's blink, honestly. They're gonna get off this wave, maybe? He didn't quite finish the creeps off. Caw. He's trying to be so careful. He doesn't want to stick his neck out for too long and just get killed, because that would be like nightmare scenario. It is just like the comms like, guys, I'm 100 gold. Please let me have this. Let me have this. I'm gonna get it, and then we can go.
He gets a full wave bottom. That's his blink dagger now. Goon Squad are smoked up though. They've seen Tiny TP bottom, so they know there's no Ari up here.
Yeah,
And if ITB get caught, which they do, good force staff in time to get away from the ranged Dragon Tail. Hookshot, though, cancels the TP. They keep tabs on the Lina. Grave not going to save her. Trapped in the cogs, and Limp keeps jumping forward. Chasing towards the Razor now. Still pre-BKB here. Any follow-through could find Zibe, but Ari's going to do his best to keep him back with the Avalanche. Now ITB quickly move out across the map, realizing there's no fight to be had, and that'll mean Roshan with the Exo available to Goon Squad.
Yep.
Aqua has more than caught up in this game as well. 10k net worth for your PA thanks to that Battle Fury, and a recipe away from BKB.
He is, yeah. He's just been farming, isn't it? It's 21 minutes. He's been involved in 2 kills, and then at least one of those was just now. He has stayed so far removed from everything going on. Goon Squad have done a really great job of just utilizing the 4 heroes that they have to give him that space.
What, 5 minutes ago she was bottom of the cause, 6,500 net worth. Now closing in on that top spot. And she got past that period where we were a little worried about not being able to get the farm you need. Did very well in that lane against the Razor and the Tiny to not die, honestly. 1-0-1. That was a very good pick from Goon Squad at the last moment.
Very risky pick. It easily could have been abused much harder. I think a lot came on Limp doing so well in the mid lane as well. I mean, just everyone, honestly. Like, Goon Squad is just playing really, really well on every single hero. Everyone's doing their job. Everyone's been getting their levels. Everyone is hitting a timing, hitting a cooldown, and knowing that, okay, we can go do something. And they are doing stuff. And I think it's been very hard for Into the Breach to kind of deal with that, and I think it's why like Bristleback's timing has come so late. That being said, Ari's got his blink. Supreme, he has that force stuff, he has that shard, he's going to be doing a lot of magic damage, and you do have the Aghs Bristle. PA not having that shard yet, there is a way to fight. Zibe also finishes BKB too.
Timings into timings.
Yeah, they just
go
to
on.
link Aqua when he jumps in.
A nice dodge on the blink on the dagger there.
Oh.
I guess if you are having, packet loss or whatever issues Aqua's having, PA, one of the better heroes to play. Just blink in, hands off keyboard, hope you hit the crits. Press BKB, Phantom Strike, that's it. You're in. Into the breach. Kadara
Alright, cool.
TPing back, but they've already smoked without their Dazzle.
It's fine. Dazzle wants to play super far back anyway.
And there's the jump. DP's tanky, still has the BKB ready. And Zive trapped inside the cogs, but who's trapped with whom? Clockwork nearly blown up by the Laguna Blade. A bit of a stun in the back on the Lina. Can't focus Supreme. They go for Kadara's Dazzle instead. But look at Otek focusing into that Dragon Knight while Aqua comes out with a double kill. The freezing field slowing them down so this PA can shred through them. And Bristleback, he's done for. Spirit Siphon and the damage from PA gets the triple. Move into the tier 2 now. Exo is still going for S4 and a resounding victory for Goon Squad here.
Yep, the kind of perfect scenario happened for Goon Squad where obviously heroes died, but Razor came in and linked this DP. Like they wanted to kind of get in there and kill him, and obviously it's a great kill. S4 is still top of that net worth, being such a big problem with that Exo, but as soon as you link him, PA is absolutely free to do whatever she wants in this fight.
Completely free there. You see the freezing field, the PA helped out by the DP and the Maiden.
Yeah.
And then they switch targets to come back on the Bristleback.
It does feel like... Oh, also, yeah, Hanskin did a really nice job with the cogs of breaking the link even, so he didn't even get the full link off.
As he cogged and force-staffed away, didn't he?
Yeah, so I don't think he got the force up, but yeah, he cogged and broke the link, and I just think that you need to be saving this link for the PA.
After she's Phantom Striked in, yeah.
Yeah, if you can use all of like your Lina and Tiny Burst to kill the DP, that would be much ideal.
Well, there's no rush for them to take here with this smoke. Came across the map, got a good ward down, but Goon Squad on the opposite side. DDPA's on your tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It doesn't look like ITB want to match this though.
No.
Not into the Aegis for another minute. And Goon Squad keep ramping up this lead. 11, 12k. Building and building.
Dire's bottom
Does
tower
the PA have shard yet? She's buying a Deso.
She bought it, I think. Oh, she had it queued up. Maybe she went it for the Dessa.
I've jumped Ari in the mid lane. There's a grave there to slow things down, but Dead Tiny is a Dead Tiny. Goon Squad very quick to swoop in under their vision. 2 observer wards watching lane. And a little bit of a ramp there on the left side. And a pressure up to tier 3 as well.
I think it's the situation where you're like, okay, I'm gonna go shot. I need something to kill the bristleback, and then you take that team fight, and you're like, oh, never mind, he's not strong, and then you just don't buy the shot.
Yeah. Hey, maybe right.
Yeah.
Why bother? Let's go more raw damage.
He
Tank-
needs his BKB, but your racks of the impression, there's no time for you to get it.
It's not just pressure. It's looking like they're going to take it down here with the catapult, the dragon form, melee barracks, forfeited by ITB. Limp does get clipped by the stun, but 4 staff away. As the Aegis reclaimed and Goon Squad reset. Back to the outpost. Take a bit of map control for themselves. It feels like ITB, they need some miracle smoke to catch this Goon Squad side.
Yo, Gary, you completed your education, right?
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying, like, you finished your education. Like, I dropped out of university. Did you? Did you?
I dropped out of university 3 times.
Oh my god! Okay.
I finished my A levels. I went to uni and I was like, nah, this is not for me.
Oh, that's so okay. I was gonna ask you if you had to read the neutral item that Lena has and pronounce it correctly.
What has she got? Vizier?
Is that it?
I believe so.
Alright, well, she's got the Eye of the Vizier. And you see on this nice high ground defense that she is getting these stuns off from so far away. And it's actually doing pretty insane amounts of damage. Like, the PA is having to just, like, dodge and sidestep around a little bit because he doesn't want to get stunned by Supreme.
Yeah, super long range. I like the way you approached that, though. Did you finish your education?
You were one of those
I
folks
know-
that understands words.
Yeah, I know people, didn't do A levels and dropped out after GCSEs and stuff like that.
These are your casters. 4 times uni dropout.
Yeah. I guess talking about A levels and GCSEs, some people are not going to understand that, but yeah. I finished school when I was 18, basically.
Okay.
High
I was
school.
doing game art design. It's not like I was going to learn English anyway, even if I finished.
I did like the full spectrum. I started out doing history and politics, did a year of that, and I was like, university doing essays, not really a fan. Went into like computer science and forensic computing. I was like, it's just university's not my thing. I can't do a learn. I'm a bit slow.
Okay, that makes sense. British people, am I right?
Yeah. Bunch of idiots.
Morons.
Except T-Gov, who's got a degree in robotics or something like that. Like,
Does he actually?
Yeah,
What the
he's
hell?
like mega smart.
Jesus Christ, and now he's doing Dota? What a
Yeah.
dumbass.
He's got a fallback plan,
Yeah, makes sense. Well, okay. Goon Squad don't want to throw on that high ground push. They're going to look to just sweep through the map and make sure there's no cheeky into the breach heroes trying to farm. Gain any gold. Oh, Zibbe's going to run into him.
Oh, just BKBs. He can't kill S4 here, can he? Not with Aqua coming in. Does have the shard now. Breaks. And does a bit of damage. There's the crits. And a mega kill streak for him, while elsewhere, the remaining members of Goon Squad have found a kill on Tiny.
Oh.
Troubling
there
times
was
ahead.
it was a huge decision there for the Razor. Do I BKB and TP out? Or do I go for the kill and he risked it all?
Oh, I'll take that. Okay, there's no stuns. We'll TP out.
Yeah. What is
It's,
S4 going for? He hasn't got anything queued up.
I don't know. I
Wait,
kind
what
of.
shard?
Ah, shard is nice, yeah. I don't know. Kind of like a blink dagger on the DP.
Actually, same, yeah. And you can get that overwhelming blink, and you're doing so much slow when you jump in and
Yeah.
causing such a problem for these backlines.
Oh, Hansken. Does he have reinforcements? He drops the Wraith Pact after his hook shot.
get out.
Limp. Looking into the trees. They don't find Supreme. Fortunate there for ITB to keep that Lena alive.
Hanskin just got trapped in his own cogs. He couldn't break free.
Unlucky.
He's like, I don't know, he just kind of stood there walking around in it after a little bit. He didn't even try to kill any more of the cogs. Anyway, what have we got on Into the Breach? We got that 9-second BKB on Bristle.
Nice.
He's going for the AC, which I think is the right move against PA, but you also really want to get a Basher at some point.
And Lina with the Ags. The Tome delivered. Closing in on level 18.
Yeah.
Roshan alive in 1 minute with a toss back from Ari. They'll try and connect on S4, but they didn't land Light Strike Array, so the BKB's out from the DP. And Tiny within those cogs demolished while S4 just TPs away. Nothing to stop him. Limp looking to continue this. The BKB wears out from Otaker. Goon Squad, I just back up after the buyback of Tiny. Thinking about this Roche fight. They need another 30 seconds for Exo to come back up. And that's perfect timing for them.
That is my favorite thing in the world to see. You botch this jump because you don't have detection. Like, Lina is literally sitting there invis. And then after that, you instantly buy a gem. Actually just instantly buy a gem. I wonder
Give me that reveal.
Hey, where's it going, actually? Oh, it's on the courier of DP heading to S4.
Very nice.
Yeah.
A good read from Goon Squad as well. Scanning up. I see the Dazzle now under Radiant Vision. And they'll probably know there's a smoke around him as well. And everything lining up for them to take this next Roshan. The only thing they're missing is Freezing Field, but I don't think that's vitally important for them.
It would be so nice for them to get a kill onto S4 or Aqua. I mean, both of these cores have gone unkilled all game. It's like all these kills that they have, they're just on other heroes. Like, the most important heroes to kill are not dying. I think it would be such a relief for them if they can start a fight with just the massive Lina burst. She has the Ag, she has the Shard. They definitely have the damage to do it. You know, every little skirmish, the PA BKB, it gets lower and lower. It's at 8 seconds right now. If they can bring it down to 6 or maybe force it out and get out, can't
It's
burst
just
her.
so hard to bait and kite to clock a Blink DK stun, and Hanskin, the one to get the initiation. Supreme gets blown up by Aqua, and this just might be game over. Yeah, ITB have buybacks, but what the heck can you do against this Goon Squad side that jumps you and slays you in a matter of seconds?
I heard you nearly swear.
Flip! What the
heck?
flipping heck can they do here? Oh, bloody hell!
Oh, jeez. The leader got bashed. I mean, there's nothing he could really do.
I mean, you can buy back on Razor and Lina. You force the glyph out to keep Goon Squad back for a few seconds. They're just going to move back in, though. Elder Dragon form going, Arcane Rune up on Limp. S4 has these ghosts flying into buildings. And ITB, there we go, double buyback, but the jump in, the catch on to the bristleback, the break as well. He's inside the ball of fire. BKBs to run home and regen. Static Link comes on the DK, but Aqua shreds through them quickly. Supreme 4 staffs back to the fountain now as ITB get closed out of game 2. Goon Squad too strong. Another fan of knives to break the bristleback down, and that's it. It's game over. Another game 3.
Alright. Bets on whether S4 gets DP again next game?
0% chance. First phase ban. Enigma DP ban, please. Enigma DP, Chen, Faceless Void. First 4 bans coming out in game 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, my god. Goon Squad. This was the fight back that they needed, and they showed up super hard. I think I kind of praised them all throughout the game, but I just think that the 4 heroes outside of PA made the perfect amount of space and played their fights perfectly off the back of S4 having such an amazing lane. Hanskin getting that level 6, and they really just ran it and ran it and ran it. It felt like Into the Breach, you know, every time they wanted to get a timing and wanted to fight, it felt like Goon Squad were also just hitting a timing that kind of let them one-up them, or getting that Roche and denying it from them, and just, yeah, felt like they just didn't have the map space on Into the Breach to really farm their items, right?
Yeah, it was a rough one. I mean, we should have seen this coming. Game 3 was inevitable. Now we had the day of 2 1s and the day of 2 0s. Now it looks like another day of 2 1s here, going the distance. As we'll take a quick break and return with Game 3 of Into the Breach up against Goon Squad.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Game 3 hype, here we are. ITB taking on Goon Squad in the lower bracket to see who goes on to face against Team Secret in the lower bracket quarterfinal as we get ourselves here into Game 3, draft developing, and already we've seen Goon Squad grab themselves the S4 Death Prophet that
Shame on
crushed
you,
Game
Gareth.
2.
Shame on you. What was the percentage chance
I
of
said-
S4 getting his DP again?
I said
Gareth?
0%.
Was
I
0%?
said 0. I said 0.
0%?
Yeah,
Wow, you're so stupid.
I'm wrong. Yeah, that's. I dropped out of uni 3 times. I didn't study my Death Prophets hard enough. Then what did they ban instead? Undying, Faithless Void, Enigma Lena gone, and ITB going back for the old classic of Marcy Viper.
Yeah, boy, this Marcy, a hero I am very split on. I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah, have you seen this hero when it doesn't have a BKB? It just dies. And it's more than that, right? In these games we've cast,
10
there's been so
seconds
many
remaining.
times where a good supportive item, like a 4-star or a Glimmer Cape, would
5
come in
seconds
super
remaining.
clutch, or even a Lotus Orb going for that kind of higher, expensive range. But what does Marcy buy? Every game without fail, a BKB. Oh, I finished my BKB. Time to get my Basher. And if you get it, like Bignum showed, it is amazing. But the fact that I have to keep referring back to Bignum because since then it hasn't worked a single friggin' time means that I am not that big of a fan of Marcy.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sorry, I got a little bit angry there.
Fair enough. That's
I
that's
just
fine.
Overcome with emotion.
I think it was reasonable. You bring
Yeah.
up some good points. We've definitely seen Marcy struggle to actually get to the point of BKB if the game does go rough. But you've got a strong lane. You've got Marcy Viper. This is the kind of oppressive lane that can be very difficult to play into. Toss back into the poison attacks, the rebound into like everything Marcy gives, Viper loves to have, right? He's a slow hero. He wants people to displace enemies into him so he can attack them. He wants
10
move speed so he can chase
remaining.
people. That's what Marcy brings to the table.
Yeah, she does. It's honestly like so hard to play into a Marcy lane.
Radiant
I think
team
even some people even try and match the aggression. They're like, okay, we're laning into a Marcy. I'm gonna pick something that also fights. Pick some stuns, pick some ench, whatever. And I feel like Marcy still gets away with literal murder. So that hero is terrifying. Same with the Viper. They are gonna have to address this somewhat on Goon Squad.
10 seconds
Like I said, they
remaining.
could honestly just try to match the aggression. I've seen some CKs
5
and stuff like that
seconds
come out in the
remaining.
face of Viper. Or you could go for, I don't know, just a very defensive lane.
Dire team
That
back.
Omni Knight, that Abaddon, all these stuff that Pudge. We've seen the Slux as an answer to the Bat Rider. Similar story against Viper.
The
Jug
Jugs.
too.
Yeah.
Same
That's
brain.
the one. I mean, you know, we talk about this Viper Marcy lane, but I feel like Goon Squad have a similar story for their off lane, right? Tiny 4, DP3, if
10
that's the
seconds
case.
remaining.
Very similar playstyle to Marcy and the Viper. You toss back into the Spirit
5
Siphons, you let
seconds
DP
remaining.
chase, and all of a sudden the safe lane carry, not so safe lane and not so carry anymore, and then crushed out by all that damage.
But it's not as scary,
No,
I would say,
okay.
as Marcy Viper.
Not quite.
Not quite. But
Radiant
yes,
team
similar
back.
idea that they're gonna try and crush the lane. They're gonna apply a lot of threat. We saw last game how hard it was for them to lane into this DP. Like you have a bristleback, but the siphon is just so bloody strong. Like it was very difficult for them to lane into that. And I think but this is the thing. I think Marcy Viper is kind of that times
10
2.
seconds remaining.
So you have to be super careful with what you're drafting here for your safe lane. I think they
5
might pick their
seconds
safe lane
remaining.
together on the double pick, and then you can decide if you want DP to go like off lane or mid
Yeah.
on the last pick potentially.
And is there the same kind of flexibility for Viper and Marcy? I feel like this Marcy is going to be Ari's hero,
Radiant team
unlikely to be
pick.
shifted around.
Dire team
And Viper
Hmm.
3, not really a supreme hero for mid unless you know the matchup's guaranteed superb.
Yeah.
They're much less flexible, but they do get their maiden in the second phase. You know,
Let's go,
something-
baby.
Something that has led to ITV victories, you know, all through this regional qualifier is that crystal maiden for Kidaro.
Kidaro
10
CM
seconds
equals
remaining.
strong. Chance of victory up.
How many
But
percent?
what-
5 seconds
I don't know, like
remaining.
5 at least.
5 whole percent.
Like 5%, you know, yeah, like the kind of matching how much move speed she has compared to other heroes.
Poor maiden. How fast was she going? At least 5.
At least 5 move. I don't know, just, I'm glad they were able to take it this time. Obviously, Goon Squad stole it from them last draft because they had the second pick,
Yeah.
right? This second pick seems to be pretty important. Both teams that have had it, I think, have won so far in this game. So going into game 3, if we follow the same trend, that does just mean Into the Breach has won. But I'm not going to think like that because I'm excited for a equal and fun last game of this series, and they
What
are
do you
both
mean?
very equal teams, 50-50.
You're just reading the script. That's
50-50.
that's all you're doing, reading the script.
I'm reading this. The script told me that I don't. It's erased, Gary. The script is blank.
Oh, you get
Someone
to, get to write your
got
own
rid
one.
of it. I don't know. I guess I can write it in. Who do? I need Twitch chat to email me right now with who they think they should win, and I'll just fill in the script.
Just make an open Google Doc. let people type in there.
I am
that might
tracking-
not be a good idea, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I think Goon Squad here right now. You have this nice tiny
Dire
4.
team
I think. I'm surprised no one went for the. Oh wow, it's Omni Knight. I
Radiant
predicted
team
this. That's
pick.
crazy.
You did.
I was gonna say you already have a 4 that's pretty good at getting on this like smaller squishy heroes, the Marcy, the Crystal Maiden, similar to the idea of Clockwork, who I'm honestly genuinely surprised didn't get picked in this first phase. I really loved Clock last game. I thought it was amazing, especially for Goon Squad, going for Tiny instead of
10
Clock.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised by that. I guess they feel like the Tiny
5
is better
seconds remaining.
against the Marcy Viper, because someone like Viper dies if you get on top of him, so the ability to displace him and throw him in could cause a pretty big problem.
Because you hook and cogs him, he spits everything out on you. You're trapped in those
Yeah.
cogs with the Viper rather than the other way around. And yeah, it's nice to have that Clock/Tiny. Because last time Goon Squad picked the Omni Knight, it was with Mirana as their 4-5 duo, and that just didn't feel particularly good at all. But now
Yeah.
they've got the ability to catch people, toss them back, DP to push with TB, and they can, cycle through these ultis. I'm talking about meta being the ulti of TB really here. Get onto objectives, even get into Roshan. That looks pretty solid for them.
Do you get strength for every stack of poison on your
Should do.
carry? Okay, cool.
So yeah, should be every debuff.
Okay. Well, that's not bad then at all. I don't know if it's enough. I think this lane is still stronger on Into the Breach's side, but the nice thing about Terrorblade is his ability to go jungle. You know, with the points in your illusions, it's pretty easy for you to kind of just swing to start farming some camps, and then
Dire
use your
team
meta
back.
to farm ancients at a later point. And not the pudge. Not the pudge.
Pudgy.
A risky carry, especially
Yeah,
into
he is.
Terrorblade. I think this is pretty Terrorblade favored as you go into the late game as well. I guess if you're able to
10
stun him,
seconds
throw him
remaining.
back, get that hook, you can really pull him out of position, and Omni will not be able to
5
connect.
seconds
I think that's
remaining.
the best thing I see happening in late game. But if we look to this mid game, pre-BKB Terrorblade versus Pudge with Ags, and they have a lot of ways to jump him, get on him. They have a lot of magic damage. This Viper is going to should have a really good game off the back of the lane as well. They could maybe just crush their lanes and take a lot of map control off the back of that.
Radiant team ban.
That's the potential for them to snowball out of these lanes quickly.
Yeah,
I
they
still
just need
want-
tower damage.
Yeah, I still want Supreme to be on, I don't know, like a Shadow Fiend or a Sniper, like some kind of ranged damage dealer that has physical damage.
Yeah.
Because right now ITB have none of that.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Okay, Marcy and Viper bring a little bit, but
5
none
seconds
of that.
remaining.
I think you are right, but
Dire
I
team
want
ban.
tower damage. Even though it's more magic damage, I wouldn't be opposed to a Lesh. I don't think Lesh vs TB is that great either, but if you're planning on just trying to win your lanes and run down towers, maybe you do need to kind of invest in something like that. I'm not sure what else does it from mid, like
10
Pugna.
seconds remaining.
I think we've only seen Wish playing that. I'm not I'm not the biggest fan of it
5
personally.
seconds remaining.
Man,
Oh, there's no Lena left.
is there a
Invoker
DK?
now gone. DK is still out there for Supreme. What else has
Could
he
be an
played?
option.
Is Pango's banned by his own team? It's a bit upsetting. Like,
For a while, Batrider got through without getting picked.
yeah, you're right. Like, does Queen of Pain offer you enough? Because we've seen a few of these kind of scaling co-ops with the Orchid into AC and stuff like that.
Dire team.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, Bat got banned now.
There's the bat ban. Oh, Goon Squad, time to decide. Is this an S4 DP? What are you going to pick for Limp?
I'd like to see S4 play the DP. He looks so comfortable, and he's, you know, he's in the groove of it coming from last game. So I don't see any reason to
10
switch it up.
seconds remaining.
I also think it's going to be good against this Pudge carry.
5 seconds remaining.
So just for them, any sort of team fight, catch, stun. Just want to stun
Radiant
right now from
team
Goon Squad.
Puck.
Wonderful.
Puck,
Perfect.
puck, puck.
Everything I dreamed of and more. And now for Into the Breach, pick DK. Tower push, stun for Puck. I don't want anything else. You pick anything else, I leave. I leave.
They're going to pick... oh, no, they can't pick Morphling. They banned it themselves. They're going to pick Morphling.
Remaining.
Yeah, I think
I
you're
don't
right.
know.
DK probably one of the best options here for them.
5
They could pick
seconds
Ember as
remaining.
well. Just Puck is a really low armor hero, and Ember is with the slice spam can do pretty nicely against him in lane.
Yeah.
It's also just something with that bit of range to go on the back line, and
There's not
and,
much lockdown either.
Yeah, exactly. Magic damage versus the Terrorblade, get that Maelstrom going. I think I would like to see DK or Ember. Anything else is, I will be excited to see what ideas they have.
Void Spirit.
Choose your hero.
Nah, don't like that. Sorry. Not a fan. Nope.
Not a fan?
Nope.
No?
Not a fan. Nope.
Why not? Just not a fan.
So we watched so much Void Spirit, I feel like, in the last 2 months against Pucks, and every single time the Void lost
Yes.
horribly. He would just die to the damage from Puck, the coil from Puck. Obviously, it's meant to go both ways, because Void Spirit will buy like that Yules and the Ags as well, which is meant to threaten the Puck. But the problem is they kind of come pretty late, and it feels like in that time you have like a Puck with a tiny, and you have this ability to toss out the coil, and so many easier ways to kill and threaten. And it feels like Puck's, I guess Puck is a little slower of a hero now due to the nerfs to the
The orb.
yes, thank you. But overall, I think definitely the win rate disparity between these two heroes, it has gone really wildly in Puck's favor for quite some time now, to the point where I have lost hope in it. I think some pro even like tweeted saying like, "Stop picking Void into Puck."
I think it was
Or-
Fear.
Was it Fear? Yeah, that was funny. Sorry, I said pro player. Sorry, retired from.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Void Spirit is on this list for me where it's like last pick. What do? We need someone who can catch, kill, set tempo. He's on the same list as Juggernaut for me. He's a jack of all trades but master of none. He feels solid, but he doesn't feel exceptional. He's not the gotcha pick. He's not the hey, we got a Void Spirit. He's going to destroy you. He's a Void Spirit. He's going to do all right. He'll be fine.
He does do everything. To be fair, he has a good laning and pretty good rotational skills. Good ganking, good early game. Just pretty good mid game too. He has some nice late game. Yeah, that hero's he's alright.
I think he's balanced. He's a balanced hero.
He is.
Oh, here we go. Game 3, and again, everything on the line. One step away from marching forward to that lower bracket semi-final against Team Secret, where they have to defeat them to get to last chance qualifier at the very least, because it's all about top 3 here. We've got Liquid and Entity up at the top, waiting in the upper bracket final, and plenty to play for. I mean, a lot of these players haven't been to TI. Into the breach. This could be their first real foray into that high level of Dota 2.
And the first UK Dota at TI. Let's go, Ari.
30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
super hype.
Outside of casters.
Outside of casters, like the entire, like half of Britain has showed up to TI as a caster at this point.
And what is he? I think I saw him. He's hit like 11k or something on Ari, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I
He's getting
saw
up
him
with,
tweeting.
with his MMR.
Yeah, good for him.
Definitely showing it off. Let's see what we can do on this Marcy. Gather themselves for these early rune fights. Radiant Observer Ward. It spots Goon Squad coming in as 3. So it looks like, yeah, RN Zibe going to get tagged by that reflection. Walk it off. 2 for 2, though. Nothing lost, nothing gained.
Gary, I am someone, a woman of flexibility and change,
Yeah?
open-mindedness.
Are you
I've
really?
read the patch notes and
Have you
Void
ever
got-
eaten a mango?
I have not. What does that mean? Wasn't a kind thing to say. My point is, I think Void Spirit got some pretty nice buffs, and
Oh.
Puck got some nerfs, so maybe it's actually a little bit more even than it was at like Arlington, for example.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we'll see what.
that's all I had to say on it.
See what gets done. Yeah, it's definitely a wait and see thing. You know, we had this matchup a lot. It went one way, and now with some changes, we're not quite sure because it hasn't been picked and played that much. Like both of these heroes, Puck and Void Spirit, have been kind of on the fringe of drafts the past couple of months. Looks like Good Squad just need a quick little pause to settle things down again. So yeah, Supreme against Limp in that mid lane.
Cool, we can talk more about mid. That's so exciting. So this Puck has fallen off pretty hard in terms of pick rate after the nerfs to it. It's still getting a couple games here and there where, it's a good Puck game. Like this game, for example, looks to me like a really nice Puck game. But overall, because it's gotten a lot less picks, it's been, hard for us as viewers to see all of these Puck matchups change. Because the bigger ones became like there was Pudge was actually a hero that a lot of people started to pick up at Arlington as a response to Puck, and that seemed to be really effective. And obviously there's that Ember matchup, there's the Void matchup. The Void one seemed to become pretty unfavorable. So now, this is going to be nice to see. Is it better? Is it still rough?
Yeah, see how the changes affect the gameplay.
Yes, us, the casters, and you, the viewers, together as one, we will find out.
A learning experience. I mean, so far so good for Supreme. Maybe not necessarily down to the buffs and the changes and stuff, but he's out ahead with 3 denies, 5 last hits. As First Blood grabbed up by Oteka. The Pudge hits level 2, kills off S4. He was unkilled in the previous game and had a stellar match, but this time around, first pick off for ITB.
Yeah, there was a lot of skirmishing top lanes, so I honestly didn't expect bottom to be where the First Blood happened. I saw Marcy's doing cartwheels and stuff up top.
Yeah, we talked about mid, came out of pause, and it's like, oh, hang on a second, there's other lanes to look at.
Yeah. The frostbite into the hook again.
Yeah, they're catching S4 once more, and he just TP'd down here, so that's 50 seconds. He can't come down to bottom lane again.
S4 has issued the duel. No more deaths. This is a statement.
Not going to get caught out again, hopefully. As Pengsu top. He had to Fairy Fire there to contend with Ari, who does have another rebound. Jumps across onto Pengsu, and 2 swift punches will take the Omni down. Aqua popped his meta here to fight back into Zibe. And might still get tossed around and poisoned up, though. Good reflection. Keeps the Viper at bay. Rough lanes, though, for Goon Squad early days.
Dire's bottom
Zibe's bringing out more regen now, Tango and Salve, but he didn't do it earlier. He's been going for those stats. He's trying to get the double race band. Double race band, is that good on Viper? Because they really nerfed the mana cost. Or, yeah, it costs way more to use your poison attack now. So you kind of need that mana regen if it's like a Bassi or Falcon Blade.
Yeah, we even saw people going like a Bracer and a Null or a Wraith Band and a Null on this Viper just to make up for that fact. But yeah, I think you're right. Needs Bassi, Raindrops, Falcon Blade, something along those lines just to keep that pressure on. And get handed Mangos and Tangos by Ori, but not for long.
Oh yeah, I guess you can just make your support. Just
Feed you. Yeah. I hunger. Marcy, I hunger for mana.
Marcy.
Please, Marcy, give me mana.
Give me the mana, Marcy.
Yeah.
Just shoveling mangoes into him. I mean, I saw the size of the mango that Banks bought me at Arlington, bro. I don't know how these people are eating this.
Gobble. They gobble it up.
Yeah. Looks like S4 is getting up there now. He went from 2 deaths at level 1 to he's level 3 now. Hasn't died since. Obviously a little bit ways left on that net worth and CS wise to catch up again. But the more levels you get, the more points in Siphon, the easier it is to survive. And yeah, big props to the Into the Breach lane down bot, getting those kills and exploiting the weakness of DP in that level 1.
Yeah, we saw Kadara just hiding in the trees, waiting for that moment to strike. Chipping away at S4. All right, S4 wants to go in, get Spirit Siphons, drag the fight out, survive, and then turn to kill. The way that ITB have been playing this, it has just been a nuclear strike to go in with massive damage immediately. You catch out S4 and you're still waiting for this hook to land. There it is to grab him back into the rot. Still difficult to find it though with boots up on DP. She's got 330 move speed. So she is able to survive and actually turn a little bit. Oh, maybe a step too far.
He's got a stick. It's okay.
He's fine.
Hook's
And
so
up
on
at top, Pexu getting poisoned. Oh, has he got anything left here? Has he got stick charges? He does have another Heavenly Grace to come out. Not able to finish off the Omni Knight. And Aqua's Metamorphosis always going to be a fearful threat for ITB.
This lane has definitely gone not how I expected it. I genuinely thought Viper and Marcy were going to destroy this lane. But they're doing, honestly, a great job top of just continually wearing down Zibe. I think maybe his greed in not going for more regen early was exploited pretty well by them. Omni just being able to go in. Oh, he's gonna die. Never mind. I cursed it. Oops.
Oh, they're going to turn on Zibe, though. A lot of damage from that TB, but a good rebound allows Ari to turn and fight and a chase into Aqua, but with no dispos. They need these double jumps. The steps forward from the Void Spirit finds the kill, and Supreme, very early rotation, pre 6 minutes, but he has cracked level 6, and that's what led to it.
Yeah.
Might give up the 6-minute rune, though. Regen spawns top, and Limp quick off the mark to head there.
Any chance you can get to kill TB is absolutely worth it. Like, it's so value. This is the you're dealing with Death Prophet bot, right? You don't need to hard focus him. But TB, that's their win condition. That's their carry.
Especially with meta up. Yeah, caught out by Limp. Pinging her out, saw her transition towards mid with that Observer Ward. Hanskin tracked across.
So, definitely rate Supreme going for that TP, taking any opportunity he can get. And it also means that you're kind of keeping yourself away from mid lane, where Limp is looking at you and thinking about his opportunities. Can I bring a support mid? Can I get that coil kill? Now, Supreme feels way more threatened than Limp does, I think, in this mid lane. So him rotating is going to give a lot more impact for his team than him just sticking around mid and hoping something happens around the runes.
Yeah, a nice bottle refill from Kadara after dying allows Supreme to continue playing the map and actually smoking down towards bot. Pudge has been left alone a while here, so Goon Squad kind of wondering where they are, where are they heading, and they'll get a grab onto the Tiny. The Remnant, the Frostbite, and now Otika in with a hook to land it, getting his killing spree up. And this gives a little bit of room for Ari to get levels in mid as well.
3 flash heap stacks.
Oh yeah.
He's hustling.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Vanguard Soul Ring done, so pretty hard to kill now as well. A jump in mid, dodged by Limp. Supreme can't give chase on the puck.
I think they would have been very happy to get the DP if they could. Just obviously, while he had a really bad start, he's starting to recover nicely now, and you kind of want to keep him down because he's the one that's going to get his 6 and start to take objectives for Goon Squad. So if you can kind of limit that, it is pretty good.
Oh, they're eyeing up Supreme again. Hanskin this time with a bottle refill for Limp. 8 minutes about to hit, and there's a DD rune. Goon Squad doing a good job in guarding all these active runes for Limp's puck.
What can Limp do with that? I think Viper's probably the easiest kill you can get. Oh, he's TP'd out.
Yeah. TP's away from the meta. Another one used by Aqua there. This is the breaking down of the laning stage. Everyone's rotating and roaming. Ari looking back into mid. Orb has just been used, so absolutely a window here for Supreme to make the jump, but Limp quick off the mark again. Felt it coming, got away.
The Viper TP'd out, and sure you force meta, but you're really not farming. Viper is having the biggest struggle right now of any core. I feel like there's just so much action happening in this bot lane that it's hard for Into the Breach to really like bring any forces to help the Viper to take the top tower and force TV into his jungle super hard.
Hanskin and Limp are using the DP's Exo down bottom to try and pressure into jungle. Leaves S4 alone then. He's reasonably tanky with his wand and spirit siphons to dispose of the tower, leads to a 3-man coil, and they kill off the Pudge. S4 has defeated Otaker in a gauntlet challenge, and there's the Crypt Swarm to get S4 a double kill. More than makes up for his early death, and now chasing Supreme. Goon Squad, they're just charging towards heroes one after the other. They've got 3 kills in a row, and Supreme might be the 4th. A toss-up is going to send S4 forwards. Exo Ghost, they're still a-going. Oh, the DP so close to death, but healed back to full. The ladies return. Supreme low HP stuck in the trees. S4 trying to get himself a little bit of distance here. Gets the kill as well. The spree's picked up. He dies in the end, but all worthwhile for Goon Squad there.
Oh, moral victory. You're dying twice in a row, issuing the jewel, and then winning it.
Signal of intent from S4.
Oh, that's a nice fight for them at the very least. This DP is absolutely insane. The raindrops, like the combination of 1 raindrops in this max siphon it's just so hard to kill. You need like constant lockdown. Like something like a CM makes it so awkward, right? Because even if you're getting this frostbite off, she's still able to use her spells through it. So yeah, it's so hard and awkward and hard to kill him. I also really love Goon Squad using the Puck and the Tiny as a body to kind of make sure Into the Breach his heroes couldn't connect that quickly.
Yeah, the start looked a little bit risky, like S4 into that tower might be dying, but they're able to connect back in, looping through from that bottom jungle. And now building up a slight 2k lead, but I think all this noise bottom has given Aqua such a free time. He's gathering up CS, now backing up into the jungle. Tread, Dragonlance done over on this TB. And he is the hero you fear as ITB.
Yes, he will carry this game against your lineup, which is why I'm surprised that so much effort's been put on the bot lane. Like, I thought they would smoke Supreme to top to try and kill TB again, and I thought, you know, all their efforts would be focused up there because Aqua has been able to farm the top lane for 11 minutes. That's kind of crazy. Usually you want to bring your heroes to that lane and force him to jungle, right? But he's not. He's gotten the ability to use his like illusions to farm the jungle and the lane, and that's just way more net worth than he really should be allowed to get. And you know, your Viper has been having a bit of a struggle, so they just tried to get him involved by bringing him to these other lanes instead.
And it also means Aqua here can go Dragonlance into Yasha, not considering the BKB as a rushed item.
What is this smoke for? We smoked a TV. Maybe they want a little coil on mid and take that mid tower?
Looks like it, yeah. Smoke breaks, Aqua pops the meta. Coil snaps and the avalanche comes. Hanskin doesn't even need the toss. Swift move into mid. Very nicely finds the kill on Supreme, and they've forced 4 heroes here from ITB, so that means S4, he can just kill off tier 1 bot. Doesn't even need the exorcism.
Yeah. They're making moves to take objectives, and it's the kind of move that I really want ITB to make. I guess it's rough because this was sort of the problem with their last pick and why I wanted to see a DK, right? I just wanted the DK because I needed them to have a way to take towers. Because all this moves when fighting with Void Spirit, yeah, it's netting you kills, but look at your net worth. You're falling behind. Puck is just like getting a kill like that because they're involving their carry who's had a free time, and he's out farming you pretty hard on Puck, and you're not getting anything off the back of these kills, right? The kill, like giving up your net worth to get kills is fine as long as it's giving you something. Is it giving you a tower?
Nope.
Is it giving you a Roshan?
Nope.
Nope.
And how do they cross the river? Like DK is one of those heroes that's tanky and with Blink. You can smoke up with him, cross the river, and go into these aggressive positions. Does Pudge give you that? Void Spirit give you that? Because right now you look at ITB's positioning, losing that tier 1 bot, getting pressured mid. They're not able to play on the other side of the map, which means it's free farm for TB. You're not taking that slice of the pie away from Goon Squad. You're just relying on kind of sitting back and waiting for your own item timings.
Yeah, and I think when I looked at their draft, it really felt to me like they wanted to crush their lanes and come out of it on top, but they didn't even do that. And I think in a situation like this, you really need to just pinpoint like what you can do to make the game better. I've seen teams in a situation like this where they don't have pushing heroes, literally just put like 4 heroes top and just take a tower. And just to force it, usually earlier than this, just so that they can have a bit of map space. Because then you can, even if you can't fight into them, you know, even if your heroes don't really like squad up proper, you have that ability to try and farm that item that will let you fight. So Attacker going for that Ags. Supreme also going for that Ags. These 2 Ags timings are going to be pretty big for them. And it'd be nice if they can take this tower top just so that they're not getting super constricted in the space that they can farm. You don't want like a repeat of last game on the enemy team where, or for them, yeah, where both their cores are just sitting in the triangle together.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Like yeah, and they're being smoked into as well. Hanskin, smoke breaks. He gets the avalanche on the Void Spirit. Difficult to catch him, so they'll go for the Pudge instead. And there's Limp and S4 doing a tremendous amount of damage, silencing in towards the Pudge and the Viper. So no Viper Strike, no Nether Toxin, but it looks like Pudge will survive. Misses his hook though, as Marcy takes down Pexu, reclaiming the land that was taken from them moments ago. And Goon Squad, they spent Exo for this, spent Coil for it. That's going to be a sigh of relief from the ITB squad, right? Being able to defend themselves, hold up against the aggression. But then that crawling feeling in the back of your head comes back. The real sadness of realizing there's a Terrorblade on the enemy team. The Terrorblade's farming jungle. The Terrorblade is getting bigger and bigger.
Surprisingly, still fourth on the net worth chart. Your Pudge is big. Like, that's one thing to feel good about. While S4 kind of got away with what he did after the initial level in bot, he still farmed worse than this Pudge. And just give it a couple more minutes and they'll have this Ags, and that is a lot of damage. Like Puck, for example, does really struggle playing into Pudge when he gets that blink, especially.
I still need that map space though. Getting a kill on S4 would open up this top tier 1. Supreme with a double damage rune, but the toss avalanche combo. Hanskin blows him up, and Limp's TP rotation going to clip onto Ari there with the orb, finish off the Marcy. And we've seen this time and time again, the team that's ahead defending their tier 1 against a squad that doesn't have the push power. This is what Liquid are doing over and over in their series. Just bringing 3-4 heroes top to defend against any move. Aqua getting scanned bottom though. I'll take her. And get the slow with the Crystal Nova. Aqua doesn't have Sunder. So with the freezing field and now the Dismember, they'll catch him and kill him.
What a nice kill. Of all the kills to get to kind of help get yourselves back in the game, that's the best. What a nice kill.
That was a good one.
Yeah, they got that ward on the high ground cliff, so it's just whenever TB's playing between bot and the triangle, they're going to see it. Also, by the way, Pexu has not been a part of a single kill. He's literally just running around healing people and warding.
And spamming his taunt.
Yeah, having a grand old time.
Yeah, he's doing all right for himself. 3k net worth on this only night. He's finding gold somewhere. Shoveling up bounty runes, no doubt. Here comes Aqua back again with meta ready. Refill Limp's bottle. Clear out that mid wave. Look, I don't want to go for a push of their own, but DP, yes, up top. Needs to regen back in Fountain, pick up the BKB, and that's going to be the signal to go.
Yeah, that's really nice. You need your DP to be the one that deals with this Pudge, because he's finished his Ags now. And, you know, you need that BKB to not really care about the rot and just keep on him and keep him away from your TB. Because that's probably the nicest thing about a DP is her ability to have that BKB and run into the middle of things and not care.
As we pointed out at the end of the draft, there's no physical damage on this ITB side outside of a bit from Viper and Marcy, really.
Yep.
BKB's key here for Goon Squad. And they've got Blink Tiny, Blink Witchblade Puck, and S4 that BKB, so it's all converging here for Goon Squad. Items and heroes into that mid-tier 1. And Kadara can try and hold them back with Crystal Novas, but getting jumped by Limp's Puck here. Even coiling the Maiden. Get that pick off, finish off the tower. Is that enough to go Roche, do you reckon, Sheepo?
Do you have meta? Yeah.
Meta,
Do
Exo?
you have Exorcism? Yeah. They're gonna just control the map a little bit more first. I'm guessing because the CM is not that impactful of a kill. If they can poke with like hook and stuff, right? That's pretty nasty. So they'll just limit their ability to get near the pit instead by taking this tier 1 tower and walling off the ancients. Maybe if Into the Breach show up a lot of heroes bot or something, or kind of move out onto the ward, maybe then they feel confident smoking into like a mid fight or trying to get another little pick off. Or you can run into this pit, you definitely can, but you need, I think, Coil to reliably do it, so that if Into the Breach bring the fight to you, you just have that reliability to fight.
It's like the big red reset button for them. S4. Oh, he wanted that Invis rune. Frostbitten. Where's his BKB? He's not going to get it off. Finally comes, but he's dead to the Void Spirit as Hanskin gets turned on. This Aghanim's rod. Oh, he shreds through both of the supports. Zippe comes out with a triple kill. And ITB, a huge fight for them. Ultra for the Viper, killing off the puck at the end. Bloody hell, what happened there?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Good things happened there, Gary.
Gobsmacked, aren't you?
I'm waiting for the replay because I feel like my brain failed to process that. I'll be honest with you.
That's yeah, my job's easy. I say what I see, but understanding what I see is a completely different matter.
They killed S4. That's probably the
It-
biggest thing. They just
just
kill
in-
him at the start.
It just didn't BKB. And you can
Yeah.
BKB out Frostbite, can't you?
Yes, you definitely can. Yeah, they simply walked into melee range of the Viper and died. And did not BKB.
Wild.
That's okay. That's okay. You lost 4 heroes, but guess what? You understand where you went wrong, and you can adjust for next time. But God, what a great moment there for ITB, evening out that net worth lead.
A toss back though. Hanskin's going to find the Viper. Something to go back the other way to Goon Squad. And Zippe this time the one getting caught out. Yeah,
Punch getting for that blink dagger. That's going to be pretty massive. Because
I got a Frostbite mid. Can they catch up here with Ari's jump? Rebound, dispose, unleash, and S4. No BKB means he's dead.
he's being too greedy with these BKBs. I think sometimes it's okay to just sack it. I guess he just really doesn't want to because his team's not close and he feels like he's wasting it. But dying like that, it gives a lot to ITB.
Twice in a row, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, before these fights started, I wanted to look at like the ward coverage because it's kind of interesting. There are so many observers out there and so many sentries out there that are missing these observer wards. Is there something like in particular these teams are doing to like dodge the de-warding game? Just placing them in weird positions.
I mean, yeah, they are a bit weird.
We thought Goon Squad were going to be the ones to go into the Roche pit, but look at ITB. Rot, Freezing Field, Dismember. It's a slow one. They don't have Unleash. And if Goon Squad come to fight this, it could spell disaster for ITB.
I don't think
But
they've
Goon
read
Squad
it.
aren't.
Yeah, I think S4 circled the jungle and said like he wants to control this. I think maybe he's the one thinking about Roche and that's why.
A free one. I'll take her with the Aegis now.
Nice.
And-
And with this blink, there's so much threat now on the puck in the fight, which is probably the biggest thing. When you blink on the puck, the only thing he can really do is silence you, but when he orbs away, like, he's slowed so hard and the orb speed is so much slower now, the puck can just kind of follow up with a hook. And just, or even like blink on you with that dismember and just kind of kill you. It's very threatening, and puck doesn't have anything defensive to deal with it.
Yeah, and you add on the Resonant Pulse Silence as well, right? 2 charges of that for Supreme.
Yeah.
Life gets difficult for the puck. Trying to work on Kaya Sanj.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's just mind-blowing. Tier 1 tower top still standing. I can see Goon Squad TPing up here. Like, yeah, we'll defend this tower to the bitter end. Viper now has his BKB. He's ready to fight and can rejoin his squad up top. There's a smoke ready for Maiden, but it looks like they're just going to walk there the old-fashioned way.
If they can start this fight with a handskin combo that kills like a Marcy or a Crystal Maiden, that would be great.
Not great this way around, though. Bit of a save from Peksu, but Hanskin burnt down by the rot of Pudge. Oh, they can keep on going as well. They've got Zippe and Ari charging into Dire Jungle. S4. I'm just going to point out again, he does have a BKB.
Can't say that.
This is our show, Sheepo. We can do what we want.
I don't want to slander S4. I love S4.
He's a lovely lad.
Yeah, okay. I guess we're playing the dodging game. They looked like they wanted to commit to that tier 1 tower, but decided otherwise. I think just maybe wanting to play for the Scotty instead on TV. Oh wait, he is
BKB.
buying an Ogre Axe, so he's going BKB.
He's 400 away from it now, yeah. He's shifted his plans. ITB are coming for him, though.
Yeah, the Scotty is what he needs to carry the game, though. So this is much more defensive. I guess they can still take some pretty decent fights. But yeah, the Scotty is what makes him so good against the Viper and the Pudge. This healing lack of healing, sorry, I should say.
Radiant's bottom
And the
tower
ability to make it so hard for them to move around the fights due to the movement slow.
Well, smoke comes to an end. Revealing themselves in the mid lane. And Ari spotted on that observer ward a little further south. ITB looking for any target they can really find. They might get run at here by Goon Squad. They're all rallying around this top tier too. Yeah, even TPing the puck here after split pushing bottom wave. So maiden a showdown there. Goon Squad know they can get a 5v4. Have the advantage even into this Aegis of Pudge. But the hook on S4. All the toss to cancel Dismember. Altica taking a lot of damage, but the backstab coming in from the rest of his team. Use this Aegis as best they can. Zibe, Ari, and Supreme looking to arrive from the southern side. Supreme, what's his jump going to be? In towards S4, force the BKB. Aqua getting some good damage onto the Pudge though, and with that coil, they've silenced and trapped, caught out the two cores. Down goes the Void Spirit and Goon Squad. Again, they knew they had the numbers advantage and they used that info perfectly.
And I feel like ITB were just not properly set up for that. There was not really much of an instant reaction, whereas Goon Squad, you know, with that full plan in their heads, they smoke up behind the
It's like Pudge wanted to clear the wave, and then you could see the hesitation in the rest of the team when he died the first time. Like, do we really want to fight here? Because they're all a good 2,000-3,000 range away before they can really collapse on this team fight.
Yeah, they did get in there though. Everyone just kind of played the outskirts, it felt like, on ITB. I guess it's hard and scary to commit.
And S4 got his BKB off. Made sure he was invulnerable along with that Guardian Angel. And limp with that coil, showing that these Radiant heroes are going to start needing BKBs or Kaya Sanjas. Which looks like Pudge and Void Spirit are both going towards.
That felt like a movement of opportunity for ITB, where they see the DP and they're like, well, I guess we'll go on it. Right? Everyone's sort of, we're all playing top anyway. This could be a great pick-off, assuming she's alone. But the ideal setup for a fight would always be finding that Omni Knight or that puck first. They're the two most important heroes to really kill. And,
Radiant's top tower is under
you know, like that coil, it restricts Supreme so much in this fight. And without this BKB on Pudge as well, like they can't move, and the damage from Aqua is overwhelming. This BKB was a pretty nice pickup, honestly, just to enable him to be able to go in there and fight and not have to worry.
And I just stand his ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't really like a desperate move from ITB, but it felt like, you know, they smoked bottom into triangle. They were looking for TB. They came mid, cleared wave, moved top, and it was like, we want something more. Now, we don't want to just sit here and kill creep camps over and over again. CS4 and go for him, but not to be.
Yeah. ITB have the tools to kind of get that win condition for the fight. The Void Spirit alone can kill this puck. He's getting kind of tanky now. He's finished his Kai and Sanj. But like the Omni, the puck, I mean, it's kind of easy for you to jump in there and get them. And then you have that follow-up with the Blink Pudge. Yeah, just trying not to start on DP is probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, it's just, this is going to be one of the primary struggles now. We do shift into, you know, 25 plus minutes, getting towards mid to late game. TB is scaled. He's top of the net worth now on Aqua. And the big group up play for Goon Squad around DP, Terrorblade. They set up on an objective and they're going to take it. It's so difficult to get into these team fights and find the targets you need when you've got to break through the front line of Hanskin scouting, DP and Terrorblade frontlining, Peksu sitting behind with a puck. You need a long wraparound. You need deep ward coverage. It feels like, more importantly, they need another hero with like Blink Dagger or something.
They would be more brave there, but Pudge is literally 200 gold off of BKB. There is no point forcing that fight there when you're so close to such a monumental item. You're just going to feed. The only problem is every second you take to reach this item, Aqua's getting close to that Skadi, and that Skadi is similarly massive.
Well, they will find a jump on Hanskin. But a save from Peksu there. Very tanky, tiny, 3,500 HP. But you see how quickly Marcy and the Viper can bring him down. Kadaro is also looking for any stragglers. But there are none as Goon Squad as a unit fall away.
Ari got that BKB now. Gonna go for that Basher. Leaving Kadaro to be the one that buys the Glimmer Cape. They're not going for any 4-stars. Which I guess isn't the worst, just because you're playing into pucks, so something like a 4-star doesn't really help you. But being able to help disengage a Pudge, for example, from a TB going on him would be pretty good, because I don't see how Pudge is meant to really get out otherwise. With
Yeah,
that
we
Skadi
have seen
stuff.
we have seen people use force staffs in the case of like get coiled, you move, you snap the coil, then you like double force them away from the
Oh
initiation.
yeah, true.
But I think that really only works with like double force staff, or else it's not far enough away to really disengage.
Yeah, it
Like-
could be okay though, because you still get the Marcy dispose as well on top of that.
That's
if
true.
You need to.
Radiant's top tower
You bring
is
up a
under
good point
attack.
though. It is definitely more effective with 2, and Marcy's not buying. She ain't buying one. She don't care. Even Viper has, like Zibe hasn't upgraded his Dragon Lance yet to a pike, so they don't have one on him.
Yeah, going Mjolnir.
Radiant's
Yeah,
top tower
just
is under
seems
attack.
like if they're able to like poke it all and get this exorcism baited out from S4. I mean, he's been very. We made a little bit of light joking at his his BKB usage, but like even top, he waited so long to use exorcism. Like he really wants to make sure Into the Breach are committing into these fights before he uses it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's very wise.
So smart. So veteran. Well,
That's a long time to wait for next Roshan.
well,
More time to get wiser and wiser as time goes on.
yeah. Supreme alone though should be able to force these BKBs. When you pressure someone with the double silence, like
I mean, even the Astral Step now, Kaya Sanj doing an awful lot of damage as this Void. Ari leading out.
alright. Puck Omni. Prime targets, this is what they want.
TB Illusion scouting. Anybody in the pit? No, nobody here. Not even a Roshan. And they might see the Puck's Courier. Now, good micro from Limp, making sure it doesn't fly over the heads of ITB. I'm still gonna meet the Pudge. It was a good attempt regardless. And he will TP out safely because of that information he gains.
There's an Arcane Rune top that could be pretty massive for Supreme if he's able to get, you know, all these resonant pulses out during a fight.
Goon Squad want to use all the advantages they've built up in the past 10 minutes, though. Aqua with Skadi, 6k lead for them as they 5-man smoke in towards mid.
Supreme
This is
kill will be
around
so
the time
good.
that Roshan will be respawning, but the Dissimulate jump in from Tiny not quick enough. 45 seconds for the big man to return to the pit. Limp is going to jump in. He was expecting them to be there because the scan connected. A
They're just
of
playing
them
the
are
hunting
still-
game now.
Yeah, a couple of them still smoked up. Kadara TPing home. Zibe can also TP if he wants to. Currently playing under his own vision, though. Because ITB want to come back to the pit. They want to keep on fighting. They need to battle around Roche.
He has no mobility. If they find him, well, he doesn't get out. I mean, I guess he could still BKB TP actually. He's letting his team reconnect back to him. They really want to hold this high ground.
Yeah, go straight back up to it. And
Swapping of high grounds again.
deja vu, yeah, repeat of what we had in the previous game.
I have been in this place before.
But this time around, they already killed the tier on top, right? So a bit easier for Goon Squad to cut waves, shove out mid and top lane. A tier 2 mid on the dire side, taking a bit of chip damage, which ITB could use to their advantage. But Roshan has respawned. This is the pivotal move. The fight around the pit. Just who makes the first step? Like, who's the one who blinks first? A game of chicken over Roshan. And TB shoving tier 2 top. Mid tower is defended because of the wave cutting. So it looks like Goon Squad getting the upper hand across the map. You even look bottom lane, and there's a wave with the catapult reaching the Radiant base.
It will just stabilize the same way it did the first time we saw this situation play out, where both teams are cutting waves. So, like, the pressure on top is gonna, you know, be relinquished. Actually, they have such a massive wave. They could just hard commit onto this high ground and force the TPs back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And just sit and stay here.
No, they don't want to give it up.
Bottom top have pushed in.
Yeah.
ITB, they've walked into the pit here.
Radiant's
They're starting Roshan, doing a bit of damage with Ari and his sidekick. Rebound back to high ground, and the standoff continues.
He's actually pretty good. I think Puck showed on the wave or something, and they thought they were gonna hard commit to the high ground, and that's why they're like, okay, quickly get in there and start it. In case they do commit, then we're just gonna finish Roche really quick. But because they did not continue to show, they are going for that. The last time this broke, this kind of stalemate broke because one team, like, they kept cutting the wave. They knew they were going to be cutting the wave, so they smoked with the intention of killing them when they next cut the wave. But this
But
time,
TB can do it with illusions.
yeah, and also I don't think they're as strong as they were last time they were in this position, because last time it was like, okay, we're going for the smoke. If we find anyone, we will 100% win the fight. But this game is much more even.
Like last time, they had Tiny Ursa, both with blinks.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower is
Yeah, they just jumped and devoured someone immediately. What a wild graph. Look at that up and down all over the place.
Whee!
Total Plus doesn't know which way this game's going either. But Goon Squad, they will return back towards their own mid lane on their side of the river. While ITB, they didn't give up their high ground control. Losing my tongue a little bit there.
Yeah, very long games today.
Supreme down to low ground. Hook off the mark. I'm still looking for it under this vision, which Viper, he has just been standing here waiting under Observer Ward for anybody to come his way. And that's going to be the opportunity it looks like ITB will take to go back in the pit. Now they're back to high ground. Goon Squad are smoking towards them. Who gets the jump? Who has the vision advantage? Right now it's Goon Squad. They see the Viper. Look to blow up Zibe with this Skadi Terrorblade. Short work made of the Viper, who doesn't have buyback, and they've got a coil and Void Spirit. Snaps it. Limp is in here with his Witchblade and a bit more damage. Silenced up, but he uses the Void Spirit now to allow that secondary combo from Tiny. That's what they were looking for. As EXO from S4 will get into the Roche Pit now and claim the Aegis and the Aghanim Shard for Goon Squad.
Someone had to break it. The stalemate could not last forever. And with this Terrorblade, having his Skadi complete, and being this powerful with a Crystallis as well, they definitely felt themselves. I mean, we've seen in the past in all the pro games, I've seen so many creative like smoke patterns. Like some people do some like wonky stuff going to try and dodge like where people are like who are trying to break the smoke and like dodging them. So this was nice from them, like really taking the wrap around, like all the way close to the tier 2 and up on that right side of the stairs. I mean, just a kind of a shame. I mean, for the longest time, Into the Breach were covering that. Like they were ready, they were standing on this high ground, and that could have been such a monumental fight for them if they had been positioned there, but they had been waiting for 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You get bored at some point and you realize you have to kind of split your sources up to cut the waves and stuff, and yeah, and really took advantage of that on the Goon Squad, and now they're in the driver's seat. They just wait for this next meta and they go again.
And ITB looking to fight into the Aegis, find any kind of pick off they can really at this point. And Goon Squad, they're going to push out bottom wave, gather up. Pexo and Hansken will not allow any of these Dire Heroes to be targets.
Meta down, definitely a good idea for them to smoke and see if they could get anything out of it.
S4 solo pushing top. Octarine core done. He can buy himself a plate mail as well if he wants to. ITB slowly waddling across the map. They smoke bot, they walk up top. This gives a lot of room to Goon Squad because S4 just TPs down to rejoin his team as a 5-man unit.
It doesn't have those boosts of travel this time. So it's a little harder for them to have total map control, but you can at least control 2 waves. You just send the illusions to push in mid and kind of scout out where ITB is. The eventual goal is to just force them into their base and then create your net worth lead.
I've got Eon Disc up on this Void Spirit now, so maybe a way for Supreme to get him away from the coil, away from that tiny initiation, which has been causing him so many problems. And we've always got that threat of the hook. Where is the Pudge? He's coming out of Fountain.
It's got Refresher.
He does indeed. Couple of BKBs there for him. And there's the hook on Aqua. Drag the TV close to tier 3. Dismember cancelled by the Avalanche. Hansken on the runaway, but frostbitten and found by Ari, but a good Yules again. Safety net for Hansken with the backup of the Guardian Angel. And this is where Aqua starts to move forward. A good coil. Catching out the Viper, forcing his BKB out there. And Freezing Field stopped in his tracks by the damage of Terrorblade. The Cliff comes out to try and get this split shot tower damage in towards Goon Squad. But they're not stopping. They're going for this tier 3 with Meta plus Exo. Tank up that Ether Remnant with a nice illusion. And ITB, they buy back Maiden, but they miss this hook and they've got no Marcy. Backdoor regen does kick back in, but they're salving up on Limp and Aqua. Looks like they just want to take control again of this triangle area.
Now, again, no meta. Yeah.
100 seconds. Opportunity for ITV when Marcia respawns.
There is
They've got-
no buybacks right now on ITV. That's probably the biggest thing to note. Deaths here result in racks.
And they've got so much to deal with. I like the fact that, yeah, Viper buys a gem there because they've got so many wards to de-ward. They need to take control back of their bottom jungle, of their top triangle. Just hooking illusion there for the Pudge. And he did refresh up. That's on cooldown for a good 2 minutes.
S4 poking his nose in. He's invis.
Yeah, you got to be careful of the gem coming. I think they'll know that Zibe has it. And S4, yeah, very quickly runs off to the right, back towards Hansken.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see S4. He's going for Shivas right now, but I'd like to see him get a Blink Dagger after that. Just so he can keep up with the mobility on ITV. Or, like, if they hook someone, I want him to be able to get in there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Aryan Supreme. Oh, another situation where they see S4 being dangled in front of them. Here's the bait. You're going to fall for it. And they do.
Yeah.
That's a minute without your Marcy, who is another core.
And Zibe's
Yeah.
BKB forced in the mid lane too.
Oh, was it as well?
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest threat to Goon Squad is a hook. Like a hook into Dismember. With this refresher as well. Right? So if Goon Squad are able to keep blinking and kind of catching up with their core, whoever gets hooked, I would like that a lot. So far it's only Hanskin that can really get in there. I guess Puck as well.
He's just about to expire. Aqua really wanting the mana. Would love to get his Matter and some more illusions out here. So he's just waiting back. Regen to full. And keep that pressure on the bottom tier 3. And we'll need some Ottica magic to grab somebody back into this base. Marcy respawning now does give them an opportunity to fight as 5. Goon Squad. Are we going to pop Meta for this? Are we going to use Exo for this? S4 and Aqua say yes and yes. They've popped Eon Disc already on the Void Spirit. And RSB can be expended while Ottica jumps in onto the TB. They've got Guardian Angel saves for forever. And Zibe's tossed back into Aqua's Terrorblade. Just opens up on her. He's still got Sunder ready. Oh, he's not going to get it off in time, though. The Dismembers off the refresh allow the Pudge to kill the TB. And yeah, Rax is still alive. Buyback now from the Viper, keeping ITB in the game. The Pudge just single-handedly taking the Terrorblade out of the match.
Oh no, I guess they didn't expect that damage?
Look at that fight recap.
I'm looking.
Maiden, no damage. Void Spirit, no damage. Marcy, no damage. It's Pudge, 5,000.
Yep. I mean, okay, come on. Like, Viper was there as well, man. Come on, let's go.
Eh.
But yeah, that was insane amounts of damage. Obviously, Pexu did not dispel the Dismember. I think he used it for something else. It's kind of a situation where if your TB has a BKB, maybe you need to make sure that going forward, you're reserving that Heavenly Grace just for that. Otherwise, yeah, that is crazy. The amount of lockdown, the amount of damage, he's able to just do the whole thing with that double BKB as well. And he'll go for a Shivas too. He's gonna be a right threat, doing so much.
Yeah, because his first Dismember was just like through the BKB of the TB. Second Dismember allowed the Rot to do the damage. And they lose the tier 3 bot, but Rack's still standing. ITB have chances still. Goon Squad will respawn on the Terrorblade, have his Meta in 50 seconds. We go back to the standoff again, do we, Sheepo? Roshan potentially in a minute.
I think the biggest thing is there's no BKB piercing spells on Goon Squad. Does the 25 talent from Puck, does it interrupt as well?
I don't know. He needs it to snap, I believe.
Is it just snap? Okay. Well, yeah, in that case, like, if Pexu's Heavenly Grace is the only thing that protects from this Dismember, then you need to make sure that that is what you're using it for. Because even just one is like, you know, I don't know if he has the damage to kill TB if his first Dismember gets instantly cancelled. Maybe Terrorblade will just buy Lincoln's as well. I think that's probably just a very good way to deal with that too, because
yeah,
he doesn't have a Lincoln's Breaker on Pudge outside of just Dismember. So Yeah, between Pexu heal and Linken's, I think that's just going to deal with it. They can also go like a Lotus Orb on Hanskin if they want, or a Lotus Orb on Death Prophet. And that way they kind of deal with that issue. I feel like that should never happen again. What just happened?
Yeah, it really shouldn't. Limp was playing his heart out. And he's got a real sick item build here with that overwhelming blink now on top of the Octarine core. So he's just jumping all over the place. Slowing, doing damage, stopping ITB from really committing to these fights.
Yeah, the general plan of what Goon Squad were doing was really good. With this, like, okay, we're sieging. Our puck is going to jump in and be really annoying and just try and force people off or get people a little bit low health so that they don't feel super comfortable committing. But yeah, obviously that jump by the Pudge with the refresher, it was a sick play. It was a sick play, and that's why we're focusing so much thinking here on how they can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I said he needs some kind of Pudge magic. He brought it.
He did. He's got that Shivas now too, so he's going to do a little bit more damage and
Trickster's Cloak
reduction
as
of
well.
heal.
It's incredibly tanky. I mean, his resistance is right up there. 64% physical resist, 40% magic resist on this Pudge. And a smoke from ITB in towards Roche. 30 seconds on the timer. Goon Squad a little bit separated across the map. Limp is down bottom. He can TP to Outpost. For the rest of Goon Squad, they're all grouped up in this triangle.
Marcy
No
with Basher, potentially huge.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And there's no high ground vision here for the Dire. Observer ward there from ITB. They get the jump onto Pexu, the primary target they would love to kill, and they find it. And now the Dismember onto the Terror Blade. The bash has come from the Marcy. Aqua, Sunder, it is ready. Swaps it onto Hanskin. Low HP Tiny. Is Aqua still on the run? Altica charges straight towards the TB and kills him off. Ari grabs the double kill. Now they get Hanskin locked in place. Oh, ITB. The smoke wraparound with the high ground vision.
Yeah, you smoke it up. Who's the golden boy for you to kill? It's Omni Knight. What do they find first? The Omni Knight. Perfect fight for them. Getting that quick pick off on the one guy that stops them from killing the TB.
Straight back into the game. Marcy Basher here to play. Let's look at that, how quickly they move. Onto the Omni, onto the TB. Altica realizes he's not needed to kill the Omni Knight off. And Aqua against these BKBs, a frantic moment of who do I sunder? How do I get back into this? Sunders is Tiny.
He feels like at this point he's gone so offensive with his items. He doesn't have a Satanic. He doesn't have the Lincolns. All right, it feels like this TB kind of wants like a lot of different items. If ITB are able to force their condition for a fight win, like just now and before, then he feels kind of lost. Like, yeah, I need to stop this Dismember from going up. I need a Lincolns, or in a situation like that, it's like, okay, I managed to get my Sunder off, but then I sort of need that second life in the form of a Satanic so I can just keep fighting, because they do have so much magic nuke that when his BKB is down, he does start to die. He also feels like he needs this MKB that he's queued up. I'm not actually sure why. No one has evasion, just damage.
This is the thing. I was about to ask you why, and the only reason I can see is the Trickster Cloak. Like, are you buying an MKB to defeat a neutral item?
Maybe.
It's an interesting one from the TB, that's for sure.
Maybe he really just wants to absolutely brutalize everyone, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. I see a Satanic more as a safety mechanism and the ability just to stand your ground and fight. But yeah, he's gone for the MKB, commits for it.
Perhaps it's just their idea of how they want to approach the game.
Is it?
Like, getting wrapped around like that, maybe it's the sort of, we're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah.
We want to force the issue in this way, so we're not going to let our TB be in a position to die like that. We're kind of itemizing as if we're in the best possible situation. Could be that.
Is it like into Flesh Heap you want more damage sources to try and get through the pod? I don't know.
I don't know.
Try and ask him after the game.
I have a small brain.
Charlie! Aqua! I mean, I did point it out the other day. Here's a guy who likes his MKBs. Usually against a Razor, though. And there's no Razor in this game.
I have 3 brain cells, and I use 2 of them on the Secret Series.
Oh, okay. Yeah, same, actually.
Yeah.
ITB over in the Dire Triangle. Playing around their vision. This is really, the step up of gameplay we've seen from some of these kind of tier 2 teams, right? Learning from Spirit, learning from the TI winners, learning from OG and how to play across the map. Everyone's using these high ground walls to play under, gather your resources, make sure you're strong together. Zibe, not getting the memo though that everyone else had run away. The Viper has the BKB TP. Nothing to stop it. Oh, yes, there is. There's
It does
the puck
pierce it.
coil. It does pierce it with a leash.
All right, good to know. You fed me wrong information.
No, see, it leashes and it cancels TPs because you're leashed, but I don't think.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
mean, maybe I am still wrong. I don't know. We'll have to see what it does with the BKB dismember.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. For ITB, this Aegis is still going to last another 1 minute. Usually you just use like the first half of an Aegis to establish map control, and then the second half is when you start to take either like your grand team fight or the towers and stuff for high ground. So I don't really want to see this go to complete waste.
Get up to the high ground.
Super annoying with that overwhelming blink now.
Yeah.
ITB just need to find a way in to get to Pexu right now. That's sort of like their number one.
Pexu sits back. Otek, he jumps in. Terrorblade half HP. We need the heals and saves from the Pexu Omni Knight. They've got the refresher up and he turns, gets the Scardy slow on Otek's Pudge. Oh, he gets Dismember out in time to heal. Buying time for the rest of his squad to arrive. They've killed the Aqua TB. Aegis is claimed up, but RE with his double damage rune finally brought down by S4 and Limp. An avalanche back towards the Viper and the Pudge now as Goon Squad kind of wondering what they should be doing, and apparently diving into the base is their game plan. Move on to Zibe, finish him off with his limp puck. A hook back though, Otika drags S4 into him. Hanskin with another avalanche as Gem hits the deck. And Goon Squad, 2 heroes down, now thinking about retreating. These fights are wild, Sheepo. You want to see the replay back for that one as well?
Well, okay, so I need one piece of information. Can you Heavenly Grace a BKB target?
Yes.
Right, that's what I thought. So Pexu's waiting for the second Dismember to try and Heavenly Grace, but at that point it's too late, and he's dying. I feel like he needed to just purge the first one.
He didn't get the Sunder off either, did he? The TB.
Yeah, because he gets healed here, right? But then the Marcy rebound stuns him up. I don't know if he wanted to just kind of let him tank the Dismember with the BKB and then use the purge for the second one, but either way, the damage coming out from Into the Breach seems to be pretty overwhelming to the point where it does seem to just be hard for them to just use Heavenly Grace to purge that.
What's happening bottom? BKB
Feeding Omni
Dismember's
Knight to
found
the man.
Pexu. Limp and Hanskin, it looks like they made the call to go in and play aggressively, but they're going to lose both supports. Aqua TP down here. Yeah, they wanted to continue pressuring and pushing into this Radiant base. They've got lanes in a good place, but now you've just lost your Omni for 90 seconds. Tiny's gone for 70. And ITB, they draw the line. Boys, run it down mid.
Aqua's queued up a Lincoln's, right, 10 minutes ago. After that first time they failed to go high ground. And then he changed it. And I really want to know why. Because at this point, I genuinely think that he needs it. Because relying on this Omni is clearly not going to work. Because there's 2 Dismembers, it seems like they have enough damage output to kill Aqua through this Heavenly Grace. Even if he gets Heavenly Graced. Yeah, they have a Nullifier on Viper as well.
What
right?
is he going to sell MKB and buy Lincolns?
No, I think he went Refresher.
Oh, he's gone Refresher, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like this Dismember is such a massive issue for him, and they're getting it off reliably every single fight.
And now Pudge has an overwhelming blink with all of his strength. That's going to do even more damage to you when he jumps in.
Yeah. Like, your health pool is not increasing with these items. You don't have a Satanic. You don't have a Lincoln's. You're buying an MKB. You're being very forward, very aggressive. It's not dealing with the problem, it feels like. I don't know. This Omni's going for a BKB. Maybe that's what he needs to be able to just stand there next to his TB and make sure he's able to fight. Otherwise, other things. I really want to see a Lotus Orb come out. They have one on Tiny. That's probably like the biggest thing for me. If you can get that on your TB. It's nice to have 2 though, because then you get the overlap. Yeah. Basically.
Oh, the silence. The Dismember. Puck even through the BKB. Limp is dead. And the chase on to Hansken now. Ari hooked back by his own teammate, trying to unleash as the freezing field with the BKB up. Not going to work out there for Kadaro. Crystal Maiden traded out for the puck. The buyback from Limp working out so far for Goon Squad. Supreme on the run. I hear another BKB going off as S4 gets turned on, nullified, but the BKB's up for the DP now as well. While Pudge, he's in there, but he can't deal with Aqua this time. Limp, Pexu, Hansken all surround their Terrorblade, and ITB, they fall short.
Good start to the fight. You definitely have opened a window for yourself there. Oh, he's gonna...
Yeah, they caught Ari. High ground ward, gem dropped. A double kill for Aqua. 2 minutes for Roshan, though. We've had a lot of long Roche spawns today. That's what's dragging these games a little bit longer. You know, past 50 minutes now. We're heading towards tier 5 neutral item territory.
Yeah. This Lotus was big, though. This is exactly what I wanted. Just something item-wise. I mentioned the Lotus way earlier, but now we see the actual effect of it. Yeah, he gets that first dismember off with the Pudge, but the second one just gets instantly cancelled because of the Lotus. So, alright. It's fine. We've answered the problem.
Alright, they're up on high ground. They've caught out the Void Spirit. A quick swoop in, forced 2 buybacks. A hook back, though, finding the DP. Otaka kills off S4. It's just this back and forth of find a kill, buy back, kill them back, and move towards Roche again.
Hansken killed S4 by using himself. He could have tanked it. He could have tanked the hook and died for his team, but instead he uses himself and S4 gets snatched. That's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, dear. Deary me.
But yes, you get the Pudge buyback. So right now, the biggest things in this game is that Pudge used his buyback and Puck used his buyback. So these are 2 really key kills that could turn the game pretty massively. So these will probably be the targets that both teams are searching for at the start of every fight.
20 seconds for Roche as well.
Yeah. I want to return to this itemization discussion. I would love it if the Omni could get a secondary Lotus for Aqua just to keep him safe. You can kind of like, you know, use one, then use the other, and then the other's off cooldown. It's kind of like a 1 second downtime, so it just kind of keeps him super covered. One is probably fine though, but it's kind of like, yeah, if Tiny dies, for example, you suddenly don't have that Lotus.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to have a second one. And then on top of that, I think it would be really lovely if the DP's going for a refresher, but if he could get a Hex, I think that would be really helpful as well. Just anything, because your Pudge is going to stand there with so much BKB immunity, but the ability to kind of limit the other heroes around him from doing damage with that Hex, or, you know, if he's a little bit greedy with his BKB, just being able to punish that could be pretty massive. I just want to see more, like, abilities to instantly lock down, because right now you only have this Tiny Blink combo.
Yeah, some more disruption. So far, ITB have kind of, both teams really, just able to execute their drafts as they want. There's a lot of chaos in these fights, but with Roshan alive, everybody has green lights on their ultimates. That means it is time for our favorite part of the game.
Yay, Roshan! Roshan! Roshan!
Stand off, stand off, stand off. AFK on top of high ground. Okay, ITB say no. We're not going to play into this nonsense anymore. We're scanning high ground. We're going towards this dire side of the map. Cross the river. It's a scary journey, and Goon Squad are waiting for them. They've got the vision advantage once this smoke breaks. Ari, there it is. They need to jump. They need the vision, but he places Obs down on the low ground. They try and catch in with Otaka aiming for the DP, but the BKB's up. Pudge running straight towards that. Terrorblade with his dismember up. He's killing off Aqua. Refreshes out. Aqua turns, sunders away, but Otaka has him locked in place. Oh, the Terrorblade so close to death, and Supreme will secure the kill. 2 down, 3 down on Goose Squad. Buybacks required, and Hansken being zapped by the Dagon of Supreme. As the Yule Scepter into the sky, and Otaka can close the gap, overwhelming the poor little Tiny. As ITB sweep through, open Roshan for themselves, but they've got to be wary of the lanes. Top and mid pushing in towards barracks.
Dude, I gotta like frame by frame break down these fights. I'm getting so confused on where all the Sunders and stuff are going, because he used his refresher in that fight. So what happened to the first Sunder? I saw another Sunder happen going out onto Pexu. I think the biggest the coolest thing that happened in that fight was just having a Linken's on Pudge. You're gonna see him just walk up, even though he's Lotus, right? He breaks his own Linken's.
You're right.
Just to make sure he gets off the dismember.
I was wondering what was going on there. So that's a good call.
Yeah, that was so sick. I saw that and I was just like,
Clever.
Jaw open. Whoa, cool.
That's clever
Cool
stuff,
play.
yeah.
But yeah, I feel like that dismember should never have really gotten off. He kind of just walked through everyone and got it. They didn't dispel it. Obviously, that Lotus was there, but oh man,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
that's huge actually, because when he refreshes, he gets a second Linken's. So he even if there's a Lotus orb, it will never pose a problem for him actually.
Oh, yeah, can always dismember. I mean, this net worth lead is completely gone now. We're 60 minutes in, and nothing matters.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Buyback's really the only thing that we have to keep in mind here. Goon Squad have what, TB, Tiny, and the Omni Knight. ITB have their Void Spirit and the Viper with buybacks. It looks like they will lose a Range Rack's bottom to limp split pushing.
Very cheeky. Goon Squad do have buybacks on everyone except DP Puck now. Wonder. Hold on, let me just swing to the buyback status. Puck doesn't have it for a minute and a half. DP doesn't have it for 6 minutes. So they could take a fight if they feel like they're stronger, if they feel like they can get a condition to win. They need definitely to find
Tier 5 neutral items.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I'm thinking about who's the most important hero on the team, and I think Supreme has such an annoyingness to be able to kind of kill everyone, but he has a Eon Disc, and they don't have a nullifier, so I think it's too hard to stun on him. I think you have to just try to burst and kill this Pudge. He has the Aegis right now, which kind of makes it super hard for them.
Like, just imagine this Pudge gets a Giant's Ring or an Apex or something. The amount of damage he's going to be doing. He's already up over 200 strength. 19 flesh heap stacks. And there's the first one. Stygian Desolator for the Viper. Ari currently holding onto the Titan Sliver. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I was
Ari got
going
the
to
Dessa.
ask. I was going to ask if that's what they would do, and they
Good.
oblige.
He's terrifying with a Daedalus as well. If you're TB and you are getting like this Pudge is trying to get on you every single fight with Dismember, then every single second that you're not locked down, like when you get Heavenly Grace by Omni, when you get he has a Linken's out. He has a Linken's! Let's go! Every second that you're not stunned basically is a moment that you need to try and get your Sunder off, get your everything off. And a friggin' Stygian Desolator Basher Marcy on top of that. Whew.
Spooky stuff.
So much to think about. He's kind of... It feels like at this point, Aqua is doing all the damage, and if they can kill him, they have won every fight reliably off the back of that.
Yeah, they are. They're spending a lot of this time on the Aegis, though. It's not led to a high ground push or anything. It's going to expire in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
But we are getting these tier 5 items. There's an Apex for the Radiant.
Hype. Love
Fallen
an Apex.
Sky. Fallen Sky for both teams. And Goon Squad have got to get out there, farm some neutrals.
Yeah.
Kill.
It's a bit itemized to be this right clicker, so an Apex is super, super nice for him.
Yeah, he's up to like 200 agi himself now.
Is under attack.
Quickly kill off these TB illusions. Bottom lane's annoying, though. Puck just keeps shoving it in over and over again. TP out to top now to contend with the wave there. Yeah, the past 2-3 minutes, ITB have just been filtering back to deal with these waves and the split push.
Where's DP's courier?
I'm not
Wait,
sure.
what? Why did he has a refresher recipe? Where's the rest of it?
Is it in base? No?
I don't think he has it. I think he just bought a recipe.
Just bought a recipe, yeah, so
Just
we
holding
did.
a piece of paper for fun. I guess he lost his money on his buyback. It feels like S4 needs to find a place to farm. Going into the 60 minutes is like super important for him to get more items.
Oh, Ari. Rapier's queued up.
I saw it, but I chose not to comment on it because in my heart I know there's no way he would ever actually buy a rapier, right? Right?
Oh, you're so wrong. He's going to do it.
He's gonna do it.
Let's have it.
I'm actually
So what do we
down.
have? Fallen Sky and Pudge. Oh, Ex Machina for Goon Squad. That's a big one. It's on the TB. So he's got the Refresher Orb and Ex Machina now. Multiple BKBs, multiple Lincoln spheres, like you've been pointing out, incredibly vital for him. But ITB, they're the ones on the hunt. They're smoked up, and they see Hanskin straight up jump him, force the self-fuels, nullified down to the ground, and he's dead. Has a buyback available, but it looks like the rest of Goon Squad, Power Rangers back towards Zordon in the fountain.
Did you just like name a Power Rangers enemy or something? Or
No,
base or
he's
something? What is that name?
the big head. He's the big head, the boss. He's the leader.
I didn't watch Power Rangers as a child. It's like, what the-
Unfortunate.
What is a Zordon?
He's the guy. He's the man in charge.
You
All the
made a
Power Rangers
reference and
there.
I don't get it.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry.
Chat's gonna be
watched-
making fun of you now.
I watched.
No, I have
SpongeBob.
Zordon.
Don't know Zordon. What are you, some
What a-
Zoomer?
What about Postman Pat? Do you know who
Oh, of
Postman
course.
Pat
Yeah, I
is?
watched Postman Pat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough then.
I watched. I mean, I didn't really watch. I couldn't name an episode from Thomas the Tank Engine, but of course I know what it is
Okay.
at least. But yeah, like if you made some obscure Zordon reference to Thomas the Tank Engine, I wouldn't get it.
The Fat Controller.
Oh, I do know him.
Yeah, so just to think about it like that way. Zordon is the Fat Controller of Power Rangers.
Oh, now it all makes sense.
Right, Sheepa, where are we in this game? Because in our minds we are lost.
I'm not
There's a
lost.
DD. There's a DD rune for Ari. Oh god, this
everything.
Marcy has a bottled DD.
Oh,
Radiant are
She powerful.
she needs an MKB instead of a rapier because TB now has a butterfly instead of a monkey king bar.
Oh yeah. I mean, how many times is he going to swap his items around? What's he gotten rid of?
Well, he doesn't need the MKB anymore because the what's it called? The pudge he's not
Trickster's
using his
Cloak?
Trickster's cloak, yeah. And then he got rid of his hurricane pike for the Lincolns because the hurricane pike wasn't saving him.
So he sold Manta, sold Pike, bought Butterfly, Lincolns, still
Yeah.
has MKB, has Refresher, right. Yeah, keeping tabs on that. And he's still not got an Agnum Scepter either. That's something he can still look
yeah.
towards.
That'd
Bit
be
of fun
big.
later down the line. Yeah, having that fear. There's
I'm
Goon
glad
Squad.
Limp got a
there.
hex.
Yeah, nice bit of catch for them as they smoke up. Head into enemy triangle. ITB gonna get scouted by TB Illusion here. Kidaro. He's gonna get jumped immediately by Limp. The Fallen Sky trying to land in on her, but there's the BKB out from Limp and Kidaro. The focus onto the Pudge though with Aqua's Terrorblade. Missing the hook as the Wraith Panther's down. And trying to get into the back and kill off Limp as Supreme does the job perfectly. Outtaker with Zippe. They drop low on the Viper and they die, but the Terrorblade is found. The freezing field in the background. Kidaro slows the retreat. They get Pexu's Omni-Knight. S4 refreshes, but for what? He's dismembered, being devoured by the Pudge. Death Prophet on the run, but nowhere to hide from ITB. The DD Marcy still standing, jumping back into Hanskin. A few swift punches. We'll get a double kill for Supreme and Goon Squad. Get wiped off the face of the map.
Oh, jeez. I looked away from Puck. I was like, watching Puck, and I was like, I should probably watch TV and Pudge. These are probably the big ones to watch. And then I literally look away and Puck instantly died. Did she just get blown up by Marcy? I think that might...
I did the same thing as you. I was like, watching Puck jump in, Puck jumps away. Fine, let's stop watching Limp. Well, we'll watch the Pudge. Yeah, I mean, like, as Limp's BKB expired, the Eon Disc was already popped early. Yeah, Marcy there jumps in. 1, 2, 3. Swift
With
punches
Supreme.
with a Dagon from Supreme as well.
Yeah. He got a little bit too deep there on the Puck. Right now, the only one alive with no buyback, they'll be forced to expend some here. Otherwise, they're just going to go end this game. The Rapier's out on the Marcy.
She bought it. And they've got Shard and Viper hitting into these buildings quickly. Oh, the buybacks from Goon Squad. Defender's advantage in the Dire base. They coil up. The snap, the Force Staff shifts Outtaker away from danger. Hanskin doesn't want to jump in aggressively. And Roshan's respawning in 10 seconds, so the Terrorblade will be alive for another potential go around the pit. An incredibly tight game 3 here. It's a 20k lead for Goon Squad, back to a 33k lead for ITB, but again, it just doesn't seem to matter who has the net worth lead. It's all about the initiations, executing your team fight. It has to be perfect. You have to get the latch on the right targets.
seriously, how do you analyze a game like this? There is 100,000 different things going on. I'm like, yeah, okay, we're doing, as the game progresses, it's like, okay, these Lincolns and then we're countering the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb with another Lincolns and all this, now there's tier 5 items in the mix. We got an Apex going on. There's a Marcy that's suddenly a fully fledged core that you have to deal with. This Puck is suffering at the hands of this Supreme Silence Ags and Marcy on top of it. With this blink, and she's only going to get stronger. She has an Abyssal Blade to get yet. I mean, these fights are breaking down in such complex ways where, 30 minutes ago, it's like, okay, Terror Blade, big stand, big, strong, hit enemy. Now it's like, okay, we got to use Heavenly Grace on frame 5 of Dismember so that we can properly stack our Lincolns, Lotuses, and all this math stuff I don't care about.
You're starting to sound like Gollum now. My precious Lincolnses and Lotuses, these filthy hobbitses.
And Gareth, for that, I will unfriend you on everything and block you. Don't speak to me again.
Oh, jeez.
These Lincolnses,
There we go.
big annoying.
They are incredibly frustrating.
Yeah,
There
we're
we
getting
go.
into some
TB buys
hardcore
Aghanim Scepter.
breakdown. Alright. That's gonna be nice, having that fear. Especially since they don't know about it yet. I mean, usually you pair this with a blink, and the idea is that when you scout everyone, you blink in and use the fear. You have that 2.5 seconds to lay out the fight exactly as you want it. But he needs 1,800 items, and he don't have enough slots for it.
I need to start buying slots from the shopkeeper. Please give me a larger backpack. Anything.
Wouldn't that
carry
be cool?
more items.
Yeah.
I'll zip
10,000
it.
gold for a slot?
Yeah. Or even just give us a boot slot next patch. Everybody
Ooh,
can have
a boot
boots.
slot.
Hey, we've got a TP slot. Give us a ward slot, a boot slot.
6 bracer build back.
Oh yeah. Ricky with a 6 wraith bands as well.
6 Wraith Bands boot slot. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Most important key targets.
Jump.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Pudge would be great. He forces the BKB. What a presence. His manly, chiseled body. Forces S4 to BKB in fear.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I've got all the tier 2s now. I mean, this Book of the Dead is annoying, but Hunscan, he's going to get picked off. The quick TP across with the travels from Zibek. Artaker as well, able to get across the map.
You know what? It doesn't
there's a
even
DD
feel.
bottom.
It doesn't even feel like there is one person that everyone wants to jump at this point. It's kind of like we'll kill anyone and everyone is a threat. Back in the day, it was like, okay, Pudge, he's the biggest problem. But now, Marcy, with his Rapier Daedalus, she's a massive, massive issue. Right? So any kill you can really get is nice.
All right, just whistling away towards victory. 51k lead now with Aegis Cheese. Ari hexed. A jump on the Marcy. Aegis. It's there for 2 minutes as Otaka tries to go straight in onto Aqua. Refresh up. Lincoln's pop. Dismember's down. Aqua's still running around, focusing on the Pudge as S4 dropping lower and lower, but he's got his BKB out. The Guardian Angel finally comes from Peksu, but Otaka's still alive. Aqua, he's about to die. Gets out a last second Sunder, but he's surrounded by ITB heroes. Dead for 100, but with buyback. Goon Squad spent so much, and S4, he's dead for 2 minutes. Oak back on Peksu will find another one. Try and grab him, but he's too tanky to deal with. ITB still 5 alive, holding inside this dire base. Terrorblade brought back, but a 5v3 emerging now as ITB looking for victory.
An 8v3, they got more buybacks in the bank.
Marcy dismembered, saved by the Pudge, and they've got the break. Root in, no Sunder, TB down, game is over, throne is open, ITB will win the series. Oh my god!
Oh my
What
god!
a game, what a series between these two squads. Goon Squad, so close, but ITB, I mean, they cut it right to the very end.
This is like the opposite of first series. The third game was just a stump. This one was an hour and 11 minutes.
Oh, look at them. So happy and well deserved. Milan there, captaining and coaching his squad to victory here. But they've got a big hurdle ahead of them.
Jeez, yeah, but I mean, you can definitely be happy with this. The squad is looking very strong. I really, really love their itemization throughout the game to kind of deal with every little issue that that came up, this Goon Squad. I really thought their lineup would scale better into this late game, but I think this Otaka, like this Pudge refresher, was genius. This blink in, knowing there's nothing that could stop him, and big brains, big friggin' brains, man.
Lotuses and Lincolnses. That's what we've got, Sheepo.
Please stop making
The
fun of me.
story of Game 3. Well, there we have it. Again, sadness for Goon Squad as they do drop out of contention here in the TI qualifiers. Into the breach, taking the 2-1 victory and moving on to face off against Team Secret a little later on today in the lower bracket semi-final. The winner of that, of course, into the lower bracket final, which secures you, at the very least, last chance qualifier. But we've got 2 series today. That one will be the last one. Coming up next is Team Liquid against Entity, a best of 3 in the upper bracket to find out who moves on to the grand final and who waits down in the lower bracket. And of course, it'll be Owen and Fog taking over. Sheepo, I think it's time for a well-deserved break for us. Sorry, my mistake. It's not Fog today. It is Kezu with Owen as they take the last 2 series of the day. But Sheepo, well-deserved break for us. We're going to go and have a breath of fresh air as we prepare for tomorrow. We'll be back for the first series tomorrow in that lower bracket final. So make sure you stay tuned for the final 2 series of today. We'll see you guys later on.
Bye-bye.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality. Where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected, and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet, this is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2022. I'm Odie Pixel, and I'll be joined, of course, by the fantastic Kezu for the rest of today. We've got 2 more series to bring you. I will be able to show you that and also have a quick recap on what's happened already today if we bring up the brackets here. Kezu, what's been happening today?
I think we've had some really, really good games today already, especially with the heartbreaking series of Secret versus Nigma that we had earlier, where sadly we had to say goodbye to Nigma. But overall, we've had some really good Dota already being played today.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that most of the viewers, I would imagine, that we've got right now probably caught the end of that last series. Some crazy back and forth action there with, of course, Into the Breach being able to secure that win and move on. We will have that series, in fact, later on today. That will be the last one of the day. Team Secret to go up against Into the Breach to fight to continue their chances in this run towards TI. But first of all, we will be covering the upper bracket. We're back up towards the top, and we've got 2 teams, Kezu, who are yet to lose a single game. Liquid versus Entity. Draft has begun here in game 1. I mean, first of all, what have you sort of been seeing from these 2 teams? You know, they've not been losing. They've been smashing their games. Coming into this, who's coming in as the favorites?
5 seconds.
Well, I would say that Liquid had a slightly easier road to ultimately get to this position that they're in right now, in this upper bracket final. But I think Liquid haven't really been tested yet, so I think this is a really good game to also see how far they can go in this qualifier. Can they win the whole thing? And another thing I want to notice that both teams, in all 4 games they've played, they've been first pick in all of their games. So they haven't actually played from second pick yet, which is Liquid's position in this current game.
Oh, that's a good spot there, you know, yeah. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Some very good there. Damn, that's not something I would ever notice, so excellent stuff. And Yeah, indeed. We'll see how much of a change that makes. I mean, yeah. How much of a change can that make?
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
it's very dependent on the team themselves. Most teams are comfortable playing from both sides, but when you've played all your last matches from this type of position, it can maybe throw you off a little bit. But if we look into the draft in this game, they have, I mean, Undying is one of the more broken heroes in this patch right now, which obviously Entity did opt to first pick. Liquid countered with the Enigma type hero, which is, I mean, it's just one of the best answers because you get to quote unquote cheat the lane, right? By not having to directly face the hero basically in the lane. You have the Eidolons for the Tombstone later as well. And then a classic Tiny that's just gonna, you know, roam around, abuse the fact that Enigma can free you up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of straight away in terms of your personal preference in this meta. You know, whose opening do you feel is the more solid? You know, Bat Undying or Enigma Tiny. Which one would you be taking?
I believe that both are very powerful in like their own regard.
Okay, very
I wouldn't,
diplomatic. I like it.
Yeah, well, so for me personally, I wouldn't really choose a favorite yet. I think
No,
the
sure.
next couple picks, that's really where it comes down to deciding it. I would say both teams have like really good teams, really good heroes in this current meta. Entity now, they're protecting their Bad Rider pick because from what I understand, they only play it middle. If you look at their bans as well, that is what they're protecting. Queen of Pain, Slark. Slark is an answer we saw earlier today in the Enigma versus Secret series, where Slark was ran as a bad counter, I think, in both the games. Then the Storm as well. So I think the next picks will really tailor the draft. And then I think when the next stage ends, then I can tell you which one I prefer.
All right, let's have a look. Liquid here. Third pick. See what they want to be able to secure for themselves. All the top stuff being banned out, that Death Prophet getting a little dangerously close to
Probably the
slipping
Insania hero. They like to pick their plus 5. Also from the games I've seen when they play against bad, they like to have a save. They like to, I think they draft fairly straightforward. They like to have answers to what the enemies throw at you, which is, I mean, the most logical way for you to draft. So they have this Bad Rider. It's their way of like initiating fights, and mostly it's the condition for you to actually win fights, right? You blink lasso, you pull them in, you have the Tombstone follow-up as well. So looking for a save or like a counterplay to this in this game can be very good. Such heroes such as Venge, Omni Knight, or maybe a Legion Commander later on, stuff like this.
Would you mind sort of the kind of Pudge being picked?
Radiant team pick.
Or not this early? We're actually going to get
Pudge,
Zeus.
Pudge, it depends a little bit. It's they will probably look to pick it later. I'm a little surprised about the Zeus. Maybe there's also a way for them that they want to keep their Enigma Tiny a little bit open to either flex one of them, which we haven't really seen too much of yet. I assume that this Zeus is gonna go mid with how they picked it here, because it's just gonna be their like quote unquote answer to the Bad Rider.
No, for sure. Nowadays, with the Heavenly Jump and such, you're going to farm freely in this matchup, and unless you make a mistake, you shouldn't be at the threat of dying, or can a good bat still outplay the Zeus and get those kills?
It can definitely swing the other way. There's not a lot of matches where, right, you have like some room to make mistakes or maybe not play perfect. In this matchup, you do not have this wiggle room at all. If you misstep, you're gonna die and you're gonna mess up your timing / your game quite a bit. So I think there's gonna be even more emphasis later. I think what Liquid did with this pick is they know bad is mid. They're gonna pick their mid laner, and therefore they're gonna make it easier for themselves later to get a better support pick.
Okay.
Which I think can definitely work out for them.
Let's have a look at Entity now. Now that they've seen the Zeus, they're gonna get themselves a Shaker and a Media Void. I mean, I just can't help but feel anytime I see a team being able to get their hands on the Faceless Void, it feels pretty good for them. This hero, there's something about it. I feel I rarely see the Void picked in a draft that doesn't feel good. You know, Void is it seems pretty insane right now, Kez.
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
I think Void is the most broken carry in this patch, like by far. He has too many good things. The one good play that Liquid have in this, or the one great thing they have going for themselves against the Void in this game, is that he lanes very poorly into Enigma. You have no way of actually dealing with the Eidolons. So there is definitely potential for Entity wanting to maybe swap up the lanes a little bit. And now again, I think for Liquid, it's, in my opinion, you should pick your support here. You leave the last pick for Matu so that you actually get to counterpick the last pick of Entity. I think, again, having a safe type hero really disrupts the lineup that Entity have going for themselves. There's Lasso, there's Chrono, but they're running a little bit low on time right now, only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to have to make some quick decisions here. What do they want to...
Radiant
I mean, she says
team
maybe
back.
offer some sort of save. They're going to go with the Bane. Some sort of way to be able to reach in and mess with those in the Chronosphere, or if they're not the ones to get Chrono, maybe hold back the Void. Do you like this as sort of the support choice that's maybe going to be able to offer those sort of functions?
I think
10
it's
seconds
not too
remaining.
bad. I assume what they're going for, something that Entity
5
like to do.
seconds
I
remaining.
mean, I think both these teams, they draft very well. They have this Earthshaker. He's gonna have a good time to roam for the Bad Rider mid. I think this Bad Rider Zeus matchup, as we touched on, it's very volatile, right? Like one little help, especially for the Bad Rider, can swing the whole matchup. So I believe this Bane pick has a lot to do. So first, you have Sleep as like a semi-save. You're very annoying for Bat and Void with your grip, of course, but most importantly, in the early game, you can actually mirror the Earthshaker's movements. Like when he potentially moves to mid to shaker off the Zeus, you can be very annoying. You can follow him. You can also sleep him. You can stop him
Radiant
from
team
also
back.
pulling the wave. So I think this is just comfort for them, and
Okay.
I can definitely see the reasoning.
We'll see now, of course, Entity going with those carry bans. I'll take away the Naga Siren. See what their final one will be. What concerns them the most
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Maybe
I
what
would
other-
be surprised
remaining.
if Liquid ban another mid hero.
Because
I've not seen them play the bad on anywhere but mid. I don't know if I'm like brain
Have
farting
we
right now
have we
and I'm
really
not
seen
seeing
many?
something.
Have
But,
we seen many other teams play the bat anywhere other than mid?
Zai actually did play it
Zai-
offlane one game, I think. He
Okay.
got some like cool
Yeah, that-
double kill yesterday. It's the only reason I remember it. But because I think Entity are banning Naga, which is a very good ban. Entity's lineups doesn't deal well with it. Your song against Faceless Void.
Sure.
And also, I think a summon hero for Entity would be very good. It's traditionally the heroes that Bane hates to play against. Zeus doesn't really deal with them all too well either. Heroes such as Lycan Beastmaster is also something that Toby
I mean,
plays.
Yeah, for
very
sure.
well.
Beastmaster's got to feel great, right? It's going to give you a bit of an answer as well to the black holes.
Yeah, it gives you another answer to the black hole. It's great against Bane,
Dire team back.
Vision, Lockdown. So I would also say that their bans are a little telling, which sometimes can obviously help you to figure out the correct bans. So again, if Liquid ban another Meteor here, I would be slightly surprised, but
Yeah,
we'll see.
it would be weird. Yeah, absolutely. If they ban
10
another mid and
seconds
then
remaining.
Entity get like a last pick Beastmaster or something, clearly
5
Liquid have a very
seconds
different
remaining.
read on the situation, the draft than we do. But we'll see
Radiant
if that's
team
indeed going to be the
picked.
case. They do ban one of the summons. You say they ban the Lycan.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
see.
I guess that I think Lycan is very solid, as is Beast. I would be surprised if the Beast isn't picked up here. So if you do put the bad offlane here, I feel like you didn't necessarily ban the best heroes
10
for it.
seconds
And
remaining.
like I'm looking, sometimes there's like this gotcha thing, where you put this bad offlane, you
5
pick a new
seconds
mid against
remaining.
the Zeus here, but I don't see anything that would like really, catch him off guard and flip this game around. I feel like that draft's already very good. So you just take whatever is your comfort and what's gonna answer the enemy heroes.
Okay. And it's the Beast. I mean, I've got to ask, Kez, in that situation, would you also be banning the Lycan over the Beastmaster? Why were Liquid more concerned with the Lycan than the Beast in this case, do you think? Because the Beast seems
They-
really good.
They might feel that they have an easier time to shut
10
down the
seconds remaining.
Beast in the game, and maybe that the scouting of Lycan would be more annoying. I'm not
5
sure.
seconds
I mean, Lycan
remaining.
is seen a little more as a Bane counter as Beast. I hope this is an aggressive hero.
Now
Okay,
select your
let's.
heroes.
All right, it's something a bit different here. Bringing
We've
the
not
Wraith
seen this
King
hero
back.
before.
No, this is some exciting stuff. I mean, this was, that you have an ult that counters the big ults like the Chronospheres. Unless he's gonna have a refresher ult, you can't Chrono him twice. But teams have kind of stopped picking the Wraith King, even though it has sort of that benefit, because I imagine there's many other reasons why this hero is just kind of not considered by a lot of squads, right, Kezu?
Yeah, honestly not. I don't really know how good Wraith King is. I haven't seen it in any of my pubs lately. Like since
No.
this patch, I haven't seen a single Wraith King. It makes sense against a lot of the teamfight stuff they have going. That they have against them with the Chrono. Though I do think Undying can be quite annoying for this hero. They don't have the best tools at dealing with the Undying. I would slightly prefer to be Entity in this game, but with that said, I think Liquid have a draft for them that works very well. They also have a lot of team fight. They have the Wraith King going in, which is going to help the Tinies and the Enigmas game. But I think the lanes are super important in this game, especially this top lane. I think for Liquid to have a good game, they need Zai and Boxy to do a good job top, which they should be able to do so for sure.
All right. Well, yeah, very excited to see this. You know, the Wraith King Matuma man. I mean, always, you know, classically, he was a man who was good on the good old green heroes, and of course with the Arcana, it is a green one. Unless he's got the red skin on at the moment, I don't know if he's got sort of the red set instead. Well, we'll see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Liquid versus Entity. Let's find out. Is the king back here in the hands of Matuma man? And indeed,
So
here
let's
he is in
see
his
if we are going
shiny
to
set.
see anything crazy with the lanes. But for now, it looks like both teams are just going to go together. I think this is very good for Liquid because it's right Bane, you have boots, you have night vision, you can maybe look to do something. And at the same time, Entity, they might want to be a bit aggressive when you play against Enigma. It can make a lot of sense for you to just aggress the runes, right? Because Enigma does, first of all, he doesn't really want to be at the runes. And second of all, if he's there, he's just a 50 damage bot with no spell because he has deny.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Of course, both of these teams are already far enough through the qualifiers to at the least be going to guaranteed last chance qualifiers. Of course, neither of the squads, you know, that's not going to be good enough for them. They want that spot. They want that final spot. And with both teams yet to lose a game in their run here in the upper brackets, finally we're going to see which one's going to have a bit of a change in their fortune here in this first match. So if we get any action here around the rune spawn. Doesn't look like it. I'm going to want to run into this one. As with the setups of the lanes, I mean, who's not looking forward to the laning stage the most? Would you imagine, Keza? You know, who's potentially going to have a pretty tough time in these matchups?
Honestly, I think Entity need to play well in their lanes. I think both their side lanes, their cores, could have not the best time if Liquid execute their lanes properly or if their supports make any missteps at all. The bottom lane is mainly on like Undying to help Pure quite a bit. They need to delay this Enigma's level 3 for as long as possible. I mean, seeing as you have Undying, it's definitely, you know, doable.
Yep.
The hero's just pretty cracked out of control. And then top lane has a lot to do with the first few waves, but they're already helping each other, of obviously the Fissure block, helping to, you know, put the lane in a better position. Maybe also give Toby more creeps than the enemies, which will, you know, naturally just protect you because it becomes harder for the enemy team to go on you. So top lane just is a lot about basically both side lanes are a lot about the offlaners getting level 3. And if you can delay them from doing this, then the other lane will, I think, even maybe potentially stomp the lane. Especially the Wraith King Bane, I think they have a lot of play potential up top.
Well, let's see. Let's see if indeed Liquid are able to make something happen if they catch Kataomi maybe out of position after those levels come in. For now, though, Kataomi making sure he can drag the creep wave round. Nothing initially that Insania is going to be able to do with that brain sap to stop him from getting away with this maneuver. And in the mid lane, we'll keep our eyes on who's going to be getting ahead in this matchup. 6 for 4 on Mickey, 5 for 2 on Stormer. Very volatile lane. I mean, as you say, sort of a step in the wrong place from Mickey could cost him his life when the levels are in for Stormer. Stormer sees a chance to go.
Did you see if he skilled the brain sap early on to potentially kill a boar? Because I thought he would maybe want to like sleep the Shaker a bit when there's some wave pulling. Because I think for now, Entity are pretty happy in this laning stage.
No, for sure. Yeah, I did sort of wonder that because when Insania was chasing, I was like, maybe he's going to be able to stop this from happening. But indeed, did have the brain sap. Yeah, I didn't quite catch why he did skill it first, straight up. But yeah, I think you're probably right. Probably was for a boar kill opportunity.
Yeah. Bottom lane is pretty funny. The Tombstone is like farming the Easy and the Harken right now, so Fishman's getting himself some good gold. Actually,
he's
just looks
loving
hilarious.
this. All right.
Yeah.
Easy money for Fishman. And I need a few more hits on those creeps to take him out. getting some farming done himself. I mean, look at him. He's got 9 CS.
I mean, for now, I would say everyone is very happy. It will show a little more obvious within the next minute or so how these lanes will progress. Usually this Enigma, the second level in Eidolons is really where lanes can turn around a lot for you, especially against heroes that don't deal well with Eidolons, as we've touched on already, which Faceless Void is not. Currently, Pure is doing very well. I mean, overall, I've also been very impressed with this guy's gameplay. I think he's an outstanding player. Especially with, he's even playing a lot of different heroes. And it's, in my opinion, quite crazy to see for a player with, you know, the experience that he has, which is not that much. It's like his first year in competitive, at least as far as I'm concerned. So I'm at least looking for him to have a good game because I think this lane is really not easy. So if he gets out of this lane in a very nice manner, then hats off to them.
Yeah, and you can never quite expect, as you say, what he's going to play with the versatility and doing stuff that it seems like other teams are trying to emulate, but players aren't quite able to do it on the same level. You know, like a safe lane SF, something that he's crushed with. But yeah, I've seen some other teams try it, and it kind of fall flat on his face. Oh, mid. I've seen Mickey start to get a bit of a decent lead here against Stormstormer. 21 and 10, building up these denies with that heavy right click that Zeus has nowadays. Against the 16 for 4 of Stormstormer. Yeah,
I've seen most of these matchups go similar to this, where Zeus plays against Bad, where Zeus just wins early on a little bit, he's gonna out-CS you, and then it just comes down a lot to the supports as we have a little bit of go on top.
Yeah, top lane. A lot of damage done here to Matsu. He's gonna try and get away. We'll see Insania hold back the Shaker with the Nightmare. A heavy amount of harassment there from those two as Katomi was able to get a really nice angle on the Fisher. Kind of trapping Matsu in, allowing them to get the damage done. Bottom lane, gonna make a move for Fishman. He's got the stick charges. He'll be able to turn, drop the tombstone, and step away here. The Eidolon's not quite doing enough damage to take him down.
Nice deny.
Yeah, Pure as well, making sure that gold doesn't fall into the hands of Liquid. Over in the mid, though, Mickey stepping up underneath the tower. He'll be able to get first blood. He's the one to take the solo kill in this 1v1.
Here's Zeus too.
Oh, he's picked up another. He pops the ult, takes out Fishman. Well, that's going to set quite the difference now between these mids.
That's a nice play on him. I didn't quite catch what happened mid, but I think just all the Qs stacking up with a 20 magic wand charge, heavenly jump, and he gets to chase him down. Gets the kill, pop 6, and then I think it was Boxy who pinged out the Undying, so I think he just told him, yo bro, press that R button, collect another free kill, and bam.
Well, there we go.
Gets himself another.
And Mickey is very much having the dream start here as the mid Zeus. Couple of kills straight away there, 6 minutes in. 6-minute power runes coming into play. Katomi will be able to grab it top. At least maybe make sure that Mickey's not going to be able to make any quick moves soon.
It's a good rune control by both teams. Even, you know, from Entity to be there to potentially help, as we have a dive on top Matu. He's going to need some help here.
He looks to be in a bit of trouble. Maybe a lot of trouble. TPs are coming in. Katomi was able to zip in and get a bit of damage done, a bit of setup there with the haste stream. Will now be put to a stop. The control from Insane here. Boxy steps up with the avalanche. Will manage to punish the Shaker there for charging in under the tower. Let's take the 2 TPs to come in though from Liquid. The Zai will have to be a bit cautious for now on the bottom lane on his own.
This is a nice play by Entity even to just force. I think getting this tiny out of bottom is a very crucial timing right now because the Enigma he's very strong, and if you could help him to get to 6 faster, maybe score a black hole down bottom on this Void. Because right now what's very important in a lot of these games is who has the eventual pressure in the lane, and it's usually on the Enigma side, depending on who you lane against. But Void is a similar carry from this type of style, where once you hit level 6, it can become very hard for the enemy to lane against you. So this lane, even though early on it's very hard for the Void, whoever hits 6 first is kind of like a ticking time bomb. And it looks like Pure might get this faster in this case, at least for now.
Especially if he was able to take out some of these Eidolons. Just one creep or 1 summon XP away from having that at level 6. Same time again, already the 2 supports starting to back up one another's mid laners.
Yeah.
The 8-minute power rune comes up soon. So you see Entity bring in both supports to once again really ensure that this doesn't fall into the hands of Liquid around the river.
Even Pure is running over.
Well, they should be able to get Kataomi here. He's going to burst very, very low. They'll take him down. See Pure jump forward. He's looking for that chrono opportunity. He hasn't quite found one yet that he's happy with. Nightmare comes into play, but the lasso will be able to drag Insania down into the river. Brain Sap won't save him as Stormer cleans up the two of them. You get the double kill. Full action there from Entity. Pure joining the fight in the mid lane. And they get the kills. Pure not having to use that chrono. He'll have that ready for the next play.
Yeah, it's really nice by both teams. You can tell how much they both value runes, especially in this matchup, Bad versus Zeus. But now next up on the line is the top tier 1, which is getting pressured a lot by this Beastmaster.
See what we can get done here. Got the backup as well here behind Toby, both supports. To ensure that there's very little that Liquid can do in terms of playing into this. Matu's got to be careful. See them start to step into Liquid's jungle. And Matu knows. Or maybe he's stepping back up to the high ground. Good vision on him. Over towards the mid, though. It's going to end up being Pure who gets caught out. He's hanging around, looking to farm up some of those waves coming into him, but they have the burst and control to just completely destroy the Void. See, at the same time, Matu has been gone upon top. He does have that second life, and he's got Mickey and Insania ready to help out. So now, Liquid, they can look to turn this fight as well. This toss is there from Box. He actually ends up tossing him sort of to safety. A bit of a missed opportunity for a kill there. Entity, I think they'll be pretty happy that they walk away with less casualties than potentially there would be there, Kezu.
Yeah, I guess they'll be happy about that.
Yeah.
You know, luckily for Boxy, he made a very good move like 1 minute prior.
He did.
So Zai got to push the bottom lane a lot, right, when Pure ended up going to the mid lane to help with the rune fight initially. And then oftentimes when you do get kicked out as the carry, you want to go to mid because it's one of the safer areas. But Boxy making a nice play, smoking through the Radiant jungle, places some good wards, gets the wraparound on him with the combo, Zeus ult, and he basically ended up falling on Void. That's how they ended up killing him earlier.
A big kill to be found. I would imagine we won't see Pure heading straight back towards that mid lane anytime soon. Liquid ready to try and back up Zai down bottom, maybe see if they can find that opportunity to get a play going around the black hole. It's going to be a little risky if Pure gets the backup in. A potential Chronosphere may turn this play around. They've got to be smart about this, Liquid. They're bringing in a 4th member.
Yeah, as long as they let the Idol sit, they should be okay. As long as they don't like heavily overplay this or get baited perhaps by some Undying who might show on this wave instead of the Void, we'll see. For now, they're at least playing this very cautiously. I mean, if you look at the map, Entity are not really showing any heroes. They do have a lot of backup, and they definitely want to take this fight. Even if the Bad Rider reinforcing this play right now.
Yeah, they're going to show Pure here, kind of baiting maybe some sort of response from Liquid, but it does seem like Liquid, they're reading the situation pretty well here. They're not charging into this fight. They're not going to try immediately to make a move. They're being hesitant, see if anyone else from Entity does reveal themselves down here. Stormer Fishman doesn't look like they'll be able to close in immediately. Maybe get the wraparound. See Boxy in position, protecting Zai. And indeed, Entity not able to make that move. A smooth takedown of the tier 1 there from Liquid, and not falling for the bait and the trap that the Entity did try and set for them.
Liquid played that very nicely, even though they reinforced with the Zeus. Like, they didn't try to do anything in like such a crazy manner. They just take it safely with the Eidolons. They kind of smelled, you know, that something fishy was you know, happening in this play. So even the Beastmaster rotated from top to mid, maybe wasting some of his time. So just overall a nice play there by Liquid. Nice read on the map too, as now mid lane, another power rune fight coming up.
It's going to end up being down the bottom, and it's a pretty tasty one for Mickey. Should be able to get there before anyone from Entity. So Arcane Rune at the ready for the next play for the Zeus. On top of that, Kyra as well. I've got to watch out. If Mickey's in position, he is going to be shooting out the magical damage. We'll see next move here. Boxy already setting up. Here by the tier 1 of Entity, seeing if they can maybe catch out with an avalanche toss back.
Radiant's middle tower
very much ready to just continue to take these tier 1 towers and just see what sort of reaction they get out of Entity. Pure focusing on getting his Maelstrom done. And even with the Chrono available, I think very much aware that these fights are not easy for him to turn up to. Liquid, they've got a lot of power at this stage. As Matu joining the push onto the tower, Entity able to start any sort of defense. The fortification comes in. Push Liquid back momentarily, but again, Liquid making sure that they don't lose anyone on these little pushes that they go for. When they get the damage done, they back off. Manage to continue to maintain the lead they have here out of the laning stage.
I like that Matu went over to mid to try and, force it a little bit. If they do that one more time with the next skeletons, that mid tower is going to be gone. Because right now the game is stagnating a little bit because both sides, as here we have a go on Mr. Undying.
Should be pretty dying here. As Fishman, not much you could do when a crit comes crashing down from a Timmerman. Liquid with that kill, they can return to pushing this tower. Fortification, of course, now on cooldown. Nothing to be said here from Entity. As Liquid continue to take over this map rather early. I mean, for Entity right now, when you sort of have your towers falling as early as they are, what do you think the talk's going to be here in terms of dealing with this pressure that Liquid is starting to build up against you?
I think right now for them, they kind of know that it's not too easy for them to fight Liquid head-on when they actually are at their towers. They want to fight in more open areas. That's kind of how their heroes work, right? The Tombstone, you have high area control. You want the Beast Summons to keep slowing people, the sticky Napalms to stack up and so on. As here we have a little smoke into the Dire Jungle.
Could end up just being insane here tanking this. See Stormstormer looking for more. He doesn't want to settle for just killing off the support. Get the lasso off over towards Zai. Pure jumping across. Boxy's there to cover him with the 3-man avalanche. Pure should be able to jump again. He's going to go for it. Drops the Chrono. Will manage to catch out the two of them. Allows them to finish off Zai. Turn over towards the Tiny. They'll drop the Roar as well. Make sure they get this third kill without any sort of disruption. Same time, Matu, though, he'll look to get jobs done elsewhere. Was able to find a very early tier 2 tower bottom 15 minutes in.
Yeah, taking the tier 2 there for him, definitely the best way he can do as mid lane. We have even more goals on Mickey.
Another roll here. Slam's dropped down, but Mickey's able to jump to the side. Not much to care there for Mickey. When it comes to the one-man Echo Slam, he's able to walk that off, no problem.
That was overall very nicely done by Entity. So first of all, Toby was able to dodge the smoke that Liquid was going for after they took the enemy mid-tier 1 tower. So him dodging that smoke and then them actually counter-smoking back into Liquid without them, being purely ready was very good by them. As now we have Liquid yet again. They want to speed up the game. They also know that all the spells were, used, at least here from Entity. So they're looking for Pure, who, it seems like at least for now, he's kind of, smelling that something is going on again. He also sees Zai run through this ward quite aggressively, so he should know that something is going on.
They definitely have to be careful, Entity. I mean, Matu with his build, very close to having the Deso on top of that armlet. Obviously with the phase armlet Deso, if they can set up and allow Matu to run in and just hit these heroes. These crits at this stage of the game are going to be easily over half the HP of most of them. We'll see mid lane Toby. He's getting gone on, and he will fall. Katsomi tries to throw out a Fisher to block them off, but he's already dead. The space is here for Liquid. Get the kill, and by the looks of it, get the Roshan. No ults available on Entity, no chance of heading over to try and take this. Liquid continue to hit very good timings with these towers, this Roshan. We're just 16 minutes in, but it definitely seems like Liquid's able to tick off all the boxes on sort of the list for their game plan this game so far.
Yeah, I think Liquid are executing their draft fairly well right now. They have the Wraith Pact on Zai. It's going to help them to keep taking all these objectives. I think Matu also fully understanding what he needs to do in this game. He's playing very fast. He keeps pressuring as we have a dive on the tier 2. Kataomi.
Sanya, drop the Fiend script. Make sure there's no chance for Kataomi to throw out anything in return. That'll be there. Another tower taken. Money there for the Deso to come out if Matu wishes to go that way before the Blink indeed does. That final Mithril Hammer coming into play. Some incredibly farmed heroes. And top spot is indeed Mickey as the Zeus. Things definitely speeding up. We have all the ults available again for Entity. I mean, if you're Entity, do you look to try and, again, take that sort of fight in the open areas, or do you really have to respect this Aegis and just look to wait it out and just continue to farm?
I think until Matu has this blink, you can definitely take fights into Liquid, especially with Stormstormer having completed his BKB. He did get it just now, but they're more so looking for like 1 or 2 quick kills and then continue to farm. Like throw out the lasso, roar chrono, get 1, 2 kills, and back it up to some farming. But I do think they want to look for a few plays, at least within the next 1 or 2 minutes, because once Matu has blink, it's not so easy to like ignore him in a fight, right? He's just gonna blink onto one of your guys in the back, swipe him out of the game. But until then, you have like another 1-2 minutes where you can probably smoke into Liquid fairly easily, kill 1 or 2 guys, and then look to back off. Perhaps they want to wait for the Shaker Dagger. He's very close, around 200 gold, and Pure's getting his farm up, so it's okay. But mid lane, Matu.
Yeah, he's just walking in. Walks in, slams down the stun onto Kataomi. Easy kill for them there. And now in return, we'll see Stormstormer make the move. He's in with the BKB, lasso onto Boxy. Boxy, he will get bailed out here. They'll leave him behind. So Boxy to die. These items continue to come out very fast for Liquid. We see now Zai has got the Blink Dagger. So a real threat here after the black hole potential, especially if Entity are trying to look to drop their ults elsewhere in the team fight. Zai can be ready with the counterplay.
I mean, Liquid, they understand how much stronger they are. And also, Entity's timings, they're still not quite there yet. They need to, keep accumulating more net worth on the heroes. Shaker needs the blink, Bad Rider needs his blink, and Void wants his BKB. Those are like their strongest timings. So I think once Kataomi gets his dagger, which is now, Entity can definitely look to have a little more aggressive stance, whereas Pure will still keep on the main farming role, maybe join the fights later. But Liquid, they don't want to make it too easy for you to get to that stage, so they're smoking again.
Absolutely not. They're making these quick moves towards the top. See how prepared Entity is for this. If they only lose Fishman, they'll be happy. Fishman's gone, and indeed space is made for Pure. TP out in the trees. Stormstormer should be fine as well. TP's up in a few seconds. Yeah, there we go. Blink done on Timberman as well. All the items this man needs here. 20 minutes in to get the job done in these team fights. Very much, Liquid. It seems that the approach they want to take against Entity is to just play it fast. Something that. Entity, one of the ways they've excelled in previous series has tended to be their ability as kind of the 4-man to hold the game off and just allow Pure to get to these insane levels of farm. Liquid, they just don't want to mess with a game at that stage when they're playing against Entity.
No, they really don't. And we can see this Wraith King pick really come into play in this game.
Yep.
He laned very well. He's speeding up the game. Mid lane Aldo, maybe Matu. No, looks like Stormstormer. He's just gonna poke. They don't want to drop yet another tower. Even Pure, he's somewhat around. If a fight evolves, he can look to come over. Otherwise, he's gonna keep his farm up because, again, as we mentioned, he kind of needs this BKB. And on the flip side, Liquid, they just want to keep shutting down the map more and more. They should be looking to, keep accumulating a little more of a net worth lead, because I do think, even though it looks like Entity cannot fight back at all right now, in the next few minutes, the game will become a lot easier for them. This bad blink will definitely give them like a way to initiate the fight, because they do have ways to break Liquid's team fight. The Bad Rider can jump in, bring someone in. You have the follow-up Echo, you have a Tombstone and a Chronosphere, and it's not the easiest game for Zai to get off his Black Hole later, as Boxy very close to his Blink Dagger.
See Stormstormer hesitate to commit for him here. Not quite sure of what waits behind. Insania.
Yeah, it's a little sus to try to engage people this close to their tier 1. You also don't see too much on the map, so I think rightfully so for him not to really, not looking to engage too much. If anyone is there, you're gonna get turned around on. Even so, you would have to expand a lasso to kill him. Mike gonna grab himself a haste rune. So now Roche is down for quite a while, so that's not gonna be an objective. So both teams kind of looking towards their next timings. I think Liquid are about as strong as they can be. Boxy also got himself another dagger, so both teams really, hitting like a very strong form. And even now you have Entity smoke up, and whoever gets the first go it's going to be very crucial in this next fight.
hitting very close to one another here. See, there's the jump, Stormstormer. It's going to start things, grab Boxy, take him out to the
Nice
side.
chrono.
Pure, he's going to be able to jump the back lines. He's caught
is
Zai and Matumba Man. Not quite having the damage, though, to get the kills. As after the chrono ends, Pure just gets destroyed. Matu crits him out of the game. As that was, yeah, it seemed like a solid chrono catching the 2 cores, but they just didn't have the backup, didn't have anyone else there in position to get either of the heroes that Pure was able to catch. As that ends in a very rough way for Entity. Ults down and nothing to show for it. Liquid, they're able to keep this push going.
I mean, yeah, initially, as we both kind of stated, or as I thought, it looked like a nice chrono. You know, you drag this one guy in, you get the 2 guys in the back, but it was very hard for his team to actually come follow him. They don't even have all that much follow-up into the chrono, at least in these type of fights. Mickey getting to deal like 5,000 damage. As here again, we see the lasso drag back, and then on the tail end, you see a decent chrono. Mickey barely got to dodge it with the heavenly jump, and I think that made all the difference because Pure, he just got shredded in the chrono by the Zeus with the Mask of Madness. He couldn't get to time walk out again. And I think now after this fight, he's like, okay, I need a BKB. I'm not fighting again without it. And something else they may have to be aware of is just, I think Pure has to actually fight with his team. They want someone to drag a hero in and then make Liquid run more into them. Because if he jumps too deep, that actually makes it very easy, I think, for Insania to play his fight. Because he's going to stay very deep anyway. So if he doesn't get chronoed, then he will grip the Void in his chrono and kind of bait all of Entity to come and help him. And I believe that is not how Entity will win a fight.
Matu, he's in. We'll see Toby use the roar to hold back Boxy. See what the plan is here from Entity if they want to fight into this. Pure steps up. He'll get held back by the Nightmare from Insania. Tombstone drop. Boxy will end up dying to the zombies. Entity, they're going to go for more. Get him with the jump. Lasso to drag back Insania. They'll pick up both support kills, Entity.
All right. Some kills. Also a gem picked up from Fishman here. Maybe a little too deep, but to be fair, Fishman barely survived the initial go. Then he got to get off the Soul Rip, drops the Tombstone, and then the Tombstone actually made most of the difference in that fight. Now Gem on Stormstormer to try and, you know, counter out the map a bit. And the next few minutes will be very, very important because now with the Gem, also Beastmaster with the Shard. Never mind, he didn't get the Shard. He has a BKB for the next fight, so I'm just lying a little bit. But what I wanted to talk about is going to be the little bit of map control now that the second Roach is up and running in this game. Because even when you're behind in these type of games, especially if you have heroes such as, you know, these Faceless Voids, Beastmasters, Bad Riders, I mean, both teams have pretty good lineups to fight around the Roach Pit, but the vision advantage should be in Entity's favor unless Liquid go for like a very nice smoke with a Zeus ult to pop at the start of the fight.
And even though they obviously still have the lead right now, Liquid, can they go into Roche and just take it and sort of just wait for Entity to come to them? Or do they need to look for that kill, look for that move before they can just step into the pit?
They can hit Roche, but they need to do it very nicely. It's like the type of Roche where you hit it, not with the intention to like kill it from full to zero, but rather that if they step in too close, you go and fight them. Though I would prefer for them to actually like look for a play, maybe around the mid lane, where they have this really nice lane ward in mid. They have the Zeus ult to like go and catch one out, because when you try to do some straight up Roche against this Radiant lineup that Entity have, a lot of bad things can happen to you, right? You can be on Hawk Vision, there can be just like some lame ass Chrono with a time walk to steal it, some Fissure. So let's see, I would like to, for Liquid to have a clear plan here. If they step up too far, you take the fight with a Zeus ult, be careful of the smoke around, and then just be very ready to clutch it and turn it into a fight before the Roche is too low.
They've got some big items ready for this fight as well, Liquid. BKB on Matumba Man, full ags done on Mickey. Entity in the area. Very much showing that they themselves are willing to fight. Of course, the important BKB done for them. Pure's got it ready. So we'll feel a bit safer going in for those deep jumps with the Chronosphere. Of course, the question will still be there whether he'll have the damage to take down some of these bigger heroes at the start of the fight. It's not going to be easy.
Buybacks are going to be very important as well for both teams to have. When you look at these spells that people are going for, like let's say Stormstormer gets a quick grab on the Bane with Lasso, he buys back, then they can still take the fight. You also have Chronosphere and Black Hole on both sides, so the buybacks can definitely be a big decider in this next fight. As you can see, both teams kind of holding position, but now we have Liquid going for this play as we touched on earlier. And I think if the smoke breaks, we're going to see a Zeus ult into an instant go.
Yeah, Matu's going to be ready to blink straight away. There's the scout with the Zeus ult. They make the jump over to the side to get the avalanche out to the two of them. That's Fishman going down. See, up on the cliff, Insania's managed to grab Pure. Matu's in position with the damage. It's not quite enough. The Chrono, it drops here onto the two of them. Pure focuses down Zai. He'll get him. See if they can go for more. Pure jumps out with the time walk. The Fisher from Kataomi catches onto Insania. As Kataomi...
Oh, this Tombstone is doing
He's
too
gone.
much.
The Entity, they're going to be able to get Insania as well. He's getting chased down by the zombies. They'll take him out. Matu's back in there with the BKB. He's going to try and fight this. The buybacks are coming out from Liquid. As they know now that in Entity, they've used the ults. Pure, he'll jump back up to the high ground to scout things out for the time being. Now he's ready to jump back in. Jumps in, jumps out. Still opts to stay up here on the cliff, and now he's ready to come back down. No, he's not. Just kidding. He's back up there. Matu, fissured and slowed down. Stormstormer gets the napalm stacks onto him. Boxy jumps across, but Stormstormer, he's still got the BKB ready to pop. As Pure, he's in again, over towards Insania. That's Matu's first life gone. Insania goes down. Entity, they're going to be able to set up and take out Matu again. They surround him, they bring him down. Entity, they have opened up the floor here to be able to step into the Roshan themselves. And I don't think there's a whole lot that Liquid can do. As that was a perfect fight. And I didn't quite catch it, but before the Chrono came in, I thought I saw a black hole, Kezu, but then it disappeared. What happened?
It happened at the same time. So he was gripped on the high ground by Insania, but then at the very end, I don't know, I didn't see it exactly. We might be able to see it here in the replay. So we have again.
So, but the Chrono actually cancelled the black hole because it was the same time.
I think he dodged it. No, he time walked at the moment the black hole came out. We'll see it here.
Yeah.
Point one, bam.
Oh my goodness, indeed, he jumps over it. I mean, if that catches him, that would have been a fight for Liquid. But Pure able to dodge the black hole. And that really just sort of set the motions for the rest of this to come into play. As Entity, they have now taken the lead. 3K up, Aegis in the hands of Pure. I mean, you said yourself with Liquid's lineup and the way they want to kind of play this game, this sort of fight is pretty devastating for the momentum that they require to stay, to have a chance of going for that quick ending with their lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was very close. I can respect the play that they were going for, right? The smoke was good. The execution, perhaps not perfect. You might be better off just having one guy jump when you pop the Zeus ult instead of, both the Tiny and the Wraith King to jump the first target. I don't even know who it was, but whoever they jump first, he popped back anyway. We could see, 4 buybacks, I think, came in that fight. It was just so close for them to actually kill the Void. But long fights will definitely favor Entity, as now we have another smoke in the game.
Oh, Kataomi! He's in on top of the 3 of them. A great jump. As Liquid, they are very quickly crumbling. Triple kill for Stormstormer. I think Liquid may have had their fun in the early game, but now, at this point, Kezu, it's, everything seems to be flashing before them so fast. As, I don't know how you regain control of this.
So Matu's obviously gonna die. No matter how good he is, he's not getting out of this one. Okay, so if you're Liquid, you are down 5k gold. You had the game was very good. Of course, 1 or 2 fights didn't go your way now, but they need to regroup now. They need to rethink how to take these fights. The fight we saw 2 minutes ago, I don't think they can take a fight at that again, where they straight up smoke into Entity. That timing has kind of dropped. I think now you want to enable Zai to get this BKB on him. And then you need to take team fights on the back of your Tiny and Wraith King going in, starting fights, and then allowing your backline spellcasting heroes, your Bane, Enigma, Zeus, to play longer fights as we have a grip on top.
But straight away, Kataomi's there to cover them. Throws the Fisher out. Mika and Insania, they're in so much trouble. Underneath the tower, Entity, they're diving in for the kills. They'll take out Mickey. Pure pots the BKB. Stormstormer's in on top of Insania. They'll get another. I mean, I think it might even be just over it. It's just... the Liquid of the early game has just evaporated completely. It's all Entity, Kezu.
Yeah, it actually, in one fight, the whole game kind of took a turn. So I still think Liquid are okay if they don't keep, chain feeding.
I mean...
So let's see, they might get the Aegis, but at what cost?
I was going to say, that chain feeding...
Do they get to get out? Tiny will die?
Maybe about to continue. As
Fish went down.
Boxy, he's gone. I mean,
Zai might want to use his buyback soon. He has
someone's
Blink
gonna.
Black Hole.
He does indeed. He's gonna get the
He
jump,
can't.
but the
Too hard.
Fisher. I mean, I don't think I've seen a game crumble this quick in quite some time, Kezu. We had a lovely
I'm
little
still
game
trying
building
to
up,
finish my sentence of how
And
they
it's
come
just-
back in the game.
but the feeding
But
don't stop, Kezu.
Yeah, it's not stopping. Okay, I think you need to give up this Rax now. Talk about what you want to. I mean, Zai also bought back, so it's. I think
And he,
there's
and
like
he used
a,
black hole, and he died.
there's a
it's
fine
rough.
line between them coming back or
Yeah.
wanting to call it if people die more. But I do think they still have a chance. Obviously, what happened in the last minutes is far from great, very suboptimal. But you still have a very playable draft against Radiant.
Sure,
If you
sure.
just, you need to take a breather, chill. Let's
Yeah.
stop the chain feeding, get the map back in control, and try to get Zai towards his BKB. It will not be an easy game, but they can definitely still play because they need to get out of this chain feeding or wanting to grip some hero as Roar mid on Mickey.
Well, we'll see
Yeah,
if they
he's
can.
dead.
Yeah. I don't know what happened here, Kezu. Maybe the comms stopped working. It's just, as I said, I've never seen something fall apart this rapidly. As Entity,
Yeah.
they're just crushing them. Top 3 net worth on the 3 of them. Look at them. They're steps ahead of their core on the other side. A massive difference in the farm now. I mean, off the back of those last few minutes of play, as Entity non-stop action that they are bringing to Liquid, and Liquid cannot deal with it at all.
No, they really can't. I mean, the last couple fights, Entity, of course, can't only discredit Liquid. Entity are playing very well, and all these fights, when the early initiations from Liquid don't really work out, you don't get to run away from the Entity's lineup, right? It's something we mentioned in the early game. They want to fight in these open spaces that are very open, so they get to chase you. The zombies are on you, the sticky napalms, and they stack up. Now Void has the shard, he can jump in, he can jump out. It's one of the reasons why this hero is quite stupid, you know, just there's no talking about it and it's no secret. He can go in, time dilate everyone, jump out, and just choose his fight very freely. And I mean, we just saw that come into play in the Roche fight, and I think we've seen it ever since for like the last 8 minutes. They catch a guy, they all get to play on very high range. You have Fisher into the shard, faces Void, goes in. None of them need to commit to get these kills. Liquid need to be a bit more decisive with what they want to do, because if they want to kill someone, they need to clutch them. They need to die from full to 0, and they need to allow Zai to play a long fight. I mean, asking him to get off a good black hole is, you know, not the easiest with what has happened in the last minutes and the net worth lead that Entity now have, but that is your only condition to win the game.
Absolutely, yeah. The pressure is on for Zai. And many difficulties, many abilities he has to bear in mind when he tries to look for that insane black hole that they need right now. Let's have a look.
You need so many items. So if you're Zeus, you need... I mean, one of the reasons why heroes like Bat and Void are very good against Zeus is because, I mean, Zeus is the type of hero you need to catch him, right? You need to stunlock him, snap him, and kill him. If you don't have like the engage on him, then it's very hard because he just keeps dishing out damage. So in this game, Mickey, I think he needs a Blink and Linken's. Yeah, he probably needs both. He needs Blink to dodge the Chrono when he time walks in. He needs Linken's to not get like Blink lassoed. So it's just becoming harder and harder. I mean, Boxy is going to try to push out top. He's probably going to receive a feed here, but, you know, that's just life. When you're behind, you try to push out the lanes. He doesn't even need to use Lasso to get the kill done with the Witchblade and all the talents. It's just waiting time right now for Liquid. They need this BKB on Zai. I cannot stress it enough. Like, you need to hope that Entity either A, jump too deep on you, or B, you take a fight around Roshan with buybacks.
In the mid, they're going to get the catch on him. They'll take him down once. Is there going to be any saving him a second time? He'll put the BKB, but so will Pure. They have the Roar at the ready. Matu, he'll be going down a second time. Already Katsumi's eyeing up the backlines. They jump in, get the Fisher set up. Jump forward as well. The time dilation, slowing down Mickey's. Nothing to protect himself. As Mickey's dead, Entity ready to push up to the tier 3s. They'll force out the fortification.
Well, Entity are not letting you get to that stage. They have too many... There's just too many conditions for them to actually play fast. They have so much control over the map. Like, you're playing a game where you're behind against Bad Rider, who is Gem, Shard, Hawk. Well, Insania is just dead, but not too much to really talk about. Bottom lane, we have some split pressure from Zai, but feel like you just go take 2 racks, then maybe you send 1 guy bottom when you have to. Like for now, who cares about this tier 3 tower? Only if the racks ever go low, then you need to care. I mean, maybe they even want to push for the throne. They have Chrono still.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. They're doing all this and they're holding on to the big ults. They've still got those to drop down on you.
No, they're just playing it well. And as I was saying, 22,000 gold lead with map control against Gem, Hawk Vision, a Bad Rider running around, and you basically all of your heroes die to like any catch. It's hard. I think the only comeback is, as we stated, Entity dive you too hard, or you, in my opinion, you need to take this fight on the next Roche. It at least gives you a chance to win this game. I think if you give this next Roche to Entity, you will not win in any simulation of 100 games playing from this position. So I think you talk about the next fight, which is the Roche fight. How do you want to take it? Which buybacks do you need? What items do you need? What's your condition? And then, well, you just try for it. You know, at least sometimes that way you're going to win.
A 24k lead. Every single one of Entity's cores looking as stacked as ever. See, Liquid gonna smoke into this, but every ult is up for Entity.
Nilu.
That is indeed an illusion that they've started to make the move on. Things have become a bit more awkward now for Liquid. Still Zai, waiting in the shadows for that opportunity. Has to be one of the crazier black holes we will have seen in quite some time to be able to turn this game right now.
Liquid are waiting on the Tyground ward.
Matu's in. Go for Fishman. The Fish is out. Pure jumps in as well. And controlling Matu. He's going to go down the once.
Nice
See
buyback,
already,
nice
Storm
lasso.
still out. He's able to find the Zusaito, put the black hole. It catches Pure. Not really any damage though to follow things up, as Pure's going to be perfectly fine. They'll jump over. Stormstorm is still alive here somehow in the middle of this fight. Finally goes down. Kato, he pops the slam here, catches Boxy as well. As 3-4 heroes dead, it's going to be a couple of buybacks coming out from Liquid, but there's no turning this around. Ultra kill for Pure. This buyback from Boxy, it's not going to do anything at all. It's over. GG's is called. We'll see if Pure is able to grab himself the Rampage. I think he may have the time still if he gets this quick enough. Oh, the Ancient's already falling with the GG's being called, as that is that Entity. I mean, it really was after that one fight around the Roshan pit. This game just, it sped up quite some speed, and not in the direction that Liquid were trying to prepare for, with that sort of slow build-up, that slow sort of takeover of the map in the early game. Entity just broke them in that second half, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, Entity, they held on to the game pretty okay. I mean, Liquid played very well for like 25 minutes of the game. Then they went for one play that overall the idea was great. I think maybe the execution, maybe not great. You know, the black hole doesn't quite connect on the grip there with the Faceless Void. And then really it's just this one fight that broke open the game. It was around the time where Entity did hit their timings and the second Roche. And when you screw up a fight around this timing, it's just really hard to then come back from that.
That was some very, very scary stuff from Entity, as Liquid, they're really going to have to sort of reset after that. And look at how they'll approach the second one, as Entity's very much going to show, if you are going to try and take this approach of going for that very early aggression and taking the towers, taking the sort of their half of the map, you've got to be a lot further ahead than Liquid were in that situation. They just didn't have as much of a lead as maybe they felt. And yeah, one fight, it just came crashing down on them very, very violently there. 36-19, 25k lead, 40 minutes in. Entity will take this game one. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to see what happens in the second game of this best of three. Entity currently up 1-0 against Team Liquid. We'll be back with game two after the break.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers here for the International 2022. I'm ODPixel, joined by Kezu, and we're, of course, going through the series of Team Liquid versus Entity here in the upper bracket. Kezu, we just had a game one that I can only imagine must feel pretty rough for Liquid, you know, trying to pick yourselves up after that sort of a turnaround and just beat down that Entity gave you in that second half. I mean, coming into this game too, how easy is it going to be for Liquid to shake off that sort of game one performance?
All they need to say is that both these teams have won every game with first pick Copium, and that's why you lost the last game.
Hey, that's
and
true,
why
that's
you're
true.
that's why you're gonna win this game, because
Okay.
you're DP. I think this first phase so far, so both teams only have like 3 to 4 first picks. I would say that Liquid were kind of prepping or hoping that they would get a first pick Undying with the Chen Enigma bans. Entity is not going to give them that, so they go for their classic first pick Death Prophet. Usually when they pick DP here, they follow it up with some team fight or save later on this pick now that Liquid are at. But I must say that Entity should be pretty happy with what they've got. They've played the Visage very often against Death Prophet. I've seen it even in a mid matchup. I've seen it. They also played offlane. So I think both teams, once again, just kind of getting the openings that they both want.
Sure, and Entities, are very Entity-esque with the Nyx Assassin. You know, a hero that we're definitely seeing some teams very much feel, has a lot of potential to come in this meta. But still, a lot of teams do ignore it, even in these drafts where it looks more appealing. But yeah, overall, interesting to see that Entity do prioritize it as much as picking it first. I mean, when you're doing this, are you directly trying to just discourage certain heroes that you maybe know the Liquid are very comfortable with from being picked at all, so you don't have to even consider spending a ban on them?
It definitely has to do with that a little bit, but I would say mainly for Entity, Toby plays either summon heroes or ranged heroes, and all of those, they work really well with like a melee 4. I mean, it just seems like the most comfortable for them, really. I would say Katomi, he's mainly playing melee 4s, like Nyx, Earthshaker. In the last patch, he played some Winter Wyvern, right? And then they want to open Visage. He's generally a good hero against DP. You want like either someone that stuns for you or goes in for you, so these picks just make a lot of sense. And now for Liquid, I think that they need to take Bad Rider out with their last ban. It's a super good hero against DP. It's currently very good against both the heroes. It's also very good with Nyx and Visage. It gives you like a second guy to go in. Again, in the last game, you had kind of like the Lasso Dragon into Tombstone, right? In this game, you have the Lasso Dragon into Visage, which is something that Visage likes a lot. Visage helps you take, objectives and stuff like this. So I think unless Liquid have a very special 16-17 combo pick that they have, in their next 2 picks with like a Venge +1, then then I think they need to ban the Bad Rider on the slot.
Let's have a look, see if they leave that in. Because, as you say, we've definitely seen how much damage Entity can do with this hero when it's in their hands. You've only got to imagine it's got to be pretty high up in terms of what Liquid's scared of. Going into reserve time here.
I mean, Entity will likely just pick their 5 out of phase for Fishman. Of course, he's not going to get his hands on Chen or Undying, which is kind of like the most picked heroes for him, really. But of course, most of them are going to be banned. So we'll see a new pick from him. I think some follow-up damage into the Nyx could be pretty nice. Maybe just a good laner. You see that it's a Earth Spirit 4. You don't need to be something too specific, but maybe some Crystal Maiden, some Jakiro type. You lane well into Earth Spirit. You'll give some follow-up damage later into your team.
I'm going to go for the Invoker ban. So Batrider still left in the pool. I mean, what reasons could you see them being more fearful of the Invoker? You know, does that sort of say for something for what they want to be playing themselves?
It could just be that their next two picks are going to be very good against Bad Rider no matter what, so that they know that they don't need to cover themselves from this. Could be because I assume that the DP isn't really going to be mid now if you don't ban Bad or Lina. Neither of those heroes were banned.
I think so, right? Yeah, it's going to be Zai.
Yeah, I just really feel like that your next two picks are going to be good at that, or it's going to protect the DP with like some Omni Knight Venge type hero that will dissuade Bad Rider from being picked. But we'll have to see. I mean, even last game, right? It was somewhat, I would say, obvious that they were going to go for a Beastmaster or Lycan type hero, and they did get their hands on that. So I'm sure Liquid have a plan, and we'll just have to see how it works out.
We'll see which part of that plan Entity want to take away from them. This next ban coming in, and they themselves also biting into the reserve time quite a bit. Let's have a look. And when it comes to Entity as well, I mean, we know that they've got quite a few players who do really enjoy playing the Visage. Which sort of position do you feel that it is kind of the most comfortable for them to have it in when you consider the style they like to play?
I would say most likely just wherever if it's a counter pick, I believe that they're very happy to put it mid. If it's not a counter pick, I believe that you just put it offlane. The reason that I like it quite a lot in the offlane is I feel like this, so they do even ban Omni. I feel like there's a very high chance AA is spicy. They played this on post 4 from they played on 4 and 5, so this is actually a very good pick for Fishman, I think. There's a very high chance now that you don't play this DP on mid. I think you just straight up don't. Unless you have,
and then are you picking back yourself?
But then you, no, I think at this point you just stick to whatever plan you had with your 16, 17. But I think this pick is very good simply because it dissuades DP from being a core, but DP5 laning into Visage is also pretty trash and doesn't feel good. So I think this pick puts quite a bit of pressure here on Liquid. I'm actually very interested to see how they respond to this.
No, absolutely, yeah. And having sort of that global setup potential as well. Nyx AA, one of the old school duos for just really creating havoc around the map.
Usually when you play when you see these two supports like Nyx AA, there's two types of lineups that you like to go for. You either you go for a lineup with like a lot of summons to kind of overrun them, because none of these heroes deal with like Lycan, Beastmaster, stuff like this, or you take heroes that have overwhelming jump, like a Night Stalker draft, a Bad Rider, but I think these heroes are maybe not too easy to fit into it. So they're going to go for like a heavy team fight with multiple sources of jumps.
Sure, but
at least from the looks of it.
Does this sort of concern you that this may be leaning the way that the DP is actually going to be pretty high in priority and may still be the mid?
This next pick will be very telling.
Yeah.
I think putting your DP mid is suicide.
Sure, you do not want to see. You want to see this DP then in this situation as well. I mean, we in the past, right? Mickey he's played mid Mars in the past. I don't think recently though. I mean, could you see that being a thing, or do you think the likelihood is that this?
I think this Mars is just offlane. Yeah, I think this is just offlane Mars.
So it looks like they're gonna keep the DP in that mid position. You're not a fan of that.
No, at least not for now. I mean, there's a chance that I've seen Eng in different roles, but again, Eng core is also very bad against AA. But
yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
I think we'll have to wait until the very last pick to see what Liquid are going for here. They must have a plan. I know that AA is very good against a lot of the heroes that Liquid do play, even from Matus hero pool, like Bristles and Alchemist, stuff like this.
Yeah.
And Entity.
I mean, they get their bat. I mean, that you saw that coming from a mile off, and I can only imagine Entity's kind of over the moon with what they've been able to get their hands on so far.
I mean, I'm very concerned right now. Yeah. I am really concerned. They need some, someone better be a magician on Team Liquid and do some magic trick on this draft, Maybe do some Uno reverse card on a pick or something.
I mean,
I think right now, it's...
Yeah.
I would at least for now definitely prefer to be Entity.
I think a lot of people would Yeah, this is a very scary entity draft. And as you say, if Liquid's going to be able to pull this off, they're going to be having to do it in a fashion that we just haven't seen them done so before with this sort of lineup. I mean, is there what I'm trying to think, Mickey, does he play mid-Earth Spirit? Could that be a thing? Because that,
Definitely.
you know
But
what
I
I mean?
feel
Because
like
that
with
would kind of
these-
work quite nicely, right? Because that is one of those heroes that can sort of just get in on the faces of like an AA and a Nyx assassin. You have a good start, you have levels, you're going to be annoying for the supports.
I'm trying to think right now how they want to sway around their draft. I think because Bad Rider is just one of those heroes where if your draft does not address it in any form and you're just trying to like make the best of it, that usually doesn't work. You need to you want to either have conditions where you can start the fight on the Bad Riders team, or where you just have heroes that are very hard to lasso, or lastly where you can break the Bad Riders team fight, which comes from, you know, dispelling or whatever, you know, Omni Legion Venge. I think at this point, with what Liquid have, they need to double down. They picked Ench to, in my opinion, just dissuade the laning stage. It's really good against these heroes in the lane. I think they need to double down on their lanes right now, crush them, pick another hero now that is going to enable them to do this, like a fast-paced carry from the safe lane. I have not thought about that pick yet. I will try to do that in a moment. But I believe that they have to really commit to their draft at this point. I don't think now is where you know, try to flip a switch and go somewhere else. You need to all in on this one.
Certainly looking pretty wild here from Liquid, but that's what we want to see. We like to see innovation and different approaches. And different approaches definitely needing to be used against Entity. Of course, with that win continuing their just complete streak of wins here in the qualifiers. You've got to look for something smart if you want to try and trip this team up, because they seem pretty unstoppable right now. Final ban will be the sniper. Let's have a look. Let's see what rounds this all up for Liquid.
It's very hard to pick a lot of heroes into AA Bat.
And we'll get the
it's
Slark. I mean, obviously, this is something that we've been seeing picked against the Bat. May even be put in that mid matchup against him. But it does kind of feel that Entity are not surprised by this. They did sort of cover this, right, by having the AA before the Bat. I mean, do you think Entity cares too much about this Slark, or you think they didn't?
I think not too much. I think it was already really hard for Liquid to pick a hero that is happy to play against all this garbage that Entity have. You know, like Ice Blast counters a lot. They're low on reserve. Pudge is a very good pick.
Yeah.
I think having another go, just another hero who can potentially go in for you, always makes it a lot easier to play your AA, makes it easier to play your Visage, to just like chill. It makes it easier for Bat and Nyx. You're very tanky in this game. The Slark Pudge matchup is quite strange, and I haven't seen it very often. Traditionally, Slark is very good against heroes where he just gets to clap at you, right? And he just keeps hitting you, stealing your stacks. But I've got a feeling that Pudge, if he has a good game, he deals too much AoE damage. He doesn't care about your ult. And we need to also think about the fact that there's a AA blast in this game.
I mean, absolutely. That's the thing, isn't it? You get blasted and the Pudge has Ags on top of you. Goodbye to all of your region.
Yeah.
You know, standing ground against these two, against the Pudge, trying to build those stacks up can be kind of difficult.
I think this early game is going to be very heavily on the support. So they're going to put the Mars mid, which I think is... Well, at least Mickey is playing Mars. We'll see if it's Mars or Slark mid. But I do think number one priority for Liquid is to either shut down the Bat completely, or at least make sure that he doesn't have like a very good game. So have an Ench rotate there, have an Earth Spirit rotate there, whether your Mars or Slark is mid, because this guy will set all the tempo in this game. You need to shut that down if you want to have a good chance in this game.
I mean, yeah, that because, you know, you're absolutely bang on there. Would you not be a little surprised if indeed, you know, even though it is obviously Matu playing the Slark and Mickey playing the Mars, that the Slark doesn't go there? Because that is a matchup that Slark's super happy to play, right? And Mars, as a melee hero, can you play that lane that safely against a Bat? You know, is it enough to rely on the spear to push him back, or you
have some spells to push him back, but it's hard. You hate being turn rate slowed, but let's see what they do. I think it's better for them if the Slark does go mid. It would also make more sense as to why they did pick that hero.
They're doing that. They're doing that.
I think 4 stabs might have to be very important in this game, because if any of your allied heroes get Ice Blasted, well, it's a hard counter to Slark and DP, right? I don't need to explain why. I'm sure everyone knows this. The problem is if you're lassoed, you can't get forced out, but you still need to try to create conditions where you need to disrupt this combo of bad AA. Like, if this clips your Slark, he can't fight. If it clips your DP, he can't fight either. But at least for now, you know, Liquid, they have maybe a draft that doesn't look incredible on paper against what Entity have. That at least that's something I would say. But they have a lot of tempo in the early games. They have some potential lanes that can go very well for them. But that is absolutely their condition to take this game into their favor. They need to lane well, play fast, and then try to collapse and slow down this Bad Rider in this early game.
Yeah, let's have a look. This is going to be very, very exciting to see. You know, Entity without a doubt, you know, getting their hands on this lineup of heroes that it feels like we've seen them play time and time again. And Liquid, very different approach, different style here to what they tried in game 1, and also different positions. Having Matu take the Slark mid, Mikke taking the Mars to the safe lane. Bit of early action here. Attempt to go for Stormstormer's life. He has the Fairy Fire. See if they can stay on top of him. They can't. Stormstormer's going to be fine. Gets up to the high ground, gets away, hooks there onto Matumba Man. Pure, he's only just gone and got himself first blood. Fishman, he's looking for the deny to Roast, and he's able to get it. Well, that's certainly not the start that Liquid would have hoped for coming into this game too, as they'll get nothing. And Entity, they get first blood for Pure.
Remember, guys, first pick won every game. Just keep saying it. Just keep saying it. Don't worry. Liquid will win this game. First pick has not lost between these two teams.
That's true, yeah.
Because right now you need to pump in the copium, especially after what just happened with the hook and the roach.
That is quite an emotional start there. If you're Liquid, you definitely didn't need after what happened at the end of game 1. Well, let's see how these lanes go down. I mean, so mid lane, Matu, Slark against the bat should be totally fine, right? Should get easy farm.
It's just a very farm-heavy lane, I think, between both players. It's also one of those matchups where, as bad, you shouldn't even skill Flame Break. Just go levels in Sticky, Firefly. You get your own game going, because you shouldn't bank on like some strange kill. You just get really fat, and then eventually in the game, you're still quite annoying for the Slark. They have a lot of like random damage flying around, right, with the Punch Rod, Firefly, stuff like this, and there's always chances where you can also catch the Slark off guard with a lasso later on. So mid lane, just very farm fest.
And down bottom, you know, obviously having the Mars, you know, Mikke taking it to the safe lane position. How is it going to be for him down here? Is this a simple lane for the Mars, or could there be issues?
So I would definitely expect Liquid to win this matchup because you have Enj. So they picked Enj in this draft over a lot of other supports, and the main reason for what we could see, at least at that point, is because it counters a lot of these heroes in the game with the wave shove, but also with the laning stage. So I think Insania, he's going to be the difference maker bottom. Also, Enj loves to play with heroes as mid. We have a little pounce on Stormstormer, dropping very low, but barely makes it out with his 18 HP. But back to the Enj. Enj loves to play with heroes that can actually help you with, you know, all this pressure you deal on the enemy heroes, right? You keep clicking them, you have a creep, then you have a slow. So all these like PAs, Juggernauts, and in this case Mars, they lane very well with Enj. So I would expect Liquid to definitely win this bottom lane.
Yeah, looks like so far so good here for Mikke on the CS. Top of the board right now with the last hits.
And then top, I guess, if Entity had a more killing support instead of AA, I would favor their lane. But I think in this lane, if Entity go even, they should be quite happy because this AA is going to have an insane impact in the game. Like, you don't pick this hero to necessarily win the lane. But like, if you go even with this hero, that's already considered a win as Fishman. Taking quite a bit of beating from Boxy, but it shouldn't matter too much because Pure, he just kind of wants solo XP in the lane. As we said, they can't really combine their heroes all that well unless they hit an insane hook into the cold feet to score a kill. So if they just get to farm, as I said, then they're pretty happy. Pure.
A setup top.
Flash Heap in 1. Lovely spell, by the way. Everything's fine. Siphon deals like no damage for some reason, but it's okay. It's fine.
More than fine up here. I mean, about 15 for 6 against the 13 for 4. Pretty much trading farm up there. Biggest difference at the moment being the other two lanes. Mikke, 20 for 4 against Toby's 11 and 3. Sorry, bottom lane. And Mikke, thinking mid. But obviously on the mid this time, Matumba Man, 18 for 9 against the 11 for 5. So very much feeling that strength that the Slark has against the bat
Yeah.
in the sense that he really doesn't care about the sticky stacks.
Also, nice job by them. There's not going to be any water rune for Stormer. And I do think, especially with the start that Matu is having, where he's winning the lane, as we have a hook on side top, he's going to TP. So with the start he's having, I definitely want the supports to play with Matu in the early game, as I touched on before. This Bad Rider is just key to the entities draft. Like, you can let the Pudge have a good game, it's gonna be okay, but it's more important that you speed up your Slark and you screw the Bat as top lane Zai. It's having
This
to
would be a-
whittle around.
A rough time to die. He has used the TP. See Foxy head over to help out, and indeed Zai will be saved. Let's get brought down rather low, but still a couple of tangos to bite through. Should be fine.
Good bailout by Boxy too. Yeah, if Zai dies there, that is just devastating, right? He has no TP. He's gonna come back to the lane and die again, but
Might
he has no
try again.
siphons now.
See if they can get him this time round. They can. That's Zai out. TP will be back up 10 seconds after he respawns. So either way, out of the lane for a bit. Bottom lane, Toby getting gone upon. Mickey and Asania will be able to find him. So the bottom lane and the mid lane continuing to go very, very well here for Liquid.
Oh, maybe
Top
even
lane,
more.
a bit of
Beautiful
a
spear.
different situation. Indeed, Insania. He'll be the one to take the last hits on these. Double kill for him down bottom.
Right, very nicely done by Liquid. Of course, Zai maybe, you know, not having the best one, but, you know, luckily for him, his other two lanes are doing very well. Matu hit 6, Power Rune is up soon. And Liquid, especially with Ench, you know, doing so well in the bottom lane, it's going to free him up to go mid, and it's good for them to move both their supports here as they are. I mean, both teams doing the same thing, but Liquid should definitely be stronger in this fight if they put their heroes together, which they are, Fishman.
I'll be able to get some kills. So at the same time, Stormer's got his eyes on Insania. Back with the flame break. You see Matu head over to help out. He's in on top of the Kataomi. Spike Carapace there, but it will come to an end. Boxy trying to block Kataomi off. Turn with the stun, but doesn't matter. Matu
Nicely
gets
done.
the Dark Pact off. Another kill for him. Matu having an excellent start here as the mid Slark.
They're doing great, and they should keep doing this. Like, bang on the Slark right now. He's owning. If another enchant on Storm, should be fine though. The Wild Wing has no spell. But I would love to just see Ench and Boxy, Insania and Boxy, just play together. I believe top, they don't have too many kill conditions up there. They can keep playing with their Slark, maybe eventually rotate down to Mickey when he has this arena. I mean, I was going to say that they don't have too much kill potential on Pudge, but if Pure is half HP, then maybe there will be something.
We're going to see if they get the chance to get in under the tower for him. The rest of Entity being kept sort of held around the mid lane, Insania with the pressure of the creeps. Matu.
He should be fine top. Okay, mid.
Make a bit of an aggressive move here. Has the Shadow Dance, making sure that Stormer's not able to find that turnaround lasso opportunity. I see Stormer look towards Insania instead. Fishman getting brought down very low by Insania's harassment. Continue pressure from Liquid around this mid lane. Start to build a bit of a lead now. 7 minutes, 4 for 2. Insania starting to pull ahead here with Liquid. Bottom lane, Toby and Mickey. They've got to be careful. I mean, Mickey does have the 6. So they want to bring a +1 down here. Could look for kill opportunity.
They're doing a good job right now, Liquid. They understand that they need their side lanes to be 6 to then make plays there. Also Mickey getting some harass off, and mid lane again, Power Rune. So both teams gonna look to rotate the heroes there, try to make sure Bad doesn't get the rune. Let's see, 50-50. This Stormer will get himself a DD rune, but even so, like if we look at the network right now, Matu is having a very sick game. He's leading the network chart. He also got himself a sentry mid. They will keep making sure that Entity don't have vision on the mid lane. And this is just like a nice abuse of the Entity support duo. AA, Nyx, both just heroes that give you a lot of game impact, but they can definitely be played around in the early game, as we can see here. They're not very good at rotating, they don't protect you all that well, and they need levels. So I think right now, Entity, they need to kind of, you know, they're playing damage control until like minute 10. And once they get this Ice Blast up and running and the Vendetta, they're going to start to kind of regain control as top.
The TP is immediately coming in here for Pure. As Liquid, they tried to make a go on him, but Entity just turn up in their numbers and they're ready to turn things. They get the Spike Carapace onto Zai, into the lasso. And see if they can finish him off. Keep to the edge and they get the damage in. Zai goes down, the Exorcism put to an end. Same time down bottom, Liquid. will look to find something in return as they catch Toby in the arena. Matsumaman swings down to get the kill and get another permanent stack.
Yeah, nice turn play by Liquid on bottom. Also nice return from Entity up top with their TPs. I would say Liquid slightly overplaying their hand up top, but I think Pudge is just this type of hero who's deceptively tanky. Like, you're playing this DP with Siphon and Exo, you think you're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna easily kill this guy, but then he pops Flesh Heap. You don't end up killing him. They TP with the Dismember and turn the game around. I would still like for Liquid to mainly have their eyes on, like, around the Slark. You can connect to the Mars when he has Arena, but other than that, use the Slark. Like, when Matu runs in this deep, help him out, pop him some sentries, try to slowly get some towers down. You know, keep up the tempo as they did last game, and just speed up this Matamba Man's Diffusal Blade. It's gonna be key for them to win this game.
A nice hold of the stun there, Katomi. Make sure he's able to play around the Dark Pack. Get that full duration stun off onto Matu so he can step back to safety.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So who's taking the tome on Entity? It's the AA, I assume. Yeah, he's getting it. It's coming right now. So Katomi, he's not going to be having his Vendetta for a little bit, which I believe is okay. The Ice Blast is just going to have more impact in this type of game to potentially score a kill on the Slark, keep the DP away from pushing your towers all too much. And I believe soon Entity would like to play a little bit through their Visage. I think they very often have these type of lineups where they can't do too much in terms of connecting with their cores. Like when this Beastmaster in the last game, when he had a good game, he will take the tower alone. It's similar to the Visage here. When he loses its lane, you can't really rotate here all too well, especially because your Bad Rider wants to farm his travels, your Pudge wants to farm creeps, and you have two very slow supports. So again, it's going to be Liquid in the driver's seat. They're going to tempo up the game, do as much as they can, and they need to get more done than they did last game.
Yeah.
Because these Entity heroes, they scale in an insane manner. I cannot stress it enough. But for now, they're doing just that, and the Diffuser is coming out soon on Matu, and Slark is not an easy hero to play into from behind, because similar to what Entity was able to do last game, where they shut down your map, it's one of the easiest things to do with Slark.
Matu, you get caught by the bite top, and get the Shadow Dance off. Still Kirsten on top of him with the rock, won't quite be able to connect the hook onto Matu. Does opt for the immediate TP there after the missed opportunity to maybe get that kill on Slot.
Okay, Exo forced. Actually, a very close call there on Matu initially. Good reaction by Pure to TP out pretty much on an instant. The Pounce was still on a bit of cooldown, as now they're gonna smoke up. Exo is down. Ice Blast is available. Bottom lane though.
I mean, they're trying to make an attempt here for Toby. Backup's going to come in as Fishman. He's able to land down the Ice Blast
Got the
onto the two
resummon.
of them. Toby will die. See if Fishman has enough damage on his own to push Mickey past the threshold to shatter. And not quite. Infuse range up. Takes him from that last bit of an attack with the right click. So get the big kill in return. And mid lane, tower goes down. Liquid continuing to get these early objectives to a similar fashion that they were able to in game one. Catch in the mid. Silence is there to help out. Match is thinking about maybe getting back in on this one, but the lasso's dropped down onto Insania. Insania still alive though, finally falls to the damage of Fishman.
Liquid are doing the right things. They got the top tier one, they got the mid tier one. Now they have this Diffusal. Also right before that, they got a kill on the Visage. They're pressuring bot a bit, and now I love the smoke as well. They're just gonna keep up, you know, the tempo of the game. They let Zai farm top with others Exo. He's not strong. Let him hit creeps. But your strong hero, this Slark, use him to shut down the game of Entity here. They're looking for a play on Toby. He's playing very safe. Definitely doing a nice job. And here even Katomi in the Vendetta spots out the Slark. So let's see how hard Liquid want to try and force something here. Ice Blast.
Gonna try and set something up here. Ice Blast. We'll pass over Matsumaman. Sure TP's coming in. They'll try with the hook, but Box is already out with the roll away. Entity still looking to chase on towards Insania, but they don't want to quite continue this up to the high ground of Liquid.
Well played by both sides. If Liquid don't lose any numbers here, that's definitely very good for them. Entity, as we can see from their positioning on the map, they're all stuck down here bottom now. In the meantime, Zai getting some very needed space up top. He's trying to work on this BKB mid lane. We have a roll-in from Boxy.
Very easy Katomi reaction there with the spike carapace. Boxy gets any backup, he will. Boxy does go down, but the arena and spear combo locks down Pure. Matu trying to continue to push on with the Shadow Dance. He's a little cautious about how he commits that with the backup that Pure does have in the form of Fishman and Stormer. It'll just be the 1-for-1.
I think that was the blink reveal by Mikke. Definitely a nice job. The overall idea there was to like start a fight and have your teammates come over. It initially looks pretty stupid by Boxy, but once you see that there's actually some communication, because it's a team game, his team comes over, they drop their spells, get to reveal the blink. And again, we can see how low Matu is dropping in these fights, even to, you know, just like some random Punch Rod, maybe a Firefly later too, because there was no Ice Blast here. As Matu aggressively in enemy jungle, gonna deal some wards.
They might try for it. And Katomi's in position.
Nice
Got
Dark
the
Pact.
opening stun. The Dark Pact already prepared there by Matu. More than happy to spam it, especially when he had the Arcane going.
I think he could tell. It's pretty hard for Nyx to set up on Slark, right? Because your Shadow Dance gets procced. Basically, you turn slower, you know when they see you. So you're either on a ward there or the Nyx is on you. So good reaction by Matu to get out of that. Toby, a little deep down bottom. I'm not sure he's going to get much help on this one.
I don't think so. Very, very quickly dead. Now maybe even able to find more as Matu is already in on top of Stormer. They'll put the Shadow Dance. Matu's able to push on the hook. I mean, that may only just benefit Matu.
No Ice
Yeah, they've got to
Blast.
run away from this Slark. They do not want to try and take this fight Entity with 2 men down. 10-7 Liquid, keeping the lead here at 2K.
Love the way that Matu is playing this game. He is really pushing his limits, not only of his hero, but his net worth and also the hero matchups. He keeps running in as deep as possible. He's dewarding Vision, getting him and his team, you know, more map control, gets deep on the Bad Rider. Because again, Entity are kind of playing the strat where, yeah, the longer the game goes in an even state, the better for them. But they're definitely playing more so on the back foot right now. They can't fight back too easily. They need like a clean stun into an Ice Blast or like a good hook. And until then, they're just going to keep farming creeps. Kind of similar to last game, Storm on this Bad Rider. Just going to keep pushing out waves with his travels. Hopefully, eventually he gets towards his BKB or Blink, score a kill or 2. And then slowly their timings are going to start to come together and the game gets easier. But for now, Liquid playing really well. And they, once again, they want to keep up this tempo. And so far, they're playing beautifully.
To be complete here by Pure. All the chaos going on, he's still been very much right up there at the top net worth, level with Mikke's Mars. I'll see if they can maybe try and find a chance to fight with this new pickup. Katomi getting the setup. Pure, he'll have to follow up. What a chance there for Insania.
It's just not you did your best.
Entity going for a smoke. They don't have the clearest jump. It's going to make the gank perhaps a little awkward. Because again, you do have this Ice Blast that when it does clip people, it makes it very easy for you to kill them. But you don't have some Blink initiate. You don't have a Faceless Void Chrono this time around that is going to lock them down, or a Bad Rider with a Blink. So I'm not sure how much this smoke is going to net them as they run into Matu.
Ooh, not quite able to get the hook there, Matu. Quick with the sidestep, the Shadow Dance. Extra movement speed to dodge the hook coming in.
So I wonder if Liquid want to wait. So they did just finish their BKB on DP. So if Zai, even if he gets Ice Blasted right now, there's definitely a couple of timings for Liquid. Because he's still very tanky. It's still 1700 HP with magic immunity. So even if he gets clipped, sure, he doesn't heal, but there's not too much right-click damage coming out from Entity just yet. Mikke is working towards his BKB, and Matu's closing in on an Ags. I still think that Liquid want to just keep up the tempo, play fast. Maybe you wait for this level 2 Exo on Zai, and then you force a Roshan. But I feel like you don't really need to wait. Any minute that passes by like this is good for Entity. So I would just like for them to seek a fight, as they do now. They smoke up, and they have a beautiful ward down bottom that Entity are playing in. They're currently running away, so again, maybe Entity just sniffing out this play as they back off at a great time.
It doesn't look like it'll be easy for Liquid to catch them by surprise here.
If you catch no one, just give this mid wave to Zai. Let him get level 12 and go force his roll. Just Toby mid.
Saying that, he does step into the wave. See if they can attempt any sort of save for him. They cannot. It's taken out. Liquid, they will find a catch towards the end of that smoke.
Alright, let's go. Go kill a creep camp, give Zai his level 2 ult, and then they either smash this top tier 2 tower or they go for Roach. But either way, it's objective time for sure for Liquid.
I mean, and again, you know, we saw last game one a pretty similar state at this sort of timing. I mean, when you consider what Liquid have this time round, is this another draft that can just get blown up completely if they have one sort of rough team fight? For instance, like I say, around the Roshan area? Or do you think there's the potential for this one to be a bit more stable? That even though they don't have a huge lead, if they take a rough fight or two, they'll still be able to persevere a bit better than they were able to in game one.
I think they should have been able to persevere a bit better in game one regardless. But yeah, I think in this game, if they lose one fight, it's not instantly over. As Matu has his Ags, he's gonna show it here on Fishman.
Oh,
that's a nice attack range, sir.
Wait, what was going that was a long one there. It was almost as if he missed out on the kill because he stepped away, but he only stepped away because he knew he was going to be able to reach over sort of all the summoned skeletons and still get the last hit in.
Yeah, pretty much. So he gets himself another stack, shows off his Aghanim, so now the double pound's definitely going to make it easier for him to maneuver in these fights and also around the Ice Blast. So now, again, I would say Liquid right now and following like the next 5 to 10 minutes is going to be one of their strongest timings in this entire game, so they want to keep going. They did take the Roche in the meantime during the bottom kill with the Exo. Stormstormer going to try to delay this a bit. And right now, if you're Liquid, nothing is really stopping you. So you either A, you hit this top tier 2 tower, and if you feel like Entity don't deserve anything on the map, you can show one guy here and smoke the rest already. Because their Entity is still, they are not ready to fight. Stormstormer does have a BKB. I mean, actually, as I say that, they do finish 2 BKBs, so Entity are probably going to look to smoke up themselves. I thought they were a bit further away, but Pure is rocking this network chart. My lord.
He's super farmed. I mean, moments ago, he was kind of at the same stage as Mikke, but yeah, suddenly those last few bits, he's been able to farm up that extra 1,000 gold lead. And now, indeed, even though Liquid are the ones with the Aegis, Entity willingly stepping into them there, they want to try and catch Liquid by surprise. Liquid maybe not going to expect this. Jump forward. Stay here with the Aegis. We'll see Pure turn. He'll be able to get the bite out onto the DP, but the BKB's already out. They're throwing the lasso as well onto Zai. And no further damage to come through that BKB, so Zai will be able to step out to the edge of the fight. Pure himself pots the BKB, gets on top of Mikke. See if they can at least take the Aegis out of his hands. They can. As Mikke down the once. So they can do anything after the Aegis has been removed from the Mars. Now Liquid willingly jumping back into this. I mean, Mikke's still got his BKB good to go. On top of Pure, Matu jumps in towards Toby. We'll look for the temporary reset as he pounces back out of the fight. Pure, he's running them down.
Oh my
and this
God.
rot, it's killing them all. Matu's got to run. I mean, you can't mess with this Pudge. You know, once again, very much Pure just being able to run them down one by one at the end of that fight. It looked like it was going okay for Liquid. I think Liquid themselves, they thought, all right, we may have lost the Aegis, but we still have BKB on Mars. Let's get ourselves back in there. But then suddenly, they're just all dying to the Pudge.
He did 10,000 damage. Okay. I mean, you know, there you go. That's why they didn't smash over this entire fight with Liquid. They have this Ags on him. They have the Ice Vortex on Fishman. Even here, you can see there's a hook on the edge. They dismember Zai. They lasso him. The Ice Blast is still there, so he gets Ice Blasted. I mean, I guess that one kind of missed. But anyway, they're using like all their spells on the DP, who doesn't end up dying against Aegis, and they're still winning the fight.
Yeah.
It seems, I think the condition for Liquid to win these fights is that Matu needs to be able / allowed to hit and keep up these stacks. But as we touched on before, it's not that simple as I'm making it, you know, sound. There's this Ice Vortex, Ice Blast, the 5 million AoE rot that is constantly clipping you.
It gets a little low, but at this stage, he's just running them down, the rot's on, and Liquid's out.
Okay, Liquid need to deal with the subs in the fight. I think Mikke with the... I'm okay if they wait for Mikke to finish up the Desolator. I think it's a very, very good item in this game. It will help you deal with all the heroes, obviously, because it gives you more damage and minus armor, but specifically because most of the Entity heroes don't have very high armor to begin with. AA is gonna get shreked, Nyx is gonna get shreked. And the most important thing are the supports in the Entity lineup, actually. Their lineup will fall apart if you do get to kill these supports. Some cool centaur stomp in the mid lane. Looks cool. Whoa! Bounce into hook, I like it.
I'll see Matu. We'll be going for that BKB next. I mean, very much necessary against this insane amount of magical damage that Entity do to those that step close to them.
Okay, Mika has Blink, BKB, Deso. If Liquid want to fight, or if they want to win a fight, they need to smoke, go around, and have Mika jump the supports. I think that is the best thing they can do. Visage and the supports, or just the supports. You arena this AA, and try to make sure that the Ice Blast doesn't get, used in a nice way for Entity. You either clip him fast or make him instantly use last who gets
Immediate
dispelled.
dark pack there to remove the lasso. I mean, Pure, he's still looking for a chance to grab someone.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident now.
Yeah, he is. Ooh, Katomi. Nice try on fishing that one out. Impale, hook is gonna miss.
Didn't quite have the range there, Pure.
I'm still trying to think. So again, they have Gem on bat. We're reaching the state where Entity are getting pretty strong in the game. I think they understand this. If every time they go for this lasso, if there's no dark pack, that is just a clean kill. That's why if Liquid want to fight, they need to be the ones to go in first. They don't really have a real way of turning. As actually, when I look at Slark, so his shard is really cool, and it's not something we've seen all too often. I don't know if it breaks lasso. It might. I could be wrong. I didn't see the interaction in the other games today, but this shard is very, very strong.
Come on, Matu. Try and go in on this. As soon as the Ice Blast connects, though, he's out. And Pure, he's going to see if he can maybe chase something off the side, but Boxy already out with the roll.
I like what Matu is doing, but he needs backup. When he does this alone, it is too hard for him to commit for more than like 2 or 3 seconds, as we can see, right? He pounces on the pos 5. If Fishman gets to use his Ice Blast, Matu has to pop his ult and like pounce out. But this is where the Earth Spirit, where Boxy needs to come in, Mars needs to come in as Katomi. Slightly misses mid, hooks, spells flying everywhere.
I mean, Liquid's going to go in on this. Boxy rolls forward. He tries to roll back out, but he's gone. He'll lose Boxy at the start of this fight. Matu is going to try and make his way over towards Storm. Storm jumps with the pounce. He's looking for Fishman. He wants this AA. Zai charges in with the BKB. Fishman should fall here. Hook from Pure catches onto Matu. Then Matu's got to step back. Be careful of the rock damage coming out from this pudge as Pure moves in, grabs Zai with the dismember. Zai trying to stay alive with the siphons, but it isn't
Nice
enough
spear.
to save him. Matu turns towards Katomi, but Pure's got the blink
what a
up,
blink by
jumps towards
Pure.
Matu, pulls him in with the hook. That's 3 dead on Liquid. Insane is getting run down under the tier 2. He also looks to die. 4 gone. Only Mickey to survive. And Pure, he may not even be done yet. See if he wants to go in for the dive. Of course he does. Of course he does. Under the tower, dismembers back up, grabs Mickey, hooks at the ready. It's gonna be effectively a team wipe here by Entity.
Yeah, this guy is a monster player, man. My lord. I mean, I can see what Liquid are going for there. Like, maybe it doesn't feel amazing how the game is going. Matu is like insanely, just chasing on the AA because Ice Blast wasn't up yet, but Entity are playing too good for you to just take fights like this. Like, this is too random. You try to fish for a spear, you miss, and you keep rolling in. Nice reaction by Pure, instantly goes in. So Boxy just basically gets washed out of this fight instantly. And then you start chasing. Whereas if Liquid want to win these fights, it has to be really clean. Their lineup is not better than the enemies. They need a smoke, a nice clean jump, and take out these subs. Like, when you take a random fight like this in this game, they will not win. Entity are playing too good. Their draft is coming together really well, and this pudge is a huge problem. This guy is Shiva's guard. He's now working on Sanj and Kaya. This guy needs to be ignored. I know that it's not a good sign when you need to ignore the 18,000 net worth pudge, but you need to ignore him, actually. You need to deal with these supports and then hope that he's alive alone at the end and your Slark gets to hit him 20 million times in a row, for all I care.
I think it's going to need about that many to bring Pure down. 10-0.
Second Roche is going to be the objective.
How on earth do they stop this man?
Yeah, the problem is they've reached the state where I think you can stop him. You need to stop his team, and hopefully then you get to do that. I was also thinking if Matu could go a different item build. I'm not, like, I think Mage Slayer is not good because Project would just have BKB. I like the approach he took with like the super aggressive build, and it could still pay off for him. What Liquid need to pray for right now is that this Roshan does not respawn. It will already in 20.
Yeah, it's going to be up in 20.
Silly me. He will not have a BKB, I think, unless somehow Liquid can abuse buybacks for this next
Zai
fight.
kind of showing himself
lane.
here on the mid. And Zai's dead.
Yeah.
Went a bit far out on his own there. I guess didn't quite expect Entity to be as close as they were. And Entity's not done. They'll look to get another grab out of this. They're in. They jump forward. They'll catch Boxy as well. It's kind of in a maybe not quite as drastic fashion as game one.
Atomi is
This one's
trying
starting
to
to
catch bottom.
turn.
Dire's bottom tower is
And
under
Matsu, he nearly gets sort of taken out by Kataomi, yeah, completely, but Shadow Dance is at the ready. Matu will manage to sneak away. A 5k lead now for Entity. As you say, Pure just soon to be rolling in the items that are flying out to him. In the mid, get a grab on Fishman, see if they can get more. Matu's trying to go for Storm, but just doesn't have the means to be able to stick on him. Has to bail out.
Okay, we need they need this BKB on Matu, and then I'm still trying to find a way for them to fight properly, because for Entity is pretty straightforward. They see an enemy, Pure can do whatever he wants. He can blink on a hero and then leave his keyboard if he uses his items.
Yeah, he can go in. He can go on anyone.
But for Liquid, it really is gonna take more than that to win a fight. And I believe, again, it's still the same story. They need a clean smoke, try to go around, and get these supports. Entity likely will understand this, perhaps save buyback on both the AA Nyx. Again, we've reached a similar state to last game, where the second Roach is super important. I think if Entity get it, it will allow them to clean the game. And if Liquid win the fight and get the Aegis, it's their comeback back into the game. So for both teams, it's super crucial. It's the only thing they need to be talking about right now. Both teams know it's up, so it's really up to Liquid here what they're going to execute and what they're going to do in this next fight. Because they still can do it. I'll say that they're absolutely not favored. Of course, they're behind in the game. I favor Entity's draft, but still. If you want to win tournaments, if you want to go to TI, you need to be able to win games that are not easy. And this is absolutely one of them. Smoke gets broken by Kataomi.
I mean, they're just a step ahead. Storm has been able to get in with the grab. We'll see Pure. He's going to go straight for Mickey. Mickey will be able to put the BKB, but he's already lost about half his HP. See Fishman quickly throw out the Ice Blast. The arena does catch them as they're bringing out the two supports. Can they kill the cause, though, Liquid? Matsu, his own BKB is going to come to an end. He'll jump across to look towards Storm, who's trying to kill Boxy. Boxy will stick around and opt to roll in onto him. Zai with the BKB runs down Toby's Visage. Pure holds back Zai with the Dismember. But Liquid getting the kills out of this. Can they get Pure as well? Boxy's able to roll and stop the TP. Will cost Boxy his life, but may set up for them to bring the Pudge down. It does. Liquid, they take down Pure.
Nice play by them. I think they're mass buying back because they don't want to give up this Roche. Again, we see like both sides, they end up dealing a lot of damage with their cores. Of course, this was a great fight for Liquid. Beautiful arena by Mickey, getting to kill the subs early on. They somewhat got to kite the Pudge in the fight, right? He's like, sure, he's in the middle. He is on one of two people, but DP can kind of stand his ground. As long as, the start is kind of a little weird, right? The Nyx, he breaks your smoke. Pure has a nice jump on them. Lasso on the edge, maybe not the best target, but as the fight develops, we need to note this arena that gets on these supports and Matu just getting straight in there, and now they blow up the supports. This is great by Liquid. This is exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, Boxy as well, just getting in the face of them time and time again. So towards the end here, you know, realizing that he can help out Matu and get a little bit more out of this fight for Liquid. So off the back of that, Liquid, they pretty much equalized the situation. Dead even now, 21-21, less than 1k gold difference in it. Kataomi will get a quick setup onto Insania as the action continues. Yeah, let's see what happens around this Roshan.
He does have buyback, and again, Liquid gave themselves a win condition for sure here with this last fight. Entity had to use buybacks. So here, once again, Liquid are gonna absolutely look to take this fight. 30 seconds on Exo, so every second that they can stall right now, before engaging and committing into this fight is crucial.
Let's have a look. Mickey has got Arena BKB. Entity know they're definitely hesitant at trying to continue to finish this rush. They're going to smoke up and look to try and catch Liquid from the side, but at the
Smoke
same
on
time,
smoke.
Liquid know this sort of moves coming at them. DD Rune as well. Very nice. Oh, they're going to deliver the jump. They're in, but the Arena's out straight away in return. Ice Blast comes out under the three of them. Matu pots the BKB. Mickey getting incredibly low as Pure able to take him out. Matu's got to be a bit careful now as BKB coming to an end. As Liquid, they've lost two. Pure won't quite be able to find the hook. Liquid, they really try and fight back into this. Zai steps back forward. Matu will be able to get the angle to jump back in onto Fishman. Take the AA out. Zai does lose his life. Situation as it stands now, 3 versus 3 alive.
Okay, 2 buybacks from, or well, 1 buyback from Liquid and 2 cores dead. Again, the next fight is gonna, all these fights, they're just because of Roshan. He still hasn't died yet, so we're gonna see a similar fight very soon, because it looks like Entity, they don't dare to go for the Rosh right now. They're not strong enough. Maybe now when the people are respawning, they might look to re-engage there and, well, again, force another fight. Matu is probably gonna eye Moonshard, I assume. He has 1 Hyperstone. I think, again, he needs to go all out on the damage, which is, for Slark, is coming from his attack speed by stealing stats, especially from this Pudge. And yeah, okay, Entity will end up taking this Roche. So the buybacks from earlier, very well spent. They get to basically nullify it straight up. Not only in Aegis for Pure, but also the Shard. So he can save his allies now as well.
Now, how aggressive are you going to look to play if you're Entity now with this Aegis?
Very. I mean, as long as they have a somewhat decent formation and Entity get to start any fight with the Pudge going in ham because he has Aegis and he's basically unkillable, or you have a good lasso, you can go at any time if you're Entity. Again, for them, it's a lot easier to execute. Whereas Liquid, they need a similar fight to the one that they had in the mid-tier 1, in the mid-river earlier, where you get to kill the subs and then you split up the fight. Pudge is only good in the one place he's standing, right? He's like 400 AoE damage, whatever. But if you can split the fight with your Slark and your DP who has pretty high movement speed to then kite around the Pudge and his BKB, that is how you can win this game.
See them try and set up here from
Radiant's top tower is under
the
attack.
triangle. See
Radiant's
what
top
Liquid's
tower
response
has
will
fallen.
be during these minutes with the Aegis that Pure has.
It looks like for now it's not much until Entity might decide to go high ground. Because so here in Entity's position, you either A, you force into this high ground really fast and you make them all come back, or your bad weather already goes to catch people on the map as mid. They have a little stun on Insania into a dive.
Radiant's
And
top
Pure
tower is
Close one.
doesn't want to stick around and finish the kill. With the TPs coming in, Insania's going to be able to survive that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Moonshard complete on Matu. Basically, long fights is the win condition for Liquid. You need a very clean jump into a long fight where Matu gets to hit people. And what Entity want to do, they just want to have a clean jump very fast, like snap one guy out of the game, and if you get to do that, you basically nullify Liquid's ability to fight you. Do they still have a gem on Entity? They do, right? I assume that the Bad Rider still has one. So this map is just going to keep shrinking as well.
Storm ready to join them over towards the mid. Liquid getting very close. Who's the one to jump first, though? Matu playing on the edge of the vision. Katomi tries to scout this out. Matu is pretty separate from the rest of the team. Does have Shadow Dance, BKB, Depth Shroud to rely on. So, see if Katomi can find anyone else around here. Zai did push out.
Oh. Here's a nice little spot, actually. I like his hiding spot. I feel like I would never in my life check behind this big tree. So he should be fine, at least for now.
Go for one more wave and indeed get himself out of there before the Visage is able to come across and sweep the trees.
So Stormstormer has an Octarine core. He just wants to be able to throw more lassos, higher range, lower cooldown. He's also eyeing his refresher, and he's currently setting up in the top lane. We will see if he ends up wanting to go for it, as Mars shows as well. So they're going to chill. Ice Blast was thrown too, just for a potential play. See Mickey on it too. And Aegis is going to be there for that much longer. It's only 1.5 more minutes here on Pure. Looks like the high grounding maybe feels a little odd with the heroes, and I can't really blame them. As mid, Matamba.
We'll find the timing, Stormstormer. Outside of the Dark Pact and into the Dismember, Matu's gone. He's out for 80. He's out for 85, and he is short at the money for buyback here, Kezu.
High ground has been opened up with this pickoff. Nice play by Storm, you know, finding the... I mean, Slark, of course, he is a counter pick too bad, but it just takes this 1 second at some point in the mid to late game where he catches you without, you know, you having already pressed Dark Pact. So it's a very crucial def. It's the reason why they're able to go high ground now with this Aegis. And I'm not too sure how Liquid want to stall this out, because he has no buyback for 50, and you don't have too many great plays here. You can maybe try to delay it into a spear back, but this Pudge is still scary, even if he is in your tier 4s.
I mean, look at this Katsuomi. He's already in with the jump. See Pure try and find the follow-up.
Nice Stormcrafter.
Quickly up into the air. Still, though, Pure gets the Dismember. Inside, just gets shattered here by the burst of damage they throw out upon him. He's dead for 70 as well. He himself does have buyback. Of course, the mid-rack's already taken. We'll see how much more Entity want to try and push for Pure. We'll lose the Aegis in 10.
Oh, they're gonna force a buyback on DP. I'm not sure. I don't see them really backing off right now. I feel like they're gonna stick around.
Might able to find the catch there that time, Katsuomi.
Lasso is back up.
And he's in. Stormstormer, he's able to get the jump in, and he's found a pretty big catch. He catches Mickey. Get the Dismember to follow up. Mickey did manage to get the BKB off in that little bit of a burst, and he's actually able to burst heal back up to full HP. And now Liquid's chance to turn. They'll look
Nice
towards Pure.
staff.
A second pounce to get in on top of the Pudge again. Pure goes down. There's damage flying over the way of Toby. Fishman will turn, throw out the Ice Blast, but Matu staying on top of him will miss this pounce. Should have the chance to get back in, or the TP out. Is he going to make it? He is. Fishman actually able to escape. But Toby will get left behind, trapped in the base. Liquid, they'll clear up 2 big kills on this defense. And as you can see there as well, Pure short of the money for buyback. Same to be said here for Toby. This is a long, long time without these 2 cores. Nearly 100 seconds. We'll see how much Liquid realize that there may be this opportunity to just shove it down a lane. Because this is quite the window.
Maybe a slight overplay here, so they get to drag in the Mars with the lasso. Pure actually refreshes his... I think it was just the BKB so that the Dismember would go into full duration, but here comes Matu with the shard, and I think Mickey just got to Satanic and swipe through, basically heal up to full.
Yeah.
And Liquid just got to chase through here. Matu getting a ton of stacks, which is... They're gonna be live in the game right now too. So now, not only did they gain a lot of gold from this fight and XP, it's also this Pudge and Visage. They're out for 100 seconds. Your whole map is gonna crumble, and this is definitely what, well, Liquid needed. Matu, even now, he's closer to his next item. He's gonna build a Basher. It's pretty good. I'm not sure if there's a better item for him at this point. Maybe, I feel like eventually this is a pretty nice Bloodthorn or Skadi game, because it's gonna lower the healing from the Pudge, or it gives you all this magic resistance, but I'm sure he knows better, so the Basher is gonna help him a lot. As Boxy catching bottom.
Dead Nyx Assassin, Liquid. So now we're back into the game. In the mid though, Lasso into Ice Blast. Insania will pop.
Just a little bit of ping pong with the Lasso into the Ice Blast, taking Insania out of the game. I assume that they retrieved the... No, they didn't kill the bat, so Entity are still holding onto their gem from earlier. But, you know, Liquid... This Slark is getting pretty fat. He's queuing up a refresher, so he wants just more Shadow Dances, more Death Shrouds. And I think when you do go for this, the condition for this item build to look good / work is that, again, the condition hasn't really changed. This AA needs to die. You need to dodge the Ice Blast, or you need to kill him. Because if you don't, then this refresher doesn't make all that much sense, right? Because they can still kill you through the cloud or whatever, and your teammates too if they're Ice Blasted with the rod damage. But I can definitely see this one work out.
Radiant are scanning.
BKB on Boxy as well now.
See Roshan, a couple of minutes until it's back in play.
Long respawn.
Neither side likely to look for anything too crazy whilst that objective does come back on the map.
Nice.
And at least Liquid will probably want to get something out here, scout sort of the situation around Roche. Got that ward in the jungle of Entity, giving them some decent information on who's hovering around.
Entity are smoking, and Insania is trying to work on this Lotus Orb. When you play against Bad Rider, Lotus Orb is just a crucial item, especially with the longer the game goes, all this Flame Break and Sticky Talents mid lane Matu. Very close call for now. Maybe Insania not as lucky.
Joe's gonna go in. The grab.
Well,
There's the
Death Shroud
kill.
is not saving you from that.
Not gonna get anything more though. Liquid able to step back. Again, Entity just continue to hold this area of the map around the Roshan.
One minute for this Roshan. Definitely giving Liquid a little bit more time to talk about what they potentially want to do in this next fight. What do they think is important for them at the start of the fight? Who do they need to go on? Do they need to smoke around and take the outpost so that they have buybacks available for the immediate fight afterwards? Because for now, at least, Ench is still dead. Roche, luckily for them though, is not quite up just yet. 40 more seconds. Because I still believe the team fights for Liquid have to be dealt through the same way. But Entity might start to talk about the Slark a lot more with this Refresher and this Shard and the ult. He's becoming a little bit annoying. It's just making it even more important that Entity have a good first go, a clean jump with the AA Blast. The Ice Blast is just crucial. So it's all about this pos 5 getting to clutch out his spell in a good position, and it can turn the whole fight around.
Invisibility.
I mean, Entity are very well set up here in this Roche area. You can tell just by their wards what they want to do. Smatu.
So if they can time anything around that Dark Pact, won't be able to. Pounce. Too much of a distance created between him and Entity. They'll look for the smoke now, Liquid. Can they somehow get the catch that they want to start the fight off? Boxy trying to scout things from the high ground. An immediate jump there. We'll see at the same time Matu commits him with the BKB on top
They
of
caught the
Pure.
AA.
Get the arena down, Mickey bursts through the
Buyback.
air, but the buyback's available from Fishman. Matu steps up, pots the Refresher, tries to stay on top of the Nyx Assassin. Katsomi will fall. Pure jumps in, looks for the squishes, gets on top of Insania, will be able to deal with the Enchantress, now steps back towards Toby, and
Ice Blast
Storm's
missed.
somebody trying to help out the rest of the team. Pure charges down Zai, the second one down on Liquid. Matu, he's out of mana, he's going to be out of HP soon, he'll get cleaned up as well. Entity, they commit with the buybacks and they're able to take the team fight off the back of it.
That was, I would say that was about as close as it could get in a fight like this. As they're even chasing on Boxy, he's barely gonna get out. So they roll in at the start of the fight, drop a great ward from Boxy on the high ground. Sadly, it immediately pretty much gets killed. But this is in my opinion, if they take this fight by maybe smoking a little bit earlier and taking the outpost, they can win this fight. Because Entity won this fight simply and only because of the back of their buybacks in this fight. They bought back 3 heroes. Liquid were actually outplaying them in the start of the fight. But the longer the fight went, buybacks come out, and even with their nice play in this team fight, Entity's heroes are too durable, especially with their teammates coming back, Pure in the front, dealing tons and tons of damage, and now Roche into the high ground. And I'm not really sure what's going to be stopping them.
They're going to take these towers down pretty quickly. Again, Matu, short on the money for buyback. Insania's going to get grabbed. He's also down. Okay, we'll put the BKB. It's going to be up to him and Boxy to try and hold this back, but Boxy dies. He has buyback. And Matu's still down for 25 seconds. Zai still out for 30. As Mickey will try his best, drops down the arena, but he gets grabbed. He'll use the buyback, but the Ancient's exposed. Entity, they're closing this one up, and there's nothing that Liquid can do. As GG is called, Entity will take the series 2-0 and secure themselves a spot in the grand finals of the Western Europe Regional Qualifiers.
These guys are really good. They play with such confidence. It's honestly beautiful to see. I think Liquid, with what they had going, they held onto the game very well. Again, I would say that Matu, considering the game he was playing, he played very well. Mickey as well, but Entity, man, with their drafts, they play them really well. Like, they understand when they're not strong enough, they need to chill a bit, and it's okay. Like, they don't panic whatsoever, even though they have no map. Pure's going to be on the top of the net worth, and when they're strong, like, they strike, and they truly know their jobs with every single player.
They really do. They really do. Those last few fights, even with Liquid giving it their all, and, Matu having a decent game here, 11-4 and 10, it just didn't matter. Just not having enough to be able to step up and deal with Pure and all the items that he has. 18-2, 16. They just could not kill this Pudge nearly as much as was necessary to be able to keep him under control this game. And yeah, as you say, Entity, continuing this flawless run so far through the qualifiers. Whichever team makes it back up through the lower bracket to face off against them, they got to bring something that we just haven't seen from anyone else other than Entity in this region, because it really does seem like they're on another level. Even the close games, they don't even feel that close at the end, Kezu.
Yeah. No, like they just, I feel like they play for their timings really well. Like it looks as if teams are ahead. And of course they are in terms of net worth, but that can be a little bit misleading sometimes. Like I can just see in these games, eventually they hit this timing where they have this bad rider who just has somewhat of a free game, a Pudge who has a very good game. And I feel like they have these lineups a lot. So their strategy and their picks are really good, and they just play it really well. I'm super happy to see a new, quote unquote, newer team like rise up this well and just perform consistently so well.
Yeah, they really do. They're bringing, without a doubt, the best Dota by far that we're seeing in this Western Europe region. And as I say, they will be going on now to the grand finals. One best of 5 stands in the way of them getting that guaranteed spot at the International. As for Liquid, they'll drop down to the lower bracket. They'll still have another chance to fight their way back there and maybe look for that rematch against Entity. And they will be playing down in the lower bracket against the winner of the next and final series we will have today, which is indeed Team Secret versus Into the Breach lower bracket. Will that be going to a short break? But quickly, Kezu, any sort of initial thoughts going into this final series of the day?
I honestly think it's going to be a very close one. Into the Breach are looking pretty good. They had a very nice comeback against Goon Squad. Secrets, they're good, but they're not quite looking as hot as I thought they would coming into this qualifier. So I'm expecting a very good game, and honestly, I think it's going to go 3 games for sure.
I think it's definitely likely. I mean, we saw in the first time they met in the upper bracket quarterfinals, Secret did win 2-1, but indeed going the 3 games, and that one win from Into the Breach against them looked very impressive from Into the Breach's perspective. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. One more series, should be a close one. Lower bracket, Team Secret versus Into the Breach, coming up after this break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. I'm Odie Pixel here with Kezu, and we're just getting ourselves ready for the final series of the day. It's a lower bracket one. Team Secret against Into the Breach. Loser is out. That's it. That's the end of their chances here for this year's the International. And the winner, of course, will be able to step forward to face against Team Liquid in the next stage. But the bigger thing about the win of this one, if you win this game, at minimum, you will be guaranteed going to the last chance qualifier land. So a lot to play for. A big series here for both of these teams. Team Secret, Into the Breach. Kezu, thoughts and feelings really, seeing sort of how both teams have performed so far, and in comparison to maybe your expectations coming into this qualifiers.
Well, so I knew that Into the Breach were going to perform pretty well, as they have shown. They had a really nice comeback as well in the game that they just played before.
Yeah.
Secret, I would say a bit on and off. In some games they look super scary, and then in some others, you know, they make a mistake here or there. I would say that Secret are definitely favored, but not in a way where I wouldn't be super surprised if Into the Breach would win or, you know, show some very close games. But I would say that Secret are slightly favored, at least for me.
Secret's turn to pick.
For sure. Well, we'll see if that's, if Secret's going to be able to have that edge, or if indeed they may sort of hit the struggles that they did a little bit the first time these two teams, of course, face each other. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, these two teams did start off against each other in the upper bracket, in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Secret, of course, did win, but Into the Breach were able to take a game off them, and it was quite the fun series. So we will get more fun here. Already, we're seeing some change-ups in priorities of heroes. Pudge, first ban here from Secret, very much because, you know, as Kez was alluding to, that game 3 that we have from Into the Breach against Goon Squad was pretty insane. Otaka was basically making this very, very farm Terrorblade Aqua just feel completely useless in the last few fights. He was an absolute monster on the Pudge, Otaka, and Secret, they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, just to pig on to what you were saying with the last game where he played, he made that TB look like, he didn't make him look like the top network hero that he was.
No, it was pretty nasty.
Dire team bat.
Slog.
Strong. They also force the Undying ban, as Lina always is very good against Undying in the game. And now they first pick Enigma. It's just one of the better heroes, in my opinion, in the meta right now, especially with the Chen being out of the pool. Chen is one of the best heroes at dealing with Enigma in the lane because you can steal his Eidolon. So similar to that reason, I think, is why Puppy decides here to go for the Eng. Similar story. You can steal an Eidolon in the lane. Not only do you steal one, but the one you take is very strong. And then they follow up with a Marcy, who could be a support, but could also be a resolution playing it, as I saw him pop off quite a few times with this hero, as this hero is still very new, but really, really strong.
Does it sort of surprise you as well that we're in our phase in this meta where Slark has obviously been proven to be, have so much potential that as we get here Into the Breach, they're picking it in their first 2 picks?
I believe so. What I want Into the Breach to do here, just I'll get to your point in a moment, is to ban offlaners that counter Slark, because I think they pick Slark here to make the Marcy perhaps not be as good as an offlane as it would like to be in this game. I know that also Milan, who's coaching them, he's a Slark specialist and he loves this hero in and out. Maybe there's also a cool combo where the Enigma can black hole, you pop the shard on him as we saw last game. The shard is very good. Last game maybe it didn't look so good because of Pudge and Ice Blast, yada yada. But there's definitely some cool combos that you can go for. I'm not
10
too
seconds
surprised that
remaining.
Slark is evolving, especially with like Bad Riders and stuff, but maybe not as
5
much as we
seconds
see here.
remaining.
Maybe this is too much, but we'll see how they make it work.
For sure, because I mean,
Dire
is it
team
a
back.
point that when you pick Slark this early for the enemy team, do you just not want to pick Bat at all? Does that stop you from being able to pick it? Because you will have this Slark just put in the mid lane if they see the Bat and just have that easy lane against you?
I mean, kind of. You still can
10
if it is a
seconds
very
remaining.
good Bad Rider game, simply
Yep.
because you have last pick and you get to match as
5
you want.
seconds
It's not as
remaining.
easy for the Slark team when you pick it from first pick to do it. But usually, like, you will pick Bad Rider
Secrets
simply
turn to
because you
bad.
have a lot of reason to, and now when you see Slark, it's a little less unless it counters all the other heroes in the draft.
Let's have a look. Secret, I mean, of course, their mid lane will be very, very important. There have been quite a few games where Nisha, he does have the tendency to just pop off
10
and really sort
seconds
of
remaining.
take the team on his back and come in
Yeah.
with some incredible performances. I mean, have there
5
been any
seconds
particular
remaining.
heroes that you've seen Nisha on recently that have impressed you the most and that you would imagine that Into the
Team
Breach are
Secrets
going to be
turn
kind of
to
concerned about if he's able to get his hands
Pangolier.
on? Pango, yeah.
Yeah, super good against Slark, very good
Yep.
against Enigma. You deal with Eidolons, you disrupt Slark's teamfight, you can cancel Black Hole in the game with Bash. I think here it depends what Secret want to do in the draft. If they want their Marcy to be
Dire
open,
team pick.
they can pick a core here, which they don't, so they committed to being a pos-free Marcy. Now
Alright.
they have another answer to... So this is kind of what people like to do against Enigma. You try to have a lane that's good against him with like a Chen or Eng or a carry that can deal with Eidolon, so they tick
10
that box.
seconds remaining.
And now they ticked another one by giving yourself an answer against the Black Hole later in the
5
game. This
seconds
does make
remaining.
Marcy offlane, which I feel like Slark should be okay in the game against it.
Dire
He might
team
still struggle in the lane, but it should be an okay game matchup.
Oh, we're going to get some Witch Doctor. Loving that we're getting some teams picking this one. Very fun hero to see, and a hero that can sort of take down a lot of heroes on its own with a good Maledict and a Death Ward. And the thing is,
10
with the Rubik
seconds
pick,
remaining.
obviously has its strengths here due to the tasty ultimates
5
to
seconds remaining.
the Black Hole. Is there a reason why some teams just haven't been taking the Rubik? Because I feel like there's been a few games, and Rubik's kind of been ignored, even in this age where there is so much Enigma being picked. What sort of problems or what would you miss out on when you have Rubik as one of your supports?
I just feel like right now with
Secrets turn
the
to
heroes that are being played, Rubik just doesn't have quite the impact as many other heroes. Like in my opinion, if I would want a range 4, I would
Yeah.
prefer Snapfire or Skyref in a lot of the games. And most of the time you have these melee heroes being ran, you know, like your Tinies, your Nyx Assassins, Earthshakers, etc.
10
And also
seconds
Rubik
remaining.
Enigma isn't the same as it used to be because Dota has evolved, there's new items. Enigma
5
doesn't only
seconds
play
remaining.
on like Black Hole, right? You
Yeah.
rush this Rave Pact and play on your stun, as we have a Spirit Breaker.
We
in
got
my
a
game.
Spirit Breaker here, Kezi. What's going on here? And I imagine this is going to be Ari, right?
I guess
Play.
so. So this
Yep.
guy seems to be a specialist of playing unorthodox stuff, which
Oh, yeah.
I respect that. That's very cool. It fits in. It's like a similar box, right? You have Enigma. You want a melee 4 that can either pull waves or frontline a bit, and then eventually he can roam because Enigma, he's gonna deny some creeps and he's gonna play on his own. Oh, there's Bango.
I mean, there's the pack you
Not
expected it.
surprised at all.
No.
Yeah.
No, especially with sort of the other picks as well, right? Witch Doctor and Spirit Breaker, still things that Pango could have quite a nice time rolling around the battlefield against. So, kind of obviously, outside the
10
fact that
seconds
Ari does
remaining.
play the Spirit Breaker, why do you think the Spirit Breaker this
5
game?
seconds
You know,
remaining.
because we're not seeing anybody else use this hero right now.
I honestly can't really tell you why they picked it over some of the others. Maybe the post force that they play the most got banned. I believe that Ari really likes Tiny. Nyx doesn't look as good. Maybe they wanted like a sort of BKB lockdown as well for the Marcy with one of their subs just to deal with the hero a bit more.
Sure.
I would just say personal preference, something they like.
Okay. I mean, we'll see. Because I'm looking at the stats as well. He doesn't play a crazy amount of it, Ari. He's got, on his pub profile at least, he's got 85 games, only a 48% win rate. So not necessarily something that's you know, there must really be a reason why they want to do it here.
They'll have to show it to us because I
will.
don't seem to be smart enough to give it to you.
Secrets turn to
I'm
bad.
very much looking forward to see what it is that's tempted them for this.
I feel that Secret even have an option if there's a really big opening that they can put the Marcy carry. I don't know if Crystallis has played it. I know that it is definitely possible. Like if there's some crazy, you know, if there's some crazy offlane pick, you can definitely go for that, as they do have last pick for resolution. But it looks like Into the Breach for now, they're just protecting the Slark classic Bloodseeker with the Rupture. Very good. Monkey King against Crystallis is probably just... These are like the two most go-to bans against this player, I think.
Let's have a look. See if Secret do have any sort of flexibility like that. Having a quick look. Doesn't look like Crystallis has played Marcy for the last 9 months. So if he does have the capability to take it to the safe lane, it will be a bit of a surprise here.
What do we have here for Into the Breach? It would be good if they get a hero that their supports can play with, because right now, again, the side lanes are very self-sufficient. There's also a mid Pango that you like to slow down a little bit. I could see a Spirit so that you get some instant catch, and you need to address this Pango at least a little bit, because right now it's a very nice Pango game. Usually the Spirits work pretty well against Pango. They have an instant jump, like a Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. Of course, he got banned out. He kind of just beats Pango in lane. I could see Queen of Pain. There isn't super much. Lockdown, you also have Sonic Wave against Pango, you win the lane. Apart from that, Tiny is out. Those would kind of be my favorites. I'd like to see what they go for, or if they even have some super crazy pick up their sleeve.
Yeah, who knows? With the way that their draft's gone, who knows? Into the Breach, they're bringing something new and exciting here.
Mid-Winter Wyvern, they picked it once before. I could see it's pretty good against Marcy and Pango. They go Kunkka. That's okay, I think. It is traditionally picked against Pango because you do well in lane and you tank up.
Yeah.
But I personally like the other heroes a bit more because I think they play a bit more nicely with Enigma and Slark. Because right now I feel like their kills are very slow. It's like you need to X mark someone and then charge. So as Secret, they will put their Marcy in the offlane and pick a PA. So they want to play really fast in the top lane. Again, you have Ench with a very aggressive carry pick. Judging the two drafts, I would slightly prefer Secrets, but I think that Into the Breach are very happy with what they have going as well.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, excited to see how this this PA is going to be able to step up this game. I mean, obviously with the sort of rise of Slark in this meta, is this one of the carry matchups that you could see that we'll see more often? You know, is PA one of the heroes that can stand pretty strong against Slark throughout a game?
I think PA and Slark, it's the type of carry matchup where you don't interact as much with each other.
Sure, you're trying to kill each other's
later
supports. And
yeah, pretty much, exactly. Like the Slark is trying to go on the subs, PA is pretty much doing the same. I think it's definitely PA favorite for a very long time because until Slark has like a lot of stacks or an MKB, he doesn't really touch you. He doesn't also have a lot of armor unless he has a lot of those stacks. So, I mean... Secret have last pick, right? So they got to choose their carry matchup. So they also think PA is good against Slark.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine, obviously, the fan of knives as well. The break can be a bit annoying for the Slark and the Spirit Breaker in particular. So yeah, interesting to see. I mean, the hero that stands out the most definitely being this Spirit Breaker that Ari is going to be showing us in this game 1 between Into the Breach and Secret. And Zayat's on the Rubik. He's had some fancy steals in the past. See if he gets any big ones this game. But yeah, it's sort of to summarize, overall, you do feel that you can kind of get behind what Secret's doing a bit more this game.
Yeah, I think so. Just to me, there's a few heroes in Dota that when they have an easy time or when they're not well addressed in the draft, which I think this Pango is not, I would expect Nisha to have a good game.
Yep.
Then this hero, he just sets up your team very well. And if you also have the carry matchup on top of that with like a Pango helping you in the team fights and creating chaos, I just think overall Secret's draft have very nice answers to what Into the Breach have to offer.
Here we go. As I said, a very, very important series for these two teams. Team Secret Into the Breach here in the lower bracket. 1 series win away from securing a minimum a spot in the last chance qualifiers. Loser here will be out of any hope for TI this year completely. Let's see what we can get.
Well, it's definitely a very important match for both teams. You don't want to miss out on this one, especially when you're this close. I think into the breach already, they should be pretty happy with what they've done. And at this point, they should also know that they can beat anyone. If they play well and they get the draft they want, which is probably the case in this game, then they definitely don't have any reason to be scared at all.
So if we're getting early action here around the bounty runes.
The battle begins.
I won't look to chase down Ari here. I'll just push him back. I think eyes as well to be on Otaka. He did have a fantastic slot game the other day. Didn't die at all. Tends to go for the Mage Slayer into the Aghanims build. We've seen have a good amount of success recently.
I have my eyes on this bottom lane a little bit, because if you are not doing really well with your Eidolon micro, I think these lanes can be very crucial. Because again, I think this bottom lane is very volatile. PA not necessarily that great against Enigma, unless you, at least in the laning stage, unless you have kill threat, which means you want your early levels to go well and harass the Enigma down when you hit this level 2 and this level 3 timing.
And as you say, with Marcy being in the off lane, Otaka as the Slark in this matchup, he's pretty fine. Like there's definitely worse off laners that Slark may have to farm into.
I would say there's worse. I would assume that Marcy should still be pretty okay. He's gonna have the lifesteal later to give himself and the Rubik damage. I think it's gonna come a lot also down to the supports. Witch Doctor generally is a stronger laner than Rubik. I would say that top lane is gonna be pretty farm heavy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it swings a little bit more to one side or the other. I haven't seen too much of Marcy. That's why it's a little hard to really say beforehand.
So far in the mid lane, very even on the CS, both heroes being able to harass one another between the shield crash spam and the Tidebringers from Supreme that he's throwing out. So we'll just have a quick reconnect here from Nisha.
Supreme should have a good time mid. As we touched on earlier, you just go like this 1 or 2 bracers. You're very tanky. You have the constant Tidebringer harass. One of the reasons why people do like Kunkka against Pango is, well, because first of all, you do well in the lane. Pango has a very hard time killing you when he hits level 6 because, well, you're just too tanky. You stay at high HP with the bracers. And you also have kill threat on him if you do ever catch him with the X-Mark bolt combo before he gets level 6.
Yeah, for Kunkka nowadays, what does tend to be the optimal build from the mid? What item are you trying to rush to have impact?
I feel like in most of the games, the Kunkas just end up going like double bracer or like bracer into phase boots and then BKB. Yep. It just kind of feels like they need that item to actually function and get out right clicks. And then from then on...
Do you need a quick BKB this game?
Hard to say yet. If he has a very good game, I think he can maybe like squeeze in one small item beforehand, but usually when you play against Pango, you need a BKB. Because even though you're tanky, if he gets to lock you down in like this crucial timing when you're the strongest, but you don't actually get to hit heroes, that feels really bad.
Looking at the bottom lane so far, 10 for 2 here for Chrysalis in the safe lane. Of course, Jibbe doing Enigma things here, still taking away a good amount of denies here in the lane. I mean, do you imagine for the most part of this bottom lane, will Ari continues to stay around? Is there going to be very early potential for him to leave Jibbe alone and maybe make moves elsewhere on the map early as a Spirit Breaker?
I feel like when you do play against these Chens and Ench, it makes it very hard to leave your Enigma early on, which is simply why those heroes are so good against the Enigma. You kind of glue the 4 to the lane, or if they don't stay, then the Enigma suffers a lot. So unless Nisha is playing on low HP, aka for Supreme to set up the gank for Ari, I don't think he will be leaving this lane.
At the moment, just trying to use his body to pressure Crystalis away from the creeps. Give all the space there for Jibei to continue to build up the denies that he's getting in this lane. Quick setup in the mid from Supreme. Don't have enough damage to burst through Nisha. Definitely continuing to keep the Pango very, very low in this matchup. He's having to send himself out salves here, Nisha, to survive the harass from the Kunkka.
It's doing very well on the Kunkka, as to be expected. I would say Nisha is, now that he uses the salve, he's 200 gold behind. I would say that this is pretty normal for this matchup. So both players kind of, I would say, performing to the level as they should. Top lane, you have the constant lifesteal as Zayat's getting gone on.
Nice quick bit of a boost there from Resolution to make sure that Zayat's can create the distance and not allow a Taker to get the pounce connection.
I just feel like the lifesteal should allow them to probably do pretty well top. No matter what 4 you have, when you pop the sidekick on them, they get like a 50% damage increase. And then if you do ever get maledicted, you should be able to fight back with the sidekick or just out-CS them, as we can see here, at least for a little bit. You really have to respect the spell. As you can see, Rezo, he's even putting 2 points in it for now.
Allows Zayats to trade very nicely with Kadara. See a Taker try for a bit of a chase down onto Rezo. Rezo, if he feels threatened, does still have the rebound at the ready. So not quite an attempt there that Taker can finish on Rezo's life.
Yeah, I mean, every lane is pretty chill so far. As we talk about, the supports can't really move because they really need to enable their cores at the moment. I think the first time you're going to see the lanes maybe break up a little bit is going to be in about 30 seconds for the power runes, as we have a bit of a go bottom, but you have Puppy again stealing an Eidolon. And this Eidolon has like, does it have 30 bonus damage? Is that what I'm seeing correctly? Yeah, that's why these Eidolons are just really strong. With Chen, it's even worse because they have like 800 HP.
Yeah, they're just super tanky.
Yeah. So let's see if there's any play for the mid power rune. Nisha is not too healthy, so it looks like perhaps Secret won't even bother to bring supports here. Might just be a free one for him as top lane.
Can Zayats get out? I mean, Kadara does have a stun if he holds it. So, yeah, he does
he has no boots.
Yeah,
they're just playing some cat and mouse game, you know, enjoying some support life.
That'll be fine as Zayats.
Bottom lane, though.
If they can finish this off, Jibei. Got the stick charge. He's going to try for the TP out, but not going to make it. The damage is done, and Crystalis will get that first blood, courtesy of that rotation from Nisha coming in to help out for the kill.
Nice rotation as we're back to the fight between the two supports.
See who wins this one out. The damage from Kadara or the movement speed from Zayats.
Oh, he has a high ground ward.
Ooh, he's going to have him. He's going to have him. Easy kill there for Kadara.
Oh, he knows about the ward at least, I guess. Anyway, nice for the Witch Doctor. Get some bonus gold. Also, nice rotation by Nisha. Probably one that, if you're really clutch in the communication, you should be able to evade that gank because you know that the Pango is going back to base. He's not contesting the rune, but either way, Nisha abusing that, going bottom, gets a kill for his... did he get it himself? Nope, got it for Crystalis, so first blood for him. And now we have a little pause, as Kunkka and PA have the exact same net worth.
They do, that is nice. Good bit of balance there.
Satisfying for my eyes.
Need a slow start overall, but already 7 minutes. Secret to have a full 1,000 gold lead. Off the back of these lanes, and the core struggling the most. There's Taker, slightly behind the rest of the cores in play. Hasn't been too easy of a time up there. We've seen Rezo getting in a fair few denies in that matchup, thanks to the bonus of the sidekick.
So Rezo in this top lane, he's not gonna get 6 before the Slark. At least that's what it looks like as he's level 5 flat. Slark is 5.5. If you get 6 before your opponent, very often on Marcy you can score some kills, maybe kick them out of the lane. That shouldn't be happening. And in terms of the rotations, most of the rotations will be on the back off of the 2 mid heroes. The supports can't really do all too much on their own. Pango, of course, with the roll, he can rotate very nicely. I think kills in mid won't really happen if Nisha plays on full HP. Also, the Kunkka with 1400 HP, he's not really gonna die. So most eyes are gonna, I would say eyes need to be on the mid players and on the active runes for the next 1 to 2 minutes.
Let's have a look. Secret already showing that they do want to set up this good control around this mid area. 3-8 minutes. Move into the breach. We'll match that. Supreme. He's going to step back to the safety of his jungle. May not be too safe though. Secret, they're coming in with the smoke. Nisha.
He doesn't die, I think. Yeah, they understand.
It's just going to be some of
They,
those.
they can
creeps.
kill anyone but Kunkka currently on the map, as he's still charged. Let's see, active rune coming up. Drops him the high five.
That will just be the illusion. Nothing too active, too potent for Supreme to try and make a play with.
Okay, we will soon get a little more action in the game. When the Enigma gets closer to his black hole, which is, about now, you can start to look to play towards his lane a little bit. I do believe that most of the plays will not be through the Slark top. You should leave him on his own up top, as Kidara has a little bit of a fight again with Zayas, gets out a good aggressive ward. We'll see if this one gets to stay alive after all in this triangle. Zayas is around, he clips it immediately. Nice job by him. But yeah, most of the plays will be either through the Pango or with the Enigma now getting his black hole, as Nisha doing a very nice job being annoying here. Like, he's disrupting the Kunkka's farm in the jungle, which is not something you get to see all that often when this specific mid matchup is played, because he's also leading in the net worth chart. So Nisha, once again, nothing too crazy. If you've watched this qualifier, he is really in top form. I think that's just the best way to say it.
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, he sort of had these periods where he just pops off at levels that, you can't really get much better at, and he's been doing that pretty consistently recently. So bottom lane, talking about the lad, he's in with the rotation, and make sure they get another kill on Jibe down here. Nisha, top spot, and in particular, being on the Pangolier this game, I mean, already early in the draft, you did sort of call out how strong it could be if he gets his hands on it. And even when you sort of consider how the overall draft rounded up for both teams, it does indeed look like a game where if Nisha starts to, well, he already has kind of started, but if he continues to pop off, this Pango could be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already doing a great job. He's also leaving his... like, whenever he's in the enemy jungle like this, he's not only pressuring the Kunkka, he's giving his mid lane to his support so that they can have a little more XP, a little more farm. As he's gonna get himself a region rune. Then he gets a very easy TP rotation to bottom again to kill the Enigma. I would like Into the Breach to look around their black hole timing now, if they can maybe play towards the bottom lane, force a little play there on Crystallis. Because if you get to shut him out of here and help your Enigma to open up that lane, that's great. It looks like the top matchup between Slark and Marcy. It's more of a farming matchup right now. I think unless you smoke the Pango there, it's a very low chance for either team to make a play up here.
Starting to gravitate towards this bottom lane again. Going to be rather a dangerous place for Jibe. As Nisha, he's going to be able to head in. They do get the Black Hole up, but the Rolling Thunder's already there. If they got any damage to get through that magic immunity of the Thunder, and they're going to try with the Death Ward. Nisha will be able to roll out, and Jibe goes down. We'll see now Crystallis, see if he can turn for more. He'll go towards Kadaro. Is getting bashed by Ari. There's a boat coming in as well. Crystallis will get left behind. Puppey will opt to hide in the trees. Doesn't actually have a TP. So he'll have to go for a little bit of a walk to try and escape them. They will hunt him.
Someone must have
bit.
clicked him. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that he doesn't have a TP. Unless they canceled it, which I think they didn't. So they're going to sniff him out. They're going to get Puppey. I really like how both teams played that sequence. First of all, Nisha coming down bottom, somewhat anticipating and trying to already counterplay the Enigma, but nice job by Zibe. He drops the Black Hole. It doesn't kill the Pango, but it gives enough time and drops him to low enough HP that he can't fully commit after, with a nice death ward by Kidaro, and just get some kill trading down bottom.
I mean, insanely close to going down there, Nisha, but not quite having that last bit of damage to chase him out as he rolled away. Still holding on to that top spot. Of course, Supreme close behind. We'll be going straight for the Halberd this game to of course, deal with this, particularly the PA and the Marcy. And Disarm will be very, very strong.
If they can, as DB rune top gets denied, if they can force, having a little go on Nisha, but I think, not too much to be done here. If they can force out Nisha's roll or TP, or he's on low resources, I believe then they can try to go for this bottom tier 1 tower. It's really crucial for them to try and open up the map, at least eventually, as mid. They try to go on Nisha this time.
See if this is enough setup. They have the boat coming in. It's a lot of burst bringing Nisha down low, and with the Death Ward slammed down, Kadara will be able to finish off Nisha. Try for more, drop out the cask and the Maledict, but
Rezo's here.
Jumps in, gets the grab on Kadaro. They'll find the trade secret, but into the breach. That's a big kill to get there. Able to open
nice
up
play.
onto Nisha and take the Pango out the game for the first time.
Yeah, beautiful play by them. I think they got not sure if they started with X-Mark Torrent or if it was just a Nether Strike charge into then the Kunkka combo. But great job by them, taking Nisha out of the game. He was close to his defusal. Now that's going to be delayed a little bit. Supreme, once again, he's back up on the network chart. He's rushing a halberd. I can see this choice. It's going to make him very tanky, as now we have another charge on top on Rezo, but classic rebound. It's going to get him out of there, at least for now.
I mean, yeah, there was nearly a full 5-man move there from Secret. Crystalis was thinking about joining the other 4 towards the top, so would have been a dangerous place for into the breach to fight into. So they're back off. Well, now Secret to put some pressure onto the tower. I mean, they still have the 4 of them here. They might have even seen that Crystalis was trying to TP over to help, so they know that they can't be any more. It will just be a 4v4. Still not too easy for Into the Breach to take this fight. Nisha does have ultimate.
Okay, they're going to get to defend their tower. I think if they get to play off the back off of the Kunkka for now, who has 2000 HP, which is a lot.
Tanky boy.
Like, usually the way Pango versus Kunkka works is that you don't do too much to Kunkka until you have defusal. Then you're a little bit annoying, but it's still very hard for you to fight and kill the hero itself. So Into the Breach for now, they're playing it pretty well. They're using the Slark around to try and deward Supremus in the area to also kind of help defend the area. And for now, if Secret have all the heroes top, this just allows Zibe to stay bottom and just pop up some Eidolons and go take the bottom tier 1 tower. So right now, Into the Breach playing the map very well.
Wartaker, he steps forward. They're able to stun him, but he does get the Shadow Dance off. He cannot escape. Nisha with the air with the shield crash damage takes him down. Actually ready to look for more. Nisha rolls across, able to land the swashbuckle on both Kadara and Ari. The 2 of them will split.
What a cask. Not enough.
It's an attempt to live, but Rezo chases down Kadaro. We'll see Zayat's there with the stolen Death Ward, finishing off Ari. As Secret, they'll get all 3 kills. We'll be able to resume taking this tier 1 tower down.
Good punish by them on the Slark there on the outside. Puppy did end up dying in the tier 1 tower, but in the meantime they got to kill the Slark. Then they cleaned up the rest. And this Death Ward being stolen by Zayat might end up being the difference maker in, you know, like a upcoming smoke in like 30 seconds when Nisha has his roll again. They can sync up perfectly, and that could give them enough damage to, well, they're gonna kill anyone, but maybe now this allows them to also kill the Kunkka. So I would like to see them, you know, maybe meet up, especially for the power rune in like 20 seconds, and just combine their heroes.
I mean, it's going to be a good Blink Dagger timing on Zayat, considering these early plays that he's able to be
absolutely.
made here. There we go, Blink Dagger online, 15 minutes for Zayat. Have to watch out for the moves that this man's able to make with some good steals.
Radiant are scanning.
There's quite a there's definitely some decent spells in this game. As top, they're looking for Ari. Oh, Poppy, see you later.
His own creep sort of working against him there, enabling the bouncers at the cask.
Yeah, Cask, Maledict, Death Ward, I think just clipping him from full to 0. Just nice positioning by Kidaru. He got to go in here, sneak out the ward, and then gets the solo kill. One of the best things you can do with a Witch Doctor. And again, for now, apart from the little misstep, I think that Into the Breach chat up top, they're using their heroes pretty well around the map, as Secret did go for their 2-man smoke. And let's see if they do get to go on someone, as Rezo again just... Ari is toying around with him a little bit, making some good space.
Well, they'll charge up in a few seconds as well, so should be able to get away. See what they can get in the mid.
Lane, Supreme.
He's trying to get the setup. It's actually going to be Zayat that gets the setup on him. Lifts up.
Yeah.
The Kunkka straight away. Will be able to throw out the boat, but already Into the Breach just bailing on Supreme. They know that there's no turning that move around.
Very nice play by Secret. This is just... You can tell a good Rubik player / good Rubik team when they continuously make more and more things happen, as hold that, Nisha.
Taking a lot of damage here from the Death Ward. He's going to pop pretty low here. We'll see the other side as well. She may use the black hole. the stolen one in an attempt to turn these Zayats. He has got the two of them, but Oteka was not caught, so he's able to continue to punch down Zayats from behind. 3 dead on Secrets into the breach. Very, very quickly fighting back despite losing Supreme at the start of that. The rest of the team turn up and they turn it around. I mean, it all really started off Nisha just taking far too much damage there from the Witch Doctor just popping out from the trees.
That Witch Doctor is popping up right now. My man Kidaro making some really big plays in this fight right there. First he gets the kill on Puppy, then we had this turnaround play on Nisha. They tried very nicely to try and save Nisha there with the sidekick into Swashbuckle. It healed him for like 400 to 500 HP, I think.
Yeah.
And it was crucial that Zayats ended up dying in this fight because when they killed Supreme initially, they stole both. But he had to end up giving it away for the black hole. And of course, great fight there for Into the Breach, using their spells nicely and just capitalizing on Secret being, you know, just misstepping a little too deep.
Oh, yeah, look, dude, look at this Kadaro. You know, look, he's got 8 kills so far here. 17 minutes.
This guy is in 100% kill participation.
He is as well.
My man.
Yeah, he's having a great time. And he's obviously already got the Voodoo Switcheroo. We'll be going for the Blink Dagger next. Definitely a game where we're going to look toward the supports in terms of potential plays. Some very flashy stuff could be coming out from both sides.
No, they're hitting some good timings on their items. So, as we said, Kidaro, of course, he's very farmed on this Witch Doctor. You have Slark. He's getting very close to his Ags, only 450 gold away. He's not going the same build as before that you mentioned with the Mage Slayer. I guess he's going to split his Echo, unless he has the Ogre Club. Yeah, he will split his Echo, I guess, into the Ags.
Yep.
So they're getting some good timings right now. Supreme also, he's very tanky, 2200 HP. And Wraith Pact, I believe, is getting finished right now by Zibe as well. Never mind. He has Vlads and a Blink. Yo, this guy got some real recovery.
I mean, there was sort of these moments, right, where he just had complete free reign at the bottom half of the map. You know, his bottom lane.
Yeah.
All the action was being drawn towards top. You know, we saw a moment where Secret had nearly their whole lineup working on that tier 1, and not really anything left down on the bottom to do anything about Jibe. So, yeah, Jibe's going to be very happy. And we saw in the earlier series, Jibe very much pop off on the Enigma. So, got to be concerned if you're Secret on what this man can do with the black holes.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of his better heroes. I see him play it a lot. He's also one of the few people that opt to go for this build where they max the Midnight Pulse. He did it earlier in a game where, I don't know who they were playing against, but it was definitely a tanky hero like Pudge or Bristleback, I don't remember. It can be quite good in this game with like a Maledict. You know, just pop a quick cask, Maledict, Midnight Pulse, and I'm pretty sure someone's going to drop like 50, 60, 70% HP alone from just those two spells.
Very much pressure on Zayats to try for those big counter plays, as he was able to kind of do in that last move around the river. Just didn't have the teammates alive to be able to really capitalize on it, despite being able to catch a few with the stolen black hole.
Right now, if you're Secret, Rezo is close to his BKB. This stuff just now definitely hurting him and setting his game back a little bit. They should be looking to get him his BKB, then they can involve him, maybe look to play as a ball of 4 while Crystallis gets to keep farming, and he is kind of like the cleanup crew. The PA should only join fights toward like the tail end of it, like if his team is setting it up already. So I would like for them to wait for this Rezo BKB. It's only 500 gold away. And in the meantime, for Into the Breach, as we said, they finished all their items. As soon as they get out their lanes properly, which they have already, as Ari is sitting top the whole time.
Look at Kadaro. Kadaro is thinking about going for a cheeky solo kill with his invis.
I mean, I'm loving this guy's energy right now.
He could do it with the Voodoo Switcheroo. That's the setup. He'll start with the Death Ward into the Switcheroo to make sure the Zayats cannot interrupt it. I mean, we'll be able to steal the Voodoo Switcheroo. And that'll help block some of the damage, but indeed the Maledict should still kill him. They'll get Kadaro in return, so a bit of revenge.
Beautiful timing.
He'll be happy with that one, Kadaro.
Absolutely. Great play. Gets the rune, keeps playing aggressively into the enemy area. They dropped 2 sentries, even though my man, he didn't drop any observer wards in this area. He's just here himself, you know, slapping, finds the guy alone, perfect timing on the switcheroo, and also Pango roll used at the same time. So just superb post-5 play from him in this game.
He just wants to make sure that he's got this insane kill count. And 9 kills now on the Witch Doctor. He's back in action. You better be scared here if you're Secret. You know that Kadara is going to be hunting you down, looking for death ward opportunities.
Find another high ground ward here with the Slark, definitely abusing one of the strengths of this hero. So he is queuing up the Mage Slayer. I would also assume that later on he's gonna he will eventually get the Shard. I do think it is criminally underrated, even when you do play it as a carry. It can mitigate like the team fight really hard, especially on these two cores that you have on Secret that rely on just right-clicking a hero from full to zero. Marcy and PA being very similar in terms of how they play the fight. So I mean, definitely gonna be interested to see when he opts for that one. Definitely not now, but later.
Yeah, with the way that the game's going, I think you want to have it so you can just drop it down on Kadara. You know, protect your Witch Doctor, let him get this Death Ward off without any interruption, and there's a high chance that the Death Ward will just shred Secret in the team fights. So a lot of potential to keep his teammates safe and popping these ults, even throwing it down the way of Jibe might save it from potential interrupts.
And a lot of the time when the game does slow down around this like 16, 17, 18-minute mark, teams will oftentimes look to like work around Roche, which seems to be exactly what Secret are doing. Like if the map becomes a bit weird, if you make a play on the enemy team, maybe you go too deep, you just end up resorting to Roche because either you get it for free or you get a fight in an area that you're set up in. And their heroes are very good at Roshing. Pango, Lucky Shot, Marcy ult. You also have the Skeletons. Love this creep from Ench. Just kidding, I don't. And looks like Secret will just get a free Roche here.
Yeah, good move into the pit and done in a pace that into the breach won't be able to interrupt. Resolution to take the Aegis, as he'll be the one to charge him first. And Secret look to make these moves. Also has the BKB done. He's very much ready to just hurl himself into the center of the team fights.
Yeah, this Marcy hero, I'm not sure how much you've got to cast it being played as a core, but this hero does some insane damage.
Yeah, it's pretty busted. It has the potential to look very busted, at least when it's having a good game.
Oh, for sure.
You press out and people just die.
Yeah, they can't run away. The minus movement speed and attack speed slow, it both goes through BKB. So I think Rezo, I mean, there's definitely some counterplay, at least in this game. You have the Spirit Breaker who can ult you. There's a Black Hole. And the side lanes might start to become a little bit spooky. These Into the Breach supports, I feel like they have this quite often, where their supports can apply a lot of pressure, even on their own or simply with a +1. Like Spirit Breaker playing here, if he's paired up with another hero, he can do a lot. Same with the Witch Doctor, which obviously we've already seen throughout this game.
Kadara, his Blink Dagger's done. So have to watch out for sort of his ability to sometimes just be able to jump the squishes on the back line. Get the cast Maledict Voodoo Switcheroo down. Not too many counterplays you can do about that. Whatever you do in return, you're guaranteed to just take this huge barrage of damage at the start of the fight.
And even though Secret have this Aegis right now, it looks the win probability was actually Into the Breach's favor, which I'm not too surprised, at least for right now. It's a decent Enigma game. If they can help him later with the Black Holes a little bit, maybe to, stick in front of the Pango to block some of the swashbuckles, so maybe the Bash doesn't proc on him. And it's a very slow game, at least as of right now. Both teams very happy sitting back, farming at least a little bit.